You ask why I seek the truth. Do we not still get along as we always have? Shangguan Yingrui tenderly caressed Ziyun's face, her concern palpable. Why do you remain silent? Are you frightened? Ziyun retorted, you mad woman. If I do not pursue the truth, I fear I shall remain forever in your shadow. Am I truly mad? Shangguan Yingrui's face contorted into a sickly smile, as though she had just heard the most amusing joke. Everything I have done is for you, my dear husband. However, to prevent any possibility of your escape, I believe it prudent to break your legs. Hehe. From this moment forth, we shall never part. Regardless of the cycles of life, I shall cling to you. You will forever be mine, brother Ziyun. When Ziyun next opened his eyes, he found himself transported back over a decade in time. Chapter 1. My wife is a yandere? At the pinnacle of the Shangguan Corporation, within the presidential office, Ziyun perused the documents delivered that day, yet not a single word penetrated his mind. Smack. He flung the papers onto the desk, loosened his tie, and rubbed his temples in agitation. Rising, he approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the ceaseless flow of traffic, his expression growing increasingly somber. In recent months, those he had interacted with, both men and women, had met with untimely deaths. He even harbored the unsettling suspicion that the car accident that claimed his mother and adoptive father over a decade ago was orchestrated with meticulous forethought. This realization had driven Ziyun to the brink of madness, ensnaring him in a constant state of anguish, rendering him incapable of focusing on any task. He refused to accept this as mere coincidence. Every shred of evidence indicated that the murderer was targeting him. Yet, due to a lack of leads, the police had made no progress in identifying the culprit. Left with no alternative, Ziyun resorted to the network left behind by his adoptive father, discreetly commissioning an investigation. And no matter who you are, I shall unearth your identity. Ziyun clenched his teeth, his obsidian eyes glimmering with a chilling resolve. Knock, knock. A knock echoed through the office. Enter. Ziyun inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, before returning to his desk. Before his employees, he must project an air of steadiness. His assistant stepped in, holding a manila envelope, and respectfully stated, Boss, this is the information you requested. Ziyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his previously maintained calm shattering like fragile ice. Unable to contain his excitement, he eagerly snatched the envelope, hastily tearing it open. The answers he sought lay within. He had to uncover the identity of the deranged fiend responsible. However, as Ziyun perused the contents, a chilling dread enveloped him, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he grasped the papers. Shangguan Yingrui, Ziyun's pupils dilated, his chest heaving, breath coming in ragged gasps. He articulated the name with deliberate precision. He could scarcely fathom that the orchestrator of his parents' tragic demise, as well as the deaths of every woman he had encountered, was none other than his beloved wife. Shangguan Yingrui. In his memory, Shangguan Yingrui was a gentle soul, rarely angered. How could she possibly commit such heinous acts? Are you certain? Is this information accurate? Ziyun's voice emerged hoarse, struggling to form the words. Boss, as unbelievable as it may seem, this information is absolutely reliable, the assistant hastily assured him. At this, Ziyun buried his head in his arms, agonizingly tugging at his hair. After a prolonged silence, he raised his head, his eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze on the assistant. This matter must remain confidential for the time being. Do you understand? Must he still verify? After all, over a decade had passed. One could not definitively conclude that Shangguan Yingrui was responsible for the deaths of his mother and adoptive parents based solely on this information. Yes, I will remain tight-lipped. The assistant's heart raced. This was the first time witnessing such a reaction from a boss, and he quickly vowed compliance. Very well. You may leave. The assistant exited. Ziyun leaned back in his chair, utterly exhausted. The revelation had struck him with tremendous force, leaving him grappling with disbelief. He and Shangguan Yingrui had fallen in love during their university years, their relationship flourishing. He could not comprehend how she had transformed into this. After an hour of staring blankly in the office, Ziyun finally took the incriminating documents and vacated the company in a daze. Yet before departing, he instructed the assistant to alert the authorities. Miss, the son-in-law has learned of the matter. Should we clarify it to him? After all, that accident was not instigated by you. Yes, I understand. No need. Still pondering how to confine her husband, especially as an increasing number of women sought to draw near to him, vying for his attention. With that, Shangguan Yingrui hung up the phone, a sickly smile gracing her lips. It seems my husband has not been obedient. Madam, I have procured the groceries. Should I prepare dinner now? A cook inquired as she approached. Not necessary. You may return. You need not come again. Just collect your wages from the Shangguan Corporation when the time comes. Shangguan Yingrui cast a dispassionate glance at her, her tone icy, but the cook was taken aback. Over the years, the Shangguan family had employed her, offering generous compensation, and she had diligently fulfilled her duties. Now, suddenly dismissed, she felt a pang of reluctance. Yet she dared not defy the lady's command, lowering her head and silently departing. Once the cook had left, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Shangguan Yingrui's lips, her beautiful eyes glinting with a feverish crimson. "Come forth, system." "Host, I am here," the system replied timidly. "Transform every inch of this villa for me, not just for this lifetime, but for countless lifetimes to come." Shangguan Yingrui commanded coldly. "All right." The system swallowed nervously, meekly nodding. IT then commenced the renovations as per Shangguan Yingrui's instructions. Outwardly, the changes appeared minimal, but internally, numerous alterations were made. "All done, host," the system's feeble voice echoed. "Since it's complete, return to your cycle space." Shangguan Yingrui disdainfully waved her hand. The system promptly made its escape, preparing for the next cycle. Dear, I am the luxurious villa area, the largest villa district in Shanghai City. Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, accessible only to the most elite of the wealthy. He parked his car in the courtyard. The grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful figure standing there, smiling at him. She epitomized the image of a devoted wife waiting for her husband's return, gracious, virtuous, and gentle. In the past, Ziyun would have approached her with a warm smile, embracing her affectionately. However, upon learning that Shangguan Yingrui might be the perpetrator behind the deaths of his mother and adoptive father, as well as several innocent girls, her smile now appeared utterly terrifying to him. A shiver ran down his spine involuntarily. "Darling, what's wrong? You finished work so early today?" Shangguan Yingrui inquired, her expression tinged with concern as she noticed Ziyun's pallor. "Are you feeling unwell? Should I accompany you to the hospital?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired today. I wanted to return home early to rest." Ziyun offered a casual excuse that he yearned to confront Shangguan Yingrui, yet her genuine concern tugged at his heartstrings, making it difficult for him to voice his thoughts. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry crossed Shangguan Yingrui's face as she gently advised, "Your health is paramount. If you're unwell, you must see a doctor. Don't push yourself." "I'm all right, truly just a little fatigued." "My dear, if you're feeling weary, take a few days off. Let others handle the company matters," she suggested, reaching for Ziyun's briefcase. Ziyun instinctively recoiled. "No need to trouble yourself. Just go inside." Shangguan Yingrui glanced at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and bit her lip. "You must be hungry. Since you finished work early and the chef hasn't arrived, I'll cook for you myself." With that, she turned and headed into the kitchen. Ziyun cast a glance at her retreating figure, words caught in his throat, ultimately remaining silent. What could he possibly say? How could one accept that a wife, with whom he had shared a love for over a decade, might be a murderer? This was a reality too harrowing to fathom. An hour later, as Ziyun stared at the 3 dishes and a soup laid out before him, his appetite had vanished entirely. After taking a few bites, he set down his chopsticks. "Why aren't you eating, dear? Is the food not to your liking? I remember these are your favorites." Shangguan Yingrui inquired. Ziyun looked at her, the facade of a gentle and virtuous wife, and his thoughts drifted to the innocent lives lost and his parents. He could no longer maintain his composure. It was time to lay everything bare. "Shangguan Yingrui?" Shangguan Yingrui blinked, looking at Ziyun, her eyes filled with confusion. What was happening? Why was he addressing her by her full name? She recalled that Ziyun usually called her by her nickname or terms of endearment. Had she done something wrong today that upset him? Oh, it dawned on her. Perhaps it was her age catching up with her, her memory failing her. Just moments ago, her subordinate had informed her about the situation. How could she have forgotten? It seemed her husband was already aware of the matter. Yet, her face betrayed no signs of panic. Instead, she maintained an air of calm. "Darling, what's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Ziyun suppressed his rage. If it were true that she had committed these acts, why did she show no remorse? Was she merely pretending, hoping to deceive him for longer? He stood up, retrieving a document from his briefcase and slamming it onto the table, his voice strained with barely contained fury. "Shangguan Yingrui, why? My parents treated you with such kindness. Why would you sabotage their car? And those innocent girls, what had they ever done to you? Why did you kill them? Why?" Shangguan Yingrui couldn't help but smirk internally. "It was simply because they always sought to take you away from me." Yet outwardly, she feigned ignorance, pausing her actions and gazing up at him with an oddly calm expression. "Darling, I don't understand what you're saying. Did an employee upset you at work? Come now, let me serve you some food." Before she could finish, Ziyun slammed his hand down, shattering the dishes before him. In an instant, shards flew, cutting into his arm, blood streaming down, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze icy as he stared at Shangguan Yingrui, as if he wished to consume her. Whole Shangguan Yingrui? Shangguan Yingrui, however, remained remarkably composed, even extending her delicate hand to wipe away the blood from his arm. Speaking softly, "You're injured. Please sit down and rest. Let me handle these matters." Ziyun shrugged off her hand. "If your sister were to say that she did none of this, would you believe her? Shangguan Yingrui, the evidence is right before you. Do you still wish to deny it? Ziyun ground his teeth, glaring at her. Very well, since you insist. Yes, it was indeed me. Shangguan Yingrui replied with an unsettlingly calm smile, as though she were entirely unfazed. Ziyun stared at her, feeling a profound sense of alienation from the woman he once knew. Why? Because they always try to take you away from me. Shangguan Yingrui's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Seeing that fleeting flash of red in her beautiful gaze sent a fresh wave of chills through him. He exhaled deeply, as if contemplating for an eternity to, you feel so foreign to me now. You are not the Rayer I once knew. I think we should divorce. With that, he pulled a divorce agreement from his briefcase. All right, Shangguan Yingrui replied readily. I'll fetch a pen. She stood up with a smile, heading toward the study. As she passed by Ziyun, her expression suddenly morphed into madness. Taking advantage of his distraction, she seized a vase from the table and brought it down upon him with force. Crash! The vase shattered, and Ziyun felt a sharp pain in his head before darkness enveloped him, consciousness slipping away. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Shangguan Yingrui caught him, her eyes brimming with madness and adoration. Gently caressing Ziyun's handsome visage, she slowly licked away the blood that had oozed from the wound inflicted by the shattered vase. Ziyun, my dear brother, how naughty you are! How could you wish to divorce me? Shangguan Yingrui gazed upon Ziyun's slumbering features, her eyes filled with a frenzied obsession, as if she were entranced by an unfathomable spell. With the tip of her tongue, she delicately licked the blood from Ziyun's cheek. The metallic taste of blood ignited her senses, sending tremors of exhilaration coursing through her entire being. Ziyun, you belong to me, and you shall forever remain mine. No one can take you away. When Ziyun awoke once more, he discovered that his eyes were shrouded, and his hands and feet were bound by some unyielding restraints. He struggled fiercely for a moment, the sound of clanking reminiscent of iron chains resonating in his ears. Tentatively, he twisted against his bindings. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Upon further inspection, he confirmed that these were indeed real iron shackles, specially crafted and exceptionally resilient. What on earth did this woman intend to do? Darling, you're awake. Chapter 2. Are you insane? My dear, you are awake. A gentle and sweet voice resonated from outside, accompanied by the sound of footsteps drawing closer. Ziyun suppressed his unease and turned to face Shangguan Yingrui, who was slowly approaching. He questioned, Shangguan Yingrui, what are you doing? Shangguan Yingrui reached him, leaned down, and drew closer, her lips parting slightly as she exhaled softly. Oh, I'm not planning anything, my dear husband. What do you think I might want to do? Upon finishing her words, she suddenly extended her delicate fingers to trace along Ziyun's broad chest. Feeling his body tremble, she revealed a sly smile, teasing, my husband, you seem a bit anxious. Are you afraid? Fear not. I will take good care of you. Her fingers continued to wander over Ziyun's skin, gliding upwards, brushing past his Adam's apple, gently caressing his chiseled face, and ultimately yanking off his blindfold. As Ziyun regained his sight, he beheld Shangguan Yingrui, who now appeared transformed, as if she were a different person altogether. Her hair, once neatly styled, cascaded down freely, exuding a languid charm. Her makeup had shifted from subtle to strikingly seductive. She donned a form-fitting mini dress that accentuated her alluring figure. With her ample bosom, astonishing curves, slender waist, long legs, and perfectly rounded dairy. She was nothing short of a stunning enchantress. Ziyun's pupils dilated in shock. Was this truly the gentle, kind-hearted Shangguan Yingrui he once knew? This woman bore no resemblance to the Shangguan Yingrui he was familiar with. Observing Ziyun's astonishment, Shangguan Yingrui's lips curled into a sinister smile. She edged closer, propping herself against the bed's edge, towering over him, and slowly extended her hand to caress his face. One hand glided over his handsome visage while the other traced his neck, moving languidly. Ziyun felt her touch, his pupils constricting as his face flushed, his heart racing violently. This sensation left him flustered. He yearned to break free, yet his hands and feet were firmly bound. Shangguan Yingrui's laughter was low and laced with a hint of madness, feeding on Ziyun's reaction, emboldening her further. Her fingers traced circles over his chest. Ziyun, you look so beautiful. Gazing at the woman before him, Ziyun felt his blood surge with heat. He struggled to contain himself, desperately wishing to push her away. Yet don't move, okay? Shangguan Yingrui coaxed softly. At her words, Ziyun's movements faltered, his expression stiffening. Was she trying to seduce him? So, do you prefer the current me or the old me? Ziyun, provoked by her taunts, found his breath quickening, his face burning with heat, acutely aware of a fiery blaze igniting within him. "Damn it, get away from me," he growled, suppressing the urge to tear Shangguan Yingrui apart. However, she remained unfazed, continuing her ministrations. "What do you want from me?" Ziyun asked coldly, battling the turmoil within him. "Nothing much, merely wishing to keep you close. After all, you chose to divorce me," Shangguan Yingrui replied, feigning innocence, her voice thick with a simulated whimper. Ziyun regarded her with a complex mix of emotions. This version of Shangguan Yingrui felt both unfamiliar and yet oddly recognizable. "Ziyun, my dear brother, my feelings for you are sincere. How could you so heartlessly abandon me? Do you not realize that every day without you fills me with dread? How could you bear to leave me?" Tears streamed down her face, each droplet creating ripples upon Ziyun's fair skin, soon transforming into crystalline beads that trickled down his cheeks. Upon concluding her lament, she lunged into his embrace, weeping. "How could you be so cruel? How can you be so heartless? How can you abandon me?" Shangguan Yingrui cried, her body trembling like a wounded creature seeking solace. Clinging to Ziyun's waist, she sobbed inconsolably, resembling a lost child yearning for home. Witnessing her distress, Ziyun felt an unexpected twinge of compassion. He wished to push her away, yet his limbs were bound, rendering him utterly immobile. Looking at her in tears, he experienced a tumultuous blend of anger and a flicker of guilt. He was perplexed by this emotional response. The person before him was the murderer of his parents, and he should harbor profound hatred towards her. Yet, witnessing her sorrow invoked an inexplicable ache within him. Perhaps it was the lingering sentiment from their years of marriage that clouded his judgment. Yet, he remained unaware that this pang of empathy stemmed from a sense of guilt towards the original Shangguan Yingrui from his previous life, a life spent together for over a decade, only for her to leave just as he was about to fulfill his promise. Ziyun closed his eyes, striving for calmness. If he did not regain his composure, the deeper part of himself would seize control. After her tears subsided, Shangguan Yingrui lifted her head, her swollen eyes searching Ziyun's as she choked out, "Ziyun, promise me we won't divorce. Please don't leave me, all right?" Her tone dripped with earnest supplication. Now calmed, Ziyun gazed at her tear-streaked visage, nearly faltering once more. But thoughts of the innocent lives lost, including his parents and in-laws, steeled his resolve. He forced himself to be unyielding, exhaling a heavy breath before stating coldly, "Shangguan Yingrui, you are insane. If I do not uncover the truth, I fear I shall remain forever ensnared in your web." "Am I insane?" Shangguan Yingrui's demeanor shifted, her smile returning. Though it bore an unsettling quality, she suddenly grasped Ziyun's collar, pushing him against the wall, and passionately captured his lips with hers. Ziyun broke free from her grasp, asserting, "You've brought this upon yourself. If you had shown kindness solely to me and not provoked those loathsome women, I would never have acted against them. Every action I take is for you, my husband." Shangguan Yingrui's tone shifted to one of pitiful grievance, her demeanor delicate and vulnerable. Ziyun regarded this familiar yet alien woman, oscillating between madness and innocence, sending chills down his spine. He shut his eyes, his voice trembling. "You do not act for me. You act for yourself. You are a quintessential madwoman." Shangguan Yingrui reveled in Ziyun's terror, laughing joyfully. "Indeed, it is all for myself. I despise your interactions with any woman, even your parents. But now it's settled. No one but me shall ever touch you again." Shangguan Yingrui giggled gleefully. "You are insane." Ziyun quaked with rage, nearly overcome with the urge to strike her down. "And what if I am insane? You will eventually come to love this version of me. We have all the time in the world," Shangguan Yingrui replied, her dimples playfully appearing. "Let me go," Ziyun bellowed. "Not a chance," Shangguan Yingrui retorted. Ziyun roared furiously, the veins on his forehead bulging. "I will not let go. Release me. I simply refuse to relinquish my hold. Dear Ziyun, the more you rage, the more it attests to your affection for me." "Shangguan Yingrui," she declared, laughter dancing on her lips. She loosened her grip, her gaze locking onto Ziyun's, a subtle smile gracing her features. "Shangguan Yingrui, you repulse me at this moment. And what of it? You are still in love with me, and we are wed. Shangguan Yingrui chuckled, her expression brimming with triumph. It is not you whom I adore. Rather, it is the gentle, virtuous, and understanding Shangguan Yingrui. Oh, Shangguan Yingrui arched an eyebrow. So, you love another version of me. What difference does it make? The gentle, virtuous, and understanding is me, and this twisted, fervent side is also me. It's all me. What is the distinction? You love me regardless. You. Ziyun was rendered speechless by Shangguan Yingrui's retort. He found himself unable to argue. His only recourse to glare at her in fury. Observing his reaction, Shangguan Yingrui's smile widened with delight as she delicately hooked her slender finger beneath Ziyun's chin, her gaze both enchanting and beguiling. Dear Ziyun, we have only just begun. There will be ample opportunities ahead. With that, she leaned in and pressed a kiss upon his lips before turning away. Chapter 3. You Cannot Escape. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. After Shangguan Yingrui departed, Ziyun sat on the bed, his eyes vacant. The scenes of the earlier confrontation replayed in his mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. The following morning, upon awakening, Ziyun discovered himself bound to a chair, his limbs still restrained, rendering him immobile. Awake at last, dear Ziyun. I imagine your little tummy must be quite hungry. Let's not let your meal go cold. He heard Shangguan Yingrui's voice and noticed an array of dishes before him, including raw oysters, shrimp, beef tenderloin, pig liver, beef, fish fins, and an assortment of vegetables, such as tofu, eggs, and broccoli. There was even a pot of stewed yam and goji berries among the nourishing delicacies. Ziyun regarded the lavish spread with a furrowed brow and coldly replied, What do you intend to do? Dear Ziyun, my husband, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to eat. Shangguan Yingrui beamed as she seated herself beside him, ladling soup into a bowl and placing it before him with an air of servitude. She adopted the demeanor of a dutiful wife, clad in a purple dress that accentuated her exquisite beauty, rendering her nearly irresistible. I refuse to eat. You should eat instead. Ziyun turned his head away, evading her attempts to feed him. Upon hearing his rejection, Shangguan Yingrui felt as though the world had abandoned her, her expression marred by indignation. It appears dear Ziyun is not fond of my cooking, she replied with a smile, though her demeanor radiated a palpable threat, as if she could devour him whole at any moment. Suddenly, a fruit knife appeared in her hand, and she began slicing fruit from the table, her voice dripping with temptation as she asked, Would you like some fruit, dear Ziyun? Ziyun felt a surge of panic. He sensed the murderous intent in her gaze. He feared that uttering a simple no could seal his fate, possibly preventing him from witnessing the dawn of another day, though the room lacked sunlight. The light of tomorrow still loomed. Yes, I would like some, Ziyun hastily replied. Shangguan Yingrui nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to cut an apple with remarkable speed, soon presenting a slice to Ziyun's lips. Here, dear Ziyun, let me feed you. Open wide. As he watched her expression shift from one of menace to one of infatuation, Ziyun sighed in relief, though sweat trickled down his back, his face pale, and his legs trembled. Dear Ziyun, what troubles you? Will you not eat? Shangguan Yingrui queried, noticing his reluctance to accept the apple. I will eat. I shall eat. Ziyun quickly opened his mouth and bit into the piece she offered. Good? Shangguan Yingrui smiled, her face radiating delight. Is it sweet? She inquired, offering him another slice. As Ziyun savored the apple, he responded, Yes, truly sweet. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui's face lit up with a radiant smile. Delicious? Then do indulge further. Had Ziyun not previously witnessed the madness lurking in her eyes, he might have mistaken her for a gentle, harmless woman. Watching Ziyun consume the apple with such fervor filled Shangguan Yingrui with joy. You must be quite hungry now. Dear Ziyun, she said with a smile. Gazing at her beaming countenance, Ziyun felt as though he were facing a devilish grin, yet he nodded in reluctant agreement, fearing what she might do if he refused. Delighted by his response, Shangguan Yingrui approached the table, picked up chopsticks, and presented a raw oyster to his lips. Come now. Dear Ziyun, open your mouth. With no other choice, Ziyun complied and allowed the oyster to slide into his mouth. Seeing his lack of resistance filled Shangguan Yingrui with bliss. As long as Ziyun did not mention divorce or attempt to leave her, she was content. She continued to feed him, ensuring he consumed every last oyster. Ziyun felt his stomach churn as she treated him like a child, stuffing him with food. Was it tasty? She asked, her face alight with expectation. Ziyun nodded, and she encouraged him to try more delectable morsels. Thus, Shangguan Yingrui had scarcely eaten herself, instead devoting the entire meal to feeding Ziyun. Finally, he could no longer endure the feast and burped, signaling he was full. Upon seeing his genuine inability to eat any further, Shangguan Yingrui graciously relented. She took a napkin, gently wiping the greasy remnants from the corners of his mouth before discarding it. "Dear Ziyun, you have been so well behaved," she remarked sweetly. "If you continue to be obedient, I shall reward you." Her hand caressed his handsome face with tenderness. This scene sent shivers down Ziyun's spine as he suppressed his revulsion. Forcing a gentle expression as he gazed at Shangguan Yingrui, "You have been such a good boy. I shall untie you now, but remember, do not attempt to escape. Otherwise, I might become quite displeased." Upon saying this, she loosened his bonds. As soon as he was free, Ziyun sprang to his feet and bolted towards the door. It seems dear Ziyun has yet to learn his lesson and still wishes to flee. Shangguan Yingrui's face contorted into a sinister smile as she watched his retreating figure. "Dear Ziyun, you cannot escape," she stated, each syllable laced with menace. With that, she pressed a button in her hand, and the door was instantly locked tight. As Ziyun gazed at the door shut by Shangguan Yingrui, an overwhelming sense of entrapment enveloped him. "Ziyun, dear brother, how disobedient you are to dare to flee. Punishment awaits you," came Shangguan Yingrui's chilling voice from behind. As Ziyun listened to her words, a shiver coursed through him. He glanced around, realizing there was no feasible escape route. What to do? Should he simply resign himself to his fate? No, he absolutely could not be captured so easily. He needed to devise a plan, and his mind raced through various possibilities. Yet, after considerable contemplation, he found himself devoid of any solution. Frustration gnawed at him as he continued to ponder, but Shangguan Yingrui had already approached him, her eyes glinting with a peculiar light as she observed his deep contemplation. She slowly drew near, delicately lifting his chin with her slender, pale fingers, and with a sweet smile, she inquired, "Dear brother, are you pondering methods of escape? Do not harbor delusions of evading me." With that, a cold smirk graced her lips. Ziyun felt a chill run down his spine at her smile, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Chapter 4. No one shall disturb us henceforth. "Why did you run, dear brother?" Shangguan Yingrui purred, her fingers caressing his chin with an infatuated gaze. Ziyun swallowed hard at her words. "Oh," Shangguan Yingrui observed his trembling hands with a teasing smile. "Are you certain you wish to act? Can you truly contend with your sister?" Stunned in his silence, Ziyun realized he could not possibly win. Her strength was unnaturally formidable, akin to a bug in a system. Seeing him acquiesce, Shangguan Yingrui's smile became even more beguiling. "Sister loves and cherishes you dearly, especially if you obediently comply now. Tell me, why did you attempt to flee?" "I merely felt full and wished to take a stroll to digest," Ziyun stammered, retreating further. "Oh, really? Yet, I distinctly saw you sprinting toward the door. Had I not pressed the button in time, you would have escaped," she exclaimed. "Tell me, how should I punish you? Shall I sever your legs or your hands?" With that, Shangguan Yingrui cornered him against the wall, her gaze turning sinister. Ziyun's face paled, his eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. "I was wrong. I shall never run again," he trembled, nearly on the verge of tears. "Wrong? Where have you erred?" Shangguan Yingrui asked with a wicked grin. "I was wrong to flee. I should have been obedient." Ziyun lowered his head, feigning sincerity. "Are you certain?" She scrutinized him dubiously. "Yes, I am certain," Ziyun replied seriously, raising his gaze. "Very well then, since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall forgive you this time. From now on, you must be obedient," Shangguan Yingrui declared in a tempting tone. Yes, I will be obedient," Ziyun hastily agreed. Just as he believed Shangguan Yingrui was about to let him go, a strange smile crept across her face. "However, dear brother, you must still face punishment," she proclaimed, revealing a chainsaw from seemingly nowhere. Ziyun's pupils dilated in terror as he shouted, "What are you going to do?" "Why, I'm going to punish you," she replied, lifting the chainsaw and lightly touching it to his feet, severing them with a swift motion. As searing pain coursed through him, Ziyun, who had intended to resist, could no longer contain himself and let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice echoing loudly, as though it could be heard outside if not for the soundproofing. Observing Ziyun's agony, a flicker of pain crossed Shangguan Yingrui's face, but it was overshadowed by a knowing expression. Ziyun collapsed into a pool of blood, his body convulsing violently, clearly suffering. Shangguan Yingrui knelt beside him, stroking his face softly. "Dear brother Ziyun, do you see? This is the cost of your escape. Should you ever dare to flee again, I would not hesitate to sever your hands as well. I will never do it again." Ziyun gasped before succumbing to unconsciousness. Shangguan Yingrui discarded the chainsaw, approached him, and retrieved a special powder from her belongings, sprinkling it over Ziyun's wounds. In mere moments, the profusely bleeding wounds began to heal. She then gently lifted the unconscious Ziyun and carried him to the bathroom. Tenderly, she placed him in the bathtub, adjusting the water temperature before gently washing him with a shower head. Her touch was incredibly gentle, her gaze filled with affection. As she bathed him, she caressed his face softly. "Dear brother Ziyun, you are my greatest love," she whispered before leaning down to kiss him softly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Upon hearing the knock, Shangguan Yingrui furrowed her brow. Quickly dressing Ziyun before carrying him back to the room, she placed him on the bed and walked to the door, peering through the peephole to see a woman standing outside, dressed in a flowing gown, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her exquisite features and delicate complexion revealing her as a stunning beauty. A flicker of curiosity crossed Shangguan Yingrui's face at the sight of the woman, yet she opened the door nonetheless. "Hello, I am Xiao Ai, Mr. Ziyun's secretary. May I inquire who you are?" As the door opened, the woman stepped inside, addressing Shangguan Yingrui politely. "I am his wife, Shangguan Yingrui," she replied calmly, regaining her composure. "Hello," Xiao Ai greeted politely. "May I ask what brings you here to see my husband?" "Well, madam, there's a document that requires the president's signature. Is the president at home?" Xiao Ai asked respectfully. "Hand it to me. I can sign it just the same," Shangguan Yingrui said, extending her hand. "Very well," Xiao Ai nodded, handing her the document. Shangguan Yingrui took the document, glanced over it briefly, signed, and returned it to Xiao Ai. "Madam, I shall take my leave now," Xiao Ai said. "Wait," Shangguan Yingrui suddenly called after her. "Is there something else, madam?" Xiao Ai turned, a look of confusion on her face. "Nothing much. I simply noticed you came all this way and must be quite tired. Would you like to sit down for a cup of tea before you leave?" Shangguan Yingrui asked with a facade of concern. "Thank you for your kindness, but I am not thirsty," Xiao Ai politely declined. "Ah, very well. Since you want tea, have tea. Allow me to send you off with a little something," Shangguan Yingrui replied, turning to leave. After a while, she returned with a package in hand. "These are pastries I made myself. Please try them and tell me how they taste," she said with a smile. "Thank you," Xiao Ai responded cheerfully. Shangguan Yingrui handed the pastries to Xiao Ai, who took a bite and exclaimed, "So sweet. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional, madam." However, she failed to perceive the sinister glint lurking in Shangguan Yingrui's eyes. "Is it delicious?" Shangguan Yingrui inquired. "Delicious." Xiao Ai nodded enthusiastically. "Then do indulge yourself," she urged. "All right. Thank you, madam," Xiao Ai replied. "You're most welcome." Shangguan Yingrui smiled softly. After conversing for a while, Xiao Ai took her leave. As she watched Xiao Ai's retreating figure, a chilling smile crept across Shangguan Yingrui's face, and she picked up her phone to dial a number. "Handle it," she instructed, her tone devoid of warmth. "Understood." A female voice resonated from the other end. "Remember, leave no traces," Shangguan Yingrui cautioned. "I comprehend, Mississippi. By the way, all matters concerning the Shangguan Group will be managed by you. Remember, henceforth, whether there are issues or not, do not disturb the lives of me and Ziyun." "Yes." After concluding the call, Shangguan Yingrui closed the door, shattering everything that could connect her to the outside world, even bending the keys. She returned to the bedside, lying down next to Ziyun, holding him tightly, murmuring, "My dear brother from now on, no one shall disturb us. With that, Shangguan Yingrui bestowed a deep kiss upon Ziyun's forehead. Chapter 5. Grant me a swift release. In the afternoon, Shangguan Yingrui awoke, gazing at the still, slumbering Ziyun, momentarily lost in thought. "Ziyun, my dear brother, how I adore you," she whispered, lowering her head to press a kiss upon his lips. Observing Ziyun in his peaceful slumber, she smiled, contemplating what delectable dishes she should prepare for him. Perhaps something nourishing? However, she pondered, what if Ziyun's body can't handle it? Never mind. I'll think about it later. The more she gazed at Ziyun's face, the more she yearned to nibble on it. Ultimately, unable to resist temptation, Shangguan Yingrui gently nibbled on Ziyun's cheek. Gradually, Ziyun was roused from his slumber, opening his eyes to find Shangguan Yingrui gazing at him, her saliva adorning his face. "It seems my dear brother Ziyun has awakened because of me," she said, licking her lips with a sultry smile. "If you keep nibbling like that, anyone would wake up," Ziyun retorted irritably. "Then I'll nibble more gently next time," Shangguan Yingrui replied with a smile. Ziyun, looking at Shangguan Yingrui's expression, felt a mix of fear and disgust as he suppressed his revulsion and coldly stated, "Crazy woman, get away from me and stop staring." Shangguan Yingrui, unfazed, merely licked her luscious lips, flashing a bewitching smile before flipping over to sit atop Ziyun. Sensing her unusual behavior, Ziyun was momentarily stunned. "What are you doing?" he stammered, his expression one of confusion. Shangguan Yingrui smiled slightly, extending her tongue to moisten her red lips. "Ziyun, my dear brother, I want." "What?" Before Ziyun could react, Shangguan Yingrui pressed her lips against his, initiating an audacious conquest. Following their passionate encounter, Shangguan Yingrui lay languidly in Ziyun's embrace, a blissful smile gracing her features. Meanwhile, Ziyun was left in utter disarray, his body marked with purple and blue bruises, looking quite disheveled. Observing Shangguan Yingrui in such a state, Ziyun's face contorted with anger. "You are truly insane." "Indeed, my dear brother Ziyun, you are correct. I am, by nature, a madwoman, driven to insanity by my love for you," she replied, resting her head on his chest with a cheerful demeanor. "Madwoman." Upon hearing Ziyun's label, Shangguan Yingrui remained unperturbed, instead maintaining her radiant smile as she leaned closer to his ear, whispering sweetly, "Do you not cherish this madwoman?" Ziyun looked at her helplessly, at a loss for words. "Since you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent." Shangguan Yingrui continued to tease him. "You are utterly unreasonable. I have no desire to converse with you." Ziyun replied impatiently. "My dear brother Ziyun, I've noticed you have grown increasingly shy." Shangguan Yingrui giggled behind her hand. "Get away from me. I wish to be rid of you." "Hehe, your silence does not matter. I am already convinced." She chuckled. Ziyun could only stare at her in silence. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Be good. I will now prepare something to eat for you." With that, Shangguan Yingrui rose and entered the bathroom to freshen up. After a brief while, she emerged, pushing a wheelchair towards him. She effortlessly lifted Ziyun and placed him gently in the chair, wheeling him toward the dining area. This time, she refrained from binding his limbs, as Ziyun was currently unable to stand, let alone escape. Upon entering the dining room, Shangguan Yingrui settled Ziyun comfortably before instructing, "Be good and wait here." She then turned and busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, she returned with a plate of fragrant noodles. "Come, dear brother Ziyun, taste the noodles I prepared for you with my own hands." As she said this, she mixed the noodles and personally brought them to his lips. Ziyun hesitated for a moment before parting his lips to take a bite. However, as he continued eating, he sensed that these noodles were rather peculiar compared to those he usually consumed, though he couldn't quite pinpoint the difference. They simply had a strangely off-putting flavor. "Dear brother Ziyun, how is it? Is it tasty?" Shangguan Yingrui asked eagerly, noticing his silence. After swallowing the noodles, Ziyun finally spoke, "It is indeed tasty, but for some reason, it feels a bit strange." "What could be strange about it? It's just noodles and sauce." Realizing something was amiss, Ziyun's stomach churned, and he immediately contorted his face in a gagging expression. "Shangguan Yingrui, you are a pervert," he exclaimed, his complexion pale. Ziyun desperately wished to expel the noodles he had just ingested, but Shangguan Yingrui brandished a fruit knife, pressing it against his neck. "Dear brother Ziyun, if you dare to throw it up, there will be consequences," she said with a cheerful smile, feeling the cold blade against his throat. Ziyun had no choice but to swallow painfully, forcing the contents down. "That's better." Shangguan Yingrui smiled gently, releasing the knife and continuing to feed him noodles. "You must finish everything. No leftovers," she threatened. Hearing her menacing tone, Ziyun had no choice but to eat the food she offered, his face ashen with each bite. Once he had finished, Shangguan Yingrui beamed with joy, wiping the leftover grease from the corners of his mouth with a tissue. "Dear brother Ziyun, you are so obedient. I adore you," she exclaimed happily. Subsequently, she wheeled Ziyun back to the room, helped him out of his clothes and into a nightgown, urging him to lie down on the bed. "Be good and rest here. I will go tidy up and wash the dishes." With that, she leaned down to plant a kiss on Ziyun's forehead before turning to leave. Watching her depart and recalling how she had rendered him immobile earlier, Ziyun couldn't help but sigh and close his eyes. How could I have been so blind to the fact that Shangguan Yingrui is a lunatic, a deviant? Had I realized it sooner, I would never have fallen for her nor married her. Alas, how unfortunate I am. With this thought, Ziyun could not help but shake his head and then close his eyes. For the next several days, Ziyun endured the twisted grasp of Shangguan Yingrui. He felt as though his life had transformed into a mere existence, akin to that of a walking corpse. Whatever Shangguan Yingrui demanded, he had no choice but to comply. Each time she prepared a meal for him, he consumed it, albeit begrudgingly. Such a life is truly unbearable for an ordinary person. During this period, Ziyun was tormented daily by Shangguan Yingrui, driving him to the brink of madness. He longed for death, yet each time he contemplated it, she would intervene in the nick of time. Unable to die, Ziyun felt as though he were being pushed to the edge of insanity. One day, Shangguan Yingrui brought him lunch, entering the room with a cheerful demeanor. "Ziyun, dear brother, it's time to eat," she said with a smile. "Just give me a merciful end. Kill me." Chapter 6 concludes, and everything begins anew. "Just give me a merciful end. Kill me," Ziyun coldly uttered, his eyes still shut. Hearing Ziyun's feeble voice, Shangguan Yingrui paused momentarily before sitting down beside his bed. "Ziyun, dear brother, please don't throw a tantrum. Let me feed you." "No, just end my suffering," Ziyun cried out, frustration evident in his voice. "Ziyun, be good. Otherwise, I might get angry." Shangguan Yingrui gently stroked his hair, her tone reminiscent of a child being soothed. However, to Ziyun's ears, it sounded harsh and grating. He chose to close his eyes and ignore her, yearning only for liberation from this torment, wishing to escape this painful existence. Seeing Ziyun's indifference, Shangguan Yingrui's expression darkened. "It seems my dear brother is being quite disobedient. Sister is very upset." With that, she produced a sharp little knife from her pocket. The blade glinted coldly under the light, its sharpness accentuated by the illumination. She pressed the tip against Ziyun's neck, her voice soft yet chilling. "Ziyun, it's time to eat. If you keep your eyes closed, I shall slice your throat." "Very well, I would welcome that. For would grant me release," Ziyun replied, his eyes wide open, filled with despair. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui's heart ached, and the knife trembled in her hand, clattering to the floor with a crisp sound. "Ziyun, how can you say such foolish things? Don't you realize how much it pains me?" Her voice trembled with emotion. "Ha!" Ziyun scoffed, pained. "Do you even feel anything?" "Ziyun, please don't speak like that. I truly love you," she implored. "Truly? If your love were genuine, why have I become this way?" Shangguan Yingrui remained silent, shifting the conversation. "Ziyun, are you hungry? Shall we eat first?" "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat anything," he snapped impatiently. "If you don't eat, your body will suffer. Can you bear to make your sister worry?" Regardless of her threats, Ziyun remained unmoved. "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that," she declared. "Ziyun, you must listen. Not eating is unacceptable. Your sister will be heartbroken." Shangguan Yingrui's face was etched with concern. "Ziyun, just endure a little. The initial discomfort will pass, I promise. I've tried it myself," she said, pulling out a bag containing a gastric tube and syringe. Upon confining Ziyun, she had prepared these items. intending to use them to nourish him should he refuse to eat. With his legs bound and arms restrained, Ziyun found himself powerless to resist, left to her whims. These will provide you with nourishment, dear brother. You must cooperate. Shangguan Yingrui's voice was laced with tenderness and temptation. Though Ziyun remained silent, his complexion improved somewhat. How long do you intend to torment me? He asked coldly, eyes still shut. He never anticipated that she would prepare such devices. Why was it so difficult to die? Ziyun, how could I bear to torment you? I merely wish for you to eat, she whispered softly. Humph. Ziyun scoffed disdainfully before closing his eyes once more. Days passed in this manner, with Shangguan Yingrui feeding him through this method. Over time, Ziyun grew accustomed to this existence, having completely surrendered hope. Consequently, he bore no grievances against Shangguan Yingrui. However, the food in the villa had been depleted after months of confinement. They had gone 2 days without sustenance. Observing Ziyun's gaunt visage, Shangguan Yingrui felt a twinge of remorse. Ziyun, it's my fault for not preparing enough food before confining you. I should have been more considerate, she lamented. Ziyun remained unresponsive. Do not worry, dear brother, I won't let you starve. I'll prepare something delicious for you shortly. With that, she headed to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned, pale, carrying a plate. Ziyun, come, taste this, it's delicious. Shangguan Yingrui had chewed the food into tiny pieces before offering it. However, he failed to notice the blood seeping from her left sleeve. Thus, several more days slipped by. Ziyun's mental and physical condition deteriorated further, and Shangguan Yingrui was not faring much better. She had lost considerable weight, her complexion alarmingly pale, as if a gust of wind might topple her. It was at this moment that Ziyun noticed her unusual state, scrutinizing her closely before a wave of nausea rolled in his stomach. Shangguan Yingrui, have you lost your mind? How could you do such things? He looked at her in disbelief, aghast at her frail form. I simply cannot bear the thought of you leaving me, nor can I let you go hungry. I truly love you, Ziyun, but why won't you accept my love? Shangguan Yingrui weakly cradled her head, collapsing onto Ziyun's chest. Enough. It's not that I don't like you or love you. It's that your love is too extreme, too obsessive, and it only serves to harm yourself and others. Ziyun replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he gazed at his wife's face. But I love you, she insisted. Then you must forever belong to me. With those words, Shangguan Yingrui gradually succumbed in Ziyun's embrace, her breath fading away. Well, it seems it is time to end this. Ziyun grasped the dagger at Shangguan Yingrui's waist and plunged it into his own chest, a faint smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes. It was over. Yet, in an instant, both were drawn into a swirling vortex of darkness. The reincarnation system activated. Within the system's realm, a message appeared. Does the host truly wish to erase all memories of Ziyun from the last life? Well, what other choice is there? Do you expect me to let him be reborn with fear of me? Shangguan Yingrui regarded the system with a menacing glare. Instantly, the system shivered. And no, I merely wish to confirm. Then, to which time period will the host be reincarnated this time? After a moment's contemplation, Shangguan Yingrui replied, let this life begin when Ziyun's younger brother starts his freshman year. Understood. The reincarnation wheel is set in motion, commencing the cycle. Please be advised. The host will similarly not retain memories from the previous life. In this lifetime, the sister will not conceal her true nature as she did before. She will ensure that you fall madly in love with my obsessive and pathological self. You shall forever belong solely to your sister. When Ziyun next opened his eyes, he found himself transported back over a decade. Chapter 7. Rebirth and Freshman Registration. Young man, wake up. You've arrived at Luanhai University. The voice of a middle-aged man roused Ziyun from his slumber, and he slowly came to, feeling as though someone was shaking him. Upon finally opening his eyes, he saw the driver beside him, but his mind was a complete blank. What was happening? How am I still alive? Wasn't I supposed to be dead? He glanced around and realized he was seated in a taxi, fervently pinching his own arm and taking a deep breath. The sharp sting of reality confirmed Ziyun's rebirth. Though he was unaware of how he had perished in his previous life, remnants of memories from an earlier existence lingered. Excuse me, what year is it? The taxi driver furrowed his brow bemused. Surely this boy wasn't so dull as to forget the current year? Nevertheless, he replied, it is now the year 4716 of the Huaxia calendar, September 1st, 4716. Isn't that the day of my freshman registration? Gathering his thoughts, he thanked the driver and exited the vehicle, although he remained unaware of the circumstances surrounding his prior demise. He felt a profound urge to seize the opportunity granted to him by fate and live a vibrant life. With that resolve, he dragged his suitcase toward the school entrance. As he approached the gates, he noticed several senior girls chattering animatedly, occasionally glancing in his direction. Wow, this new freshman is incredibly handsome. Indeed, just look at that face. He is even more attractive than our school's heartthrob. I wonder which department he is from. He is simply stunning. What a pity. If he could be my boyfriend, that would be wonderful. Dream on. Do you think you're as beautiful as I am? Hoping for a toad to catch a swan. Hey. Who are you calling a toad? Don't speak carelessly. I'm quite pretty. Thank you very much. Right? You look like a monkey and dare to flaunt it? Ridiculous. Listening to the squabble of the two girls, Ziyun merely smiled faintly, accustomed to such scenes, and continued on his way without paying them any heed. However, just a few steps later, his path was obstructed. Handsome. Ziyun looked up to see a woman clad in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, exuding a polished demeanor. May I inquire who you are? Hello, my name is Zhao Qianqian. Could we be friends? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I'm sorry, but I do not add strangers as friends, Ziyun replied curtly, sidestepping her and moving on. Zhao Qianqian was taken aback by his response, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure and pursued him. Handsome, how about I treat you to a meal? No, thank you. I'm not hungry. I have something very important I need your assistance with. If you're willing, shall we find a place to discuss it? I said I'm not hungry and don't wish to eat. Please step aside. Thank you. Ziyun was determined to avoid entanglement with her. It wasn't that he was unwilling to befriend the girl before him, but an inner voice warned him against approaching any woman, lest she become enraged. Even this girl might not have a favorable outcome. Zhao Qianqian, sensing Ziyun's indifference, felt a flicker of annoyance. This man certainly lacked charm. After all, she was a beautiful girl. How dare he be so unappreciative? Yet, she was not one to easily concede defeat. Once Zhao Qianqian set her sights on something, she always accomplished it. Watching Ziyun's retreating figure, she resolved to capture this man, no matter the effort or energy required. Just you wait, handsome. I shall conquer you and have you bowing before me. Zhao Qianqian. Unbeknownst to Ziyun, he had already caught someone's attention as he dragged his luggage in search of the registration point for his department. Zhao Qianqian cast one last glance at him before huffing and flipping her hair, striding towards the school gates. She needed to find out this boy's name first. Then, she would devise a plan to win him over. As the daughter of the Zhao group, Zhao Qianqian hailed from a family of considerable influence in the city, her father being the provincial secretary. Since childhood, she had been cherished and had never failed to attain anything she desired. Thus, she was determined to claim Ziyun as her own. Hey, Zhao Qianqian. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Zhao Qianqian turned to see a tall, stunning girl standing behind her. Qianqian, you didn't just fall for that handsome guy at first sight, did you? The girl teased, a playful smirk on her lips. At the mention of love at first sight, Zhao Qianqian's cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. What love at first sight? I merely found him attractive. So don't be ridiculous. Oh, still denying it, are we? You're blushing even before I finish. The girl looked at Zhao Qianqian with disbelief. Zhao Qianqian felt her face heat up even more under the light-hearted teasing. I shan't engage with you any further. With that, she hailed a taxi and jumped inside. Qianqian. The girl sighed helplessly, shaking her head as she boarded the same vehicle. Meanwhile, a woman dressed in a flowing white dress, who had just witnessed Ziyun being intercepted by Zhao Qianqian, seethed with jealousy and an insatiable sense of possessiveness. Her eyes gleamed with a cold light as she clenched her fists tightly, sharp nails digging in her palms, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Her gaze fixated on the car that was driving away. The audacity of that woman, shamelessly seducing her beloved Ziyun brother, is truly infuriating. What should I do? I am consumed by a desire to eliminate her. No, I cannot. If Ziyun brother discovers this, he will surely abandon me. Absolutely not. However, I cannot help but despise any girl, apart from her, who dares to approach Ziyun brother. Perhaps I shall teach that woman a lesson. With this thought, the young lady retrieved her phone, composed a message, and sent it forth. The content was straightforward. Arrange for a few individuals to capture Zhao Qianqian, administer a severe reprimand, and subsequently coerce her into withdrawing from school, thus ensuring she would never be able to associate with Ziyun in the future. Closing the screen, she dismissed any concern about offending the Zhao family. While they indeed held some influence in the city, in her eyes, they were insignificant. With her phone tucked away in her bag, she resumed her infatuated gaze upon Ziyun, who was searching for the registration desk for his major. Ziyun brother, you belong to me, now and forever. No one shall ever encroach upon even the slightest part of you. Even through lifetimes, you should be entwined with me. Chapter 8. Shangguan Yingrui, standing elegantly in a flowing white dress, her exquisite beauty accentuated by her striking black and white eyes, Shangguan Yingrui was fixated on Ziyun's retreating figure, her gaze brimming with unmasked affection and profound longing. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of her dress, causing a strand of her hair to dance in the air. Her ethereal presence resembled a white lotus blooming against the horizon, exuding a delicate fragrance that was breathtakingly beautiful. This captivating scene caused passing young men to pause in admiration, albeit only momentarily, for the icy demeanor that radiated from Shangguan Yingrui deterred them, instilling a fear of desecrating the beauty before them. Nevertheless, one young man, clad in a blue shirt and adorned with a flashy necklace, approached her with brazen intent. He was handsome, his features sharp and defined, exuding an air of a dashing playboy. His gaze toward Shangguan Yingrui was filled with avarice. "Hey there, beautiful. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? I am Zhang Haoyan, and might I inquire about your name?" he said, stepping forward with a disarmingly enthusiastic demeanor. "No, thank you." Shangguan Yingrui coldly rejected him, her tone devoid of warmth, as frigid as ice, lacking any hint of emotion. Zhang Haoyan's expression soured at her blunt refusal. This was the first time he had been so directly dismissed. However, indignation did not consume him. Who was he? Zhang Haoyan, the most renowned playboy in the city, whose mere presence made girls blush and yearn to fawn over him. The rejection from such a stunning woman was a blow to his pride. "You ungrateful wench. I extend you courtesy, and yet you do not recognize my worth. Just wait. I will make you regret this." He seethed, baring his teeth as he reached out to seize her wrist, intending to pull her into his embrace. "Get away!" Shangguan Yingrui shouted fiercely, raising her foot to kick Zhang Haoyan. Her speed was astonishing. He barely registered the rush of wind before her foot connected with his leg, sending him sprawling to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Shangguan Yingrui cast a cold glance at the red-haired youth before turning away, unperturbed. As Zhang Haoyan regained his footing, he wiped the blood from his mouth, his handsome face twisting into a malevolent expression. His gaze toward Shangguan Yingrui now filled with venomous intent. "You will regret this, wench. Just wait. I will make you kneel before me," he vowed, retreating with a scowl. Little did he know, he had kicked a hornet's nest. Shangguan Yingrui let out a cold laugh, ignoring him as she continued her search for Ziyun amidst the crowd. Who was that red-haired fool? How dare he speak so brazenly to the esteemed Shangguan beauty? Does he not comprehend the wealth and status of the Shangguan family in Huagua? Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. He must be a rich second generation or a freshman. Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? I wonder where he found the courage to provoke her. Does he not realize the peril he has invited? It seems another affluent family in Shanghai City is destined for downfall. Yet, that kick from Shangguan was truly impressive. Though she is cold and distant, who could possibly capture her heart? They speculated among themselves. Shangguan Yingrui paid no heed to their chatter, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ziyun, longing for his notice. At that moment, Ziyun remained oblivious to the unfolding drama involving Shangguan Yingrui. Before him appeared a translucent screen, accompanied by the sound of a mechanical female voice echoing in his mind. "Ding! System is loading. Please wait." 1681026364055667088896100. Loading complete. Does the host wish to bind the daily sign-in system? A system? Ziyun was well aware of what it entailed. An essential tool for rebirth and traversal. But why did he not have a system upon rebirth into this world? Had it arrived sooner, perhaps he would not have met his demise. Although the circumstances of his death remained a mystery to him, he sighed, accepting the delay. Better late than never. Confirm binding, he declared. Before long, the screen displayed two options. Yes, no. Yes, Ziyun responded with his thoughts. In a moment, the screen flickered to reveal a message. Congratulations, host successfully bound. The system is currently loading. Please wait a moment. Seriously? Why does loading take so long? Ziyun muttered in exasperation. Please remain patient, host. The system is in the process of loading, the mechanical voice replied. With no other choice, Ziyun resigned himself to waiting. Take your time. I'll just wait in line to register, he said, stepping to the back of the queue. Rue Jia, what brings you here? Under this blazing sun? Are you waiting for someone? A melodious voice called from behind him. Hearing the voice, Shangguan Yingrui turned with displeasure, annoyed at the interruption of her view of Ziyun. Did this person not fear for their life? If not for the need to conceal her peculiar inclinations within the school, she would have eliminated anyone who dared to disrupt her and Ziyun. As she glanced back, she spotted a lively girl in a white tracksuit with a playful ponytail approaching her. Without needing to guess, she recognized her as her roommate and close friend, Su Xiaoma. Su Xiaoma's arrival drew the attention of everyone around, for she was the second most beautiful girl in the class, rivaling the stunning Shangguan Yingrui with her tall, alluring figure. Moreover, her vivacious personality made her the most well-liked individual in the class. As Su Xiaoma approached Shangguan Yingrui, she intended to link her arm with hers. But Shangguan Yingrui deftly evaded her. She had a strong aversion to anyone touching her, except for her younger brother Ziyun, regardless of whether they were male or female. The girl retracted her hand, looking somewhat dejected. What brings you here? Shangguan Yingrui inquired, her brow furrowed, glancing at Su Xiaoma with a hint of coldness in her tone. I missed you, the girl replied playfully, her gaze fixed on Shangguan Yingrui. Please, as if you missed me. Shangguan Yingrui scoffed, pursing her lips. Come on, just tell me what you need, she said, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Su Xiaoma. Sister Rue, you're so heartless, the girl whined. I really miss you. Don't you miss me at all? Enough with the act, Shangguan Yingrui retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at the girl. Fine, okay, the girl murmured. Just tell me, what do you want? Shangguan Yingrui pressed impatiently. Only then did the girl adopt a serious demeanor, addressing Shangguan Yingrui. It's because of you. I promised the counselor I would assist with the registration for our major, and here you are dawdling. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui simply responded with a nonchalant, oh, and proceeded towards the registration booth for the design department. Sister Rue, you're going the wrong way. That's the booth for the design major. Our department's booth is on the other side, the girl quickly informed her. However, Shangguan Yingrui paid no heed, continuing on her path, prompting Su Xiaoma to follow suit. Chapter 9, An Unexpected Kiss System Activation. After a brief wait, it was Ziyun's turn. Student, please provide your admission notice and ID, the girl said without looking up. Ziyun promptly retrieved his ID and admission notice from his backpack and handed them to the girl. After carefully verifying Ziyun's ID and notice, she scanned the information with a card reader. When she looked up at Ziyun, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Wow, I didn't know such a handsome boy existed in this world. For a fleeting moment, the girl was captivated by the striking youth before her. Senior? Senior? Ziyun called out, noticing her persistent gaze. Sorry, Junior, I was just taken aback by how handsome you are, the girl replied, regaining her composure with a hint of embarrassment. Thank you for the compliment, Senior, Ziyun smiled gently. The girl's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, clearly smitten by Ziyun's charm. She had never encountered such an ethereal-looking boy, whose deep and clear eyes seemed to contain boundless allure, rendering her unable to look away. Her cheeks grew increasingly warm. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat twice to mask her embarrassment before saying, All right, Junior, Just go to that teacher over there to activate your campus card, and someone will guide you to your dorm. With that, the girl handed Ziyun a campus card. Thank you, senior. Ziyun replied politely. Don't mention it. It's my duty, she shyly responded, her eyes filled with admiration for Ziyun. As Ziyun accepted the campus card, he noticed that the girl had yet to return his ID. Curiously, he asked, Senior, my ID? At his words, the girl snapped back to reality, her face reddening further as she hurriedly returned Ziyun's ID. Sorry, Junior, I got a bit lost in thought, she said apologetically. It's all right, Ziyun smiled faintly, taking his ID and heading towards the teacher. The girl watched Ziyun walk away, unable to regain her composure until a teacher behind her nudged her shoulder, prompting her to snap back to reality and continue her work. After Ziyun activated his campus card and received his dormitory number, he considered the registration complete. Standing in an open area, he played with his phone, patiently awaiting his senior to escort him to his dormitory, unaware of the graceful figure approaching him and the infatuated gaze in her eyes. As Shangguan Yingrui drew closer to the brother she adored to the core, her heart raced uncontrollably, every cell in her body leaping with joy at the sight of Ziyun. Stopping a mere few dozen centimeters away from him, she noticed a protruding stone in her path. An idea sparked in her mind, and a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Ziyun, it's been 8 years since we last met. Let me create a little accident for a perfectly unexpected reunion. With that thought, a sly grin graced Shangguan Yingrui's lips as she hastened towards Ziyun, deliberately pretending not to see the little stone. Her foot caught the edge of the stone, and she tumbled towards Ziyun. In that instant, the hearts of all the boys present came to a screeching halt, their palms clenched tightly. Some, who had intended to rush to aid Shangguan Yingrui, hesitated, recalling the earlier incident where a red-haired boy had been sent flying by the goddess, and they dared not approach, retreating instead. As her scream pierced the air, she fell directly into Ziyun's embrace. Caught completely off guard, Ziyun was toppled to the ground beneath Shangguan Yingrui. The softness of her lips brushed against his, and his senses were flooded with her unique fragrance, leaving him utterly stunned. At that moment, Shangguan Yingrui's pupils widened, her star-like eyes shimmering with surprise and panic. She had never expected that Ziyun would indeed kiss her lips. Oh my God, Ziyun actually kissed me. As Shangguan Yingrui's lips moved, she dared not believe the sensation, closing her eyes in disbelief, inhaling the masculine scent of hormones that emanated from Ziyun. Her cheeks flushed even more intensely, her heart racing wildly. Moreover, a sense of anticipation began to blossom within her. She was eager to know how Ziyun would react if she were to open her eyes now. Would he be shy or angry, nervous or excited, or perhaps overjoyed? Beep. Loading complete. Reward. 500,000 and a beginner's gift pack. This system is dedicated to enhancing the host's abilities, offering random rewards through sign-ins, including but not limited to money, items, skills, etc. The current system level is 1, and as it upgrades, subsequent features such as a mall subsystem and a lottery subsystem will gradually become available. As the mechanical female voice echoed in Ziyun's ears, he finally emerged from his stupor. Wow, I can't believe my first kiss was stolen like this. This is my first kiss, and in front of so many people, too. Ziyun felt a wave of despair wash over him. Meanwhile, the onlookers gazed at the scene with a mix of envy and resentment directed towards Ziyun, especially those who harbored affections for Shangguan Yingrui, who were seething with jealousy. How is this new student so incredibly fortunate? It is utterly unfair that the goddess has taken a liking to him, a boy exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, why should he be the one to receive the goddess's favor? Another boy echoed in agreement. It is unjust, profoundly unjust. The favor of the goddess is something that countless individuals yearn for. Yet this newcomer seems to possess such extraordinary luck. Unfair. Unfair. It's simply outrageous. Why should this fellow be the one to gain the goddess's affection when I can't even touch a single strand of her hair? This is truly intolerable. Jealousy? Nonsense. I wish I could drag a knife and slay this scoundrel for daring to desecrate my goddess. He deserves nothing less. Yes, he truly deserves it. Woe is me, my beloved Sakura. Alas, The goddess whom I revere as divine has been sullied by a mere toad. My goddess, I cannot bear this. Chapter 10. Resistance. The surrounding boys were seething with righteous indignation, each one appearing as though they would relish nothing more than to dismember Ziyun. Hearing their profanities, Ziyun felt utterly bemused. Am I the one who was forcefully kissed? Am I the one being taken advantage of? Is this some sort of collateral damage? Observing the furious expressions of the boys around him and glancing down at the girl in his arms, Ziyun couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Were these individuals not being overly dramatic? However, despite this, Ziyun could not deny that the sensation of being kissed by a girl was rather delightful, especially considering how soft her lips felt, imbued with a pure sweetness that left him entranced. What on earth am I thinking? Shouldn't I be pushing this girl away? Before he could act on that thought, he felt her attempting to pry his lips apart. What the hell? This woman dares to pry at my lips. Ziyun was taken aback, but in the next moment he made the most prudent choice, forcefully pushing Shangguan Sakura away. However, in doing so, he accidentally brushed against a particularly soft area. The sensation caused Ziyun's face to flush crimson. Fortunately, given their proximity, aside from Shangguan Sakura herself, no one else witnessed Ziyun's slip. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to escape his predicament. After being pushed away by Ziyun, Shangguan Sakura found herself somewhat dazed. Observing Ziyun's slightly flushed complexion stirred an indescribable feeling within her. She longed to press against him once more, to release the pent-up loneliness and fervent love she had harbored for 8 long years. A glimmer of madness flickered in her eyes, though she skillfully concealed it. She knew she couldn't devour her brother just yet. He still viewed her as a stranger. If she were to force the issue, he might resist and come to despise her. This was a scenario she wished to avoid at all costs. She yearned for him to willingly enter the gilded cage she had woven for him. Thus, she resolved to wait, to allow him to gradually grow accustomed to and reliant on her. In this way, they could be together forever. She would reveal to him the depth of her love. Ziyun snapped back to reality, bewildered. What has transpired? How'd I end up kissing her? And why does she appear so insatiable? No, it's more like she's inviting yet resisting. His heart raced, and his face burned a deeper shade of crimson, evoking a sense of déjà vu. No, an unervingly intimate familiarity. However, recalling the softness he had touched earlier only intensified his blush. He quickly stammered an apology. I'm sorry. It was unintentional. I never expected such a situation to arise. I truly did not mean it. Unintentional? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Sakura's face grew even redder. She lowered her gaze, biting her pink lips, afraid to meet his eyes, terrified he might discern her true feelings. What would she do then? Gathering her courage, Shangguan Sakura lifted her head, bestowing upon Ziyun a captivating smile. Since it was unintentional, there's no need for an apology. I hold no grudge against you. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's face reddened further. He had not anticipated that Shangguan Sakura would absolve him, and a surge of inexplicable elation welled within him. Shangguan Sakura, undeterred by his unusual behavior, continued, by the way, my name is Shangguan Sakura, and you? At the mention of her name, Ziyun involuntarily trembled. He then scrutinized the enchanting woman before him, her radiant eyes sparkling with brilliance, every smile and frown exuding allure. Adorned in a white dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, with a full bust and a slender waist. Her raven locks, cascading gracefully over her shoulders, added to her allure. Her long, fair neck, porcelain skin, and delicate collarbone, combined with her breathtakingly beautiful face, rendered her even more stunning than a goddess. Ziyun could not help but acknowledge the undeniable beauty of the woman before him. Yet, he was puzzled by the strange sensation she evoked within him, an urge to distance himself, to flee, to evade her presence. It was a primal fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Ziyun instinctively rubbed his temples, perplexed as to why he felt such trepidation toward a girl. Hadn't he always been composed? Regardless, since he felt an internal resistance to her, he resolved to maintain his distance. After all, he might not have the opportunity to interact with her again. Seeing Ziyun lost in thought, Shangguan Sakura grew concerned and asked, Are you feeling unwell? Are you sick? Should I take you to the infirmary for a checkup? As she reached out to grasp Ziyun's arm, he instinctively recoiled. I'm fine, he assured her. Seeing his reaction, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shangguan Sakura's eyes, but was quickly suppressed. She did not wish to repel Ziyun. Thus, she chose not to dwell on the momentary avoidance. She was confident that Ziyun would eventually accept her. She believed it. Very well then. If anything arises, remember to seek me out, she said with a dazzling smile that could enchant anyone. Ziyun felt momentarily dazed again. He quickly composed himself and nodded. You must have completed your registration by now. Let me show you to your dormitory, Shangguan Sakura suggested cheerfully. No, thank you. Someone will come to guide me shortly. Ziyun declined hastily, wishing to avoid any further contact with Shangguan Sakura, especially after what had just transpired. Moreover, a voice within him urged him to stay away from her, solidifying his resolve to keep his distance. Upon hearing Ziyun's refusal, a pathological part of Shangguan Sakura emerged once more, but she quickly suppressed it. She knew she couldn't rush him, otherwise it would backfire. She firmly believed that Ziyun would eventually accept her. Very well, I'll take my leave then, she said with a smile, turning to depart. Su Xiaoma glanced at Ziyun, then at Shangguan Sakura's retreating figure, her brow furrowing in confusion. What exactly is the nature of their relationship? Ziyun seemed to exhibit some resistance toward Shangguan Sakura, while her gaze was filled with profound admiration for him. Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it any longer and followed closely behind Shangguan Sakura, as Ziyun watched Shangguan Sakura's silhouette fade into the distance. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He was unable to comprehend the inexplicable sense of resistance that surged within him, a feeling that compelled him to evade. Yet, he could not fathom the reason behind his desire to escape from her presence. Ultimately, it was merely a fleeting encounter. He resolved never to cross paths with her again. With this thought, Ziyun cast aside his hesitation and followed his senior towards the dormitory. Chapter 11, Shangguan. Once the two had departed, the boys at the school gate erupted into a cacophony of outrage. What the hell? That guy actually pushed my goddess. My goddess. How could he do such a thing? Is he unaware that Shangguan Yingrui is the belle of our school? And to top it off, he rejected her. Do you have any idea how many freshmen would covet the opportunity to be escorted by the esteemed Shangguan? And he turned it down. Oh heavens! I implore you to strike me and that brat with a bolt of lightning, and let us exchange souls. The boys chattered animatedly, their faces contorted with anger, wishing they could tear Ziyun apart. Had Ziyun been privy to their vitriol, he likely would have been left speechless. Just moments ago, they had been filled with righteous indignation. And now they acted as if they were the wrong party. Were these people out of their minds? Unbeknownst to Ziyun, if he had been aware of their thoughts, he would not have been able to suppress his expletives. In a Shangguan group's top-floor office, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit and glasses sat, exuding an air of refinement. He was none other than Shangguan Hong, the chairman of the Shangguan group and the scion of the Shangguan family. Upon hearing his assistant's report, he furrowed his brow and let out a weary sigh. Let be. Do as the young lady wishes. He waved his hand, dismissing his assistant, who nodded in acknowledgement. After the assistant departed, Shangguan Hong paused his perusal of documents, rubbed his temples, and reclined wearily in his chair. His daughter was admirable in every regard, save for her temperament. Alas! Shangguan Hong closed his eyes and sighed softly. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping echoed at the door. Shangguan Hong opened his eyes and called, Come in. The door swung open to reveal a stunning woman in a qipao, her figure alluring and her beauty striking. She was Wen Qingxi, Shangguan Hong's wife and the mother of Shangguan Yingrui. Poised and elegant, she radiated grace, and though she had reached the age of 40, she remained impeccably maintained. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled and secured with a sapphire-adorned hairpin, lending her an air of aristocratic sophistication. Hong, were you pondering so deeply? Wen Qingxi inquired softly as she settled beside him, entwining her arm with his. Nothing much, Shangguan Hong replied, offering a reassuring pat on her hand. You always keeping your thoughts to yourself. You hide your concerns deep within, yet wear them plainly on your face, making me even more anxious for you. Wen Qingxi playfully chided, her eyes curving with affection. Truly, there's nothing amiss. What could possibly trouble me? Shangguan Hong chuckled. rubbing his nose, amused by his wife's unwavering concern. Come now, don't keep secrets from me. What has transpired? Wen Qingxi pouted, adopting a playful demeanor, though she feigned ignorance. She was acutely aware of her husband's worries, which revolved around their daughter. Sigh, Qingxi, do you think we have erred? Should we have forsaken our daughter for the sake of our careers and family, or forced her abroad for her studies? Shangguan Hong's tone grew somber, revealing his guilt over the matter. Indeed, we have failed in our parental duties. As long as she is healthy and happy, even if she harbors resentment towards us, it is of little consequence. When Qingxi reflected, unsure whether she was comforting her husband or herself, their tenderness towards their daughter was palpable. As she approached home with great caution, each action measured. After all, they were haunted by the memory of her past self-harm. This fear had compelled them to bring her back from abroad to Shanghai City, the place she longed for. Since her return, they had endeavored to fulfill her every request, striving to ease her burdens. It seems we must seek an opportunity to converse with that boy, Ziyun. Beyond him, I doubt anyone else can truly connect with our daughter. Shangguan Hong mused. Yes, indeed, our daughter is so devoted to him. I wonder if he will reciprocate her feelings? Wen Qingxi sighed, her face marred with concern. The future of their daughter weighed heavily on their minds, far exceeding their worries for themselves or their family legacy. Let not your heart be troubled, Shangguan Hong reassured her. When Qingxi nodded gently before suddenly recalling something. But will Yueka agree? She treasures her son so dearly. A hint of worry laced her words. She and Ziyun's mother had once been close friends, having promised to unite their children in marriage. However, since the tragic passing of Ziyi, her friend seemed transformed, appearing normal but with an unsettling aura that suggested something was amiss. Yueka is a reasonable woman. She will permit the two children to engage, Shangguan Hong asserted. Let us hope so. When Qingxi sighed. At Shanghai University, in the boys' dormitory, Ziyun registered his information with the gatekeeper and received the key to his dormitory. Initially planning to carry his belongings himself, he was instead aided by the senior who had guided him, who effortlessly transported Ziyun's things to the entrance of his dormitory. Thank you, senior. Ziyun nodded slightly, offering a simple expression of gratitude. Not at all. It was my pleasure. We are all students here. Helping one another is only natural. The senior replied cheerfully as he took his leave. Ziyun nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to insert the key into the lock. With a few twists, the door swung open. As Shanghai University stands as one of the premier institutions in Huagua, the dormitory facilities were undoubtedly exceptional. With 4 beds, a desk beneath each, private bathrooms, air conditioning, and washing machines, every amenity was at hand. Upon entering his room, Ziyun surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. I wonder how well I will get along with my 3 future roommates. First, I should choose a bed, he decided. After retrieving his luggage from outside, selecting a bunk, and organizing his belongings, he made his bed and settled in. Now, he intended to thoroughly investigate the system he had just bound to himself, eager to uncover its functions. With a moment of concentration, Ziyun silently intoned, "System." Returning to the host, "The system is present. Open personal panel." Simultaneously, the system interface unfurled within Ziyun's mind. Daily sign-in system, currently at level 1. Host. Age, 19. Height, 182 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Strength, 87. 60 is the passing line. Combat power, 85. Constitution, LC. Personal assets, 500,000. Points, 0. Points can be earned through daily check-ins and random tasks. Skills, no skills at present. Note, combat skills cannot be used on a lover locked by the system. Permanently locked lover, hidden, Shangguan Yingrui, requires the system to reach level 6 to unlock. System backpack, beginner's gift pack. Mall subsystem, not unlocked. Lottery subsystem, not unlocked. Chapter 12. Can you escape from your sister's grasp? Ziyun gazed at the attribute panel displayed in his mind, his brow slightly furrowing. He could comprehend most of it, yet the concept of a permanently locked lover perplexed him. He had no romantic partner. Where did this lover come from? Moreover, it was hidden, and he had to wait until level 6 to access it. What if she turned out to be an ogre? Ziyun mused silently. System, Could you please elucidate? Unknown. As a system, how could you be unaware of this? The system merely responded with a nonchalant, unknown sigh. Ziyun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How does one level up, then? Surely you know that. Experience is required. And then silence ensued. Well, it seems I must rely on my own exploration. The system is unreliable. It occurred to Ziyun that he possessed a beginner's gift pack. As he contemplated this, he silently uttered a command, prompting the system to open the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the skill, Culinary Mastery, beginner level. Note: each skill is categorized into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine, with each upgrade requiring 200 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired an item, a complete set of cosmetics. Note: cosmetics can enhance skin tone, making it fairer and more refined, boasting rich, beautifying effects. What the hell? What kind of reward is this? I have no need for it. Unperturbed by Ziyun's internal complaints, the system continued its announcements. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 100,000 in currency. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gained 200 experience points. You still require 800 points to level up. At this moment, Ziyun's smile froze, akin to a photograph captured mid-laugh. How long would it take to accumulate a full 10,000 points? It only awarded 200 points. System, are you being excessively stingy? Ziyun felt a twinge of frustration. The system is powerless. Please strive diligently, host. Ziyun felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Oh right, I seem to have forgotten to check in today. Recalling this, he mentally commanded, System, I wish to check in. System, may I confirm the check-in for the host? Confirm. Ziyun replied without hesitation. Check-in complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 experience points and 50 points. Is that all? Where are the rewards? System, replying to the host, the rewards for check-in are random, with each having a 50 chance. The system replied coldly, causing Ziyun's lips to twitch involuntarily. Random? That's truly infuriating. Ziyun, disinterested in further deliberation, rose and checked the time, only to realize he was alone in the dormitory. What's going on? Why hasn't anyone else arrived yet? Not dwelling on it, he slipped on his shoes and ventured out, heading to the cafeteria for lunch. After approximately half an hour's walk across the campus, he finally arrived at the cafeteria. At that moment, the cafeteria was bustling with activity, an atmosphere of lively chatter enveloping him, reminiscent of the bustling streets outside. Numerous students and teachers filled the hall, gathered in clusters, engaged in delightful conversations, laughter echoing through the air. As Ziyun made his way through the throng, he noticed several girls gazing at him, their eyes wide with astonishment. Some even stifled gasps, unable to contain their surprise. Ziyun paid them little mind and continued forward. Suddenly, a girl collided with his back, causing her drink to spill all over him. Instantly, the chatter in the cafeteria ceased, all eyes fixated on him. The girl who had bumped into him quickly stood up, her gaze darting to Ziyun. She wore a white tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail, and sported large black-framed glasses, exuding an aura of innocence. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, the girl exclaimed, lowering her head and apologizing profusely. Ziyun lifted his gaze to meet hers, arching an eyebrow, and replied coolly, It's all right. He then resumed his stride towards the food counter. Relieved that Ziyun bore her no ill will, the girl hurriedly collected the utensils that had fallen. By the time she looked up again, Ziyun's figure had already vanished from sight. Phew, the girl exhaled, her heart settling as she regained her composure and resumed her place in line. After procuring his meal, Ziyun found a seat. Music played softly in the background of the cafeteria, its melodious notes echoing through the spacious room. Ziyun picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of meat, which melted in his mouth, its exquisite flavor delighting him. This meat is quite good, Ziyun thought to himself. Have you heard? This morning, a freshman was actually kissed by the school's top beauty. Is that true? I saw it with my own eyes. Oh my gosh, that is absolutely shocking. She is the most beautiful girl in our school. Was the guy handsome? Handsome. What do you think their relationship is? Who knows? Ziyun, overhearing the conversation around him, couldn't help but furrow his brow. The news of his encounter with Shangguan Yingrui had spread throughout the school far too quickly. He wasn't prepared to deal with the ensuing rumors just yet. Ziyun sighed heavily. Junior, we meet again. While Ziyun was lost in thought, a familiar yet strange voice broke through his reverie. He looked up to see Shangguan Yingrui seated directly across from him, a radiant smile gracing her features. And the familiar sense of aversion washed over him once more. It's you, Ziyun replied coolly. Detecting the detachment in his tone, Shangguan Yingrui's demeanor shifted, her previous charm giving way to a more unsettling intensity. Junior, do you dislike me? How could that be? At that moment, Ziyun was drenched in cold sweat, feeling an inexplicable fear of Shangguan Yingrui, a fear so profound that it made him wish to flee. Noticing the tremor of fear in Ziyun's eyes, a flicker of madness flashed within Shangguan Yingrui, yet her smile remained dazzling. That essay relief? I thought you hated me. How could that be? Ziyun chuckled nervously, wishing to distance himself from this woman even for a second longer. Seeing his discomfort, Shangguan Yingrui immediately inquired, Junior, aren't you going to eat? Oh, I'm full. Since we have finished our meal, how about you accompany me for a stroll? Junior? Shangguan Yingrui gazed at Ziyun with eager anticipation. However, I'm not accustomed to walking with others. I apologize, he replied. That's all right. You can take your time. I shall return to the classroom first. All right, senior, goodbye. Ziyun nodded slightly. As he watched Ziyun's retreating figure, the smile in Shangguan Yingrui's eyes faded, replaced by a chilling expression and an imperceptible hint of malady. Ziyun, you are growing increasingly disobedient. You have once again declined your sister's invitation. But fear not. I shall ensure you heed my words. You cannot escape the grasp of your sister's influence. Chapter 13. Dormitory roommates. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Ziyun wandered outside for a while, then purchased some daily necessities at the campus supermarket before returning to his dormitory. Just as he was about to retrieve his key to unlock the door, he discovered it was ajar. A frown of confusion creased his brow. He distinctly remembered locking it before his departure. With a soft click, the door swung open. 3 roommates, who were busy arranging their bedding, paused and turned towards the entrance. The moment they beheld Ziyun's striking features, they were momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. But their good manners restrained them from uttering such a phrase. They had not anticipated encountering someone of such extraordinary handsomeness at Shanghai University, truly rivaling the world's most handsome. Observing the trio before him, Ziyun felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to that of long-lost brothers. Surely, he must have known them in a previous life. Otherwise, how could they seem so familiar to him? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he placed the items he was carrying on the table. Hey, now that all the brothers are gathered, let us commence with self-introductions. After all, we will be living together in this dormitory for the next 4 years. It is essential that we get to know each other. One sun-kissed young man with a buzz cut spoke up first, his voice carrying a bright and youthful energy. His words immediately captured the attention of the others, who turned their gazes toward him. With a slight smile, the buzz-cut youth introduced himself. Greetings, everyone. My name is Chai Han Song, hailing from the mountain city. Though he needn't specify, his accent revealed his origins unmistakably. The thick dialect was a dead giveaway. By the way, from now on we are brothers. Should you need anything, feel free to ask, Chai Han Song added cheerfully. At this moment, a voice from the corner chimed in. If you need anything, just come to me. I fear your resilience might not withstand the demands. Chai Han Song. Brother, I didn't know you had such a playful side. Chai Han Song shot a look of mock reproach at the person in the corner, feeling the peculiar stares directed at him. A boy clad in a light blue shirt and black casual trousers, wearing sneakers, awkwardly rubbed his nose and chuckled. I was just joking. I assure you, I'm straight. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter, nearly losing their breath. Ziyun watched them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Their laughter was so pure, devoid of any impurities. All right. Enough with the laughter. Chai Han Song quickly interjected. By the way, brother, you haven't told us your name yet. I am Mo Zan, from Lian City, Mo Zan adjusted his non-existent glasses as he spoke. Mo Zan? What an unusual name. Chai Han Song used, but I like it. Mo Zan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. I am Yu Iji, from a small city in the north, Yu Iji added with a gentle smile. He was a quiet boy, not particularly striking in appearance, yet his gentle demeanor exuded a refreshing aura. Oh, so you are from the north, Chai Han Song nodded. Iji? Quite fitting for your character. Hearing Chai Han Song's compliment, Yu Iji's cheeks flushed slightly. And you? Chai Han Song turned his attention to Ziyun. Ziyun hesitated for a moment before replying. I am Ziyun, a local from Shanghai City. A local, I see. No wonder you possess such a refined demeanor. Chai Han Song remarked with a smile. Ziyun sighed inwardly, offering a grateful nod. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are brothers. No need for formalities, Chai Han Song replied heartily. Indeed, Ziyun nodded with a smile. Since we are all here, let's create a group chat. It will facilitate communication for any matters that arise, Mo Zan suggested, pulling out his phone and approaching the others. All right, sounds good. They all agreed, and thus, the four established a small group chat. Following that, they arranged a hierarchy based on age. Among them, Chai Han Song, being the eldest, assumed the role of the dormitory leader, while Yu Iji and Mo Zan became the second and third in command, respectively. Ziyun was designated as the fourth. By the way, have you all heard of the extraordinarily beautiful goddess at our university? Montak-san glint mishi vausli. A cigarette dangling from his lips as he shot a suggestive glance at Ziyun and the others. Chai Han Song and Yu Iji took the cigarettes he offered and began to smoke. Ziyun politely declined. No, thank you. I do not smoke. Ziyun had never had much interest in smoking, and given his rebirth, he was even less inclined, knowing well the detrimental effects it had on health. Thus, he generally avoided any association with cigarettes. Seeing Ziyun's refusal, Mo Zan shrugged, not pressing the matter. Are you referring to Shangguan Yingrui, the goddess of our university's finance department? The campus belle? Chai Han Song asked, exhaling a plume of smoke as he spoke. Indeed, Mo Zan's eyes brightened at this revelation. I didn't realize you were aware of her. Of course, I initially decided to apply to Shanghai University after watching a video of the goddess, Chai Han Song retorted, rolling his eyes. Ah, I see. I too stumbled upon her video and was inspired to apply to Shanghai University, Mo Zan admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Their exchange struck a dissonant chord within Ziyun. He was perplexed as to why he felt discomfort despite his aversion to her. He could only attribute it to the lingering effects of his lost memories from a past life. However, he chose not to dwell on it, setting those thoughts aside for the time being. What are you all discussing? At that moment, Yu Iji emerged from the restroom, a bewildered expression on his face as he inquired. Chai Han Song and Mo Zan turned to Yu Iji in unison, their intense gazes causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. Did I say something wrong? Yu Iji asked, looking quite lost. Goodness, you don't even know about our university's most beautiful campus belle, Shangguan Yingrui. Haven't you done any research since coming here? Mo Zan stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at him. Oh, you mean the illustrious Shangguan campus belle, right? I know her. I even saw her from a distance today, kissing a boy. Yu Iji nodded and remarked. Upon hearing his words, both Chai Han Song and Mo Zan were momentarily rendered speechless. Shangguan Yingrui kissed a boy? They could hardly believe their ears. Is that really true? Chai Han Song asked, his expression filled with skepticism. Indeed, Yu Iji affirmed with certainty. What the hell, who is that boy? Chai Han Song exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. I have no idea. He seems to be a new student as well. Yu Iji shook his head. What audacity does that new student possess? How dare he kiss my goddess? That guy must be out of his mind. Chai Han Song erupted, rising from his seat in righteous indignation. Exactly. How dare he steal our goddess away? He is truly courting death. Mo Zan seethed with fury. Ziyun, listening to their conversation, paused his gaming, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. Striving to diminish his presence, he pretended to be oblivious and continued playing, wishing to avoid drawing their attention, for he was unsure how to explain the situation. Was it an accidental kiss? If they were to discover that he was the one in question, they would likely tear him apart. After all, they were not yet familiar enough. To reveal such information would be akin to exposing himself to their wrath. Old 3, what is that guy's name? Montak-san kvirit Yuyitsi. I don't know. Yuiji shook his head. What about his appearance? Did you see it clearly? Emo-zan asked again. It was too far. I couldn't make it out. Yuiji replied, shaking his head once more. Are there any photos on the campus forum? Probably not, as most people were too busy howling in outrage to think about taking pictures. By the time they realized what was happening, the guy had already vanished. Yuiji explained. Damn it. Emo-zan couldn't help but curse. All right, old 2, let us not dwell on that. It's already 5:30. Chai Han-song glanced at the time and suggested, let's go get something to eat. Yes. Yuiji nodded. I didn't eat lunch, and I'm so hungry I feel like I'm about to collapse. Me too, Emo-zan chimed in. Seeing that they had ceased their discussion, Ziyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go then, Chai Han-song declared, leading the way out of the dormitory. Ziyun, why are you still dawdling? Let's go eat. Emo-zan called back as Yuiji and Chai Han-song departed. Oh, Ziyun responded promptly, hastening to catch up. The four of them pulled out their phones and discovered a message from their advisor sent to the group. All students from Design Class 1. There will be a class meeting tonight at 6 in room 206 of Building A. Please be punctual. Upon reading the message, the trio felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Seriously? A class meeting at this hour? Are they joking? I haven't even eaten yet. Montak-san lamented, staring at the screen in exasperation. All right, enough complaining. Let us just attend the meeting. Chai Han-song patted Emo-zan on the shoulder in a comforting manner. Okay. Emo-zan nodded, stowing his phone away and following in step with Chai Han-song and Yuiji. As Ziyun joined them, he too tucked his phone into his pocket. Along the way, the group remained silent. Upon reaching the foot of the teaching building, they noticed a throng of students had already gathered. Damn! Emo-zan gazed at the sea of people before him, feeling a surge of despair. Had I known, I would have come earlier, he muttered disheartened. Yuiji gave Emo-zan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. All right, stop complaining. Let us hurry inside, right? Montak-san nodded, and the four of them squeezed into the crowd. Just then, Ziyun's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his mother calling. Signaling to his roommates, he stepped away from the crowd into a corner to answer. Hello, Mom. Xiaoyan, why didn't you tell me you were choosing to stay on campus? His mother's tone carried a hint of reproach. Mom, I'm grown up now. I have my own ideas, Ziyun replied calmly. Xiaoyan, are you becoming less obedient as you grow older? His mother feigned sadness. Ziyun, after a brief silence, he responded, Mom, I just want to be a little more independent. But your actions worry me. You must understand that I feel particularly uneasy whenever I can't see you for a day. His mother's voice began to quiver with emotion. Ziyun, unable to contain a sigh, he finally said to his mother, Mom, I'm an adult now. You don't need to worry about me. I can handle my own affairs. Yet his mother hesitated, wanting to say more. All right, Mom, I can't talk now. I have a class meeting to attend, Ziyun concluded. Hanging up the phone, he stuffed it back into his pocket, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. He couldn't comprehend why his mother exhibited such possessiveness and control over him. Sigh. Ziyun exhaled deeply, turning towards room 206. Meanwhile, as she listened to the busy signal on the phone, his mother's expression darkened. It seems my little Xiaoyun has grown wings and no longer listens to me. Wanting to fly on his own, she murmured, her face twisting into a grimace. But that's all right. I will find a way to ensure you remain obedient. She then glanced at the man beside her. Dogman, didn't you promise not to interfere in my relationship with my son when we remarried? You could. Controlling and possessing Ziyun like that is wrong. He is your son, not Ziyi. You should allow him the freedom to grow, the man replied calmly. Looking at him, her lips curled into a cold smile. Huh, freedom to grow? Let me tell you, that's not happening. If you dare meddle in Ziyun's affairs again, I will make your life a living hell. Don't you think controlling and possessing him like this is despicable? Have you considered his feelings? The man maintained his calm gaze upon her. I don't need to consider his feelings. Ziyun is my flesh and blood, born of my womb. Even if he hates me, I will never let him leave my side. Yuku, I hope you can respect the child. You cannot always impose your perspective as a mother to govern Ziyun's matters. Doing so will ruin him, the man warned her sternly. What do you know? Get lost. Upon hearing his words, her expression shifted, and she became agitated. The man shook his head helplessly. Gone you could, do as you wish. With that, he turned to leave, leaving her alone. At this moment, Ziyun had arrived at the entrance of room 206. Ziyun, over here. Yuji spotted him and waved eagerly. Ziyun nodded slightly and stepped inside. As he entered, an immediate hush fell over the classroom. So handsome. Many girls gazed at Ziyun's strikingly handsome face, unable to suppress their admiration. As Ziyun perceived the collective gaze of his peers, he calmly took a seat beside Mazan, with Iji settling to his right and Chai Han-song occupying the seat further along. Why are we sitting in the front row? I just noticed there were spots available at the back. I can't see how you all are so eager to learn. Ziyun remarked, perplexed. Hehe, have you considered that sitting in the front row allows us a clearer view of the girls in our class during introductions? Mazan chuckled with a hint of mischief. Iji remained silent, observing Mazan's antics with a hint of disapproval. Chapter 15. Class meeting. At that moment, the classroom door swung open once more, revealing a man in a well-tailored suit, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. As he entered, all eyes were drawn to him. However, the attention of the female students remained fixated on Ziyun, whose striking handsomeness was simply overwhelming, almost suffocating in its allure. The other students, meanwhile, were captivated by the newcomer. The man approached the podium, surveying the room with a hint of awkwardness as he noted that the majority of the girls were not focused on him, but rather on Ziyun. Clearing his throat, he addressed the class. Ahem, could you please direct your attention this way? I will ensure you have time for discussion later. Hearing his words, the girls snapped back to reality, some shyly averting their gazes while others stole glances at Ziyun, captivated by his flawless profile, with a few even sporting starry-eyed expressions. Observing this scene, Ziyun felt a twinge of discomfort. He truly disliked this kind of attention. It seemed that upon the system's upgrade, he ought to explore the marketplace for items that could obscure his charm. Ahem, dear students, greetings. I am Zhao Jijun, your counselor for class 4716 in the design department. The man introduced himself, gripping the microphone as he looked down at the students. Hello, teacher. The chorus of enthusiastic responses filled the room. I'm delighted to be your counselor. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Zhao Jijun concluded with a respectful bow. That's simply your duty, teacher. Mazan interjected with a grin, casting a glance at Zhao Jijun. Ziyun shot Mazan a look, his eyes sparkling with disdain as he thought. This guy is definitely just flattering him. Zhao Jijun chuckled at Mazan's comment, but chose not to respond, continuing. I trust you're all aware of the typical agenda for a first-class meeting in college? I won't belabor the point, as we are all adults here. Safety concerns? I need not reiterate, given the extensive discussions you've had in middle and high school. I'll spare you the details. Though he claimed to be succinct, he still elaborated on a few matters. This student, could you assist me by distributing the safety warning notices? Zhao Jijun requested, looking at Ziyun. Ziyun hesitated momentarily before promptly rising to retrieve the stack of papers from the teacher. Of course, teacher. I'll help you with that, Ziyun. Mazan exclaimed eagerly, bustling over to extend his hand. Ziyun cast him a sidelong glance, handing half of the notices to him. Thanks a lot. Mazan beamed as he accepted the papers and made his way toward the girls. What a show-off. Ziyun inwardly scoffed at Mazan's antics as he proceeded to distribute the safety notices among the boys. The girls, disappointed to see Ziyun not approaching them, directed resentful glances at Mazan, as if wishing to condemn him for his actions. Feeling an inexplicable chill, Mazan shivered slightly. After finishing, he darted back to Ziyun's side and plopped down. Wow, that was terrifying. Ziyun, did you see how frightening those girls were? He whispered anxiously. Ziyun glanced back at the girls, but chose not to comment. Has everyone received their notices? Please read through them and sign at the bottom. Zhao Jijun instructed. Observing the class. Understood. The students chorused in unison. By the way, student, what is your name? Zhao Jijun suddenly redirected his attention to Ziyun. Ziyun blinked in surprise before responding. My name is Ziyun. Ziyun, what a lovely name. Please assist me by collecting the safety notices later. Zhao Jijun smiled warmly at him. Hearing this, Ziyun's lips twitched in mild annoyance as he replied, "All right. Now, let us conclude this matter. Tomorrow, please collect your military training uniforms from building for using your campus cards, as we will commence military training the day after. Now, let us move on to the segment everyone enjoys, the self-introductions. Ziyun, please lead us off," Zhao Jijun prompted, just as Ziyun had settled back into his seat. He heard Zhao Jijun's request and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Nevertheless, he stood up and approached the podium. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ziyun, and I'm a local from Shanghai City. I look forward to your kindness in the future," he announced before returning to his seat. As he sat down, a flurry of excitement erupted among the girls. "Wow, he is incredibly handsome, like a beautiful youth stepping out of painting. His skin is so fair, and his voice is so gentle and pleasant. Hello, I'm Li Mengyao from Huacheng. Please take care of me." A girl stood up and introduced herself, followed by others who shared their names and origins. After approximately half an hour, every student had introduced themselves. Zhao Jijun nodded approvingly and declared, "Let us conclude today's introductions here. You may disperse and rest. Remember to collect your uniforms tomorrow. Don't forget." "All right. Goodbye, teacher," the students chorused as they filed out of the classroom. Once most of the students had exited, Ziyun and his 3 companions stepped out. "Phew, finally over. Ziyun, I didn't expect you to be so popular with the girls. I'm utterly envious," Mazan lamented, glancing at the departing girls with a forlorn expression. Ziyun shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Deep down, he knew that the more popular he became, the more perilous his situation would be. "All right, let us go eat," Chai Hansong chimed in, patting Mazan on the shoulder. "Sure," Mazan replied cheerfully. The 4 friends left the classroom, chatting and laughing. However, as Ziyun stepped outside, he abruptly froze. For there, not far away, stood a familiar figure. The sensation of fear washed over him once again, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 16. The invitation. "What's wrong, Ziyun? Are you feeling unwell?" Mazan noticed Ziyun's dazed expression and rushed to inquire with concern. "I'm fine. I just suddenly feel a bit tired. I think I'll head back to the dorm." "You all go ahead and eat," Ziyun replied, suppressing his inner dread as he addressed Chai Hansong and the others. "Be careful on your way," Chai Hansong advised, nodding slightly. Ziyun responded, just as he was about to hasten his departure when a melodious and clear voice floated from under a nearby streetlight. However, to Ziyun, it was akin to the whisper of a demon, sending a chill down his spine. "Junior Ziyun, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you here." At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept by, and a girl dressed in a white tracksuit, sporting a high ponytail, emerged from the shadows of the streetlight. A smile graced her face. Yet to Ziyun, that smile bore an unsettling quality, evoking a deep-seated fear that stirred an instinctual desire to flee. He attempted to recollect memories, but found his mind a blank slate. Meanwhile, his 3 roommates turned to look at the source of the voice, and upon recognizing the girl, they were momentarily speechless. She was none other than Shangguan Yingrui, the most beautiful girl at Shanghai University, their goddess. However, to their astonishment, their goddess was now greeting Ziyun and even approaching him to strike up a conversation. Was there some hidden intrigue behind this encounter? The trio exchanged puzzled glances, eventually directing their attention back to Ziyun. "Ziyun, do you know her?" Zan inquired, gazing at Ziyun with curiosity. "Yes, I've seen her once in the cafeteria and exchanged a few words," Ziyun replied, regaining his composure. "I see." Zan nodded, but then his brow furrowed in confusion as he pressed further. "But do you have any sort of connection with her?" "I'm not familiar with her," Ziyun replied, the hint of panic evident in his voice. "Then why would she take notice of you?" Zan pressed on, his frown deepening. "I don't know." Ziyun struggled to articulate, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, disinterested in delving into explanations. At that moment, Shangguan Yingrui had already approached them. "Junior Ziyun, what a serendipitous encounter. Meeting you again," she said with a gentle smile. "Yes, quite the coincidence," Ziyun said awkwardly, glancing at her. "What's wrong, Junior Ziyun? You look unwell. Are you feeling all right?" Shangguan Yingrui asked with genuine concern in her eyes. "I'm fine," Ziyun shook his head, offering a nonchalant response. "Very well then. Since fate has brought us together, allow me to treat you to a meal. How does that sound? She proposed cheerfully. There's no need for that. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm a bit tired and wish to return home to rest. Ziyun declined, shaking his head. He couldn't fathom why, but ever since he laid eyes on Shangguan Yingrui, he felt utterly different, gripped by an overwhelming urge to escape. Yet, he didn't dare to do so. Oh dear, why must you be so ungracious, Junior? I'm offering to treat you, and you refuse? That truly hurts my feelings. Shangguan Yingrui feigned sorrow. Watching her performance, Ziyun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently mocking. Her acting skills are rather impressive. Should she consider a career in the entertainment industry? But those musings remained unvoiced. I'm genuinely fatigued. My apologies, Ziyun reiterated, shaking his head once more, wishing to avoid entanglement with her. All right then, I shan't press you. However, it is a pity. I had hoped to invite your roommates along for a chat, but it seems it shall have to wait for another time. Shangguan Yingrui said with a sigh, casting a glance at Ziyun's 3 roommates. Hearing her words, Ziyun's heart sank. Surely she wouldn't attempt any tricks? Indeed, her next words confirmed his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Mo Zan and Chai Hansong's eyes lit up, and they quickly chimed in, Senior, Ziyun isn't tired at all. He was full of energy this afternoon, engrossed in video games. How could he possibly be tired? Yes, we could definitely join you for dinner, Mo Zan added. Ziyun nearly fainted upon hearing this. You fools, you sold me out. Although he remained silent. His expression mirrored Mo Zan's sentiment. Ziyun could only smile wryly, helplessly shaking his head before finally conceding. Since it's like this, I suppose I must trouble you, Senior. Then it's settled. I shall see you at the back street shortly. Shangguan Yingrui flashed a radiant smile at Ziyun before turning to walk down another path. Ziyun watched her retreating figure, exhaling deeply as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, feeling considerably lighter. He shot a fierce glare at Mo Zan and Chai Hansong, who bore innocent expressions, shrugging as if to convey their innocence. They merely sought to get acquainted with the senior's roommates, foster a connection, and perhaps enjoy a meal together. Seeing their demeanor, Ziyun felt even more frustrated. Ziyun, why did you refuse the senior's invitation earlier? Mo Zan queried, drawing nearer with a puzzled expression. Ziyun opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Did he truly not know why he had declined Shangguan Yingrui's invitation? He genuinely had no idea. Come on, just be honest. What is your relationship with the senior? Chai Hansong inquired with a curious look. I'm not familiar with her. Ziyun replied without a second thought. Not familiar? Mo Zan and Chai Hansong exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Not familiar? Who would believe such nonsense? They were no fools. How could they accept Ziyun's words at face value? If that were the case, why did Shangguan Yingrui smile so brightly at him just now and even extend an invitation for dinner? It was well known that Shangguan, the campus beauty, held positions of leadership in the Taekwondo Club, Women's Combat Club, and Sauna Club. Moreover, her lofty background and naturally imposing aura made her appear unapproachable. She had never smiled at anyone before, yet today she offered him such a gentle and sweet smile. There had to be some underlying reason. Ziyun observed the expressions of Mo Zan and Chai Hansong, feeling utterly speechless. Clearly, they remained unconvinced of his assertion that he was not acquainted with Shangguan Yingrui. Regardless of their belief or disbelief, he had no desire to argue further. With a sigh, Ziyun declared, whatever you think is fine by me. Mo Zan and Chai Hansong exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. Clearly, there was something brewing beneath the surface. Chapter 17. To the restaurant. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, Shangguan Yingrui, clad in a white tracksuit, let down her high ponytail, allowing her flowing black hair to cascade over her shoulders. Dancing in the night breeze, she walked gracefully toward the back street. Among the throngs of people along the roadside, she stood out remarkably, especially her bright eyes that seemed to glimmer with a hint of mischief, as if they could perceive the very souls of the world around her, leaving onlookers in awe. Her tall and slender figure, perfectly proportioned, was accentuated by the white tracksuit that hugged her curves, igniting the imagination of those who beheld her. Her skin, as pale as snow, appeared even more delicate and alluring against the backdrop of the night. Her visage was akin to a painting, each feature exquisitely crafted, resembling a flawless work of art. Her eyes were clear and penetrating, resembling two gleaming obsidian gems that sparkled under the moonlight. Her lips were a luscious crimson, and the delicate, slightly upturned shape of her mouth seemed to captivate attention effortlessly. In this moment, she slightly furrowed her brow, as if lost in contemplation. Holding her phone, she tapped lightly on the screen, seemingly composing a message. Ziyun, I've made the restaurant reservation. I'll be waiting for you on the back street. Hurry up. Upon hearing the notification of her message being sent, Shangguan Yingrui's lips curled into an enchanting arc, her eyes radiating with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. All right, let's depart, Ziyun remarked as he approached Chai Han Song and Mo Zhan, who were busy adjusting their appearances. The two responded in unison. And then the trio followed Ziyun towards the back street. After sending a message to Ziyun, Shangguan Yingrui also texted her self-proclaimed best friend, Su Xiaoma. The content was rather simple. Su Xiaoma, come to the back street. Dinner is on me. In the girls' dormitory, humming a little tune while taking a shower. Su Xiaoma suddenly received the message. She dried herself off, wrapped her alluring figure in a towel, and opened the message, discovering it was from Shangguan Yingrui. A bit surprised, she noted that Shangguan rarely reached out to her, much less invited her out for dinner. Overjoyed, Su Xiaomo realized that Yingrui had finally considered her a close friend. With that thought, a radiant smile adorned her face as she promptly replied, Sister Rui, I'll be there in a moment. Wait for me. After sending her message, Su Xiaomo quickly changed her clothes and hurried towards the back street. Upon arriving at the back street, Ziyun and the others spotted Shangguan Yingrui standing quietly by the roadside, patiently awaiting their arrival. Ziyun, you're here, Shangguan Yingrui exclaimed, her face lighting up with a charming smile as she waved at them. However, upon noticing Mo Zhan's hand resting on Ziyun's shoulder, her expression darkened. She detested anyone touching Ziyun and felt an overwhelming urge to sever Mo Zhan's hand and toss it into the trash. Nevertheless, as they approached, the shadow of displeasure on Shangguan Yingrui's face swiftly vanished. Senior, we have arrived, Mo Zhan greeted as he stepped forward. Shangguan Yingrui paid him no mind, her gaze fixed on Ziyun, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The tender expression from Shangguan Yingrui made Ziyun's heart race, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes and lower his head, unable to meet her gaze. His behavior puzzled Mo Zhan, Yu Yiji, and Chai Han Song. What had happened to Ziyun? Why had he suddenly become so timid? Mo Zhan and Chai Han Song exchanged glances, filled with curiosity. However, they refrained from probing further, recognizing that it was a personal matter beyond their purview. Senior, where's your roommate? Why didn't she join you? Mo Zhan broke the awkward silence, directing his question to Shangguan Yingrui. She will be here shortly, Shangguan Yingrui replied, glancing at her watch. Oh, Mo Zhan and Chai Han Song nodded in unison before resuming their idle chatter. Time passed, and finally, Su Xiaoma's figure appeared in their line of sight. Sister Rui, I'm late. I'm so sorry, she panted, rushing to Shangguan Yingrui's side. It's all right. I haven't been waiting long, Shangguan Yingrui replied lightly. Once Su Xiaoma regained her composure and noticed the presence of others, she quickly concealed her personality, donning a sweet smile as she addressed Ziyun and the others. Hello, junior students. I'm your senior, Su Xiaoma. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Senor Su. Ziyun and the others politely greeted her, each introducing themselves in turn. Observing Ziyun smile at Su Xiaoma, a flicker of jealousy surged within Shangguan Yingrui, but she skillfully masked it. Well, now that everyone is here, let us proceed, Shangguan Yingrui announced, glancing at the time. Mo Zhan and Chai Han Song nodded in agreement. The six of them moved forward along the street, with Su Xiaoma linking her arm with Shangguan Yingrui's, while Ziyun, Mo Zhan, Chai Han Song, and Yu Yiji trailed half a step behind. Sister Rui, I thought you were inviting just me for dinner. I didn't expect you to bring along 3 junior students, Su Xiaoma murmured quietly, a hint of reproach in her tone. When Shangguan Yingrui did not respond, Su Xiaoma's irritation began to swell. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she glanced back at Ziyun. Sister Rui, you aren't trying to get rid of Ziyun's dorm mates, are you? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. You wouldn't be asking me to distract Mo Zhan and the others, would you? Su Xiaoma's voice dwindled to a whisper. Hearing Su Xiaoma's words, Shangguan Yingrui's lips twitched slightly as she mused to herself. Am I that obvious? How quickly she has caught on. Nonetheless, Shangguan Yingrui maintained her composure, exuding an air of elegance. Well, when the time comes, please guide Ziyun's dorm mates to another table. I wish to dine privately with Ziyun, she stated calmly. Though the request posed a challenge, Su Xiaomo reluctantly agreed. After all, she was Shangguan Yingrui's close friend. If she couldn't assist in this matter, could she truly call herself a friend? The group then hailed 2 taxis, and before long, they arrived at their destination, a restaurant. Ziyun and Shangguan Yingrui entered the establishment in succession. Good day. How many in your party? A charmingly dressed server greeted as they stepped inside. Shangguan Yingrui regarded the server with a slight frown, but she quickly regained her composure. 6, she replied softly, glancing at Ziyun. Certainly, please follow me, the server responded respectfully. The server led Ziyun and the others to a table by the window. As Su Xiaoma saw Chai Han Song and the others attempting to sit down, she immediately pulled them to an adjacent seat. Ziyun, puzzled by Su Xiaoma's actions, was about to rise and join them when Shangguan Yingrui stopped him. Ziyun, dear Junior, please sit down obediently, she commanded, turning to take a seat directly across from him. As Ziyun caught a glimpse of the fleeting darkness in Shangguan Yingrui's eyes, a chill raced down his spine, compelling him to comply and remain seated. Now you're behaving, Ziyun. Shangguan Yingrui's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ziyun, if you dare to move over this time, I might genuinely become upset. Chapter 18. A prelude to dinner. The trio, having been pulled to a different table by Su Xiaomo, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Senior, what does it mean that you brought us over here? Yu Yiji inquired, gazing at Su Xiaomo, his face a mask of curiosity. Mo Zhan and Chai Han Song remained silent, yet their expressions mirrored Yu Yiji's. Noticing their perplexity, Su Xiaomo explained, Can't you 3 silly boys see what is happening? Does my sister Rui like your brother Ziyun? Upon hearing Su Xiaomo's words, Yu Yiji, Mo Zhan, and Chai Han Song exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into a look of sudden realization. So that was it. No wonder senior sister Shangguan had invited them to dinner tonight. Noticing their expressions, Su Xiaomo understood that they had grasped the situation. She then called over a waiter to place their orders, intending to treat her dear friend extravagantly, especially since this establishment was originally a property of the Shangguan family. She promptly chose the most expensive dishes from the menu and requested a few bottles of red wine. After placing the order, Su Xiaomo engaged in conversation with Yu Yiji and the others. Meanwhile, on Ziyun and Shangguan Yingrui's side, what would you like to eat, Ziyun? Shangguan Yingrui inquired, her gaze fixed on Ziyun across the table. Concerned that Ziyun's taste in food might have changed since childhood, she felt compelled to ask. Ziyun pondered for a moment before replying, I'm fine with anything. You can decide. Hearing Ziyun's response, Shangguan Yingrui felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped to extract a couple of Ziyun's favorite dishes from him so that she could prepare them herself. However, her plan had now fallen through. Then I shall choose freely. Do you prefer spicy or non-spicy dishes, Ziyun? She asked. Either is fine. In that case, let us have a serving of boiled fish. A portion of green pepper beef meatballs, a braised lion's head, diced chicken with mushrooms, and a plate of tomato scrambled eggs, Shangguan Yingrui decisively ordered. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback. How did she know what I love to eat? Senior sister, how did you know my preferences? Ziyun couldn't help but ask, recalling that he had never mentioned this to anyone except his mother and his childhood sweetheart. Wait, why can't I remember what my childhood sweetheart looked like? Suddenly, he was struck with alarm. It seemed he had forgotten who that little sweetheart was. Seeing Ziyun's bewildered expression, Shangguan Yingrui secretly reveled in her triumph. It appeared that Ziyun's taste had remained unchanged. Just a guess, she replied with a smile. Oh, Ziyun responded softly, lowering his head and falling silent. That should be all. Shangguan Yingrui told the waiter. All right, please wait a moment. The waiter replied politely before departing. Would you like to drink some alcohol, Ziyun? Shangguan Yingrui asked. Upon hearing her question, Ziyun glanced up at her, shook his head. Then let us get some beverages instead, she suggested. Sure, I'll just step out to the restroom, Ziyun said, standing up and heading toward the lavatory. Upon exiting the private room, he brushed past a drunken young man clad in a black leather jacket. Watch where you're going, you blind fool, the young man shouted at Ziyun's retreating figure. Ziyun paused for a brief moment, but resumed walking without a word. Seeing this, the inebriated man became even more enraged. Just as he was about to pursue Ziyun to teach him a lesson, his eye caught the sight of Shangguan Yingrui sitting alone by the window in the private room. His eyes lit up. It seemed that a stroke of fortune was about to befall him. With this thought, he swaggered towards the window where Shangguan Yingrui was seated. Chai Han-song paid no mind to the newcomer, as there were several tables in the room. However, when Shangguan Yingrui caught sight of the drunken young man approaching her, a flicker of disdain crossed her features. Hey, beautiful all alone? The young man leered, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Upon hearing his voice, Shangguan Yingrui's brows knitted tighter. Get lost, or I will not hesitate to repeat myself, she replied icily. The young man's lips twitched slightly at her words. This girl certainly had a fiery temper. Yet, the more spirited a woman, the greater a man's desire to conquer her. Wouldn't you agree? With that thought, the young man's lewd intentions intensified. Huh, you've got quite the temper, lovely, but I like it. I'm determined to have you tonight, he declared, reaching out to grab Shangguan Yingrui's arm. Noticing the young man's actions, Mo Zhan and Chai Han-song prepared to intervene, but Su Xiaoma halted them. Relax, don't worry. That man won't lay a finger on Sister Rui, she said, munching on her food. Besides, this restaurant is owned by the Shangguan Group. If anything were to happen to her, they would certainly take action. Upon hearing this, Mo Zhan and Chai Han-song resumed their seats. Shangguan Yingrui, seeing the young man dare to make a move, swiftly struck out at him. He quickly withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding her attack. Undeterred, she launched another punch at him, which he dodged as well. With a swift side kick, Shangguan Yingrui landed a solid blow to the young man's abdomen. He doubled over in pain, clutching his midsection. A grimace etched on his face. You vile woman, you're asking for it. He spat, glaring at Shangguan Yingrui as he struggled to rise. As he prepared to charge at her again, Shangguan Yingrui scoffed disdainfully, ready to retaliate. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of Ziyun entering the room, and a sly glimmer appeared in her eyes. She abruptly halted her movements, feigning fear as she retreated several steps. Seeing her reaction, Mo Zhan and Chai Han-song exchanged knowing glances. They realized that Shangguan Yingrui was deliberately putting on a show for Ziyun. Meanwhile, the young man, misinterpreting her retreat as a sign of fear, became even more brazen. You little tramp, just wait and see how I deal with you, he shouted, advancing towards Shangguan Yingrui with the intent to choke her. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Ziyun dashed forward, pulling Shangguan Yingrui behind him. Slap! Ziyun's hand struck the young man's, sending him stumbling back in fury. Who the hell are you, kid? Get lost! The young man seethed, glaring at Ziyun, clearly irked by the audacity of this boy speaking to him in such a manner. In a fit of rage, the young man swung his hand to slap Ziyun. Quick to react, Ziyun grasped the young man's wrist and delivered a kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. That hurts like hell, the young man cried, groaning on the floor as he rubbed his chest. Get lost. Ziyun's tone remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You brat. You're asking for it, the young man shouted, staring at his wrist before focusing his fury back on Ziyun, lunging at him once more. Ziyun let out a cold snort, then extended his right hand, sweeping it like a leg sweep, delivering a kick to the boy's right arm. The boy shrieked, clutching his arm in agony before collapsing onto the floor. Who are you? He stammered, staring at Ziyun in sheer terror. The boy was astounded by Ziyun's prowess. He had not even managed to graze the hem of his clothing. Alongside his astonishment, fear gripped him. He had never encountered someone so formidable. Damn it, earning this money is truly arduous. Had he known the opponent would be so formidable, he would have declined this job. Nonetheless, since he had accepted payment, he was compelled to see the performance through to the end. Who I am is of no consequence to you. All you need to know is that I wish to avoid you. So be gone, Ziyun declared, lifting his leg once more. The boy, sensing danger, quickly pleaded, "Don't. Big brother, I'm leaving right now." With that, he hurriedly fled the restaurant. Chapter 19, A Single Cup and Down. Once the boy had departed, Ziyun turned to regard Shangguan Yingrui, who stood frozen in place. Noticing the panic etched across her features, Ziyun suppressed his own trepidation and approached her, inquiring, "Senior, are you all right?" Upon seeing Ziyun approach, Shangguan Yingrui managed a faint, imperceptible smile, though her face was marred by a look of grievance, tears brimming in her eyes, as if they could spill over at any moment. Suddenly, she flung herself into Ziyun's embrace. Ziyun was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Shangguan Yingrui had so abruptly thrown herself into his arms, leaving him momentarily flustered. The fragrance wafting from her hair stirred an internal resistance within him, causing discomfort. Yet, he refrained from pushing her away, knowing that doing so would only deepen her sorrow. Hence, he chose to endure in silence. Seeing that Ziyun did not reject her, a glimmer of triumph danced in Shangguan Yingrui's eyes as she nestled deeper into his embrace, savoring his unique scent. This aroma ensnared her, making her reluctant to part. "Senior?" Ziyun gently called out, noticing she had yet to leave his hold. Reluctantly, she extracted herself, her tearful eyes fixated on him as she rasped, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Ziyun replied coolly, turning to resume his seat by the window, deliberately avoiding another glance at her. Observing Ziyun occupy the window seat, a victorious smile crept onto Shangguan Yingrui's lips. "Little brother Ziyun, you cannot escape. You are destined to be mine." Before long, a server approached, gracefully balancing a tray laden with dishes, and apologized for the earlier incident, assuring that it would not recur. Shangguan Yingrui merely nodded indifferently at the server's apology. Afterward, the server exited the private room. "Junior, what would you like to eat?" "Let me serve you," Shangguan Yingrui offered sweetly. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary," Ziyun politely declined, picking up his chopsticks to begin eating. His eating mannerisms exuded elegance, making the sight quite pleasing. Shangguan Yingrui, captivated by his dining posture, could not tear her gaze away, her mind incessantly whispering, "You are mine, you are mine, you are mine." After a couple of bites, Ziyun noticed her unwavering stare and felt a surge of embarrassment, setting his chopsticks down. "Senior, why are you looking at me?" he asked, puzzled. "I'm watching you," she replied unabashedly, her eyes still locked onto him. Ziyun found her forthrightness disconcerting, prompting him to cough awkwardly a few times. Upon hearing his cough, Shangguan Yingrui quickly responded, "Junior, is your throat bothering you?" "I'm fine. I just ate too quickly," Ziyun explained. "Oh, then eat slowly. You don't want to choke. Here, have a sip of water," she said, extending a glass toward him. "Thank you, Senior." Ziyun accepted the cup, taking a sip without even glancing at it. Upon tasting it, he immediately felt a sharp spiciness, frowning slightly. "Senior, is this alcohol? Why is it so spicy?" "Ah, my apologies, Junior. I must have poured it incorrectly. Let me get you another glass." Shangguan Yingrui feigned a hint of remorse. "No need. Senior, it's fine. I can drink it." Ziyun waved his hand to stop her. A smile crept across Shangguan Yingrui's face, her eyes glimmering with cunning intent, which Ziyun remained oblivious to. "Junior, let us make a toast," she said, raising her glass with a smile. Ziyun pondered for a moment. Having already sipped some alcohol, he figured it would be fine. So, he nodded in agreement. The two clinked their glasses together, and Shangguan Yingrui downed her drink in one go. Ziyun hesitated briefly before following suit, finishing his drink as well. However, once he did, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his head began to spin. "Junior, are you all right?" Shangguan Yingrui asked, concern lacing her voice as she saw him swaying unsteadily. "I'm fine. I just might not handle alcohol well." Ziyun waved his hand dismissively, forcing a smile before resting his head on the table, succumbing to sleep. Seeing Ziyun had succumbed to inebriation, a triumphant smile graced Shangguan Yingrui's lips. She took a napkin from the table, gently wiping the red wine stains from his lips, then assisted him into a seated position. At that moment, a few others who had finished their meals approached. Observing Ziyun slumped in his chair, Chai Hansong inquired, puzzled, "Senior, What happened to Ziyun? He just drank a bit and got drunk, Shangguan Yingrui explained. Oh, I see. Then, Senior will take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Chai Han-song replied, attempting to help Ziyun up, only to be preemptively stopped by Shangguan Yingrui. Chai Han-song regarded her with confusion, asking, Senior, what are you doing? Boss, are you foolish? Mo Zan chimed in, patting Chai Han-song on the shoulder. Chai Han-song still looked perplexed. Senior, we'll leave Ziyun in your care, Mo Zan stated, leading Chai Han-song and Yu Yiji toward the exit. Sister Rui, I'll take my leave as well. Su Xiaoma stood up, waving goodbye to Shangguan Yingrui before catching up with Chai Han-song and the others. Once Su Xiaoma and the others departed, only Shangguan Yingrui and Ziyun remained in the private room. Shangguan Yingrui reached out to touch Ziyun's forehead, noting it was still warm. She then took a napkin, gently wiping the sweat from his brow, embracing him as he lay in her arms. After completing these tender gestures, she gazed at the sleeping Ziyun, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she silently vowed, You are mine. You can belong to no one else. With that, she softly kissed his cheek before propping him upright in his chair, casting a cold glance at the woman standing at the entrance. Clad in a white shirt and a black fitted skirt, the woman was momentarily stunned by Guan Yingrui's icy gaze, as cold as snow. However, she quickly regained her composure and stepped into the private room, addressing Guan Yingrui with a hesitant Mississippi. Guan Yingrui regarded the woman with indifference, her voice frigid as she replied, Did I not instruct you to use our own people? What part of my words did you fail to grasp? Did you not hear my command to refrain from bringing someone in from the outside? Upon hearing this, the woman was instantly terrified, kneeling on the ground as she trembled. Please forgive me, miss. Please forgive me. Get out. Guan Yingrui scoffed coldly. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. The woman immediately bowed 3 times and hurriedly fled, as if fearing that a delay of even a second might result in her demise. By the way, miss, what about that person? Should we deal with them? The woman halted her departure, turning back to inquire of Guan Yingrui. Guan Yingrui cast a cold glance at the woman, stating, That person will be handled by me. You may leave. Yes, miss. The woman bowed respectfully and exited. Then, she assisted Ziyun up and left the restaurant, heading towards her residence outside the school. Guan Yingrui's home was not far from the school, so they arrived in a short while. Guan Yingrui helped Ziyun to her doorstep, took out her keys, and opened the door, stepping inside. With a soft click, she locked the door and guided Ziyun to the bed, covering her with a blanket. After ensuring Ziyun was comfortable, she sat at the edge of the bed, quietly gazing at Ziyun's sleeping face, her eyes gradually filling with a sickly obsession. Guan Yingrui extended her delicate, jade-like fingers to caress Ziyun's handsome visage, murmuring, Ziyun, dear brother, I truly like you. I love you so dearly. Thus, you can only be mine. You belong solely to me, Guan Yingrui. As she spoke, Guan Yingrui slowly leaned down, pressing her long-anticipated lips against his. Ziyun's lips were soft and tender, prompting Guan Yingrui to deepen the kiss. Time slipped away, and eventually, Guan Yingrui reluctantly parted from Ziyun's lips. She gently wiped her mouth and turned towards the bathroom to prepare for a shower. After bathing, Guan Yingrui emerged from the bathroom clad in a sheer nightgown, her bare feet padding softly on the floor. She walked directly to the bedside, lifted the covers, and nestled beside Ziyun, wrapping her arms tightly around him before closing her eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. Guan Yingrui had a dreamless night, while Ziyun found himself ensnared in a dream of his own. In Chapter 20, Dream 1, Ziyun felt as though he were sprinting through a dense forest, surrounded only by trees with nothing else in sight. He was utterly exhausted, yet dared not pause. He was unaware of the reason for his flight, but he instinctively knew he must keep running, lest he face imprisonment. After an indeterminate time, Ziyun finally halted, collapsing into the grass to rest. Gasping for air, his face pale as a sheet, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Ziyun quickly scrambled to his feet, scanning his surroundings. He spotted a girl in a flowing red dress walking towards him. That girl was none other than Guan Yingrui. In this dream, she appeared entirely different from the Guan Yingrui he knew. Her eyes glimmered with a sickly allure, her figure voluptuous, skin fair and smooth. And the red dress accentuated her every curve, rendering her an intoxicating enchantress. Ziyun, dear brother, let us see how far you can run. Guan Yingrui said with a playful smile, her lips curving into a wicked grin. At her words, Ziyun shivered, a chill creeping up his spine. This sensation was familiar yet elusive, evoking a sense of dread within him. As Guan Yingrui closed the distance between them, fear surged in Ziyun's heart. No, he could not remain passive. He had to escape. With this thought, Ziyun desperately retreated, yet he had no notion of his location or where to flee. All he knew was that he must keep running, endlessly. Finally, around a bend, he spotted a small stream and without hesitation, plunged into the water, swimming with all his might. With a splash, water erupted around him, shimmering in the sunlight with a kaleidoscope of colors, a sight to behold. Yet, Ziyun had no time to admire the beauty. He only longed to flee this wretched place. Ziyun, dear brother, where do you think you're going? Allow your sister to accompany you. Guan Yingrui's voice echoed in his ears. Startled by her words, Ziyun shot his gaze towards the shore, where Guan Yingrui stood. Her expression one of playful delight. Panic-stricken, he submerged himself, swimming furiously forward, desperate to escape her clutches. But Guan Yingrui's prowess far surpassed his own. No matter how he struggled, he could not evade her grasp. Thus, he swam on, until exhaustion overcame him, and he finally stopped to rest by the riverbank. Lying there, Ziyun had lost all strength, his body utterly spent. As he looked up at the vast blue sky, he breathed in the fresh air, hoping to regain his energy and flee. Meanwhile, Guan Yingrui gazed as Ziyun sprawled beside the river, a victorious smile gracing her lips as she approached him slowly. Hearing her footsteps drawing near, Ziyun was drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to raise his head, fixating his gaze on the water. As Guan Yingrui crouched down before him, she examined his pale face, smiling as she said, Ziyun, dear brother, why do you fear your sister so? Her teasing words sent Ziyun into a further panic, his body involuntarily trembling. Ziyun, dear brother, I would never harm you. I will cherish you. With that, she reached out a slender hand to caress his fair, handsome cheek before pressing her lips against his. Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her enlarged face, his mind going blank, utterly forgetting to resist. After what felt like an eternity, Guan Yingrui finally released him, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Well, Ziyun, dear brother, are you tired of playing? The game is over now. With that, she produced a stun gun from her clothing and aimed it at Ziyun. At this sight, Ziyun's heart sank completely. His mind was a blank slate, even forgetting to fight back. Guan Yingrui pulled the trigger, and a loud pop resonated in the air. A jolt of intense pain coursed through Ziyun's body, and he promptly fainted. Gasping for breath, Ziyun awoke, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar room, momentarily dazed. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he sat up, initially intending to recall the dream from the previous night, only to discover that he had no recollection whatsoever, as if all memory had been erased. Ah, how peculiar it is. He recalls that in the past, he would often remember fragments of his dreams, yet the images from last night's reverie have entirely vanished. What could be the reason for this? Ziyun murmured, massaging his temples, a flicker of perplexity evident in his brow. Never mind. If it eludes my understanding, I shall not dwell on it. Shaking his head, Ziyun began to survey the unfamiliar surroundings, realizing that this was not a hotel or any such establishment, but rather an apartment. Surely, his dormitory companions would not rent a place outside. Who then had brought him here? Ziyun found himself utterly baffled. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, revealing Shangguan Yingrui, who entered with breakfast in hand. Junior, you're awake. Upon seeing Ziyun stir, Shangguan Yingrui beamed radiantly, settling herself beside him. Ziyun's body trembled slightly at the sight of her, a wave of astonishment washing over him. What was happening? How could Shangguan Yingrui possibly be here? Could this be her residence? As if struck by a thought, he glanced down at his attire, confirming it was indeed the same outfit from the night before, which offered him a modicum of reassurance. Noticing Ziyun's reaction, Shangguan Yingrui couldn't help but chuckle. Junior, you don't think I would take advantage of your inebriation, do you? She teased, seemingly reading his mind. Embarrassed, Ziyun lowered his gaze, a blush creeping across his cheeks. Observing this, Shangguan Yingrui smiled gently. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Yesterday, your dorm mates mentioned they had to leave early for another engagement and asked me to escort you back. However, upon discovering the curfew had set in, I brought you to my place instead, she declared, her expression unperturbed, weaving a tale with ease. Oh, I see. Ziyun nodded. Thank you, senior. A fleeting glimmer of something unusual passed through Shangguan Yingrui's eyes at his expression, but she swiftly regained her composure. You should freshen up. Afterward, we can have breakfast, she instructed, turning to depart. Once Shangguan Yingrui had left, Ziyun commenced his morning routine. The mirror reflected his strikingly handsome visage. Yet a frown creased his brow in confusion. Why were his lips slightly swollen? And what of the small abrasion at the corner of his mouth? What could have caused this? Could it be the result of drinking? The more he pondered, the more muddled he became. So he resolved to think no further. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in his mind. Host, would you like to check in? Taken aback, Ziyun hadn't expected the system to possess such a notification feature. How rare indeed. I'll sign in, he responded without hesitation. Check-in complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 experience points and 70 credits. As he glanced at the 2 rewards displayed on the system panel, Ziyun's lips twitched in mild frustration. Experience points again? Credits? Was his luck truly this dismal? Well, arguing with the system would likely yield no results. It would probably retort that it was not to blame, but rather his own misfortune. System, open my personal panel, he commanded, and the interface unfolded silently within his mind. Daily check-in system, currently at level 1. Experience points, 240100000. Need 9,760 more points to level up. Host, Ziyun. Age, 19. Height, 182 centimeters. Attractiveness, 97. Strength, 87. Passing line is 60. Combat power, 85. Constitution, healthy. Personal assets, 700,000. Credits, 120. Earned through daily check-ins and random tasks. Skills, culinary arts proficient. Note, the combat skills obtained cannot be used on the system-designated beloved. Permanently locked beloved. Hidden, Shangguan Yingrui, requires system to reach level 6 to unlock. System backpack, a set of cosmetics. Shopping subsystem, not activated. Lottery subsystem, not activated. Junior, are you ready? Just as he was examining the interface in his mind, the door swung open, and Shangguan Yingrui stood at the threshold, calling out. Senior, I'm all set, Ziyun replied. Upon hearing his voice, Shangguan Yingrui entered the room. Shall we have breakfast? She proposed. Certainly, Ziyun nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the living room, where breakfast had already been laid out on the table. Ziyun picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, but after a few bites, he furrowed his brow. The flavor struck him as oddly familiar, as though he had tasted it somewhere before. Junior, what's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Would you like me to fetch you another breakfast? Shangguan Yingrui inquired with concern. Ziyun snapped back to reality and shook his head. No need for trouble. It's quite delicious. That's a relief. Come on. Junior Ziyun, enjoy your breakfast, Shangguan Yingrui encouraged, serving him a small bowl of congee. Ziyun hesitated as he gazed at the steaming bowl before him. Noticing his indecision, Shangguan Yingrui laughed lightly. You're not worried I've poisoned it, are you? Ziyun merely shook his head, silent, as he scooped a spoonful of congee to his lips. Though the flavor was mild, it was exceptionally sweet, far surpassing anything sold outside. How does it taste? Shangguan Yingrui asked eagerly, her gaze fixed on him. Ziyun nodded. It's very good. Really? That's wonderful. Her heart soared at his words. Hehe, Junior Ziyun enjoys my cooking. This brought her immense joy and happiness. After finishing breakfast, Ziyun bid farewell to Shangguan Yingrui and set off towards the school. As she watched his retreating figure, her eyes deepened with contemplation, and a charming smile graced her lips. Ziyun, you cannot escape. I shall make you fall in love with me. At that moment, her phone rang unexpectedly. She pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and pressed the answer button. "Hello." A woman's voice echoed from the other end. "Miss, the matter has been taken care of. Zhao Qianqian has been expelled." "I understand." "Well done." Shangguan Yingrui replied coolly. "Do you have any further instructions?" The voice continued, still cold. After a brief silence, as if recalling something, Shangguan Yingrui said, "Wait a moment. I will draw a picture for you. You help me take care of the person in the drawing, and remember to make it clean." "Yes, miss," came a response. "That will be all. You may hang up." "Understood, miss." The call ended. No one but her shall touch Ziyun. Whoever dares to harm him will meet with dire consequences. As for Ziyun's dorm mates, she would let that slide for now. Once she and Ziyun were together, she would send someone to sever their hands. After hanging up the phone, Shangguan Yingrui stepped into another room, which was adorned with numerous portraits of the same young man, each one meticulously lifelike, as though they were animated. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would likely be filled with trepidation. It was akin to being scrutinized by 100 pairs of genuine eyes, each true visage smiling at you. It is indeed remarkable that Shangguan Yingrui can endure such an environment. For most young women, even those studying fine arts, possessing such resilience of spirit would be an unattainable feat. Gazing at these portraits, her expression softened, and she gently caressed the images as if Ziyun were right beside her. Subsequently, she took her easel and drawing paper and left the room to create her own artwork. She had no desire to replicate another's work in this space, for that would tarnish the sanctity of the room and the likeness of Ziyun. In no time, a vividly rendered character sketch emerged. If Ziyun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the figure depicted, none other than the individual who had flirted with Shangguan Yingrui the previous night. Following this, Shangguan Yingrui snapped a photo and sent it to her subordinates, instructing them to deal with the individual in the drawing. Having completed this task, she burned the sketch. She had no intention of allowing any other likenesses to occupy her home. Upon returning to school, Ziyun collected his military training uniform from the 4th teaching building and made his way to the dormitory. Upon entering, he discovered that his 3 roommates were still fast asleep, none having stirred. Observing this, Ziyun shook his head, surmising that they had likely spent the previous night at an internet CF. He refrained from waking them, opting instead to wash up in the bathroom before lying down on his bed, intending to catch up on some much-needed rest. Before long, Ziyun slipped into slumber. Chapter 22. Shangguan Yingrui's Past One. This sleep lasted until midday, when Ziyun gradually awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed his 3 roommates engrossed in their gaming. Seeing their intense focus, Ziyun chose not to disturb them. Stretching lazily, he prepared to rise and head to the cafeteria for lunch. But the thought of being the center of attention caused him to pause. Instead, he took out his phone, opened a food delivery app, and ordered a meal from a well-reviewed restaurant. Subsequently, he powered on his computer, not to play games, but to explore potential business opportunities for profit. After all, having been given a second chance at life, one ought to indulge in some comfort. Otherwise, it would be too stifling. As Ziyun perused the internet, he noted that the domestic stock market had been experiencing a significant downturn recently. Thus, he resolved to make a bold move in the stock market. Before long, his food delivery arrived. Ziyun opened the package, placed it on the table, and picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat. He managed to consume only half a bowl of rice before feeling full. He cleaned up the food container and disposed of it in the trash. Then, Ziyun sat in front of his computer, commencing his research. It must be said that the internet is a wondrous entity. It not only provides access to diverse information, but also offers various forms of evidence, aiding investors in analyzing market trends and delivering reliable news to enhance their predictive capabilities. After several hours, Ziyun had comprehended the trajectory of the entire stock market. Naturally, he also identified which stocks would be profitable. He selected a promising option and registered an investment using his account. Upon successful registration, he began to execute his trades. Initially, Ziyun felt a twinge of anxiety, apprehensive about making a mistake. However, upon observing the stock prices, he felt a wave of reassurance, for they were identical to those from his previous life. Breathing a sigh of relief, he realized that fortune was on his side. Thus, he continued to trade. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was afternoon. Ziyun shut down his computer, stretched once more, and glanced at his three roommates, still absorbed in their games. He decided to visit the restroom to address a personal matter. Upon returning from the lavatory, he noticed that the expressions of his roommates were anything but cheerful. Curiously, he approached them and inquired, "What troubles you?" "It's all because of the third one. He used hacks, resulting in both of our gaming accounts getting banned." Ziyun lamented with a sigh of resignation. "Oh, I see," Ziyun replied with a smile. "What's the big deal? Just create a new account and start over. You don't understand, old four. Leveling up a new account to the highest rank is incredibly challenging," Ziyun retorted, looking at Ziyun with disbelief. "Is it really that difficult?" Ziyun asked, perplexed. "Of course. Even experienced players like us need a week to reach the lowest level, and each upgrade costs money. Therefore, achieving a high-level account in a short time is no small feat," Chai Han Song explained. "I see," Ziyun responded, feigning understanding. "Well then, let us focus on how to restore the accounts," Ziyun suggested. "Take your time to figure it out. I'm off to eat," Ziyun remarked, preparing to leave, only to be called back by the three of them. "Wait," Chai Han Song called out to Ziyun. "What is it?" Ziyun turned around, puzzled. "Old four, since you're going out, could you grab us some food?" Chai Han Song requested. Ziyun hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. What do you want?" Chai Han Song replied, "Anything, as long as it's filling. Besides, we don't even know what's good at school. Just something casual. I'm easy," Ziyun added. "I feel the same way," Yu Eiji chimed in. Ziyun nodded again, picked up his phone, and headed for the door. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui returned to her own dormitory. Su Xiaomao approached her, brimming with curiosity. "Sister Rui, how was last night?" Shangguan Yingrui offered no reply, instead climbing on her bunk and expertly drawing the curtain closed. Observing this, Su Xiaomao felt a tinge of awkwardness and touched her nose. It seemed Sister Rui was unwilling to share. Acknowledging this, Su Xiaomao refrained from pressing further and obediently returned to her own bed. Once Shangguan Yingrui had secured the curtain, she clutched a life-sized pillow resembling Ziyun, intending to message him for a chat. However, she realized she did not have his WeChat contact. Thus, she searched through the new student registration list to find Ziyun's WeChat number, which she promptly entered. In no time, Ziyun's WeChat avatar appeared. Upon seeing it, Shangguan Yingrui paused momentarily, a wave of sweetness washing over her. Ziyun's avatar was none other than the silhouette photograph taken during their childhood while watching the sunrise. Shangguan Yingrui felt a sense of enchantment and could not help but smile blissfully. She clicked on Ziyun's avatar, adding him as a contact, and immersed herself in the nostalgia of his WeChat profile. At that time, amidst familial disputes, her incompetent parents had sent her to live with her grandparents. She spent a full 6 years in elementary school, during which she invariably returned home alone, whether coming or going, save for the occasional visits from her grandparents who would pick her up. Although there were bodyguards assigned for her safety, she had little fondness for their presence, resulting in their absence. Her parents, engrossed in family affairs and corporate responsibilities, were utterly neglectful of her needs. Consequently, the prevailing perception of her among peers was that of a wild child, one born of a mother, yet raised by none. At school, she frequently endured insults and mockery from her classmates, who ostracized her, leaving her without a single female friend. During lessons, she was often subjected to ridicule, made to appear foolish. In physical education classes, spring outings, and autumn excursions, no one wished to team up with her, and her naturally introverted demeanor, characterized by silence and a lack of laughter, only exacerbated her isolation. Her peers, disliking her all the more for it, often played cruel pranks on her, applying glue to her chair, falsely accusing her of theft, scrawling obscenities on the back of her uniform, placing caterpillars in her desk, and even setting cockroaches atop her clothing, among countless other torments. Yet, she had no confidant to whom she could voice her plight. Thus, she endured in silence. She had confided in her parents, but they merely instructed their servants to speak with the school's staff, offering nothing more than a warning. Aware that their actions had only led to further bullying, the tormentors intensified their cruelty over the course of 4 years. It wasn't until 4th grade that her younger brother, Ziyun, transferred to her school, illuminating her dark existence like a beam of light. Ziyun was already strikingly handsome, often mistaken for a girl, and he was an astute boy, quickly ascending to the top of his class within a week. This, however, bred discontent among several boys in the class, who could not tolerate Ziyun's brilliance. They began to ostracize him, attempting to replicate the torment they had inflicted upon her. Tragically, Ziyun's father had recently passed away, resulting in his family being ousted from the four great clans, their company collapsing, leaving him in a state of profound despair. Naturally, he would not allow himself to be bullied. Not only did he retaliate, but with his intellect he also orchestrated the downfall of those who sought to undermine him, instilling in them a lasting fear of crossing his path. She observed all of this, and, at that moment, Ziyun appeared to her as a radiant star in the night sky, an object of her yearning, yet seemingly unattainable. Nonetheless, she recognized his exceptional nature and felt the chasm between them grow insurmountable, believing he would never seek her company. Chapter 23. The Past of Shangguan Yingrui, Part 2. Until that fateful day when a group of male and female classmates dragged her into a narrow alley, encircling her and coercing her to surrender all her possessions, threatening severe repercussions should she refuse. However, her funds had already been depleted by another group of bullies. Just as she contemplated relinquishing what little she had left to avoid conflict, an image of Ziyun bravely resisting his tormentors flashed through her mind, igniting a spark of courage within her. It was her first act of defiance. The classmates, accustomed to bullying her since first grade, were enraged by her unexpected resistance. They seized her hair, delivering merciless punches and kicks, throwing her to the ground, and subjecting her to verbal humiliation. This was not her first encounter with their cruelty. In an instant, despair and helplessness overwhelmed her. She could not help but ponder the reason for her existence in this world. Why had her parents brought her here? Why? She began to resent them, even contemplating that perhaps being beaten to death would be preferable, sparing her from facing the world's harshness. Just then, a loud crash resonated, followed by pained cries, and then a chorus of angry shouts from the boys. "What are you doing? Let that girl go." As she listened to the uproar around her, Shangguan Yingrui lifted her gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood an exceptionally handsome young boy, coldly glaring at the group of boys, his bright, dark eyes exuding an air of youthful defiance. Seizing the moment of their distraction, he quickly positioned himself in front of her. The newcomer was none other than Ziyun, the very person she deemed beyond her reach. In that instant, she found herself questioning why Ziyun would come to her aid, as they had never spoken nor interacted. She would forever remember the vivid crimson in Ziyun's eyes, a manifestation of his fury, as he vehemently denounced them as scoundrels devoid of manners, untrained and uncultured, who resorted to bullying their peers. How could they engage in such despicable acts? It was utterly inhumane. She could sense the profound disdain he harbored for their actions. "You lot, are you merely leveraging your family's wealth to oppress others? I refuse to bow to your kind," he declared passionately. "You are no better than beasts. I will eradicate you in the name of the moon." After uttering this, Ziyun charged at them, unfazed by their numbers. The inevitable outcome was a beating that left him battered and bruised. Yet, Ziyun did not waver. He continued to shield her without hesitation. The bullies, witnessing his reckless valor, felt a twinge of fear and, after spitting on the ground, retreated. Ziyun, struggling to rise, approached her, offering his support and inquiring with genuine concern. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Shangguan Yingrui shook her head, gazing at him with gratitude. "I'm fine. Thank you. No need to mention it," Ziyun replied. Then, with a hint of confusion, he asked, "Why didn't you fight back?" At that moment, she was at a loss for words, responding coldly, "It's none of your business." Ziyun simply replied with a straightforward okay. Upon hearing his simple affirmation, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, though it quickly dissipated. She could not fathom why she felt this way, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Initially, she thought Ziyun would cease to involve himself in her affairs, but to her surprise, whenever he witnessed her being bullied, he would retaliate on her behalf, and, at times, he would silently protect her. In the end, her classmates ceased to torment her, instead turning their hostility towards Ziyun. She could not comprehend why he would go to such lengths for her, considering they were merely classmates. One day, Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked him, and he simply replied, "I cannot stand by and watch such behavior. They have loving families, yet they choose to bully others. I cannot abide by it." What she did not realize was that Ziyun had recently transitioned into this world, and shortly thereafter, his father had tragically passed away, leaving him somewhat melancholic due to the influence of his former self. Nonetheless, his actions stemmed primarily from a desire to right wrongs and fulfill his youthful fantasies of heroism. Thus, the two transformed from strangers into steadfast allies, and she gradually grew accustomed to his presence. She vividly recalls a poignant remark made by her younger brother, Ziyun, during a moment of vulnerability. "If you find yourself without someone to confide in or lean upon, know that you can always seek me out. I shall protect you. Do not bottle up your troubles. Share them with me, for I understand deeply and long for a friend with whom I can converse." Those words resonated profoundly within her, as she had never before encountered such compassion or concern. This newfound connection instilled in her a sense of anticipation for the days ahead. Gradually, they forged an unbreakable bond, sharing meals, attending physical education classes, practicing taekwondo, engaging in martial arts, and learning combat techniques together. What brought her the greatest joy was that she had become Ziyun's neighbor. From that point onward, her fondness for life blossomed, not merely for the joys of elementary school, but particularly for the experiences shared with her brother Ziyun. It was during this time that Ziyun became her entire world. Beyond him, she felt an aversion to engaging with anyone else, viewing Ziyun as the sole embodiment of kindness and goodness. In her eyes, others were tainted and malevolent, leading her to gradually reject everyone except Ziyun. She even wished to shield him from those she deemed unworthy, fearing they would bring harm to him or usurp the tenderness that rightfully belonged to her. She would not allow it. Ziyun was hers. Thus, her reliance on him deepened. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that Ziyun had bestowed upon her a renewed sense of existence, igniting within her the will to live. He was her everything. The profile picture she cherished was taken during a spring outing, captured by a passerby as she and Ziyun enjoyed their time together. One evening, as Ziyun was packing dinner for his roommates, his phone suddenly chimed. He picked it up and, upon opening WeChat, discovered that Shangguan Yingrui had added him as a friend. A tremor of uncertainty coursed through him, but after much deliberation, he accepted her friend request. He then silenced his phone and tucked it into his pocket as he continued toward his dormitory. Shangguan Yingrui, upon realizing Ziyun had accepted her request, was graced with a smile of delight. She promptly sent him a message. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Ziyun remained unresponsive, causing her expression to darken. It seemed that Ziyun was being uncharacteristically aloof and ignoring her. Upon returning to the dorm, Ziyun distributed his carefully packed meals to each of his 3 roommates. "This is yours. This is yours. This is yours. Thank you, Ziyun. I'll transfer the money to you later." They expressed gratefully while enjoying their meals. "No need to mention it," he replied with a warm smile, before gathering his clothes and heading to the bathroom for a shower. After his shower, Ziyun climbed into bed and intended to play on his phone, only to discover that it was dead. He retrieved his charger and plugged it in. As soon as he did, a flurry of messages from Shangguan Yingrui flooded in. Stunned, he realized she had sent him a barrage of over 10 messages, sending a chill down his spine. His inner voice warned him that if he did not respond soon, he would face dire consequences. Hastily, he composed a reply. "I'm sorry, my phone died, and I didn't see your messages. Please forgive me." Upon receiving his message, Shangguan Yingrui's previously dark demeanor brightened into a radiant smile. She quickly replied, "Oh, I see. I thought you were ignoring me. You mustn't do that. I might get upset." Ziyun read her messages, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. What was this madness? He hurriedly typed back, I understand. Seeing his response, Shangguan Yingrui's smile returned. "I'll forgive you this time." Sighing in relief, Ziyun responded to a few more of her messages before tossing his phone aside to rest. Chapter 24. Dreamscape 2. As Ziyun closed his eyes, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself bound to a bed, his hands and feet shackled by iron chains. The surroundings were alien, resembling a dimly lit basement rather than their school dormitory. He lay there alone in desolation. Panic surged within him as he surveyed the oppressive darkness. Yet he fought to maintain composure. However, the more he attempted to stay calm, the more he recognized the precariousness of his situation. Suddenly, the door creaked open, sending a jolt of fear through him. A woman entered his line of sight, clad in a black leather jacket that accentuated her delicate, fair neck and exquisitely beautiful face. She exuded an air of seductive allure. The sight of her caused Ziyun's heart to race, as memories of a previous dream flooded back. What do you want? He stammered, his lips trembling. Hearing his words, Shangguan Yingrui's face illuminated with a triumphant smile as she approached him step by step until she stood directly in front of him. Dear Ziyun, you can never escape my grasp. You are eternally mine, even in death. We are destined to be together. With that, she extended her slender fingers to caress his handsome face. Ziyun shivered at her touch, but he found himself powerless to resist, unable even to struggle against his restraints. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at him, a satisfied smile curling her lips. She leaned down to kiss him. Ziyun's heart skipped a beat, and in desperation, he fought against his bonds. But to no avail. Just when despair began to envelop him, Shangguan Yingrui released his lips, allowing him to inhale fresh air. You lunatic? He glared at her, fury blazing in his eyes. Ah, a lunatic. I quite like that title, she replied, her eyes filled with adoration. As long as you call me that, I shall cherish it. Hearing her profess affection for him made Ziyun feel a wave of nausea rise in his chest. He suppressed his revulsion and declared, no matter what, I will never like you. Please let me go. Not liking me is fine, but one day you'll come to love me, Shangguan Yingrui said, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. One day, you'll fall for me. With that, she leaned in to kiss him once more. Ziyun's fear intensified, and he struggled with all his might, but his efforts were futile. It felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. He writhed and fought. It was to no avail. After what seemed like an eternity, Shangguan Yingrui finally released him. All right, dear Ziyun, it is time for you to face the consequences of your earlier escape. As she spoke, Shangguan Yingrui rose from the table and picked up the small chainsaw, sauntering slowly towards Ziyun. The chainsaw in her hand glimmered ominously with a chilling light. Ziyun, upon gazing at the menacing tool, trembled uncontrollably, his forehead beaded with sweat. No! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Ziyun jolted awake from his nightmare. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his brow. His breathing was ragged, akin to that of a wild horse on the brink of death, and his eyes were filled with sheer terror. Just as he tried to recall the details of the dream, he found himself unable to grasp any specifics, be it people or objects. All he knew was that he had experienced a dreadful nightmare. Similarly, his roommate was roused by Ziyun's anguished cry. Yuiji rubbed his bleary eyes and then looked at Ziyun, perplexed. What is wrong, Ziyun? He asked, still dazed. Did you have another nightmare? With a worried expression. Chai Hansong observed Ziyun's demeanor, fully awake now. It's nothing, just a bad dream, Ziyun replied, shaking his head lightly and speaking in a calm tone. Well, as long as it's nothing serious, I'll go back to sleep for a bit. Wake me at 7:30, Chai Hansong said, lying back down. All right. Ziyun glanced at the two of them, then checked the time before settling himself back on the bed to calm his nerves before heading to the bathroom. Staring into the mirror, Ziyun let out a deep sigh. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. I'll ask the system later. It should have the answers. After all, in the novels I've read, systems usually possess the ability to glimpse into dreams. Thus, Ziyun summoned the system. Host, greetings. How may I assist you? The system's voice resonated. System, may I inquire if you have any insight into the dream I had last night? Ziyun asked, looking at the system. I'm unable to do so, as I am merely a daily system and lack the capability to peer into dreams. I hope for your understanding. The system glanced at Ziyun and replied. Oh, then forget it, Ziyun said, feeling somewhat disappointed. It seemed that the mysteries of his dream were beyond reach. Let us proceed with the sign-in. Ziyun instructed the system. Understood. Host. The system responded. Then, a notification echoed in Ziyun's mind. Sign in complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 experience points and 220 credits. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the basic skill of a divine singing voice, which includes techniques in singing, vocal skills, performance fundamentals, singing techniques, instrumental singing, dancing, and stage performance, among others. Ziyun surveyed the information in his mind, feeling quite satisfied. It was a significant improvement compared to the last time, although he found it of little use as he was studying design, not music. Host, your credits have reached 320. Would you like to upgrade your skills? The system inquired. After a moment's reflection, Ziyun replied, Not for now. I'll save them. Very well. The system acknowledged before vanishing from sight. Ziyun glanced at the time and realized it was nearly 8 o'clock. He hurriedly donned his military training uniform and called for his roommates to wake up. Get up, get up. It's already 8:20. We're about to assemble. Ziyun shouted at his 3 roommates, who were still deep in slumber. His voice jolted them awake, and they scrambled to put on their uniforms before rushing to the bathroom to brush their teeth and wash their faces. Within 3 minutes, they were all set to go. The 4 of them exited the dormitory, hurrying towards the training field. Chapter 25, Late. Punished with running. The 4 hastened their steps and finally arrived at the training ground by 9 o'clock. However, they were still late. The field was already a bustling sea of people, a mass of heads bobbing up and down, making it impossible to count how many there were. Where's our Class S formation? The 4 exchanged glances, questioning one another. I don't know, they replied in unison, shaking their heads. Let us find it first, Ziyun suggested, leading the way onto the field with Mo Zhan, Chaihan Song, and Yu Iji trailing behind him. That formation over there is ours. Hurry. Ziyun pointed toward a nearby squad. Squinting in the direction Ziyun indicated, the 3 soon recognized a few familiar figures. Yes, that's definitely our class. Chaihan Song asserted with a nod. Let us go. The 4 quickened their pace towards the formation. Just as they arrived, they noticed a robust instructor clad in camouflage, his face adorned with stubble, sporting a buzz cut that lent him an imposing presence. He had already taken attendance and commenced training. Faced with this, the 4 could only muster their courage and approach. Report, they shouted as they reached the front of the line. The instructor turned to face them, his brow furrowed slightly. The change in his expression sent a shiver down the spines of the 4. What are your names? He asked coldly, fixing his gaze upon Ziyun and his companions. Ziyun, Cai Hanzong, Montak Tan, Yu Yiti. They replied in unison. The instructor listened carefully, comparing their names with the list in his hands. Once he confirmed they belonged to his squad, he set down the list. You 4 step forward, he commanded, his rugged face betraying a hint of sternness. Reluctantly, Ziyun and his friends moved to the front of the formation. Now, tell me, why are you late? The instructor glared at them, his voice booming. The 3 were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What, nothing to say? The instructor continued, glaring at them with an intimidating presence. Sir. Chaihan Song began to offer an explanation, but was abruptly interrupted. Before you speak, shout report, the instructor barked. Chaihan Song, taken aback, straightened his posture and called out, Report. Speak, the instructor demanded, still stern. Report. We were late, but the reason for our tardiness is... Get to the point. Report. The point. Report. Our reason for being late is that we lost track of time and arrived late. Chaihan Song lamented, having no choice but to admit the truth. The moment his words fell, laughter erupted from the assembled class. Ha! This guy is hilarious. He overslept and claims he lost track of time, haha. Silence. Did I instruct you to laugh? The instructor's voice boomed, instantly silencing the class. He then turned his stern gaze back to Ziyun and his friends. Very well. You 4, heed my command. Stand at attention, at ease. Left face. All 4 of you. Complete 6 laps and return afterwards. Begin running. The instructor bellowed at Ziyun and his 3 companions. Ziyun and his friends exchanged glances, a sense of resignation washing over them. Yet they had no choice but to comply. Consequently, they began to run as per the instructor's orders. Since their class was the only one being penalized for tardiness, many onlookers were curious as they watched the 4 jog. Wow, one of the boys looks quite fit, exclaimed a girl. Indeed, his silhouette is quite handsome. I have a feeling he must be quite capable. Hey, what are you staring at? Do you wish to join the run? The instructor noticed the attention directed at the four and shouted at the rest of the class. Immediately, the students averted their gazes, fearing that they might inadvertently provoke the instructor. With a sharp whistle, the instructor commanded, "Everyone, heed my commands. Attention, left turn, face forward, at ease. Attention," he continued. "From this moment on, all of you will stand in military posture for half an hour." The instructor's voice boomed from the stage. A collective sigh of frustration echoed among the students, who stood obediently in place, motionless. Meanwhile, Ziyun and his friends had already completed a lap. Running 6 laps in one breath was no trivial task for a university student, yet for Ziyun, it posed no challenge at all. Before his arrival in this realm, he had run over 10 kilometers on his school's track and had spent 2 days in the wilderness, so completing 6 laps was but a trifle. The quartet maintained a swift pace, and in no time, they had finished their 6 laps. At this point, Chai Han Song and the others were gasping for breath. Particularly Yu Yiji, whose constitution was slightly weaker. He was now so fatigued that he could hardly straighten his back. In stark contrast, Ziyun appeared relatively unscathed. "Wow, fourth brother, your physical condition is impressive. You completed so many laps with just a bit of sweat, as if it were nothing," exclaimed Chai Han Song, who had initially thought he was the fittest in their dormitory. He was taken aback to find that Ziyun surpassed him so significantly. Ziyun merely smiled faintly at the praise and chose not to respond. Instead, he went over to assist Yu Yiji, who had collapsed onto the ground, and together they returned to their class formation. "Instructor, we have completed all 6 laps," Ziyun announced loudly to the instructor. The instructor glanced at them and, with a slight nod, indicated that they could return to their formation without further ado. Ziyun exhaled softly, relieved that the instructor would not find further reasons to trouble them, as such incidents were not uncommon. Once back in formation, the 4 began to participate in military training alongside their peers. Chapter 26, Water Delivery. Class Assistant Yuluaksu. In September in Shanghai City, the heat remained oppressive, with the air thick with humidity. Everyone was enduring the sweltering sun during military training, while those fortunate enough to train in the shade of trees became the envy of all. Ziyun and his companions were no exception. Unbeknownst to them, the clock approached noon, and in just an hour, they would be temporarily liberated. At this moment, nearly everyone in Ziyun's class, or rather, everyone on the field, was parched and drenched in sweat. A cold drink would be nothing short of a delight at this time. Some girls, unable to endure any longer, feigned family visits to request a break. Although the instructor was stern, he allowed them to rest in place, instructing the rest to maintain their military posture. Observing the success of this tactic, some boys followed suit, reporting stomach aches to secure a reprieve, only to be met with harsh reprimands and sentenced to run 2 laps as punishment. Upon hearing this, the boys were left despondent, wishing they had not made such reports in the first place. But it was too late. They had no choice but to comply. Sigh. The new students these days are becoming increasingly delicate, standing for just a few hours in military posture, and they already claim stomach pains, the instructor remarked, shaking his head in exasperation at the boys he had punished. The boys, feeling a wave of frustration, thought to themselves, "You are the delicate one. Your entire family is delicate." However, despite their thoughts, they dared not voice any objections. The instructor checked the time and then blew his whistle. "All present, listen to my commands. Attention, at ease, rest in place for 10 minutes. He called out to the group. Seizing the opportunity to rest, some began to drink water. Unfortunately, Ziyun and his 3 dorm mates could only watch enviously as others quenched their thirst, for they had neglected to bring any water in their morning rush. Chai Han Song, eyeing the others drinking, swallowed hard. Although the drinks were ice cold, they would certainly alleviate their thirst. "Sai, boss, stop staring. Just hold on a little longer. Once we are dismissed, we can go buy cold drinks," Yu Yiji whispered to Chai Han Song. Though he said this, his eyes betrayed his envy and longing. "All right." Chai Han Song nodded in agreement. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl clad in camouflage entered the field. She was tall, at least 170 centimeters, with a well-proportioned figure. Her skin was smooth and fair, and she resembled a captivating heroine straight out of a comic book. This girl was none other than their class assistant, Yuluaksu. Holding a bottle of mineral water, she walked straight over to Ziyun and offered him the bottle, saying, it seems you forgot to bring water? Here, I bought an extra bottle for you. Yuluaksu displayed a kind and gentle demeanor. Upon seeing the water in Yuluaksu's hand, Chai Hansong and the others' eyes lit up, and they could not help but swallow hard, glancing at Ziyun in unison, their expressions clearly urging him to accept the bottle. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to accept or decline. He felt that accepting might lead to unforeseen consequences, yet declining would seem to disregard her goodwill. Just then, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a chill had surged up from his spine. What's wrong? Yuluaksu asked, noticing his reaction. Nothing. Ziyun quickly shook his head in response. At that moment, a commotion erupted from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. Emerging into view was Shangguan Yingrui, adorned in a striking purple dress. With a gentle smile on her face, her expression was as enchanting as a blooming lily, instantly captivating all who beheld her. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, causing it to dance gracefully in the air, tracing an elegant arc. Her exquisite visage shimmered under the sunlight, radiating an otherworldly beauty that rendered her utterly enchanting. All eyes in attendance became transfixed. Goodness! The most resplendent goddess, Shangguan Yingrui. The goddess Yingrui has arrived. What brings the illustrious campus belle here? Could it be to seek out that lad she kissed during registration? Surely not. Who can say? A throng of young men began to murmur among themselves, their gazes fixated on the celestial being descending from above. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui paid no heed to their whispers as she strode purposefully towards the training grounds for new students. The classes in session halted their activities, captivated by her presence. When they realized that it was indeed Shangguan Yingrui, they stood there dumbfounded. How could this goddess possibly be here? Oh, is that a drink she is holding? At that moment, someone noticed the bag in Shangguan Yingrui's hand, sparking a flurry of speculation. Indeed, she was carrying a bottle of ice-cold cola. Beneath this sweltering sun, the bag emanated a refreshing chill. Witnessing this scene, the attention of all was irresistibly drawn to the bottle of cola in Shangguan Yingrui's grasp, and they instinctively licked their lips, parched from an entire morning of military training. How could they not feel exhilarated at the sight of a cold drink? Is she here to deliver refreshments? One person queried, puzzled. Unlikely. Aside from a few upperclassmen enforcing discipline, the rest were all freshmen. There had never been any word of Shangguan Yingrui having a boyfriend. It's impossible she is just here to deliver drinks. Someone asserted with conviction. You're not aware? During registration, Shangguan Yingrui publicly kissed a boy. Is that true? I witnessed it with my own eyes. No way, really? If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Just wait and see, huh? The crowd buzzed with gossip. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui continued her leisurely pace towards the edge of the training field. Lightly biting her rosy lip, her captivating eyes sparkling with intrigue. She scanned the field as if searching for something, her brow occasionally furrowing before relaxing again. Each subtle movement captivated the onlookers. Indeed, Shangguan Yingrui truly lived up to her title as the most beautiful campus belle in the nation. She was breathtakingly stunning. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted Ziyun's formation. However, when she noticed the girl poised to hand Ziyun a drink, Shangguan Yingrui's brow furrowed once more, her gaze narrowing, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes. Chapter 27. The campus belle delivers refreshments. Upon seeing another woman daring to covet her treasure, Shangguan Yingrui's expression darkened, a fierce glimmer surfacing in her pupils, exuding an icy and sharp aura. The previously warm atmosphere seemed to chill in that instant. Those around her involuntarily shivered, feeling as if a cold wind had swept through their backs. They looked up at the sky, where the sun blazed overhead. Where could this cold breeze possibly originate? Yet, deep down, they understood that it was the chilling aura radiating from Shangguan Yingrui, a palpable frost that sent shivers down their spines. They were unsure why. Oof. Shangguan Yingrui swiftly reined in her emotions and, with a light and graceful stride, approached Ziyun. Her pace was slow, as if each step resonated within the hearts of everyone present. Each footfall was heavy, echoing as if she were stepping on the very hearts of all who watched. In that moment, the entire training ground fell into a hushed silence, all eyes irresistibly drawn to Shangguan Yingrui's figure. Her beauty had utterly captivated everyone, even the boys, who could not resist the urge to see what kind of person Shangguan Yingrui truly was. Yet her gaze remained steadfast on Ziyun, revealing a hint of possessiveness. She disliked any woman touching Ziyun. He belonged solely to her. At that moment, Ziyun also noticed her, a familiar sensation coursing through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily as a chill enveloped him. Why is she here? Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shangguan Yingrui slowly approached Ziyun's formation. Fourth, the campus bell is looking for you. Chai Hansong nudged Ziyun, whispering curiously. Though his voice was soft, the class assistant, Yuluo Shui, also heard him, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Ziyun. Instructor, may I speak with someone? Shangguan Yingrui gestured towards the class formation and addressed the instructor. Her voice was soft and gentle, reminiscent of a clear spring, evoking a sense of comfort. The instructor was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed such a scene, his face flushing instantly. Ahem. Yes, that's fine. It's currently break time. Which student are you looking for? Would you like me to call them out? The instructor responded warmly, his tone a stark contrast to the sternness he had displayed earlier. Those witnessing the scene felt a sense of disbelief. Truly, they were kindred spirits. Instructor, you're truly something else. Oh, no need. I'll just deliver something and be on my way. Shangguan Yingrui smiled, gracefully declining the instructor's offer. That smile left all the men present utterly entranced. After speaking, she walked into the class formation, holding the drink. Hello, Senior Shangguan. Hello, Senior Shangguan. Goddess Yingrui. The moment the boys saw her enter the formation, they erupted with excitement. Shangguan Yingrui ignored the fervent greetings and made her way through the crowd to stand before Ziyun. Senior, what brings you here? Ziyun suppressed his trepidation and feigned calmness as he inquired. Junior, this is for you. Shangguan Yingrui extended the drink towards Ziyun. The moment her words left her lips, every boy in the class widened their eyes. Disbelief etched on their faces as they stared at Shangguan Yingrui. She actually took the initiative to hand Ziyun a drink. Moreover, she spoke to him in that sweet tone. This completely shattered their preconceived notions of the campus bell. Not just them, even the boys from nearby classes felt the same shock. Witnessing Shangguan Yingrui willingly offer Ziyun a drink sent a million thoughts racing through their minds. What on earth is happening? Shouldn't Shangguan Yingrui be the aloof goddess? How could she possibly be handing a drink to a boy? Could it be that the campus bell has developed feelings for Ziyun? Upon contemplating this possibility, the male students in the class found their hearts shattered, some on the verge of tears. Shangguan Yingrui was their goddess. Yet now, their beloved goddess had developed affections for another boy, leaving them in a state of despair. Meanwhile, the class assistant, Yu Luoxue, observed Shangguan Yingrui with eyes brimming with intense jealousy and resentment. Her initial ambition in becoming the class assistant was to be close to Ziyun, but now, Shangguan Yingrui had gotten ahead of her. How could she possibly accept this? Moreover, she had an existing grudge against Shangguan Yingrui, which further fueled her bitterness. With clenched fists, Yu Luoxue took a few deep breaths to calm herself, striving to maintain her composure. She glanced at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, silently concealing it behind her back, gripping it tightly. Feeling the murderous glares from the surrounding boys, Ziyun felt immensely awkward. What is this for? Ziyun stammered, momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Shangguan Yingrui was up to. Yes, this is for you, Junior. Why are you just standing there in a daze? Drink up. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at him expectantly. Oh, Ziyun replied, accepting the bottle and tilting it back to gulp down the chilled beverage. The refreshing sensation coursed through him, invigorating his entire being. Observing Ziyun consume the entire bottle of icy soda, Shangguan Yingrui smiled even more brightly. Thank you, Senior. Ziyun hesitated for a moment before expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks. Only you can make me lower my guard. My dear Ziyun, Shangguan Yingrui thought to herself. No need to be polite. I shall take my leave now, she said with a bright smile before turning to depart. As she left, She cast a knowing glance at Yu Luoxue, accompanied by a meaningful smile. Witnessing Shangguan Yingrui's expression, Yu Luoxue felt a shiver run down her spine. Her entire being suffused with animosity. That wretched Shangguan Yingrui! How dare she provoke me? Yu Luoxue clenched her teeth, seething with fury. Her gaze remained fixed on Shangguan Yingrui's retreating figure, her eyes glinting with malice. Without lingering any longer, she discarded the water bottle carelessly to someone nearby and left. Suddenly, Ziyun noticed that all eyes in the class were fixed on him with a peculiar intensity. The boys, in particular, regarded him with expressions of envy and jealousy, as if their glares could pierce him through. Indeed, the desire to harm was impossible to conceal. Even the instructor regarded Ziyun with a look laden with significance. Ahem. Please, everyone, stop looking at me like that. It makes me rather uncomfortable, Ziyun chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, a whistle signifying assembly echoed from the stage on the playground. All right, everyone, let's rise. The instructor clapped his hands and addressed the crowd. All present, assemble. Chapter 28 Shangguan Yingrui, Junior, where are you? In the center of the playground, all the freshmen from Shanghai University had gathered. Amidst the crowd, Ziyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling helpless as he frequently caught the malicious glances of the boys around him. Damn it, these fellows. What is the big deal about drinking a cup of ice cola? Why the fuss? Part of him wished she hadn't tea offered at all, as it would spare him from that anxious feeling, even though he couldn't comprehend why he felt intimidated by a girl. Ziyun lamented inwardly. As for what the leaders on stage were saying, the audience below paid them no mind. It was merely a discourse on the importance of military training, emphasizing that good health was the foundation of revolution, and linking military training to academic credits. The morning military training finally concluded with the commander's final remarks. Come on, hurry up. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Chai Han Song tapped Ziyun on the shoulder. There are so many people. If you go now, you probably won't make it to the dining hall. Ziyun shook his head in resignation. That seems reasonable. Chai Han Song pondered aloud. Just then, beside them, and Mo Zhan chimed in. If we can't get a meal, at least we should buy a cup of iced water, since we certainly aren't as fortunate as you to have a campus flower treating us to drinks. Ziyun. This comment had a distinctly sour undertone. He glanced at Mo Zhan, momentarily speechless. All right, stop it, old two. Who told us we don't have girlfriends? Chai Han Song patted Mo Zhan's shoulder. This statement plunged Mo Zhan into deep thought. Indeed, he had no girlfriend. As he pondered, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, Ziyun, who had been observing Mo Zhan, found his behavior perplexing. What's wrong with you, old Mo? Ziyun inquired with concern. Old four, I'm fine. Just reflecting on my lack of a girlfriend, Mo Zhan replied, shaking his head. Hearing this, Ziyun nearly choked on his own saliva. He had explained countless times that he and the senior were merely friends. Yet these two fellows remained unconvinced. Sigh, forget it. There's no point in explaining. Let's just go get some water before I die of thirst, and then head to the cafeteria. Yu Iji suddenly interjected. Yes, old three is right. Let us hurry up and get some water, then we'll go eat. Chai Han Song nodded in agreement. Ziyun acquiesced, and the group made their way to the school supermarket. Along the way, the three discussed video games, while Ziyun trailed behind, unable to contribute to the conversation. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled out his phone, accessing the stock trading app. After entering his account details, he opened the trading interface and was pleasantly surprised to see that the stock he had invested in had risen to around 5, surpassing its previous value by 0. 2. It seemed his initial choice had indeed been wise. Not only did he not incur losses, but he had also gained quite a bit. Truly, I am Ziyun, he thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. At that moment, Chai Han Song and Mo Zhan noticed Ziyun's actions and inquired, Old four, what are you doing? Why are you lagging behind? Ziyun awkwardly scratched his head. Hehe, old four, you're not secretly studying behind us, are you? Mo Zhan teased with a grin. Ziyun. What? Too embarrassed to say it out loud? Chai Han Song laughed heartily. Ziyun. Old four, what's up with you? Why are you so quiet? Did I guess right? Old four, just admit it. Don't be shy, Chai Han Song continued. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let us hurry and buy some water. Then we can head for a meal, Mo Zhan interjected. Ziyun found himself at a loss for words, his mind racing with a torrent of frustrations. He truly felt like he could kick these two fools away, but he could only entertain such thoughts without daring to act upon them, for they were brothers. Yet, could brothers not also be kicked? Let us go, old four, Chai Han Song urged, pulling Ziyun by the arm. Oh, Ziyun replied, reluctantly stowing his phone. Soon, the four of them arrived at the school's supermarket. What do you all want to drink? It's on me, Chai Han Song declared, slapping his chest with bravado. I'll have an iced cola, and Mo Zan replied cheerfully. Just like old two, Yu Iji chimed in. What about you, old four? What would you like to drink? Chai Han Song turned to Ziyun. I'll just have a bottle of iced tea, Ziyun responded. Great. Wait here for a moment, Chai Han Song said. All right. Shortly thereafter, Chai Han Song returned with 3 bottles of iced cola and 1 bottle of iced tea. Here you go. Thanks, Ziyun replied. Ah, no need for thanks, we're brothers, Chai Han Song said with a grin. The 3 opened their colas and took a sip. Old four, why aren't you drinking? Yuichi asked, puzzled. I'm not thirsty, Ziyun replied with a faint smile. Just then his phone buzzed. He pulled it out to find a WeChat message from Senior. Where are you, Junior? Senior. I just bought some water and am about to head to the cafeteria for a meal, Ziyun replied. All right, I'll come find you in a moment, and we can eat together. Ziyun thought for a moment and responded with an affirmative. Soon, another message arrived. Then you wait there for me. I'll be there shortly. Don't wander off. Senior, I might get angry, you know. If I get angry, there will be consequences. Reading this, Ziyun couldn't help but shudder, instinctively replying. I understand. What the hell is wrong with me? Why do I feel chills every time I see this Senior? This feeling is truly bizarre. Old four, who are you texting? It wouldn't be the Senior, would it? Chai Han Song asked curiously. Yes, Ziyun admitted. Hehe, old four, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll be on our way. With that, Chai Han Song led Mo Zan and Yuiji away. That day, as they returned to school with Senior Su Xiaomo, they learned from her that the campus belle, Shangguan Yingrui, had feelings for their old four and that they were aware of the incident during registration when the Senior had kissed old four, which was intentional on her part. Naturally, they would be foolish enough to act as third wheels. Chapter 29. Lunch together before long, Ziyun spotted Shangguan Yingrui. She was adorned in a delicate lavender short dress paired with a white blouse, her long, fair legs accentuated by sheer black stockings that elegantly showcased her flawless figure. Her face was graced with an enchanting smile, exuding an aura of refreshing elegance. At this moment, she glided gracefully towards Ziyun. Junior, let us go. Shangguan Yingrui approached Ziyun, intending to link her arm with his, but he instinctively evaded her. Observing Ziyun's reaction, a flicker of annoyance crossed Shangguan Yingrui's eyes. She couldn't fathom why she felt a sense of resistance from him. Had she known that the reincarnation system hadn't completely erased Ziyun's memories, she would have surely sought to dismantle that system. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure and put on a serene smile. Junior, why won't you let me touch you? She asked, blinking her captivating large eyes with a feigned innocence. Ziyun was taken aback and hurriedly explained, I'm a man, and you're a girl, so it's better to keep some distance. Hehe. Shangguan Yingrui chuckled lightly, then replied, I don't mind at all, Junior. Come on, let us eat. Ziyun nodded, and together they made their way to the school cafeteria. Along the way, their conversation was sparse. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall. As they settled into their seats, they attracted the attention of numerous classmates. The girls gazed at Ziyun with longing, while the boys shot him envious glances. Ziyun sighed, shaking his head in resignation before taking a sip of his iced cola. Shangguan Yingrui noticed the glances, and her possessiveness towards Ziyun surged uncontrollably. Her hand clenched tightly beneath the table, her nails digging in her flesh, the pain urging her to regain her composure. She then turned to Ziyun and asked, Junior, could you be a bit more obedient? Obedient? What do you mean? Ziyun was puzzled, sensing something odd about her words. When he looked up and met Shangguan Yi's slightly sickly gaze, a wave of fear washed over him, compelling him to want to escape, but he steadied himself. Senior? Ziyun tentatively called out. Hearing him, Shangguan Yingrui was momentarily startled, then refocused. She took a deep breath, striving to suppress her inner turmoil, and softened her tone, asking, What's wrong, Junior? Nothing. Ziyun shook his head. He couldn't quite articulate why he felt that the senior was acting strangely today. He didn't understand what was amiss, but he was too apathetic to dwell on it. After placing their orders, it wasn't long before the waiter brought their dishes. The spread was lavish, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables, appearing incredibly appetizing. Shangguan Yingrui placed chopsticks in front of Ziyun, smiling brightly. Junior, get a try and let me know how it tastes. It's good. Ziyun nodded. Junior, eat more. Shangguan Yingrui urged with a beaming smile. Thank you, Ziyun replied. You're welcome. She then picked up a chicken wing and placed it into Ziyun's bowl, saying, Here, try this. Thank you. Ziyun expressed his gratitude once more. At that moment, he suddenly felt something gripping his arm. Looking down, he discovered it was Shangguan Yingrui's hand. She had grasped his arm, but then she smiled and withdrew her hand, her expression as sweet as ever, as if nothing had happened. This left Ziyun even more bewildered. Senior, I can manage. He stammered awkwardly. There's no need to worry. I shall assist you, smiled Shangguan Yingrui. Thank you, Senior. Ziyun reluctantly placed the chicken wing that Shangguan Yingrui had offered into his mouth. Is it delicious? Indeed it is. Ziyun nodded in affirmation. Allow me to serve you another. Shangguan Yingrui added another piece of chicken wing into Ziyun's bowl. Senior, I can manage on my own. Ziyun protested. Not at all. Shangguan Yingrui replied gently. Observing Ziyun consume the chicken wings, Shangguan Yingrui smiled contentedly. At that moment, she gazed at Ziyun's handsome visage and casually inquired, Junior, who is the girl that delivered water to you this morning? Startled, Ziyun felt a chill creep up from his toes to his heart. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor and replied, She is our class assistant. Oh, Shangguan Yingrui responded, continuing to serve more food into Ziyun's bowl. Ziyun. After their meal, Ziyun excused himself from the dining hall. Shangguan Yingrui did not follow but stood in place, watching Ziyun's retreating figure. Dear Junior, be good. I genuinely fear that one day I might succumb to the temptation of locking you away, she mused, a peculiar smile gracing her lips as she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The call was swiftly answered. Hello, daughter, is there something you need? Have you finished your lunch? Came a tender voice from the other end. I have. There's one matter I need you to assist with. Please ensure that the class assistant from Ziyun's class is removed. Shangguan Yingrui stated matter-of-factly, not waiting for her father to ask why before hanging up. Just after disconnecting, her other phone buzzed. Shangguan Yingrui furrowed her brow slightly, but picked it up nonetheless. Upon reading the message, it instructed, Yingrui sent a team to deal with the individual in the attached photo. Frowning at the organization's orders, Shangguan Yingrui pondered who had once again provoked that old man. However, since the directive had been issued, she felt compelled to comply. In truth, she could disregard their commands, as she now held the power to easily overpower anyone within the organization, including her mentor. The reason for her compliance was simply that the person in the photo was Zhang Haoyan, who had disturbed her during the opening day by making unwelcome advances, only to be promptly kicked away by her. Placing her phone in her pocket, she turned and exited the dining hall. Chapter 30. Do not stop me. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Upon returning to the dormitory, just as Ziyun was about to retrieve his keys to open the door, it unexpectedly swung open from the inside, startling him. There stood Chai Han Song and the others, fully dressed, at the entrance of the dormitory. The four of them paused momentarily. You're back forth. We thought you wouldn't return to the dormitory and would head straight to the field. Chai Han Song grinned at Ziyun. Ziyun remained silent, ignoring Chai Han Song's teasing, and walked straight past them toward the bathroom. What could you possibly accomplish in just one afternoon? Once Ziyun emerged from the restroom and washed his hands, the others had already left the dormitory. This time, they had learned from the painful experience of not bringing water in the morning. Passing by the convenience store at the base of the dormitory, each of them bought 2 bottles of water, feeling satisfied as they made their way to the sports field. As soon as the 4 arrived at their designated class formation area, the whistle signaling the start of military training blew. The instructor, who had arrived early, cast a deep glance at them. Without exchanging further words, they hurriedly joined the formation, anxious to avoid any punishment from the instructor for being late. All present, assemble. Report your numbers. 1, 2, 3. With a chorus of counts, The afternoon military training commenced. In the sweltering heat of September in Shanghai City, the afternoon sun blazed fiercely. Everyone donned heavy military training uniforms, enduring the scorching sun with gritted teeth. Even the delicate girls refrained from complaining of fatigue. After all, no matter how arduous it may be, it was merely a matter of enduring for about half a month. Compared to those defending the borders, this was trivial. In this world, there is no such thing as a peaceful existence. It is merely that some bear the burdens for us. Through this brief military training, everyone grasped a profound truth: cherish the present and appreciate the hard-earned happiness of life. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of military training in both high school and university. Time passed, and soon it was 3:40 p.m., the break designated by the teachers and instructors. Everyone rushed eagerly to their water cups or bottles. The thirst was overwhelming. Ziyun and his companions approached their designated water area and began to drink. This time, they no longer envied those who had water. Just then, a stir erupted among the crowd. It was the campus beauty, the goddess Yingrui, adored by all the boys, who appeared again at the edge of the sports field. As in the morning, she still held a cup of iced beverage. Unsurprisingly, she had come to deliver it to Ziyun. Indeed, Shangguan Yingrui walked directly toward Ziyun's class formation, drawing his attention. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated her return with water. This peculiar sensation stirred within him. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan Yingrui stood before him. "Here, Junior, this is for you," she said with a smile. At that moment, Ziyun felt the piercing gazes of countless onlookers, as if they wished to devour him whole. With a sense of resignation, he shook his head and replied, "Thank you, Senior, but I brought my own water." He then waved his mineral water bottle to indicate his supply. "Oh, and what now?" Shangguan Yingrui tilted her head, appearing somewhat perplexed, holding the iced drink aloft, as if to convey, "If you don't want it, I shall simply hold it here indefinitely." Ziyun. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui pondered why Ziyun was reluctant to accept the iced drink she offered. He hadn't been this way in the morning. Could it be? Her expression began to cool, tinged with a hint of melancholy. At that moment, sensing the shift in her demeanor, Ziyun's instincts flared. He quickly took the iced drink from her hand and smiled. "Thank you, Senior." Upon seeing Ziyun accept the drink, Shangguan Yingrui returned to her cheerful self, revealing a sweet smile. This scene captivated those around them. "Oh my heart aches. Why isn't it me that the goddess Yingrui is personally serving iced drinks to? I too feel the pain. How envious." However, when they sensed the increasingly formidable aura emanating from Shangguan Yingrui, they ceased their discussions. Yet, their hearts remained consumed by an overwhelming jealousy, accompanied by a profound sense of anger. As Shangguan Yingrui observed her younger brother Ziyun finish the icy beverage he had brought her, her smile grew ever more radiant. "All right, I shall take my leave now." With that, she bestowed upon him a sweet smile and turned to depart. "Hey, Senior, wait a moment," Ziyun hastily called after her. Shangguan Yingrui slightly turned her body to regard Ziyun. "What is it, Junior?" Ziyun hesitated for a moment, disregarding the cautioning voice within him, and spoke up. "Senior, could you possibly refrain from bringing me iced drinks tomorrow?" As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of coldness flashed in Shangguan Yingrui's eyes. However, in the next instant, her face was adorned with a smile as she replied, "So, you do not wish for me to bring you iced drinks, is that correct?" Upon hearing this, Ziyun felt a shiver run through him. Initially inclined to nod in agreement, he was deterred by the hint of darkness in her gaze and quickly amended his statement. "Senior, no, that's not it. What I meant was, could we perhaps have something different?" Then allow me to inquire. What would you like to drink?" Ziyun pondered for a moment before responding. "Senior, anything is fine, just as long as it's not iced cola. Too much iced cola is detrimental to one's health." Upon hearing Ziyun's answer, the morbid emotions within Shangguan Yingrui dissipated significantly, and she replied with a smile, "Very well, I shall fulfill your request, whatever it may be." With that, she turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Ziyun exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, those around them were seething with indignation, wishing to see Ziyun suffer 1,000 cuts. Damn it, how outrageous! This brat actually dares to request the goddess to bring him something else. Utterly preposterous. If the goddess were to offer me an iced drink, I would never be so picky. Indeed, it's infuriating. Do not restrain me. I am going to teach him a lesson. As the angry gazes of the crowd bore down on him, Ziyun found himself at a loss for words. His own heart was equally troubled. Even the three companions standing beside him could no longer tolerate the scene. Fourth brother, you truly are ungrateful. Chai Han Song approached, patting Ziyun on the shoulder. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, Yu Iji cast a deep glance at him, shaking his head in resignation. Ziyun. Chapter 31. The troublemaker approaches. Why are you three looking at me like that? Ziyun inquired, perplexed. Chai Han Song replied, Fourth brother, you are truly lacking in appreciation. A remarkable senior willingly extends her kindness. Yet you do not acknowledge it. How contemptible. Exactly. Faced with the disdainful expressions of the three before him, Ziyun felt utterly speechless. Is this truly the crux of the matter? However, he cannot be bothered to explain. Having just taken a sip of water, Ziyun realized that the break was coming to an end. Soon, they faced another grueling 2-hour session of military training. Finally, with a resounding whistle, the day's training concluded. As the instructor announced dismissal, the crowd surged forth in a chaotic rush towards the school canteen. After such taxing physical exertion, everyone was ravenously hungry. It was well understood that if one arrived late to the canteen, not only would they face long queues, but the food would consist solely of leftovers, which explained the urgency of the throng. In stark contrast, Ziyun and his roommates strolled leisurely. They ambled back to the dormitory building, a stark contrast to the throng rushing for dinner. The reason was simple. They planned to dine out that evening. As they reached the dormitory entrance, Ziyun noticed a gathering of people pointing and murmuring at the bulletin board. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of Ziyun and his companions, prompting them to approach. Chai Han Song was the first to push through the crowd to discover what was amiss. Upon reaching the front, his eyes widened in disbelief. Holy smokes! Guys, come take a look, he called out to the others. Although puzzled, the three hurried to join him. Excuse me. Coming through, Emozan shouted as he shoved his way through the crowd. At that moment, the throng parted, creating a path. As Ziyun and the others drew near, their expressions darkened instantly. On the bulletin board was a notice regarding Dormitory 203, containing a scathing critique and a deduction of points. The notice clearly stated, Notice regarding Dormitory 203. Last night, drinking and gambling, littering cigarette butts, excessive use of electrical appliances, and a pile of garbage at the entrance. The dormitory's hygiene is severely substandard. Accompanying the notice were several images. The photographs depicted a chaotic dormitory, cluttered with discarded items strewn about. Damn it, we are being blatantly framed. Emozan erupted in fury, unable to contain his expletives. Boss, second brother, third brother, let's head back to the dorm and investigate. Ziyun restrained the furious Emozan, his expression grim. He had noticed that the stamp on the notice was from the student council. This indicated that someone within the student council was likely behind this scheme. As for why they had incurred the wrath of the student council, he could surmise the reason. It was undoubtedly due to the jealousy stirred by his interactions with the senior. Let us go. Let us heed the fourth brother and return to the dorm. Chai Han Song gritted his teeth in agreement. All right. Montak-san nodded, and they made their way back to the dormitory. Upon arriving, Ziyun and the others discovered a notice identical to that on the bulletin board. With the dormitory entrance littered with empty beer cans and discarded peanuts, sunflower seeds, and cigarette butts. To make matters worse, on the other side of the entrance lay a heap of used tissues, emanating a foul stench that made one want to retch. The sight infuriated the four. Damn it, who could possibly be so heartless as to commit such an act? If I find out who it is, they will surely face my wrath. Damn it. Chai Han Song slammed his fist against the wall, rage boiling within him. Emozan and Yu Iji wore equally grim expressions, their faces darkened. All right, boss. I have a hunch about who might be behind this. Ziyun pondered for a moment before speaking up. The three of them were taken aback, turning to look at Ziyun. Boss, second brother, third brother, this may have been directed at me. It's my fault that you all have been implicated. I am truly sorry. Ziyun said with remorse. Fourth brother, how can you say that? Chai Han-song responded, somewhat displeased. Mo Zan and Yu Iji also looked at Ziyun, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Just then, a series of sharp claps echoed. A round of applause echoed from the stairwell, prompting the four to furrow their brows as they turned to investigate the source. Soon, a young man clad in a white shirt and black trousers approached. One hand casually tucked in his pocket, while the other held a fist to his mouth, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his lips. Accompanying him were several individuals, unmistakably his lackeys. Junior, what is going on here? Why is your dorm so filthy? I heard from a student council that you've been reprimanded and lost points. Honestly, it's hard to believe that someone as dashing as you could be so careless with hygiene, the young man taunted, stepping closer with a mocking grin. At the sight of this individual, Ziyun's expression darkened. Who are you? He inquired coldly. The young man did not respond directly, but instead remarked, what a terrible stench. He feigned casualness as he pointed out a pile of tissues, exclaiming, how utterly disgusting. He then waved his hand in front of his nose. Ziyun and his companion's expressions grew increasingly frosty. Who the hell are you? Chai Han-song spat out. The young man, regarding Chai Han-song with disdain, replied, I am Guoyu, the vice president of the student council. Oh, so you're the vice president of the student council, are you? What brings you here? Chai Han-song asked icily. With a smirk, the young man replied, I merely came out of curiosity. I didn't expect it to be this revolting. I can't bear to look any longer. Let us go. The lackeys behind Guiyu regarded Ziyun and his friends with evident contempt. Hearing these words, Chai Han-song and the others realized that their dormitory-esque predicament was likely orchestrated by this very individual. In an instant, their expressions darkened. Hey, Junior, why the silence? This morning and afternoon, the campus beauty treated you to cold drinks. You're quite fortunate, aren't you? Guayu's tone dripped with sarcasm, seemingly mocking Ziyun. Ziyun's countenance grew increasingly grim. He glanced at Guayu, but before he could speak, Mo Zan erupted. Are you an idiot? Do you want to fight? With that, Mo Zan adopted a posture suggesting he was ready to brawl, while Chai Han-song and Yu Iji also appeared eager for confrontation. What? Want to throw down? Ha. One of Guayu's lackeys chimed in, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. You're asking for it, Chai Han-song declared, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to advance. Boss, don't be impulsive. We're in school. Ziyun urgently pulled Chai Han-song back. Chai Han-song shot a glance at Ziyun, but ultimately restrained himself. Though anger still radiated from his face, it wasn't he that Ziyun was timid. Rather, he understood that if they resorted to violence, the situation would undoubtedly escalate. From his assessment of Guoyu, it was clear that this individual had other schemes up his sleeve. Thus, to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was prudent not to strike first. Chapter 32. Guoyu, I would like to request your assistance in dealing with someone. Huh, I say Guoyu, right? No, it should be dog thing. ISNT, that more fitting? Do you think you're quite something now? Ziyun scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. At this, Guayu's expression turned exceedingly grim as he glared at Ziyun and snarled. You better watch your mouth. Shall I repeat myself? Ziyun retorted, a smirk curling at his lips. I have never heard such a pathetic request. Since you insist, I shall oblige. Dog thing. Say it again, I dare you. Guayu spat, his face twisting with fury. Dog thing. Dog thing. Ziyun enunciated each word deliberately, his tone laced with mockery. With every repetition, Guayu's countenance darkened further until it was utterly stormy. You got guts. Try saying that again. Guayu roared, his rage palpable. Very well. I shall say it once more. You, my dear, are nothing but a little fish. Ziyun retorted coldly, his expression now a mask of ice. Damn it. I'll kill you today. Guayu, fully incensed, charged forward. With a resounding thud, Guayu executed a vicious kick towards Ziyun. Ziyun scoffed and retaliated, raising his right leg and delivering a powerful kick to Guayu's abdomen. The force sent Guayu flying backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing against a wall before crumpling to the floor. Ow, that hurts like hell. Guayu moaned, clutching his stomach in agony. You dare lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Guayu struggled to sit up, his face contorted with rage. Ziyun merely chuckled, gesturing towards a nearby phone. I was merely defending myself. It was an instinctive reaction. Mark my words. I will have my revenge, Guiyu declared angrily as he stormed off with his entourage. Ziyun, unfazed, retracted his foot, aware that individuals like Guiyu would inevitably return with more schemes. Once Guiyu departed, the atmosphere in the dormitory finally settled. Guiyu? Yu Iji murmured the name. Guiyu, vice president of the student council. Yes, he is also one of senior Yingrui's admirers. She treated me to drinks twice today. Perhaps he was feeling jealous, Ziyun briefly explained. Guys, this incident can be attributed to me, and I've dragged you all into it. I'm sorry, Ziyun added, a hint of remorse in his tone. Upon hearing this, the onlookers grasped the situation entirely. It was a classic case of jealousy and rivalry, with the sycophantic senior resorting to petty tactics for revenge. No wonder Ziyun had claimed the issue was directed at him. It was rooted in envy. Though Guiyu may be a minor character, his superior was Zhang Haoyan, a figure they could not afford to offend. Come on, old four. What are you saying? We're brothers here. Don't talk about burdens or liabilities. Chai Hansong remarked seriously. Ziyun nodded without further comment. Exactly. Old four. We're all brothers. Don't be so formal. Damn it, this punk is so arrogant. If someone hadn't stopped me, I would have already given him a beating. Mo Zan chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Feeling a warm surge of camaraderie, Ziyun addressed his friend softly. All right, let us not dwell on it. Let us clean up this mess first. Then we can discuss how to resolve this issue, Chai Hansong suggested. Right? I have a few ideas. Let us tidy up first, and then we'll eat and chat, Ziyun replied, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With that, the four of them braced themselves against the unpleasantness and set about tidying both the interior and exterior of their dormitory. After four individuals took turns finishing their showers and changing into their clothes, they made their way to the dormitory office, intending to check the surveillance footage in the hallway to see if Guiyu had been the one to dispose of the trash in their dormitory. However, upon their arrival, they were informed by the dormitory matron that the cameras had long been malfunctioning and would not be repaired for several days. The four exchanged glances, and without needing to think further, they realized that Guiyu must have known about this situation and had deliberately exploited the gap to evade their grasp. Damn, Guiyu is truly despicable. Chai Hansong couldn't help but curse. Indeed, he is utterly contemptible, Mo Zan echoed, his face contorted with anger as he slammed his fist against the railing. Hiss, that hurts, Mo Zan gasped, unable to suppress a wince. Are you all right? Ziyun hurriedly inquired. It's nothing, just a minor bruise, Mo Zan replied, shaking his head. If I catch him, I will ensure he pays dearly for this, he declared with a fierce expression. Old four, we can't let this continue. That scoundrel will surely come to cause trouble while we're away tomorrow. Chai Hansong frowned. Yes, judging by his attitude earlier, he will undoubtedly seek to provoke us again, Mo Zan nodded in agreement. Even if the cameras are repaired in a few days. That little rat will likely devise other schemes to instigate conflict, Ziyun mused after a moment of reflection. Upon hearing this, Chai Hansong and the others fell into contemplation, recognizing the truth in Ziyun's words. By the way, let's go eat first. We shouldn't allow some petty villain to ruin our meal, Ziyun suggested with a smile. All right, we'll follow your lead, old four, Chai Hansong nodded. The three then departed the dormitory, heading towards the school gate. Upon returning to his own dormitory, Guiyu immediately contacted his superior, Zhang Haoyan. Hello, Guiyu, what is the matter? Zhang Haoyan's voice came through the line, tinged with irritation. Brother, I need your assistance with something, Guiyu stated. Oh, what is it? Speak quickly. Zhang Haoyan's tone softened slightly. I wish to ask for your help in teaching someone a lesson, Guiyu said bluntly. Someone? Who? It's a person named Ziyun, Guiyu replied without hesitation. A derisive chuckle escaped Zhang Haoyan upon hearing Ziyun's name. Ziyun, that freshman? The one bold enough to compete with me for women? Very well, I agree to assist you, he said with a cold snort. Thank you, brother, Guiyu exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Chapter 33. The young woman in red after hanging up. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Haoyan's lips. Ziyun? Excellent. I shall see just how formidable you truly are for daring to compete with me for women. Not only will I trample you into the mud, but I will also ensure you have no burial place, He sneered before dialing another unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? It's me. I need several skilled fighters to deal with someone named Ziyun, and the sooner, the better, Zhang Haoyin instructed. There was a moment of silence on the other end, a frown forming as the name seemed vaguely familiar. However, they couldn't recall where they had heard it before. Never mind. Let's proceed with the arrangement. After all, my brothers are in dire need. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would lead to regret beyond measure, jeopardizing his own life. No problem, but the price will be higher, the voice replied. Money is no object, just ensure it's done quickly. Zhang Haoyin insisted. After a moment's hesitation, the other party finally agreed. All right, but a deposit of 1 million must be paid up front. That's fine. I will transfer it to you immediately. Okay, wait for my news. No problem. After ending the call, an eerie smile adorned Zhang Haoyin's face. Ziyun, if I cannot possess something, you shall not have it either. Just then, a captivating beauty perched on his lap playfully inquired. Zhang Xiao, what are you muttering about? What do you mean by if I cannot have it? Neither can you. It's nothing. Just some trivial matters, Zhang Haoyin replied. Really? The alluring woman seemed skeptical, continuing to draw circles on his chest. Of course. Zhang Haoyin nodded, reaching out to grasp her delicate arm. You tease, she exclaimed in playful indignation, twisting her alluring figure. Spend the night with me, and tomorrow I will buy you a sports car. How's that sound? All right then, Zhang Xiao. The enchanting beauty gazed at him with sultry eyes, then lightly bit her lip before kissing his cheek. He so obedient. Zhang Haoyin chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist, just as a figure kicked open the door. A girl dressed in red, her face veiled and radiating an icy aura, strode into the room. Her footsteps seemed rhythmic, each step reverberating through the air. Who are you? Zhang Haoyin's expression shifted, his demeanor turning wary as he barked at her. However, the girl in red remained silent, launching a punch straight at Zhang Haoyin's face. Her speed was astonishing, and her strength formidable. Despite Zhang Haoyin's quick reflexes, the blow struck him squarely on the nose, blood gushing forth. Ah, help! The enchanting beauty shrieked, cowering in a corner, trembling in fear. Zhang Haoyin wiped away the blood, his gaze burning with fury as he rose from the sofa. Before he could utter a word, the girl in red kicked at him again, this attack even more ferocious than the last. Zhang Haoyin hurriedly raised his hands to block, yet he was still forced back 2 or 3 steps, crashing heavily into the wall. The girl in red charged at him once more. Zhang Haoyin attempted to defend himself, but he was again sent flying by a powerful kick, landing harshly on the ground. She aimed a palm strike downwards, and Zhang Haoyin quickly raised his hands to shield himself, only to have his hand shattered instantly, his arm fracturing. Hiss! Zhang Haoyin gasped in pain, his face paling. You bastard, you're asking for death. He roared, scrambling to his feet, ready to retaliate. Yet the girl in red delivered another kick, sending him crashing against the wall once again, blood spraying forth. Bang! Zhang Haoyin fell heavily to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his complexion ghostly pale. Before he could rise, yet another kick struck his back, propelling him away once more. Puffed. Cough, cough. Who are you? Zhang Haoyin gasped as he struggled to stand, clutching his chest, his face etched with terror as he gazed at the girl in red. His heart was laden with anxiety and dread. He could not fathom when he had provoked such a formidable presence. Had he offended someone recently? The girl in red offered no response, instead drawing a dagger from behind and lunging toward him. Zhang Haoyin's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily evaded the impending danger. Yet, alas, his reflexes proved insufficient, and the dagger plunged mercilessly into his shoulder. A sickening squelch echoed, followed by a gushing spray of crimson. Ah! Zhang Haoyin let out a harrowing scream, his pallor deepening instantaneously. Who are you? He inquired, dread lacing his voice. You lack the privilege to know. The crimson-clad maiden retorted, delivering another brutal thrust. Squelch! Are you despite his frantic attempts to evade? Zhang Haoyin was unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the red-draped girl. Squelcha! With another anguished cry, Zhang Haoyin succumbed to unconsciousness, his life extinguished. Gazing down at his lifeless form, the The maiden's lips curled into a chilling smirk. This was the fate that awaited those who cast avaricious glances, sought to ensnare her, or dared to threaten her while she watched over her beloved Ziyun. Without delay, the crimson-clad girl sheathed her dagger and retrieved her phone, dispatching a message to her superior. "Master, the mission is complete. The target is deceased." Promptly, a response flickered back. "Well done, my disciple. By the way, your senior brother will soon arrive in Huagua. Please receive him when he does. After all, according to organizational protocol, you two are destined to be together. So it would be wise to foster a bond early on." Upon reading the message, a storm of shadows and murderous intent brewed within the girl's eyes. "I have professed my affection for another, someone I hold dear. If the organization insists on coercing me, I shall not hesitate to turn against them. At that juncture, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." After typing her terse reply, she tucked her phone away, instructed her subordinates to cleanse the scene, and departed the bar, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Meanwhile, upon receiving this communication, the elder let out a resigned sigh, fully aware of his disciple's capacity to defy the organization. He too harbored disdain for its rigid protocols. Were it not for these constraints, he would have long been united with his first love, and would not now languish in solitude. Alas, this rule ought to be abolished. He mused, unwilling to witness his disciples suffer the same isolating fate he had endured. Deactivating his phone screen, he turned to the man beside him and declared, "Despair not. Yingrui shall never adhere to the organization's decree to be with you. Her heart belongs solely to Ziyun. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to relinquish any hope." He continued, "Moreover, as of today, this regulation is null and void. Cease nurturing such aspirations." With that, he dismissed the man, striding toward his bedroom without a backward glance. The man, upon hearing these words, paled, yet felt powerless, for he could not defy the organization. Nonetheless, a sense of resentment simmered within him. "Just wait. Once I arrive in Huagua, I shall make her submit to my will, turning her into my own slave." A sinister grin crept upon his face. Chapter 34. The Delinquent. Simultaneously, on another front, Ziyun, having just concluded a meal with his roommates and settled the bill, returned to their table. Observing his three companions leaning back in their chairs, satiated and belching, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could you possibly be more mindful of your image? We are in public, after all. Is this truly acceptable? He remarked, exasperation evident in his tone. "Impact? What impact?" Emozan responded, taken aback. If I were to mention that a few girls just glanced our way with expressions of utter disdain, would that not concern you?" Ziyun retorted, rolling his eyes. At this, the trio suddenly grasped the situation, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Realizing they had been the subject of Ziyun's jest, they shot him incredulous glares. Sensing their ire, Ziyun simply shrugged with a grin. "All right, let us go. We must return to school before the dormitory gate locks us out." "Indeed, let us go," they chorused in unison. "Off we go, to slumber in our dormitory," Ziyun proclaimed, leading the way toward the exit. His roommates hurriedly followed suit. However, as they turned a corner, they were confronted by a menacing figure wielding a baseball bat, adorned with tattoos and flanked by 6 or 7 thugs. "Halt! What is this? Looking for trouble?" The four immediately assumed a defensive stance, recognizing the group as no ordinary ruffians but rather street thugs emboldened by their perceived power. "Which one of you is Ziyun? Someone has offered 600,000 for your head," one of the thugs called out. "Oh." The mention of 600,000 caused Ziyun's brow to furrow slightly. In these times, such an amount was indeed significant. It seemed that Guayu was willing to invest heavily. Yet, he was incredulous. The man must have been out of his mind to seek his life over a mere impulsive kick. Was this not excessive? Moreover, Ziyun found it utterly ridiculous that these thugs were the ones hired for such a hefty sum. "Seriously? You're telling me this is what 600,000 buys?" I can't help but think that Guayu's been duped. In typical narratives, 600,000 should secure professional assassins, not these amateurs. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. They would be easier to handle. Considering his 3 roommates were present, he would need to tread carefully if the opposition were truly armed with lethal intent. The assassination organization had indeed contemplated sending professional killers, but upon learning the target was Ziyun, each assassin had adamantly declined. Their leader was left bewildered, questioning the reasoning behind their refusals. But the would-be assassins merely exchanged knowing glances, saying nothing, leaving him further confounded. Ultimately, he decided to resort to hiring these ruffians, reasoning that a mere student could not pose much of a threat. "Brothers, are you certain you have the right person?" "I assure you, I am not Ziyun," Ziyun asserted, unfazed. "Not the right person? Huh, do you take me for a fool?" The thug wielding the bat scoffed. "Regardless, tonight you must meet your end." "Wait, I truly am not Ziyun. You must have made a mistake." Ziyun persisted. "Mistake?" The thug, incensed, swung the bat toward Ziyun. Anticipating the assault, Ziyun swiftly dodged, inwardly cursing. "Do you truly think I fear you? Since you have chosen this path, do not expect mercy." As Ziyun prepared to retaliate, his three roommates, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, sprang into action, unwilling to allow harm to befall him. They positioned themselves protectively in front of Ziyun, one seizing the bat and striking the assailant with force. "Ow!" The thug yelped in pain, the bat slipping from his grasp as he staggered back. Seeing his friends bravely defend him, Ziyun felt a swell of emotion, his eyes becoming misty. This was what brotherhood meant. He was truly fortunate to have encountered such loyal companions. At that moment, the man wielding the baseball bat, upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, was consumed by rage. "What the hell are you standing there for?" he bellowed. "Get over here and take care of those little bastards." The remaining ruffians quickly converged, charging towards Mo Zon, Chai Han Song, and the third companion. Faced with the oncoming thugs, the trio dared not hesitate, unleashing their full prowess as they engaged in a fierce skirmish. However, despite their bravado, these thugs were seasoned street fighters, adept in the art of brawling, causing Mo Zon and Chai Han Song to swiftly find themselves at a disadvantage. In that critical moment, Ziyun suddenly surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent two thugs sprawling, before plunging into the throng and wreaking havoc, leaving the assailants utterly defenseless and retreating in disarray. Witnessing the spectacle, Mo Zon and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded. "Good heavens, has the fourth become this formidable?" Chai Han Song exclaimed. "Fourth, you're absolutely incredible. Montak Tsan Mavidet. Fourth, I swear you are the most dashing man I have ever encountered." He added, "Why are you three still standing there? Hurry and run." Ziyun shouted urgently upon noticing Mo Zon, Yu Iji, and Chai Han Song frozen in place. Reacting to his words, the trio promptly took off towards the school. However, after only a few paces, the man with the baseball bat pursued them, swinging a stick in their direction. With quick reflexes, Ziyun deftly dodged, the bat narrowly missing his ear, almost severing it entirely. Cold sweat beaded on Ziyun's forehead. Had it deviated by even a centimeter, he might have lost his ear. He swiftly turned, executing a whip kick that sent the assailant tumbling. Seizing the baseball bat from his grasp and hurling it back at the man. Thud! The bat struck the man squarely on the knee, causing him to collapse, the bat clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. "Ouch! Motherf!" The man howled in agony, cradling his knee as he rolled on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ziyun dashed to Mo Zon, Yu Iji, and Chai Han Song, urging, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Prompted by his words, the three quickly fled, vanishing into the enveloping night. Chapter 35. News of Shangguan Yingrui. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, as Shangguan Yingrui passed by other rooms, she overheard that Ziyun's dormitory had been penalized for being dirty and disorderly, which was clearly a deliberate attempt to make her hear. She couldn't fathom that Ziyun and his friends could let their room deteriorate to such a state, as she knew him well. He possessed a mild obsession with cleanliness and would never allow his living space to fall into disarray. As for the others in their dormitory, she was not well acquainted with them and had no desire to be. Thus, it was evident that there was something amiss, and Shangguan Yingrui had a strong suspicion as to who was behind it. It was likely the student council members, as it was typically the responsibility of the hygiene department to inspect dormitory cleanliness. As for the instigator, she could easily deduce it was one of her suitors, particularly the vice president of the student council, Guiyu, who held such influence. With a little deduction, the perpetrator's identity was all but clear. Shangguan Yingrui's expression darkened, an icy aura emanating from her, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly, making those nearby shiver involuntarily. "Guayu," she hissed through clenched teeth, her eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity akin to venom, instilling a sense of dread and an unsettling chill deep within. "You wait," she seethed. "How dare you bully my brother Ziyun? You've truly courted death." Clenching her delicate fist, she murmured quietly, then pulled out her phone to send a message to Ziyun. Noticing his lack of response only deepened the crimson hue in her eyes, giving her fair visage an almost otherworldly allure. "Seems my brother Ziyun has been disobedient once more, forgetting my previous warnings," she mused, a sinister smile curling at her lips. With that, Shangguan Yingrui stepped into her dormitory. Upon returning, Su Xiaomao, who was applying a facial mask, was about to rush over to embrace her friend, but was deftly evaded by Shangguan Yingrui. "Hey," Su Xiaomao pouted, casting a mournful glance at Shangguan Yingrui. "I say, Comrade Shangguan, we have shared this dormitory as best friends for a year. How could you evade my embrace? You've truly broken my heart." She feigned a wounded expression. Shangguan Yingrui shot her a sidelong glance, replying coolly, "I dislike being hugged." With that, she gathered her sleepwear and other items before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Su Xiaomao pouted again, continuing to sit in her chair, indulging in her mask while watching a show, occasionally offering critiques. "Ugh, this drama is truly dreadful," she exclaimed, her face contorted in dissatisfaction as she stared at her phone screen. Indeed, the drama was quite poor, with a lackluster plot and atrocious acting. The awkwardness of the filming practically painful to behold. Su Xiaomao shook her head, muttering her discontent before returning to the show. "Oh my goodness, that man is utterly hideous, and he's wearing ancient attire. His acting is so fake it's nauseating." Before long, Su Xiaomao felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. Stifling yawn, she stretched lazily, removed her mask, splashed her face with water, turned off her phone, and climbed into bed to sleep. After finishing her shower, Shangguan Yingrui emerged from the bathroom clad in fresh sleepwear, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, damp and glistening, water droplets adorning her skin, rendering her irresistibly alluring. With her fair and delicate complexion, she resembled a fresh lotus emerging from the water, exuding an ethereal charm. Approaching the mirror, she dried her hair with a towel, then used a hairdryer until her locks were dry before reclining back on her bed. Panting, the group reached the bottom of the dormitory, pausing to catch their breath. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted," Yu Iji gasped, leaning against a pillar, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Ziyun, have you offended someone? They're saying someone has offered $1 million to take your life. Who have you angered recently?" Chai Han Song furrowed his brow in inquiry. Mo Zan looked at Ziyun, equally puzzled. "I haven't offended anyone. Aside from that Vice President Guayu, I can't think of anyone else." Ziyun shrugged, exasperated. "Then what is going on? Is Guayu sending people to kill you?" Mo Zan said, his brow knitted in concern. "That seems a bit extreme, doesn't it? Ziyun only kicked that guy." Chai Han Song pondered. "But why?" The group was utterly perplexed, clueless as to the reason. "What's everyone doing? Hurry back to your dormitory. The auntie is about to lock the doors." Suddenly, a voice called out from the dormitory, prompting the group to look towards the sound, where they saw the dormitory supervisor standing at the entrance, urging them to hurry back as she prepared to close the door. A few individuals exchanged glances with one another before swiftly dashing towards the dormitory building. Thud, thud, thud. They burst into the dormitory just as the dormitory supervisor was closing the door. That was a close call. Emozan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Ahem. The dormitory supervisor cleared her throat after shutting the door, causing an immediate hush to envelop the group. She surveyed them with a stern expression and admonished, "Do you understand that you must return to your dormitory early from now on? I only delayed closing the door because you are freshmen. Had you been sophomores or juniors acting so sluggishly, I would have shut it long ago." After a brief pause, she added, "Is that understood?" "Understood, ma'am," the group chorused, nodding as they made their way back to their respective dorms. Upon returning to room 203, the four of them finished their showers and brushed their teeth before slipping into bed. Lying there, Ziyun suddenly recalled something and immediately sat up, pulling out his phone to open the stock app. To his relief, he discovered that the stock he had invested in was steadily rising. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a series of WeChat notifications. Upon opening it, he realized it was yet another message from Shangguan Yingrui. A shiver ran down Ziyun's spine, a deep-seated fear welling up within him as he involuntarily swallowed hard. I'm sorry, Senior. I just encountered some matters that caused me to overlook my WeChat messages. Ziyun hesitated for a long moment before replying to Shangguan Yingrui. Her response came swiftly. Oh, it's fine. Reading those 3 short words sent another tremor through Ziyun, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. He forced himself to calm down, striving to quell the tumult within, and responded, Thank you for your understanding, Senior. After a brief interval, a reply from Shangguan Yingrui appeared. Yes, no problem. All right then, good night, Senior. Good night. Good night. Chapter 36, Dreamscape 3. After responding with a good night, Ziyun set his phone aside, his palm clenched into a tight fist, veins protruding, knuckles starkly defined, clearly betraying his efforts to maintain composure. Though the fear within him remained unmasked, although Shangguan Yingrui's words were meant to reassure him, Ziyun could not shake off his unease, feeling that there was an underlying meaning to her. It's fine. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Ziyun sighed, murmuring to himself. Could it be that Shangguan Yingrui's words were simply intended as comfort? He shook his head, casting aside the errant thoughts, and resolved not to dwell on such chaotic notions. He crawled back into bed, tossing and turning until he finally drifted off to sleep shortly after midnight. As before, he found himself ensnared within a dream. However, unlike the previous dreams, this one did not continue from the last. Instead, it unfolded into an entirely new scenario. The reason for this deviation was, undoubtedly, due to the system. Ever since Ziyun inquired whether he could peer into dreams, the system had sensed something amiss. Indeed, it soon witnessed the main system's host severing Ziyun's legs within the dream, subsequently chaining him, ultimately rendering him a vegetative state while the main system's host murmured excitedly in a deranged manner. At that point, the system, overwhelmed by fear, ceased its surveillance. Shaken to its core, the reason Ziyun awoke with no recollection of the dream, only knowing he had experienced a nightmare, was also the system's doing. The cause of his nightly descent into dreams was the result of reincarnation. Upon awakening, Ziyun opened his eyes to find himself bound to a chair, his hands and feet shackled by chains. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a rather rudimentary secret chamber, furnished only with a table, several chairs, 2 stools, and 4 cabinets, nothing more. He attempted to break free from the chains, but to no avail. You're awake? A feminine voice suddenly echoed from outside the room. The door swung open, revealing a young and beautiful girl in his line of sight. Senior? Ziyun queried, bewildered as he recognized her. Yes, it's me. Shangguan Yingrui nodded. Approaching him, as she neared, Ziyun caught a whiff of her alluring fragrance, subtle yet refreshing, capable of alleviating one's worries. Shangguan Yingrui leaned beside him, playfully poking his cheek with a slender finger. His skin felt smooth under her touch, a sensation both exquisite and comforting. Senior, where are we? Ziyun asked, puzzled. Oh, this is my family's underground secret chamber. Shangguan Yingrui replied, blinking innocently. What? Ziyun was left in a state of shock. Senior, do you know why I'm bound? He continued. Naturally, it's because you were disobedient. Shangguan Yingrui replied with a playful smile. Senior, I explained earlier that I was dealing with some issues, which is why I didn't check my phone. Ziyun responded with a wry smile. I don't care about that. All I know is that you, as a junior, failed to reply to your senior's messages. That is unacceptable and warrants punishment. Shangguan Yingrui's eyes began to glimmer with a menacing red hue. Witnessing this transformation, Ziyun felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing in trepidation at what she might do next. Senior? He tentatively called out. Shangguan Yingrui ignored him, striding toward the far corner of the chamber. To his horror, she retrieved a long, black whip from within her clothing and swung it toward him with alarming speed. The whip seemed to possess a will of its own, slicing through the air as it hurtled toward Ziyun. He writhed in his bonds, desperately attempting to evade the impending strike, but his limbs were ensnared, rendering him immobile. As the whip drew nearer, he could feel the rush of air it displaced. Closing his eyes, he braced himself for the inevitable, awaiting the arrival of death. Crack! The whip's tip struck his shoulder with a painful thud, eliciting a muffled cry from Ziyun. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the spot where the whip had struck. He saw a gash on his right shoulder, blood flowing profusely. Staring at the vivid crimson that stained his skin, he turned his gaze to Shangguan Yingrui, his brow furrowing deeper, a flicker of anger igniting within him. "Senior, what are you doing?" "Naturally, I am punishing you." Shangguan Yingrui tilted her head, a playful smile adorning her lovely face. "Did I not already explain? I did not intentionally ignore your messages." After a moment of silence, Ziyun continued, "Besides, what are you to me? Why should I feel obligated to respond to you promptly?" "Oh, what did you just say, Junior? I didn't quite catch that." Shangguan Yingrui feigned ignorance. Ziyun was momentarily at a loss for words. "Ha, Junior, you are quite unruly. How dare you retort?" Suddenly, Shangguan Yingrui let out a piercing howl, a peculiar smile emerging on her exquisite visage. "What do you intend to do?" Ziyun replied coldly. "Junior, you are indeed misbehaving." Shangguan Yingrui continued to laugh, albeit this time her smile took on a more sinister aspect. Ziyun gazed at Shangguan Yingrui, the fear surging once more within him, sending shivers down his spine. Her laughter echoed for an extended moment, until at last it ceased. "Junior, can you guess what I shall do next?" Shangguan Yingrui crouched down, leaning close to Ziyun's ear, her warm, moist lips whispering the words. Ziyun trembled violently. Panic etched across his face as he stammered, "Don't do anything reckless." "Senior, Hehe, do you think I would act recklessly?" Shangguan Yingrui's tone remained laced with mirth. Ziyun felt every hair on his body stand on end, his eyes wide as he fixated on her face, his heart racing in utter disarray. "W, what do you want?" Ziyun swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. "Junior, you truly are misbehaving." Shangguan Yingrui continued with her laughter. With that, she tossed the long whip she held to the ground and sauntered over to Ziyun, extending her slender, pale hand to grasp his chin. Just as Ziyun was about to speak, he was taken aback as Shangguan Yingrui leaned down to kiss him. His eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Shangguan Yingrui kissed him with fervor, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world. After an eternity, she released Ziyun, gazing at him with a beaming smile, asking, "Junior, how does it taste?" At that moment, Ziyun's face flushed crimson, his breath erratic, his gaze darting about. Observing Ziyun's bashful demeanor, Shangguan Yingrui's heart soared with delight. With a playful grin, she leaned in closer, wrapping her soft arms around his neck. Sitting atop Ziyun, she gently kissed his forehead, then his nose, his lips, and his cheeks. "Junior, tell me, do you like me?" Shangguan Yingrui looked at Ziyun with an almost feverish anticipation. Should she not hear the words she longed for, she might very well end his life. Her gaze was earnest, seemingly desperate for his reply. Ziyun's eyes reflected a struggle, his throat constricting as he opened his mouth, hesitating. Shangguan Yingrui's patience was wearing thin despite her outward composure. She cupped Ziyun's face, compelling him to meet her gaze. "Senior, Chapter 37, Breakfast Delivery. Ziyun hesitated for what felt like an eternity. He had intended to strategically utter those 4 words to secure his release, yet inexplicably, he blurted out, "I do not like you." The moment he spoke, silence enveloped the room. Even the wind's whisper was stifled. Well, there was no wind, as they were in an underground chamber. The air was thick with a foreboding atmosphere, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Shangguan Yingrui's countenance turned ghastly pale, her eyes instantly gleaming a terrifying crimson, her fists clenched tightly, creaking ominously. Her chest heaved violently, tears streaming down her cheeks as she bit her lip. Suddenly rising from Ziyun's lap, untying the ropes that bound his wrists, she placed her hand upon his arm, and then, A sickening crack echoed through the silence. Ziyun's arm was broken. The excruciating pain shot through him, causing him to gasp sharply. "You lunatic!" Ziyun gritted his teeth, fury and anguish mingling within him. "Hehe, I am indeed a lunatic. What of it?" Shangguan Yingrui replied with a sinister smile, brandishing a dagger against Ziyun's throat. "I shall count to 3. Should you fail to respond, I will end you." A wicked smile adorned her face, her eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a bloodthirsty disposition. Upon hearing this, Ziyun trembled with fear, acutely aware that resistance could very well lead to his demise. 3, 2. Wait. 1. Senior. Ziyun gritted his teeth, exclaiming "I." Before he could finish, a violent tremor jolted him awake from his nightmare, gasping for breath as he sat up. "Old 4, what's wrong? Sweating profusely from mere nap? Did you have another nightmare?" Chaihan Song inquired, having shaken Ziyun awake, while the others cast curious glances his way. "Old 4, you had a nightmare yesterday, too. What was it about?" Mo Zan asked with intrigue. "Yes. What did you dream?" Yu Iji chimed in eagerly. Ziyun rubbed his temples, straining to recall, but the dream eluded him entirely. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "I forgot." "Ha ha ha. Old 4, you didn't have a spring dream, did you?" Mo Zan teased with a mischievous grin. "You're the one dreaming of spring." Ziyun shot back, glaring at Mo Zan. "Come on, Old 4, why so agitated? You didn't really have a spring dream, did you?" Chaihan Song raised an eyebrow, jesting. "Get lost. Who had a spring dream?" Ziyun retorted. "If you didn't, why are you drenched in sweat?" Mo Zan persisted with a smirk. "I." Ziyun fell silent, unsure of how to respond. All he knew was that he had experienced a nightmare, but regarding its contents, not a single detail remained in his memory. "All right, stop teasing Ayun. Old 4, hurry up and get washed. It's already 5:15, and you're going to be late for the 6 o'clock military training," Mo Zan urged. "Oh," Ziyun acknowledged, instinctively touching his arm before climbing out of bed to wash up. As the host signed in, the system's cold, mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Ziyun's mind. Ziyun paused, nearly forgetting this crucial task. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might not have signed in today at all. "Sign in," Ziyun responded mentally while brushing his teeth. "Sign in complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 experience points and 300 credits. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-fold cashback card. Valid for 7 days. It will become void after that period. Note, this 10-fold cashback card can only be used once, not over the span of 7 days. A 10-fold cashback card? My luck seems to be quite favorable this time." Ziyun grinned, his spirits lifted as he continued to brush his teeth. "Host, your credits have reached 620. Would you like to upgrade your skills?" "No upgrades. There are no good skills to acquire." "Upgrade my foot," Ziyun replied nonchalantly. "Host, please mind your language. Your manner of speaking is quite crude and barbaric." The system's tone dripped with disdain. Ziyun had no retort. Open personal panel, he commanded inwardly, uninterested in engaging with the system's haughty demeanor. Daily sign-in system, currently at level 1. Experience, 39, 010, 000, 9,610 points needed for upgrade. Host, Ziyun. Age, 19. Height, 182 centimeters. Attractiveness, 97. Strength, 87. The passing mark is 60. Power level, 85. Constitution, healthy. Personal assets, 1, 2 million. Points, 620. Points acquired through daily check-ins and random tasks. Skills, culinary arts, beginner. Heavenly vocal skills, beginner. Note, acquired combat skills cannot be used on system-designated loved ones. Permanently locked loved one. Hidden, Shangguan Yingrui, requires the system to reach level 6 to unlock. System inventory, a complete set of cosmetics, 10-fold cashback card. Subsystem shop, not yet activated. Subsystem lottery, not yet activated. Gazing at the experience bar, Ziyun couldn't help but sigh. At this pace, he wondered when he would level up. "Old 4, hurry up. It's already 5:30. If we delay any longer, we truly won't make it," urged Mo Zan. Coming, Ziyun replied, hastily finishing his brushing and washing, donning his camouflage outfit, and rushing to the playground with Mo Zan and the others. As the crowd gathered on the playground, the instructors each took their posts, initiating the morning training. All present, stand at attention, at ease. Left turn, march. At the instructor's command, all the students lined up neatly and jogged towards the playground, completing 3 laps before returning to their original positions to resume military posture. It wasn't until 7:40 that the instructors announced a break. Exhausted to death, just got freed, Ziyun slumped onto the ground, grumbling. Indeed, I'm nearly worn out as well, Yuji echoed, equally fatigued. Stop lying on the ground and get up. Let's have breakfast. We need to regroup. At 8:30, Chai Han-song kicked the two sprawled on the ground. Hearing Chai Han-song's words, Ziyun and Yuji hurriedly got up, brushing off the dust from their backsides. Ziyun also stood, stowing away his phone and patting off the dust. Let's go. At that moment, a commotion arose at the playground entrance. It was evident that the senior was delivering something to Ziyun again. Sure enough, shortly after, Shangguan Yingrui appeared before Ziyun, dressed in a flowing white dress, holding a bag and gracefully approaching him. Old four, we 3 are off to breakfast. You enjoy the gift from the campus beauty. Ziyun chuckled, dragging Chai Han-song and Yuji away. Hey, Chapter 38, Breakfast, Yu Luoshue's class assistants withdrawn. Ziyun was about to follow when he raised a foot, but was called back by Shangguan Yingrui. Junior, where are you going? I'm heading to the cafeteria with them. Ziyun chuckled awkwardly, feeling inexplicably resistant towards her and noticing a slight, inexplicable ache in his arm. Here, I brought you breakfast, Shangguan Yingrui smiled, extending the bag towards Ziyun. Eat it while it's warm. I made it myself. Give it a try. Ziyun. He didn't want to eat and wished to refuse, yet he felt too intimidated to do so. Although he had tasted her cooking once before and found it delectable, he still felt something was amiss. Junior, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Observing Ziyun's hesitation to take the bag, Shangguan Yingrui's beautiful eyes shimmered with a trace of crimson. Ziyun, why aren't you accepting it? You said before that my cooking was delicious. Could it be you were lying to me? No, that's impossible. I can tell that Ziyun clearly enjoys my breakfast. Someone must have said something. Yes, it must be that. I need to find out who it is, otherwise I will surely eliminate them. Shangguan Yingrui's gaze grew increasingly menacing, and an eerie atmosphere seemed to envelop her, as if she would morph into a vengeful spirit and tear someone apart at any moment. Those passing by felt an unsettling chill sweep through the air, causing them to shudder involuntarily and rub their arms. Why has it suddenly turned cold again? This weather is so strange. Yeah, it was just sunny a moment ago. How could it suddenly drop in temperature? This is really creepy. Another male student complained. Yon, is it about to rain? One student rubbed his nose. It shouldn't be. Didn't you see the weather is clear today? Someone countered, shaking his head. True, the other murmured, no longer dwelling on it. Forget it. Let's go eat. I'm starving. Let us go to the cafeteria. Feeling the sudden eerie presence in the air, Ziyun furrowed his brow, instinctively tensing his body. His inner alarms blared once more. Yet, when he looked back at Shangguan Yingrui, she still wore her usual sweet smile. His gaze shifted to the bag she held, filled with a sumptuous array of food. Junior, what's the matter? Why won't you accept the breakfast I prepared for you? Don't you like my cooking? Shangguan Yingrui asked with a pout. No. The food you make is delicious. How could I not like it? Ziyun hastily waved his hands in explanation, feeling that if he delayed any longer, he would surely be in peril. I just think you shouldn't go through so much trouble making breakfast for me. Upon hearing this, the tempestuous side of Shangguan Yingrui's heart calmed significantly, replaced by a blissful smile. It's not a bother at all. As long as you enjoy it, I am delighted. Ziyun, what could he say? Despite his resistance, he could only silently endure. Thank you, Senior. Ziyun reluctantly accepted the bag. You're welcome. Let us go sit over there. Shangguan Yingrui pointed to a nearby stone bench. Ziyun glanced at her, nodded, and followed her over. Shangguan Yingrui settled on a stone bench shaded by trees, unpacking the breakfast onto the stone table, then propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Ziyun as if afraid to miss any subtle change in his expression. Ziyun felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze and coughed lightly. Senior, don't you have classes? None at all. Shangguan Yingrui replied with a sweet smile. Oh. Ziyun lowered his head and began eating breakfast, at a loss for words. hoping to fill his stomach quickly and distance himself from this woman. Junior, eat slowly. There's no rush, Shangguan Yingrui said gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. But Ziyun felt a chill run down his spine. Ahem. Thank you, Senior, I'm done. Ziyun set down his chopsticks and wiped his lips. Are you really not going to drink the milk? I specially prepared it for you. Shangguan Yingrui blinked, enticing him further. Ziyun. Now. Not only was his back cold, but every pore on his body stood on end. And no. Junior, don't be shy. Come on, try it. It's really delicious. Shangguan Yingrui, seeing his reaction, immediately stood and walked over to him, bending down and offering the cup with both hands. Senior. You don't need to. Ziyun swallowed hard, glancing at the smiling Shangguan Yingrui, his internal alarms ringing anew, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Junior, don't you want a drink? Shangguan Yingrui looked at him, puzzled. Of course not. Ziyun forced a smile. Then drink it. Junior, I made it just for you. You must try it. It's really good. Shangguan Yingrui continued to coax him. Allicht. Looking into Shangguan Yingrui's expectant eyes, Ziyun steeled himself and accepted the cup. Good boy, drink up. Shangguan Yingrui revealed a smile of satisfaction. Ziyun nodded, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and downed the milk in one go. He consumed the glass of milk with remarkable speed, wiping his lips with a tissue afterward. Senior, your breakfast is truly delicious. I must take my leave now. Time is running short for military training. Goodbye. With that, he hurriedly dashed towards the playground. Shangguan Yingrui watched Ziyun's retreating figure, a shadow flickering in her eyes, and the smile on her lips morphed into a sinister curve. Hehe, dear Ziyun, your shyness is quite endearing. Meanwhile, in room 604 of Building A, there was a series of knocks. Yu Luoxue rapped on the door. Please enter, came a rather stern voice from within. Creak. Yu Luoxue pushed the door open and stepped inside. The man glanced at Yu Luoxue and asked nonchalantly, is there something you need? Uncle Zhao, she began. I have a question. Why was my class assistant removed? Yu Luoxue halted beside Zhao Jijun's desk and questioned him. She had received a sudden notification yesterday afternoon that her position as the assistant for Design Class 1 had been revoked, inciting her fury. After all, she had worked hard to attain that role. How could it be taken away? Hence, she had come to Zhao Jijun this morning to seek clarity on the matter. Zhao Jijun raised his gaze, his eyes settling on Yu Luoxue, and after a brief silence, he replied, This is the school's decision. I cannot interfere, as the higher-ups have ordered your assistantship to be revoked. Upon hearing this, Yu Luoxue clenched her fists, striving to suppress her anger. Uncle, can't you speak to them on my behalf? She implored, her temper barely contained, oblivious to her choice of address. Zhao Jijun's brow furrowed slightly at her remark, but he quickly regained composure. The school has appointed someone else as your replacement, which indicates that they deemed that individual more suitable for the role. Thus, I have no authority to meddle in this matter. The underlying message in his words was clear. This was an order, and no one could contest it. At this, Yu Luoxue's eyes widened, and she pressed her lips together tightly. She understood that this was a directive from above, and despite her unwillingness, she could not alter the outcome. Uncle, could you at least tell me who is replacing me? Yu Luoxue took a deep breath and asked calmly. Zhao Jijun shook his head. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. Very well, thank you, Uncle. I have no further questions, so I shall take my leave. Yu Luoxue's gaze fell in disappointment as she turned to exit. It was only after leaving the office that her expression softened slightly. However, she vowed not to let this issue rest. Chapter 39, a tenfold cashback card, purchasing 4 computers. Attention! A resounding and synchronized shout echoed as everyone quickly assembled. Count off. The instructor, stopwatch in hand, stood before the ranks and barked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. After counting, he commanded all present. Stand at attention and relax. Everyone obeyed promptly, standing tall with perfect posture, heads held high, awaiting the instructor's next command. Assume military stance for 1 hour, followed by subsequent training. Yes, instructor. Thus, the morning was spent in military posture and marching drills. At 11:40 a.m., military training concluded punctually. Dismissed, with the instructor's command. Everyone felt an immense relief, slumping down onto the grass, gasping for breath. Finally liberated. Utterly exhausted. Haha, this has drained me. My goodness. Standing for an entire morning has left my legs feeling as if they belonged to someone else. Yuji lamented, rubbing his sore calves in an exaggerated manner. All right, you too. Hurry up. I am starving. After dismissal, Chai Han-song urged his dorm mates to hasten towards the cafeteria. Seeing this, Yuji hurriedly followed. Hey, big brother, wait up. Those brothers? You go ahead and eat. I have something to attend to and will return to the dorm first. Ziyun suddenly called out to Chai Han-song and the others. Ziyun, what are you up to? Do you need us to accompany you? Chai Han-song inquired. Before Ziyun could respond, Mo-zan interjected, don't disturb the fourth. It's probably another lunch invitation from a senior. Let's hurry along and not delay his date. Hehe, we understand, right? With that, he dragged Chai Han-song and Yuji away without further ado. Sigh. Ziyun wanted to say something, but was ignored as they vanished from his sight. He watched his three mischievous friends disappear, managing a bitter smile before letting out a resigned sigh as he turned towards the dormitory. After returning to his room, Ziyun took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He exited the campus, heading towards the outside world, for he needed to utilize this tenfold cashback card. Otherwise, he would forget and miss out on the opportunity. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, ready to hail a taxi with his phone, he received a message from Shangguan Yingrui. Junior, where are you now? Seeing this message, Ziyun felt a wave of conflict within him, but ultimately replied, Senior, I'm at the school gate, about to head into the city to buy something. Oh, then I'll come find you right away. Okay. Ziyun hesitated briefly, but agreed. Then tucked his phone away into his pocket and made his way to the gate. After a brief wait, a red Maserati sped towards him, finally coming to a smooth stop beside him. The door opened slowly, and Shangguan Yingrui emerged gracefully in a red dress, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with light makeup, and her sparkling eyes radiating brilliance, breathtakingly captivating. She approached Ziyun with poise, attempting to link her arm with his, only to be deftly avoided by him. Observing this familiar gesture, a flicker of malice crossed Shangguan Yingrui's eyes before she returned to her usual gentle demeanor in front of Ziyun. Concealing the turmoil within her, she smiled sweetly and said, Junior, shall we go? They both entered the car and drove silently towards the city. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the mall. Ziyun led Shangguan Yingrui straight to the computer sales counter, purchasing 4 high-spec computers, each priced around 30,000 yuan. After completing the purchase, he instructed the staff to deliver them to Shanghai University and then took his leave. As he stepped out of the store, he received a text from the bank. Huahua Bank, dear customer, XXXX on September 4th at 1:10 p.m., a transfer of 400,000 yuan was successfully made to your account ending in. Shangguan Yingrui assumed that Ziyun would want to browse through other stores, but to her surprise, he left the mall immediately after buying the computers. Thus, she hastily followed him outside. Junior, where are we headed now? Shangguan Yingrui asked as they got into the car. Back to school. We have military training at 2:30 p.m. Shangguan Yingrui started the engine and turned the car around, heading towards the school. The car was enveloped in an uncomfortable silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Junior, how did you end up buying 4 cars all at once? After a brief pause, Shangguan Yingrui inquired softly. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback before responding, Naturally, I bought 4 so that each person in the dormitory could have one. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui's eyes darkened instantaneously, her delicate fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly, her nails digging into her palm, leaving crimson imprints. Struggling to suppress her inner fury, she attempted to speak calmly. It seems you are quite close with those 3 in your dormitory, aren't you? She emphasized her words with a hint of sarcasm and warning. Ziyun, oblivious to Shangguan Yingrui's unusual demeanor, replied in agreement. Yes, I have a very good relationship with them. They are like brothers. Upon hearing this, a sickly smile curled at the corners of Shangguan Yingrui's lips, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Heh, what's wrong? Ziyun frowned, puzzled by her strange, cold laughter. In response, Shangguan Yingrui quickly masked her expression, shaking her head and offering a faint smile. It's nothing. She then pressed down on the accelerator, propelling the Maserati towards the school. Although Ziyun found her behavior peculiar, he chose not to dwell on it. The vehicle halted not far from the school entrance. After stopping, Shangguan Yingrui turned to Ziyun with a sweet smile. Junior, this is where I'll drop you off. Okay. Ziyun nodded gently and exited the car. As he watched Ziyun's figure fade into the distance until it vanished completely, the smile on Shangguan Yingrui's face evaporated, replaced by a sinister madness and ruthlessness. Ziyun, why do you have to be so kind to others? If you continue like this, it will make your sister very sad. She murmured with a tone laden with resentment. Chapter 40. A Change in Class Assistants. Shangguan Yingrui. As Ziyun approached the school gate, he suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep across his back, as if someone were standing behind him, watching. He whipped around sharply, but all he saw were passing students and vehicles, with no sign of anyone or anything out of the ordinary. Could it be an illusion? He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he dismissed the sudden unease and hurried towards the dormitory. Inside the car, Shangguan Yingrui watched Ziyun's receding figure through the window, a strange glint flickering in her eyes. Rest assured, dear brother, I will ensure you behave. Around 2:15 p.m., Ziyun returned to the dormitory and opened the door to find the 3 dorm mates already dressed and ready to leave. All 4, you're back. Hurry up and change into your military training uniform. We're going to be late. Chai Hansong clapped a hand on Ziyun's shoulder as a reminder before they departed for the playground. Okay, got it. Ziyun nodded, grabbing his military training uniform and heading into the bathroom. A few minutes later, he emerged dressed and checked his watch, noting it was already 2:23 p.m., prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the playground, the instructor was already present. Reporting. Ziyun called out immediately. The instructor turned, fixing Ziyun with a stern gaze. Speak. Ziyun stood tall and reported, I arrived late. So you're aware you're late. The instructor huffed, glaring at Ziyun with displeasure. Ziyun remained silent, awaiting his reprimand. As expected, the instructor coldly declared, since you are late, you will run 6 laps around the playground, just like last time. Understood. Ziyun responded without complaint, then began to jog around the track. Before long, Ziyun completed the 6 laps and returned to the formation, ready for the afternoon's military training exercises. Time trickled by, and soon the designated break at 3:40 p.m. arrived. The instructor blew the whistle, calling out, all students, stand at attention, then relax. Rest in place for 20 minutes. The instructor shouted. Upon hearing this, the students ceased their activities and settled down to chat. Ziyun also took a seat, pulling out his phone to check stock trends before putting it back in his pocket and taking a sip from his water bottle. Old 4MO Zon, sitting nearby, suddenly called out. What is it? Ziyun set down his water bottle and turned to look at him. Zon. Have you heard? That guy Guiyu got expelled from school. It's so satisfying. Finally, someone has been disciplined, and it also gives us a sense of relief. Montag-san exclaimed, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. Guiyu got expelled? Ziyun was taken aback, not expecting such news. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem too surprising. After all, that guy had the look of a bully, one who preys on the weak, so it was likely he had crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have. With this realization, Ziyun decided not to dwell on it further and continued drinking his water. Hey, old 4, did you hear? Mo Zon raised an eyebrow. Continuing to pry, do you know who he messed with? No idea. Ziyun shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, I wouldn't have known about this if you hadn't told me. So how could I know who he provoked? True enough, considering you went on a date with the senior during lunch. Ziyun sighed in exasperation. Mo Zon shot Ziyun a sidelong glance, suddenly leaning closer with a mischievous grin, whispering conspiratorially, Old 4, how is your relationship with the senior progressing? Ziyun shot him a glare, uninterested in engaging. Mo Zon pouted and continued, Old 4, I advise you to strike while the iron is hot and win her over. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between us. Ziyun stated firmly, his expression serious. Oh, nothing at all. Mo Zon feigned surprise, clearly skeptical. It's true. Ziyun insisted earnestly. Mo Zon elongated the sound. Ziyun shot him another sidelong glance, unwilling to explain further. Regardless, attempts at clarification would likely be met with disbelief. So he sighed softly. "Junior, what are you two chatting about?" Suddenly, a melodious, clear female voice interrupted their conversation. Ziyun and Mo Zan turned in unison to see Shangguan Yingrui's charming figure come into view. At that moment, she was clad in a white sports outfit. Her lustrous black hair tied back in a ponytail cascading down her back, her delicate features glowing with a crystalline radiance. Shangguan Yingrui's strikingly beautiful features were captivating, especially her eyes, which sparkled as if all the world's light converged within them. Nothing much. Ziyun quickly averted his gaze, responding nonchalantly. He failed to notice the flicker of crimson and menace that crossed Shangguan Yingrui's eyes. "Here, water," she said, offering him a bottle, though he hesitated slightly. "Ah, forget it. Since I can't avoid it, I might as well go with the flow." Exhaling a breath of resignation, he reached for the water from Shangguan Yingrui's hand and murmured a soft thank you. "You're welcome, Junior," she replied with a radiant smile, a hint of something unusual glimmering beneath her facade, though she concealed it well. Mo Zan, sitting nearby, munched on an apple while observing the interaction between the two, unable to restrain himself from letting out a few teasing sounds. "Old for, you claim there's nothing going on. Yet look how swiftly your relationship with a senior is progressing." Mo Zan jested with a mischievous grin. Ziyun shot him a glare. "Shut up. Just eat your apple." "He, fourth brother. Do not be shy," Mo Zan teased with a mischievous grin. "Get lost," Ziyun retorted through clenched teeth, wishing he could deliver a good punch to silence him. "Oh dear, have you become flustered?" Mo Zan exclaimed dramatically, clutching his heart as if wounded. Watching their banter, Shangguan Yingrui's eyes flickered with an imperceptible glint of malice, yet she maintained her gentle smile. "Damn it." Just then, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling everyone to assemble. "All right, the break is over. Resume military training." Let's go, Ziyun urged Mo Zan irritably. With a resigned sigh, Mo Zan rose and joined the ranks with Ziyun. The two found their class line and stood side by side. "Attention, at ease. Stand for half an hour," the instructor commanded in a booming voice. Thus, all students resumed their military stance. At that moment, the counselor approached and signaled to the instructor before addressing the students. "I have an announcement. During your military training, your class assistant will be Shangguan Yingrui, your senior from the second year. If you encounter any issues during training or need to request leave, you may approach your senior." With that, the counselor departed. Upon hearing that the illustrious Shangguan Yingrui was their class assistant, the entire class erupted in excitement, but the instructor's sharp command quickly silenced them. "Shut up. Do you want to run laps again?" Chapter 41, Wiping Sweat. Upon hearing this, most of the students obediently fell silent, though a few still murmured in defiance, only to be intimidated into silence by the instructor's threat of whoever is whispering shall do 100 push-ups and 3 laps. "You lot, step forward." The instructor glared at the recalcitrant boys. "Yes, sir," they replied, trembling as they shuffled to the instructor's front. "I warned you from the very first day of training. Do not whisper during military drills. You can chat with me after class, but during training, you must obey my commands." The instructor's stern gaze bore down on the boys as he delivered a harsh warning. "Understood, sir," they mumbled, heads bowed. 30 push-ups and 3 laps. The instructor coldly ordered. "Yes." The boys complied without hesitation. The nearby class watched this scene, swallowing hard, thankful that their instructor was more lenient than the terrifying one assigned to the adjacent line. Otherwise, they would have fared much worse. The female instructor noticed a few students from her class wandering towards Ziyun's line. "What? Do you wish to be treated like those in this instructor's class?" She frowned, casting a glance at them. No, you misunderstand, instructor. We're not trying to intimidate anyone like your commanding presence does to the 6th row." They quickly explained, shaking their heads. "Then stand tall with your chests out. If not, you won't get a break in 30 minutes. "Yes." The female instructor nodded in satisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at Ziyun's instructor, as if to say, "Do you see? A single word from me makes them comply." Ziyun's instructor shot her a sidelong glance, but ignored her, continuing to drill his row of students. All present. March in place. The instructor whistled. Under his guidance, the entire class marched in perfect formation, yet a few struggled to keep pace, their legs trembling or feet failing to lift. Stop! The instructor's whistle pierced the air, and everyone froze, standing straight as they awaited further instructions. The instructor surveyed the group, then coldly commanded, "Everyone, take out your phones." Phones? The students exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what the instructor had in mind. Nevertheless, they complied and retrieved their devices. Fourth brother, he doesn't mean Mo, Zan murmured cautiously. Yes, he wants us to place our phones on our toes and practice lifting our legs, Ziyun replied in a hushed tone. Mo Zan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, this instructor is ruthless. Shangguan Yingrui, who had been observing Ziyun intently, narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glimmer flickering within. All right, has everyone taken out their phones? The instructor continued. What are we doing, instructor? A male student timidly asked. We're practicing leg lifts to develop muscle memory. Now, place your phones on your toes and slowly lift your feet, maintaining the same height. Understood? Oh. As soon as the instructor finished, everyone began to place their phones on their toes and started practicing. Ziyun followed suit, placing his phone on his toes and gradually lifting that foot. For half an hour, many faces glistened with beads of sweat, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Shangguan Yingrui, noticing the glimmering sweat on Ziyun's forehead, approached him gently to wipe away the perspiration. Feeling the soft touch of her hand against his face, Ziyun's body stiffened, nearly losing his balance. Shangguan Yingrui seemed oblivious to his discomfort, continuing to tenderly wipe the sweat from his brow. The instructor, wishing to intervene, realized it was already too late. Meanwhile, others around them watched with a mix of envy and resentment, lamenting internally. This world is so cruel. Why can't such privileges fall upon us? Coughing lightly, the instructor reminded them to maintain decorum. Although it was perfectly normal for young people to engage in romantic relationships at this age, he could no longer tolerate the public display of affection before him. It was simply too much to bear. Hearing the instructor's cough, Shangguan Yingrui did not immediately withdraw her hand, continuing to tenderly wipe Ziyun's forehead. No need. Thank you, he stammered, blushing at the peculiar attention from those around him, awkwardly attempting to push her hand away. Seeing Ziyun push her hand away, Shangguan Yingrui's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly composed herself, smiling faintly as she withdrew her hand. Folding the handkerchief she had used to wipe his sweat, she tucked it away, cherishing the fact that it contained his unique scent, which she found enchanting and intoxicating. Her gaze towards Ziyun grew increasingly fervent, tinged with a hint of obsession and madness. Uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny, Ziyun furrowed his brow and turned his gaze elsewhere. With her emotions concealed, Shangguan Yingrui returned to her position at the front of the line, continuing to observe Ziyun during training. The instructor glanced at the time before blowing the whistle again. Attention! At ease. Rest in place for 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly relaxed, exhaling deeply as they stowed their phones away and plopped onto the grass, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. I'm exhausted. Yu Iji gasped, leaning against a tree. Shangguan Yingrui approached Ziyun, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her bag and offering it to him with concern. Junior, have some water and take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Thank you, Senior. Ziyun accepted the water, twisting off the cap and gulping down a few sips. After a bit more training, the day's military session finally came to an end, as Shangguan Yingrui contemplated dining with her younger brother Ziyun. A message arrived on her phone. Upon reading it, an enigmatic smile graced her lips. Yuluo Shui. She murmured the name softly before bidding farewell to Ziyun and departing abruptly. Hey, fourth brother, why did Senior Yingrui leave so suddenly? Didn't she say she was going to have dinner with you? Mo Zan inquired, rushing over to Ziyun. His curiosity piqued. I have no idea. Perhaps she has some urgent matter to attend to, Ziyun replied with a slight shake of his head, his tone indifferent. Let us go. The items I sent you should have arrived at the dormitory by now. What items, fourth brother? Mo Zan asked, intrigued. You'll find out when we return to the dormitory. Let us go. Ziyun urged. Oh, what a letdown. Why must you keep me in suspense? Montak-san lamented. Never mind. We'll find out soon enough. Let us fill our stomachs first. I feel like I'm starving, he added, patting his flat belly. Same here. Let us go, Ziyun agreed. And the four of them made their way to the dining hall. This time, they opted to eat indoors, wary of encountering any unsavory characters outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, they crossed paths with Su Xiaoma, who greeted them cheerfully. Hi, junior brothers. Hi. Hello, Senior Su. The four responded politely in unison. Where's Yingrui? Isn't she with you? Su Xiaoma asked, glancing around in search of Shangguan Yingrui. She mentioned she had something to take care of and left, Ziyun explained. Oh, Su Xiaoma nodded, refraining from further questions, as she understood her close friend's departure was likely due to pressing matters. Otherwise, she would not have left Ziyun, especially when the opportunity to spend time with him was at hand. Senior, would you like to join us for dinner? Zan invited her. Well, although I just finished eating, I would be willing to join if you're treating, Su Xiaoma replied with a playful smile, revealing her adorable little canines. After all, she hadn't had her fill, and who could refuse a complimentary dinner? Let us go. Ziyun nodded slightly and stepped into the dining hall, picking up a tray and heading to the queue for food. Chai Han-song and Yu Iji quickly followed suit. Noticing the three brothers already in line, Zan grabbed 2 trays and handed them to them, saying, You 3 can queue for the dishes. I'll go get the rice with Senior. With that, Zan and Su Xiaoma made their way to the counter to procure 5 servings of food. Chai Han-song and Yu Iji exchanged resigned glances at the surplus trays and patiently waited in line. Shortly after, Zan and Su Xiaoma returned with 5 boxes of food and settled down at a table. Before long, Ziyun and the others joined them, taking seats beside them. Wow, there are chicken legs tonight, Zan exclaimed, eyes wide with delight as he gazed at the delectable dish before him, swallowing hard and licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This chicken leg is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it, Zan declared, reaching for the chicken leg, only to have his hand sharply wrapped by a pair of chopsticks, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch. Ziyun shot him an exasperated glance and remarked, Old be mindful of your image. The senior is still here. At this, Zan looked up to find Su Xiaoma regarding him with a bemused expression, making him feel as though he were exposed under the sun, embarrassment flooding his face. Damn it, how mortifying. Zan coughed awkwardly, lowering his head to quietly eat. Ha ha ha. Chai Han-song chuckled at Zan's awkwardness, clearly enjoying the spectacle. The 5 of them chatted and dined together, and, after finishing their meal, they bid farewell to Su Xiaoma and returned to their dormitory. The items I sent you have already been placed with the dormitory supervisor. You can go collect them. Ziyun informed Chai Han-song, Zan, and Yu Iji as they arrived back. All right, they replied in unison before turning to head outside to retrieve their belongings. Old 4, I love you. You sent us our favorite computers. Zan and the others exclaimed with joy. Don't mention it. It's the least I could do since you all stood by me when I faced those troublemakers. Ziyun smiled faintly. Of course. We're good brothers. They replied enthusiastically. Come here, Old 4. Give me a hug. Zan opened his arms wide, attempting to embrace Ziyun. Get lost. I'm straight. Ziyun deftly dodged and playfully kicked him. Ha ha ha. The other 2 burst into laughter at the exchange. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui arrived at the address sent by Yuluo Shui, the Yusher Martial Arts School. Miss Shangguan, you've arrived. My young lady is waiting for you inside. A middle-aged man clad in a black tang suit greeted her at the entrance, bowing respectfully before leading her into the martial arts school. Nodding slightly, Shangguan Yingrui followed the man inside, where she beheld a vast expanse consisting of 3 floors, each boasting a variety of training rooms, including private practice areas, sparring spaces, and places dedicated to teaching martial arts. Furthermore, there were buildings erected at intervals throughout the premises. As she ascended to the 2nd floor with the man, she spotted a tall and graceful beauty standing quietly. Furrowing her brow, she thought, this person cannot be Yuluo Shui. Who else could it be? Miss Shangguan has arrived, young lady, the man in tang attire announced, pausing to bow respectfully to the beautiful woman. You may attend to other matters, the woman replied, casting a brief glance at Shangguan Yingrui and nodding lightly. Yes, young lady. The man bowed once more before retreating. It's you. You aren't Yuluo Shui? Shangguan Yingrui questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. I am her twin sister, Yuluo Yin. If my sister has offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. After all, she did not intend to encroach upon someone you hold dear. Yuluo Yin articulated slowly and elegantly, observing Shangguan Yingrui. She was acutely aware of the woman's temperament, having witnessed her lethal nature during her high school years abroad. It was only through subsequent investigations that she learned the reason behind the murder. The victim had dared to touch something belonging to her. Thus, upon hearing from her sister that Shangguan Yingrui had taken the man and position she coveted, Yuluo Yin understood that Shangguan Yingrui would not easily let her sister off the hook. Fearing potential harm to her sister, she had arranged this meeting under her sister's name, hoping to persuade Shangguan Yingrui to spare her. Shangguan Yingrui scoffed disdainfully, her gaze cold as she regarded Yuluo Yin. You know quite well that I detest others touching what belongs to me. Her words caused Yuluo Yin's expression to stiffen momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. What do you wish to do? What do I wish to do? Surely, those of you who have lived abroad are well aware, touching what belongs to me, or even attempting to, leads to death. Sovereign Yingrui narrowed her icy eyes, the corners of her lips curling into a cruel arc. Yuluo Yin lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment before raising her eyes to fix an incisive glare upon her, voice heavy with gravity as she inquired, Do you truly wish to annihilate my sister? If she desires to meddle with my possessions, she must bear the brunt of my wrath. Suddenly, Sovereign Yingrui's countenance morphed into a chilling visage, her tone laced with venomous malice. I, Sovereign Yingrui, will not permit anyone to lay a hand on what is mine, especially not Ziyun. Have you not considered that your actions may incite a feud between our two families? Yuluo Yin maintained her unwavering gaze, somberly cautioning her. Are you threatening me? Sovereign Yingrui squinted her beautiful eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Indeed, Yuluo Yin did not deny it, for the arrow had already been loosed and could not be retracted. What makes you think I would fear you? Sovereign Yingrui's frigid eyes radiated a terrifying light. Should Ziyun discover that you are a merciless demon, do you truly believe he would not distance himself from you? Yuluo Yin cast a detached glance her way, her tone indifferent. Are you threatening me? Sovereign Yingrui's expression shifted abruptly, her gaze turning ferocious as she glared at Yuluo Yin, teeth clenched, wishing to pounce on her and strangle her to death. You may interpret it as such. Yuluo Yin was unperturbed by her fury, instead revealing a wicked smile, as if confident in her restraint. You seek death. Sovereign Yingrui erupted in fury, raising her fist and launching it towards her with ferocity. Yuluo Yin had long anticipated this move, swiftly sidestepping her attack before extending her left leg to kick at her. Sovereign Yingrui quickly retracted her right hand to block the incoming kick. Seizing the opportunity, Yuluo Yin created a safe distance, coldly observing her as she spoke. If you wish to conceal your darker side from him, then spare my sister. Killing you will ensure that no one will ever know, Sovereign Yingrui hissed, her cold eyes narrowing like a serpent's. Yuluo Yin chuckled derisively. If you were to kill me, I believe the news would swiftly reach Grandmother Gong's ears. You are aware that Ziyun is her grandson. Should she learn that the one he fancies is a murderer, I assure you, Grandmother Gong would never permit your union with Ziyun, for he is bound to heed her counsel. Moreover, Ziyun harbors no affection for you at present. By the way, I forgot to mention, I am the future daughter-in-law of the Gong family. In light of this, I am essentially Ziyun's aunt. Will you still seek to kill me? Yuluo Yin arched an eyebrow playfully. Do you think that invoking Grandmother Gong will deter me from killing you? Sovereign Yingrui's expression darkened further. You are welcome to try. Yuluo Yin shrugged, smiling innocently, entirely dismissive of her threats, for she understood that while Sovereign Yingrui was indeed deranged, she was an astute lunatic, well aware of the gravity of her actions. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Sovereign Yingrui's clenched fists gradually relaxed, her deep-set eyes flickering with an unusual ripple, before she shot Yu Luoyin a cold glance and turned on her heel to leave the room, muttering as she walked. Yu Luoyin, warn your sister to keep her distance from my Ziyun, or else. With that, she vanished, leaving behind a chilling, bloodthirsty silhouette. Once Sovereign Yingrui departed, the room fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. Yu Luoyin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Finally, it was over. This woman was utterly terrifying. Miss that. Let us erase everything. Remember, no one is to leak a single word about tonight's events. Yu Luoyin interrupted, her expression serious as she issued her command. Yes, the man in the Tang suit complied, pulling out his laptop and swiftly typing on the keyboard to delete the footage captured moments ago. Once the recordings were erased, she instructed her subordinates to withdraw. Yu Luoyin stood by the window, gazing at the pitch-black nightscape, her delicate brows furrowed as she pondered. Sovereign Yingrui returned to her residence. Stepping into the bathroom and turning on the shower head, warm water cascading over her fair, elongated neck, slowly trickling down along her graceful collarbone, until it pooled at her chest. The bathroom was enveloped in a mist, revealing the outline of her lithe and exquisite figure, her skin translucent and tender, akin to jade, glistening softly under the light. Sovereign Yingrui closed her eyes, relishing the warmth washing over her body until her skin became moist. Only then did she cease her bathing, using a towel to dry off before donning a bathrobe and stepping out of the bathroom. She then entered her bedroom, adorned with portraits and photographs of Ziyun. Seated at the edge of the bed, she gazed at the exquisite, lifelike oil paintings that adorned the room, her fingers gently caressing them as if she were touching someone's skin. The malice within her gradually dissipated, her expression calming, the once menacing darkness in her eyes softening. Lowering her head, she rubbed her nose against the cheek of the handsome youth depicted in the painting, murmuring, my dear brother. Ziyun, my dear brother. Aki. Ziyun, engrossed in a game in his dormitory, suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Yu Iji, noticing his strange expression, immediately inquired with concern. It's nothing. I just feel like someone is thinking of me. Ziyun rubbed his nose and replied before resuming his game. Could it be your senior sister? Emozan teased immediately. Ziyun remained silent upon hearing this. He knew they would not believe him anyway, so he refrained from wasting his breath and focused on the game. Aki. Another sneeze overtook him. Ziyun furrowed his brow, surprised to find he had sneezed 3 times in succession. He scratched his head in confusion, muttering, could someone be cursing me? Haha, I think it's because you miss your senior sister. Yu Iji couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shut up. Ziyun glared at him. Don't say nonsense. I don't miss her at all. Ha! His roommates erupted into laughter. At that moment, Ziyun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen to see it was his mother calling. Signaling to his roommates, he walked over to the sink to answer the call. Hello, Mom. What's the matter? Woohoo, Xiaoyan. You haven't called your mother in ages. I'm feeling so upset. I want to cry. The voice of Gong Yueka came through, tinged with a sense of grievance. Ziyun rubbed his temples, already feeling a headache coming on. Every time he didn't answer her calls or stay by her side, it would always end up like this. Sighing, he reassured her, all right, Mom, don't cry. After a while, once the military training is over, I'll come home to accompany you. Okay, Mom, I have to hang up now. He quickly ended the call, hoping to avoid another one of her tantrums. Meanwhile, on the other end, upon seeing her son hang up the phone, Gong Yueka's expression darkened immediately. Xiaoyan is becoming increasingly disobedient, hanging up without even chatting for a moment. Do you know how much this pains me? Her countenance grew eerily pale, her eyes shadowed with anguish. Damn man, get in here. Tell your useless subordinates to bring my son back. Gong Yueka shouted at the man outside the door. The man outside paused, taken aback by her sudden outburst. He sighed, having repeated himself countless times. This woman simply did not comprehend his words. Each time, he felt utterly helpless. Yet he was bound by his promise to Z to take good care of her. Yuku, I have repeatedly expressed that I will not assist you. The child has grown up. He ought to lead his own life. Do not persist in your relentless entreaties, man. Silence. Gong Yuku bellowed fiercely. What are you? Were it not for your urging Z to rescue you, he would not have met with that accident, and I would not have lost him. With that, She seized a nearby vase and hurled it violently towards the door. With a resounding crash, the vase shattered into countless fragments. Fortunately, the door was closed. Otherwise, the vase would have struck the man directly. However, the noise roused the little girl downstairs. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and with her rosy lips pouting, climbed out of bed, her bare feet stepping onto the soft bedding. Barefoot, she walked to the door, extending her delicate little hand to tug at the doorknob. Then pushed the door open and stepped outside. Her round, glistening eyes scanned the surroundings before finally locking onto the second floor, and she toddled towards the staircase with her chubby little legs. "Daddy!" The little girl's voice was sweet and laced with a hint of milkiness. The man paused, following the sound, and saw a cherubic little girl standing at the foot of the stairs, resembling Gong Yuka quite closely. Clad in a pink princess dress and with long, glossy hair cascading down her back, her round, chubby face was particularly endearing, and her large, sparkling eyes blinked innocently, evoking deep affection in anyone who beheld her. Xian, why are you up?" The man, momentarily taken aback, quickly donned a warm smile as he hurried down the stairs and scooped up the little girl. Xian wrapped her arms around his neck and nestled against his broad chest, her innocent voice inquiring, "Daddy, I thought I heard something breaking in Mama's room. Is she all right?" "It's nothing, dear. Your mother accidentally broke a vase," he replied, shaking his head with a smile, not wishing for his daughter to worry. Xian blinked her big eyes, nodding with a semblance of understanding. Looking at his obedient daughter, he couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheek, hoping she wouldn't grow up to be like her mother. Xian raised her obsidian-like, bright eyes and with a sweet voice said, "Daddy, let me tell you something. Xian had a nightmare today." "What was your dream about?" The man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, Xian tilted her head and said, "I dreamt that my brother hid me away, and then a beautiful older sister captured him. I saw her cut off his legs and arms, then whip him while saying she wanted to drink his blood. It was so scary. I was frightened, Daddy. Is my brother in trouble?" Upon saying this, but into dia. "It's all right. Xian, don't be afraid. That was just a dream. Your brother is fine. There's no need to worry," the man gently comforted, patting her back. Xian sniffled, her tearful eyes gazing up at him as she choked out, "Really? My brother is truly okay?" "Of course," he reassured her, stroking her little head. "You must remember that dreams are not real. You can't take them seriously, all right?" "Mama, sin zembamba." She nodded vigorously, obediently agreeing. "What a good girl you are." The man leaned down and kissed her soft forehead, then carried her towards the bedroom. In the dormitory of Shanghai University, room 203, the gaming continued unabated. Ziyun sat in his chair, his long fingers deftly clicking the mouse as he commanded his hero to swiftly attack the mid-lane tower. Suddenly, an anxious shout from Mazan pierced through his headset. "It's bad. It's bad. The top tower is about to fall. Hurry and assist." At this, Ziyun swiftly maneuvered his character towards the top lane. "Old 4, over here, over here." Mazan's voice called from a distance. In the top lane, a group of players surrounded the bush, battling wild monsters to level up. "Old 4, let's seize the blue buff first, then we can support Old 3. Ziyun nodded and immediately directed his hero into the bush, where he spotted the wild boar king. Just as he prepared to take it down, Mazan urgently interjected, "Wait, Old 4, forget about that boar. Go protect Old 3. He's already taken 5 hits." Hearing this, Ziyun glanced to the right and saw the top tower's health dwindling as enemy numbers swelled. "Okay," Ziyun replied, rushing towards the mid lane. "You bunch of fools dared to raid our boss's jungle." Mazan swore as he controlled his hero towards the mid lane, ready to defend their position. As Ziyun maneuvered his hero, he pondered how to clear the enemy minion wave. "Old 4, watch your back." Mazan suddenly shouted, "Watch out behind you." Alarmed, Ziyun cursed silently and dodged. But due to the ambush, he was unable to escape, suffering significant damage and losing nearly half his health. "Damn it," Mazan cursed. "Old 4, you were too careless. You almost got knocked out." "Haha," Ziyun chuckled lightly. "It's fine, I won't die. If you die, it will be a hassle." Mazan shot him a glare before refocusing on slaying monsters. Ziyun continued to smile faintly, resuming his farming. Before long, Both teams had nearly depleted their forces, ultimately leading to their defeat in the 5v5 team battle due to Ziyun's miscalculated maneuver. Ah, old four, how did you mess up again? Ma Zhan lamented. Ziyun remained unruffled. No worries. That was just a fluke. I assure you I won't make that mistake again. All right, it's late. We should sleep. We have military training tomorrow. Ziyun yawned, stretched, then turned off the computer and climbed into bed. Chapter 45, Dreamscape 4. As Ziyun drifted into slumber, he found himself once again ensnared in a dream. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself standing atop a mountain, mere steps away from sheer cliff. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind filled his ears as a cool breeze swept past, billowing his clothes. He recognized that he had once more entered a dream, a situation to which he had long grown accustomed. However, this time, he found himself unbound. Looking up, he saw two women standing at the cliff's edge, one being Shangguan Yingrui, while the other remained obscured. Yet, when he squinted to discern the identity of the bound individual, his pupils constricted with fury as a wave of rage surged through him. The captive was none other than his mother, Gong Yuko. At that moment, she was bound, her mouth taped shut, her hands and feet secured with ropes, her delicate face etched with terror, tears already marring her exquisite makeup. Shangguan Yingrui held a knife to her throat, her gaze icy, as if poised to sever her fragile jugular at any moment. Shangguan Yingrui, what do you intend to do? Release my mother at once. Ziyun glared at her menacingly. Shangguan Yingrui smiled, her lips curving like a blooming flower. Release your mother, you say? Certainly, provided you obediently heed your sister's words and remain by my side. I assure you, I shall not harm your mother's life, otherwise. As she spoke, the dagger in Shangguan Yingrui's hand glimmered ominously under the dim, hazy sunlight, slicing through Gong Yueka's delicate skin. Ah! Gong Yueka cried out in pain. Terror etched across her face. Mother! Ziyun gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. He yearned to rush forward and tear Shangguan Yingrui to shreds. Yet he knew he must endure. So what say you? Have you given it thought? Shangguan Yingrui inquired, her smile enchanting as she gazed at him. If you promise your sister, I shall undoubtedly spare your mother's life. Ziyun suppressed the storm of fury raging within him, striving to speak with composure. Fine, I agree. But you must first release my mother and step back from the edge of the cliff. No, what if you attempt to flee? Shangguan Yingrui retorted with a cold snort. Then what do you propose? Ziyun furrowed his brow. Hehe, Shangguan Yingrui laughed softly, her smile particularly beguiling. It's quite simple. I shall slowly approach you with the dagger and merely require a kiss from your lips. Not a chance. Ziyun resolutely refused. Are you certain? Shangguan Yingrui tilted her head, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Fail to comply, and I shall not hesitate to end your mother's life. Shangguan Yingrui, you dare. Hehe. Watch me. Shangguan Yingrui chuckled coldly, the dagger once more gliding across Gong Yueka's tender skin. Ziyun felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, gritting his teeth as he labored to utter a few words. I agree. Shangguan Yingrui smiled, satisfaction radiating from her. Good brother, you are truly obedient. With that, she cupped Ziyun's handsome face and leaned in, allowing him to endure the violation of his lips. He clenched his hands tightly, knuckles turning white, veins bulging. Shangguan Yingrui kissed him for what felt like an eternity, as if seeking to devour him entirely, and only when she felt satisfied did she release him. Brother, you taste delightful. Sister likes you. Shangguan Yingrui licked her alluring red lips, a wicked smile playing on her face. Ziyun, breathless and gasping, lowered his head, his fist still tightly clenched, struggling to contain the tumult of rage within him, forcing himself to regain his composure. After steadying his emotions, he looked up at Shangguan Yingrui and said, I have fulfilled your request. Now you must honor your promise and release my mother. Of course, my dear brother, I am always true to my word. Shangguan Yingrui replied, turning to walk toward the cliff's edge, beckoning, come closer. Ziyun, sensing danger, approached her cautiously. As he neared the cliff, only a meter away, Shangguan Yingrui suddenly halted, turning to fix him with an intense gaze. Brother, remember what you just said. Otherwise, be prepared to collect your family's remains. With that, she plunged the dagger toward her own heart while simultaneously raising a gun, aiming it at Ziyun, and pulled the trigger. A deafening bang echoed as the bullet pierced through his chest. Ziyun felt darkness envelop him, instantly losing consciousness. Moments later, he awoke abruptly, drenched in sweat, his breath rapid and shallow. He wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead and gazed out the window. The moonlight shone brightly, stars twinkling, and the Milky Way sprawling across the night sky, illuminating his dormitory. A wave of intense pain surged through his heart. Ziyun furrowed his brow, massaging his temples, still unable to recall the events of the dream. He threw back the covers and walked into the bathroom, staring into the mirror at his pale visage. Lost in thought for a long while. Damn it, why do I forget the scenes and events of my dreams every time I wake up? What on earth did I dream about? Ziyun turned on the faucet, splashed water on his face, trying to awaken his senses. After a considerable time, he flicked his long bangs aside and looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. The hour hand pointed precisely at 3:30 in the morning. 2.5 hours remaining before morning training. He took a deep breath, deciding to sleep a little longer. Yawning, he lay back down. Before he knew it, he gradually succumbed to sleep again. He had no idea how long he slept, but he was awakened by his roommate's voice. "Hey, Fourth, wake up. Hurry. We're going to be late," his roommate urged, tapping his shoulder. All right. I am awake." Ziyun blinked his sleepy eyes and quickly got up to head for the bathroom, not forgetting to sign in. System, sign in, Ziyun thought to himself. Sign in complete. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 experience points and 500 credits. Ziyun raised an eyebrow. He was surprised to receive 1,000 experience points this time, previously only getting 100, 50, or 30. Has the system finally shown some mercy? After checking his personal panel, he dismissed the system. After washing up and donning his military training uniform, Ziyun and his roommates exited the dormitory together. Attention, stand at ease. First, stand in military posture for 30 minutes. Then we will commence the subsequent lessons. The instructor commanded sternly. The students lined up in an orderly fashion, standing straight as they began their military training. Chapter 46, The End of Military Training. Dream Sequence 5. Time flew, and days passed one after another. The culmination of the full 20 days of military training was marked by the final day as performance, signaling the end. During these 3 weeks, aside from military training, Ziyun was almost constantly pursued by Shangguan Yingrui. Ever since she became the class assistant, during any break, Ziyun found himself ensnared by her. Like a sticky piece of toffee that he could not shake off, and he had resigned himself to it, though he still felt some resistance. Ziyun could not fathom why, but whenever Shangguan Yingrui touched him, he felt as if electricity coursed through his body, an uncomfortable, tingling sensation. He remained perplexed about what it signified. Yet, his body always warned him not to resist Shangguan Yingrui, lest he regret it. Fortunately, Shangguan Yingrui had not crossed too many boundaries. As the leader concluded with his final words, the instructor blew the whistle, announcing dismissal. Yay, it's finally over. Mo Zon stretched lazily, beckoning Ziyun and the others towards the dormitory. Aren't we going to the cafeteria for a meal? Yu Iji inquired. No, we can just order takeout. Playing games is more important. I lost 5 matches last night. I must win them back today. Besides, if you go now, there will surely be a crowd. It's better to play games in the dormitory, and ordering takeout is also a delightful option, Mo Zon said, pulling Yu Iji's arm. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Fourth, what are you still doing? Hurry up and catch up, Mo Zon urged as he noticed Ziyun fiddling with his phone in silence. Coming. Ziyun snapped back to reality, hastily shoving his phone into his pocket and quickly following. You weren't waiting for the senior sister, were you? Yu Iji teased, a mischievous grin on his face. No, I was just looking into stock matters. Ziyun shook his head, responding nonchalantly. I don't believe it. For the past 10 days, whether during breakfast, lunch, dinner, or breaks during military training, you two have been inseparable. Even at times when standing at attention, the illustrious senior officer Shangguan would personally wipe away your perspiration. Mo Zon then remarked to Yu Iji, TSK, how enviable this is to onlookers. Ziyun opened his mouth as if to explain, yet hesitated, unsure of what to say. Have you managed to win over the senior? Yuiji teased with a smile. Not at all. Ziyun shook his head, wishing to steer clear of the topic. After all, he had explained it countless times before. Sigh. All right, you shouldn't tease forth about this every time. Hurry along, go back and play some games. Chai Han Song timely interrupted their banter. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui, who was on her way to find Ziyun for a meal, watched his figure gradually disappear from her sight. Her expression grew somber, a flicker of crimson flashing in her eyes once more. Ziyun belonged to her. He was hers. These past few days, Ziyun had been quite obedient. Why didn't he wait for her? She had merely been called by the teacher for a brief moment, and Ziyun had departed with those from his dormitory. It must have been those dorm mates of Ziyun who incited him to leave. How infuriating. Shangguan Yingrui clenched her fists tightly. At that moment, she received a message from her organization, instructing her to lead a group to dismantle a faction stronghold. She accepted the task, not for any particular reason, but simply out of a desire to spill blood and vent the sudden surge of aggression within her. Otherwise, she felt she might truly lose control and annihilate all of Ziyun's dormitory companions. Returning to the dormitory, Ziyun played a few rounds of games with his roommates, had dinner, took a shower, and then climbed into bed, knowing he could not be late for his first class at university the following day. Before drifting off, he glanced at the stock trading page and noticed the upward trend continuing, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. It seemed this stock would rise for a while longer. When the time was right, he could sell it off, likely earning a pretty penny. With this thought, a faint smile graced Ziyun's lips. He then sent a message to Shangguan Yingrui. I'm going to rest now. Good night. After turning off his phone, Ziyun closed his eyes and fell into slumber once more. Upon awakening, he found himself bound to the bed by 4 iron poles. Ziyun silently grimaced. Not again. Can't I have different dreams for once? Cursing inwardly, he struggled against his restraints, instinctively lowering his gaze to survey his surroundings, only to be met by an all-encompassing darkness. The moonlight filtering through the window barely illuminated anything, rendering him unable to discern anything clearly. Ah, you're awake, little Ziyun. A languid and seductive voice floated to his ears, belonging to Shangguan Yingrui. Ziyun lifted his head to see her perched on the edge of the bed, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. One hand playing with the ends of her hair, while the other rested on the bed, her posture exuding an alluring charm. Could you let me go? Every dream is like this. Is it really entertaining? Ziyun sighed in resignation. Hearing his hint of complaint, Shangguan Yingrui tilted her head, a myriad of questions evident in her expression. What do you mean by that, little Ziyun? She inquired, puzzled. Nothing much. I promise to stay by your side forever, but you must vow not to harm them. Ziyun inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui momentarily froze before chuckling softly. Hehe, little Ziyun, is this a request? Perhaps. Ziyun shrugged. All right. As long as you don't entertain thoughts of escaping, I promise I won't take their lives. She assured with a beaming smile. Can you release me now? Ziyun raised an eyebrow, surveying the surrounding environment before speaking. Well, not just yet. Why not? I've already made a promise. Ziyun frowned. Because it's a punishment for you, little Ziyun. Who told you to be disobedient? Always thinking about escaping. Always wanting to leave your sister, Shangguan Yingrui said, casting him a flirtatious glance. Punishment? What sort of punishment? Ziyun furrowed his brow, already suspecting what Shangguan Yingrui intended to do. This time, I shall brand you with a mark, so everyone will know you are mine, Shangguan Yingrui proclaimed, her smile radiant. A brand? Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief. You've lost your mind? Indeed, I am quite mad, Shangguan Yingrui replied, reaching to caress his lips, the soft warmth igniting a desire to savor the moment. Senior, please calm down. Can we skip the punishment? Ziyun swallowed hard, hastily pleading. Not a chance. If I don't punish you, you will surely attempt to sneak away the next time I'm not looking. Thus, you must be punished. As she spoke, Shangguan Yingrui leaned down to kiss Ziyun's lips, coupled with a playful bite. The sharp pain made Ziyun gasp in shock. Damn, she's truly deranged. A mere bite would suffice, yet she had to bite so hard. Did that hurt? Shangguan Yingrui teased, licking her lips like a playful kitten. dabbing at the blood at the corner of her mouth. Yes. Are you a dog? Ziyun glared at her in anger, convinced she must be some kind of beast to be so merciless. Hehe, Shangguan Yingrui chuckled. Stay still on the bed. Don't move. I'm just going to fetch the tools for your punishment. Be good now. She stood up, swaying her slender waist as she made her way towards the door. Ziyun watched her retreating figure, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Surely, she wouldn't truly mark him, would she? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he trembled involuntarily, silently praying for his awakening. Please wake up, please wake up, please wake up. Yet, it seemed the heavens were deaf to his pleas, for he remained ensnared in slumber. Before long, Shangguan Yingrui returned, pushing in a small furnace and a pair of specially crafted branding irons, courtesy of the system. Hehe, here we go. Shangguan Yingrui approached Ziyun's bedside, presenting the branding iron before him. Look, this is the mark I specially prepared for you. Brand? A brand? Ziyun stammered, swallowing hard. His expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at Shangguan Yingrui. Little Ziyun, how you like the mark I'll carve for you? Do you like it? Shangguan Yingrui beamed with glee, brandishing the unheated iron. Not at all. Ziyun shook his head in refusal. Oh, you don't like it? But I find it quite lovely. She waved the branding iron before his eyes, then placed it into the furnace. As he watched the iron glow red, Ziyun felt his heart leap to his throat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ah, little Ziyun, I'll help you take off your clothes first, Shangguan Yingrui said with a sickly sweet smile, reaching for his collar to unbutton his shirt. As the approaching hand drew nearer, Ziyun instinctively began to struggle. Yet, with his hands and feet bound to the four corners of the bed, how could he possibly escape? No, let me go, he protested. TSK, such disobedience. Shangguan Yingrui wickedly leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she breathed suggestively. Release me. Ziyun clenched his eyes shut, his body rigid with fear. Hehe, be good. Shangguan Yingrui chuckled softly, continuing to unbutton his shirt. As each button was undone, his strong chest and perfectly sculpted abdomen were revealed. Shangguan Yingrui gazed hungrily at Ziyun's physique, her breath growing heavier with desire. Finally, the last button was freed, and she could not resist swallowing hard at the sight of his enticing form. However, she held back, determined to leave her exclusive mark upon him before savoring him completely. Her eyes danced over Ziyun's astonishingly handsome face, prompting her to lick her lips and reach out to caress his skin, relishing the softness and smoothness beneath her fingertips. Oh, Ziyun, you grow more exquisite with each glance. Ziyun remained silent, lips pressed tightly together. Ah, witnessing your expression like this makes me want to tease you further. Shangguan Yingrui giggled, playfully poking Ziyun's nose with her finger. He frowned and recoiled. She leaned in closer, inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped him, and then planted a soft kiss upon his lips. Producing a pill from her pocket, she shoved it into his mouth, exclaiming, Now, don't resist. Otherwise, Big Sister will become quite upset. Ziyun began to cough violently, desperately trying to expel the pill, but to no avail. Damn it, what has that madwoman given me? He seethed inwardly, wishing he could unleash his rage upon Shangguan Yingrui, who would surely be reduced to mere pulp if he had the opportunity. Alas, he was firmly secured to the bed, utterly immobilized. Shangguan Yingrui watched with satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. That's more like it, she cooed, rising to retrieve a heated branding iron, slowly approaching Ziyun. Come now, sister will mark you with our exclusive seal. Ziyun's heart raced as he beheld the red-hot iron inching closer, his throat dry as he swallowed nervously. Shangguan Yingrui, still grinning, positioned the branding iron against Ziyun's chest, and with a resounding crack, the mark was seared into his flesh. A wave of searing heat coursed through him, igniting every nerve. The sensation was agonizing. Ugh! Ziyun let out a low groan before succumbing to unconsciousness. As Ziyun lay there, Shangguan Yingrui's twisted smile deepened. Setting the branding iron aside, she scattered a packet of powder over the freshly branded mark. Hehe, this way, it will never fade away, she whispered. You shall forever belong to sister. And I to you, dear Ziyun. She leaned closer, her voice tender in his ear. With that, she pressed another branding iron against her own chest, feeling no pain, only exhilaration, before lying down beside Ziyun. Covering them both with a light blanket, she embraced him, breathing in the fragrance emanating from him, and drifted into a deep slumber. Gasping for air, Ziyun awoke from his dreams, his breaths coming in heavy gasps as cold sweat trickled down his pale forehead. "Ugh, this feels terrible," he groaned, clutching at the faint pain in his chest, lifting his shirt to reveal a shallow brand. Chapter 48. The Beauty Enhancement Card? Staring at the shallow mark on his chest, Ziyun strained to recall something, but his mind was a chaotic blur. He remembered that he had this mark when he bathed last night. It had appeared out of nowhere. Perhaps he should consult the system? After a moment's hesitation, he decided against it, surmising that the system would be equally clueless. After all, when he had previously inquired, it had simply responded with ignorance. He couldn't help but wonder if the system was defective. Meanwhile, the system in his mind, upon hearing Ziyun's internal musings, protested, "I am undoubtedly the most formidable subsystem, far superior to any of that trash." It cannot speak out, for doing so would surely lead to a painful fate at the hands of a certain deranged main system host. Shaking his head, Ziyun dismissed the troubling thoughts. "Forget it. If I can't remember, there's no point in dwelling on it." He sighed, glancing out the window at the still gray sky. But a hint of light was breaking through. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 6:53 a.m. and decided to lie back down, closing his eyes to continue his slumber. Yet, mere minutes later, he opened his eyes again, resigning himself to wakefulness. Summoning the system, he commanded, "System, sign in." "Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 450 experience points and 580 points. Congratulations, host, you have received a Beauty Enhancement Card." Beauty Enhancement Card instantly elevates the host's appearance to a perfect score of 100. The host may use it at any time. Duration, permanent. Note, only the host may use it. A Beauty Enhancement Card? Ziyun stared at the card before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't even sign in for an allure shield, and now he was handed a Beauty Enhancement Card? Was this some sort of cruel joke? How much more could his appearance possibly improve? Fortunately, this card could only be activated at his discretion. With a sigh of relief, he tucked it away into his backpack. Open personal panel. System. Ziyun instructed. In an instant, the system panel materialized before him. He examined his data. Daily sign-in system. Currently at level 1. Experience points, 584, 010, 4,160 points needed for upgrade. Host, Ziyun. Age, 19. Height, 182 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Strength, 87. 60 points is the passing mark. Combat power, 85. Constitution, LC. Personal assets, 1. 26 million. Points, 3,700. Points gained through daily sign-ins and random tasks. Skills, culinary arts, beginner. Divine singing, beginner. Divine massage, beginner. Note, combat skills cannot be used on system-locked loved ones. Permanently locked loved one. Hidden, Shangguan Yingrui, requires the system to reach level 6 to unlock. System backpack, a complete set of cosmetics, plush toys, a set of exquisite kitchenware, Beauty Enhancement Card. Subsystem shop, not unlocked. Subsystem lottery, not unlocked. Sighing, Ziyun lamented, "I still need over 4,000 experience points to level up." However, he felt reassured that, although his experience was limited, he could gradually accumulate more. So he was not overly anxious. Yet, seeing his backpack and skills left him feeling somewhat disheartened. As usual, the system asked, "Host, your points have reached 3,700. Would you like to upgrade a skill?" "No, thank you," Ziyun replied coolly. "Upgrading these skills seems an utter waste. Elevating my culinary talents would inevitably refine my palate, rendering outside food intolerable. It would be far more prudent not to upgrade at all. As for singing, I have no aspirations in that arena. Enhancing this skill would serve no purpose whatsoever and might even invite unnecessary troubles. However, I could consider improving my massage abilities. This way, I could offer shoulder massages to my mother and others." After engaging in a brief session of mobile gaming in bed, I proceeded to brush my teeth and wash my face. Naturally, I also remembered to awaken my roommate. Otherwise, they might sleep indefinitely. Once I finished my morning routine, My roommate finally emerged from slumber, still heavily drowsy. Good morning, fourth. Chai Han Song stretched. Hey, when did you get up? I feel like I've only slept for 2 or 3 hours. Ziyun urged. All right, hurry up and get out of bed. It's already 7:20, and we have class soon. Upon hearing this, Chai Han Song was jolted awake, hastily scrambling into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. The other 2 roommates, also roused from their stupor, followed suit. After the morning commotion, the clock struck 7:40. The group quickly completed their morning preparations and headed towards the classroom. They arrived just 5 minutes before class, securing 4 seats as they awaited the teacher's arrival. While the 3 chatted about yesterday's gaming escapades, Ziyun remained silent, absorbed in stock trading on his phone, occasionally messaging Shangguan Yingrui. Only when the class bell rang did Ziyun cease his trading, tucking his phone away. At that moment, Zhao Jijun entered the room, impeccably dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, making his way to the podium. Once he reached the desk, he placed his lesson plan upon it, scanned the room, and began, before we commence the lesson, I have an announcement from school. Tomorrow evening, there will be a welcome party specifically for the freshmen. The classroom erupted in excitement, students chattering animatedly. Silence. Zhao Jijun banged on the podium, which quieted the room momentarily. He continued, as per tradition, upperclassmen typically perform while freshmen watch. However, this year, the administration has decided that each freshman class must present a performance, showcasing the talents of our first-year students. Given the tight schedule, there are no restrictions on the format of the performance. It could be an individual act or a small group. If you're interested, please register with the class representative, Qian Qingzi. Now, let's begin our lesson. After this announcement, the 3 roommates slumped over their desks, seeking a few more moments of sleep. Fourth, we played too late last night. Remember to wake us after class. Zon mumbled sleepily before closing his eyes. Ziyun nodded, responding affirmatively. Chapter 49 Ziyun. I have no talents. In the girls' dormitory, Sister Rue, where were you yesterday? Why didn't you come back? Su Xiaomao inquired, her big, watery eyes filled with curiosity as she spotted Shangguan Yingrui returning. I didn't mention it, but thankfully, the dorm supervisor didn't check last night. I was attending to some personal matters. What is up? Shangguan Yingrui replied, glancing at Su Xiaomao nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, Sister Rue, I brought your package back. It's on your desk. Su Xiaomao cheerfully exclaimed. Thanks, Shangguan Yingrui responded lightly before heading to the restroom to freshen up. Noticing her departure, Su Xiaomao called out, Hey, Sister Rue, aren't you going to open the package and see what's inside? Shangguan Yingrui paused, contemplating for a moment before turning back to Su Xiaomao and saying, I don't like others touching my things. Oh, Su Xiaomao nodded obediently. Though her curiosity about the contents of the package remained, she respected Shangguan Yingrui's wishes and refrained from asking further. After freshening up and changing, Shangguan Yingrui left the dormitory, making her way to Ziyun's classroom. As the class bell rang, teacher Zhao Jijun concluded his morning session and exited the classroom. All right, rise and shine, class is over. Ziyun nudged the 3 sleeping roommates. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and stretched their limbs. I'm starving. Let's head to the cafeteria to fill our stomachs before returning to rest. Chai Han Song yawned lazily. Let us go. Time for lunch. Mind your manners, you two. This is still the classroom, Ziyun said, rolling his eyes. Hehe, Zon, and you Iji sheepishly scratched their noses. As they stepped out of the classroom, a girl with black-framed glasses suddenly rushed up to them. Hey, wait up, classmates. Huh? Chai Han Song, Ziyun, and Zon frowned in unison, turning to the girl. She had a sweet appearance, fair and delicate skin, with shoulder-length, wavy hair that exuded a pure and charming vibe, especially her exquisitely beautiful oval face. Dressed in a light blue floral dress, she radiated a clean beauty, her lively eyes now fixed on Ziyun. Is there something you need? Ziyun raised an eyebrow, politely inquiring. Currently, no one from our class has signed up with me. I wanted to ask if you would be willing to represent our class and perform? Qian Qingzi asked shyly, lowering her eyes while her gaze occasionally darted toward the strikingly handsome boy before her. Ziyun hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, declining her proposal. What? Qian Qingxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. I have no talents, Ziyun shrugged, sincerely stating. He had no desire to stand out. He simply wished to live a low-key life. Besides, should he perform, he feared he might not see the light of the next day. He couldn't explain why he felt this way, but that inner voice told him so. Qian Qingxi was momentarily speechless. She had intended to say that with his good looks and charming voice, he must sing beautifully and attract many admirers, but to her surprise, he had turned her down, leaving her utterly astonished. Sorry, thank you, Ziyun said politely as he observed Qian Qingxi's stunned expression. In no problem, Qian Qingxi stammered, her cheeks flushed, hastily waving her hand as she turned to leave, clearly flustered. Watching Qian Qingxi hurriedly retreat, Mo Zhan and Chai Han Song exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned to Ziyun with teasing expressions, asking in unison, "You lucky dog. First, there's a senior chasing you, and now a beauty is throwing herself at you. Stop talking nonsense." Ziyun shot them a glare, rebutting with annoyance. What are you two chatting about? At that moment, Shangguan Yingrui strolled in from around the corner of the hallway, inquiring as she approached. Ziyun's body trembled slightly as he raised his gaze, only to behold Shangguan Yingrui clad in a delicate pink floral dress. Her lustrous, ebony hair was elegantly fashioned into a ponytail, with playful bangs cascading gently beside her ears, accentuating her fair visage, rendering her all the more enchanting. Ziyun shook his head lightly, his demeanor nonchalant. All right, let us dine, Shangguan Yingrui remarked, oblivious to any peculiarities in Ziyun's behavior. We shall not disturb you any longer, senior. Farewell. Mo Zhan, pulling Chai Han Song along with him, called out to Ziyun as they departed. Ah, please bring us some food. We're heading back to the dorm, he added. After the trio had left, Shangguan Yingrui attempted to link her delicate hand with Ziyun's arm, only to have him sidestep away. She blinked in surprise, a fleeting shadow of malice crossing her features. She had lost count of how many times Ziyun had evaded her intimate gestures. Though her heart simmered with displeasure, she chose to mask her emotions. Come, let us go eat, she said, concealing her inner turmoil, addressing Ziyun once more. Oh, Ziyun nodded, trailing closely behind her. After their lunch, Shangguan Yingrui persisted in her pursuit of Ziyun until he acquiesced to accompany her for some shopping in the afternoon, at which point she reluctantly allowed him to leave. Watching his retreating figure, a hint of her obsessive nature slowly unfurled. Ziyun, dear brother, I can hardly restrain myself from claiming you as my own. What shall I do? Shangguan Yingrui smiled, the curve of her lips betraying a touch of deranged fervor. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ziyun tossed the food to his 3 roommates and reclined on his bed, shutting his eyes to feign slumber. With no classes in the afternoon, he felt little concern. He awoke around 2 in the afternoon, engaged in a game with his roommates, and upon receiving a message from Shangguan Yingrui, ventured out once more. The two soon found themselves in the bustling heart of the city's commercial district, where Shangguan Yingrui tugged at Ziyun's sleeve, leading him into a boutique. The items here are quite appealing. Shall we purchase a few garments? She suggested, pointing toward the clothes displayed in the window. Ziyun followed her gaze, noting that the boutique's offerings were indeed commendable, their styles and colors well suited to his temperament. He remained silent, allowing her to guide him inside, where she presented a set of clothes to the sales attendant. The saleswoman, a girl with short hair, eagerly took the garments and enthusiastically began to extol their merits to Shangguan Yingrui and Ziyun. You two are newlyweds, aren't you? This ensemble is a new arrival and fits you splendidly. If you try it on, the effect should be marvelous. Upon hearing the saleswoman's words, a flicker of joy illuminated Shangguan Yingrui's heart, yet she maintained an air of composure, merely pressing her lips together and nodding gently. Conversely, Ziyun felt his lips twitch in exasperation. What on earth made you think we look like newlyweds? Please, refrain from such misunderstandings. Sir, would you like to try on this outfit? The saleswoman inquired. Ziyun cast a sidelong glance at Shangguan Yingrui's expectant gaze, contemplating a refusal, for they were not a couple, and wearing matching outfits would surely invite misinterpretation. Yet, in that look, he discerned a glimmer of malice, as if to say, "Should you decline, I shall be displeased." Surrendering to the moment, Ziyun accepted the clothing and made his way to the changing room. As he emerged from the changing area, Shangguan Yingrui was momentarily entranced by the sight before her. At that moment, Ziyun donned a cream-colored casual outfit, and coupled with his strikingly handsome features, he exuded an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of a cultured gentleman, captivating all who beheld him. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at the extraordinary man before her, her mind racing with the thought that perhaps it was time to confess her feelings, for then she could claim Ziyun as her own, allowing him to reside with her, effectively ensnaring him within her grasp. This man was hers, and hers alone. No one else in this world could lay claim to her precious treasure. Before Shangguan Yingrui could voice her thoughts, the saleswoman, upon spotting Ziyun, approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "How splendid! This outfit appears tailor-made for you, perfectly complementing your aura." Upon hearing the saleswoman's praise, Shangguan Yingrui's expression darkened, her gaze turning icy as she fixated on the attendant, who suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. The saleswoman questioned her earlier judgment, wondering if it was indeed a mistake to commend such a striking gentleman. Madame, might you wish to try on that cream-colored dress in your hands? It's a matching set with your husband's outfit, the saleswoman cautiously suggested, observing Shangguan Yingrui's demeanor. Ziyun, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. "I am not her husband." Just as he was about to clarify, Shangguan Yingrui interjected, her countenance brightening at the saleswoman's words. "Very well, I shall try this on," she declared, selecting a cream-colored dress before retreating into the changing room. Moments later, Shangguan Yingrui emerged, adorned in the cream-colored gown, its flowing hem dancing gracefully around her. The exquisite tailoring accentuated her waist, while the unique neckline showcased lace detailing that highlighted her stunning figure. The gown cascaded in layers, tracing an elegant arc in the air as she moved with the grace of a willow swaying in the breeze. It was evident that the dress fit her impeccably, and her long, silky hair cascading over her shoulders further enhanced her allure. Shangguan Yingrui's complexion was as fair as snow, her features exquisite, radiating a captivating charm that rendered all who beheld her spellbound. "My heavens, she is breathtaking," the saleswoman exclaimed, her eyes brimming with envy. "Sir, your wife is truly the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered," she praised once more. Ziyun, exasperated, thought to himself, "I am not her husband." Just as he prepared to clarify, Shangguan Yingrui seized the moment, asking, "Ziyun, what do you think of this dress?" "It's lovely," Ziyun replied, nodding faintly, his gaze not lingering on her for even a moment. Though he acknowledged the dress suited her exquisitely, he remained detached. Subsequently, they each returned to the changing rooms to don their original attire before re-emerging. "Please charge these 2 outfits to my card," Shangguan Yingrui instructed, producing her bank card for the saleswoman. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I wrap them up," the attendant replied cheerfully, swiftly proceeding to the cash register. Ziyun's attempt to intervene had come too late. The saleswoman had already completed the transaction and returned with the card and packages. "Thank you for your assistance," Shangguan Yingrui said, accepting the card and the 2 bags of clothing before departing the boutique with Ziyun in tow. After 2 individuals had concluded their shopping at the mall, they indulged in a delightful dinner before driving back to their school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, they found 3 of their peers engrossed in a video game. Noticing Ziyun's return, the trio simultaneously lifted their heads, only to promptly resume their gaming frenzy. Observing their fervent engagement, Ziyun felt a sense of silence wash over him. He tossed the takeout onto each of their desks before retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Once he emerged, having dried his hair, Ziyun collapsed on his bed, closing his eyes and surrendering to slumber. As he drifted into a deep sleep, he found himself enveloped in a dreamscape. This ethereal realm was adorned with classical architecture, pavilions, intricately carved beams, and elegant eaves, nestled within a lush garden, surrounded by verdant trees, melodious birds, and fragrant blossoms, creating a picturesque and serene atmosphere. Ziyun stood at the edge of a lakeside pavilion, gazing at the shimmering waters. At that moment, A gentle drizzle fell from the heavens, and as the cool breeze brushed against him, his inner turmoil seemed to dissipate slightly, though his brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, prompting Ziyun to turn. He beheld Shangguan Yingrui, who, holding an umbrella, was making her way towards him. She donned a flowing gown of blue and purple, cinched at the waist to accentuate her graceful silhouette, her bosom ample and inviting. Her skin was as luminous as freshly fallen snow, and her exquisite makeup complemented her alluring and enigmatic aura, rendering her a vision of celestial beauty, akin to a goddess descended from the heavens. As Shangguan Yingrui reached Ziyun's side, her voice, soft and melodious, called out to him. Ziyun, upon hearing her, cast a dispassionate glance in her direction, disregarding her presence as he turned to leave. Ziyun, I have something to discuss with you, she implored, dashing in front of him, her downcast eyes glimmering with a shadowy intensity. Ziyun frowned, preparing to push past her, but was unexpectedly thrust onto a nearby stone bench by an unseen force, where Shangguan Yingrui seized the opportunity to advance and restrain him. Ziyun, I like you, and I wish for you to be my boyfriend, she declared, her face mere inches from his, the enticing scent of her lips intoxicatingly close. Ziyun stared in shock, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of this startling revelation. As he remained silent, the crimson hue in her eyes intensified. A wave of revulsion surged within him, and with a sudden burst of strength, he broke free from her grasp and stood, turning his back to her, as he coldly stated, I hold no interest in your affections. It would be best not to squander each other's time. With that, he began to walk away. Yet, after taking only a few steps, his arm was seized by Shangguan Yingrui, who yanked him back, pinning him firmly against her. With a menacing glare, she said, Ziyun, if you refuse, then let us perish together. At her words, Ziyun's heart sank, and he quickly pushed her hand away, attempting to escape her grasp, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Witnessing his resistance, Shangguan Yingrui's smile grew ever brighter as she leaned in closer, whispering seductively, What is this? Are you afraid to move? Shangguan Yingrui, you've lost your mind. Let me go. Ziyun gritted through clenched teeth, his fists tightening in anger. In response to his rage, she merely smiled sweetly. I'm not mad. I simply wish to embark on this journey to the underworld with you. Ziyun's face paled at her words. You're insane. Am I mad? Perhaps, she chuckled darkly. Ziyun, let us die together. With that, she produced a knife from her possession and lunged towards him. Ziyun, having anticipated her move, swiftly dodged her attack, frustrated by her missed strike. Shangguan Yingrui retrieved the knife and charged at him again. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with Shangguan Yingrui relentlessly swinging the dagger in an attempt to end his life. Although Ziyun had trained in combat techniques since childhood, he found himself outmatched by her ferocity. Gradually, he began to falter, and soon enough, she succeeded in slashing his neck. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Ziyun, Shangguan Yingrui exclaimed, her eyes glinting with a predatory gleam as she watched the crimson liquid flow from his wound. A sickly smile crept across her lips as she raised the knife once more, aiming for his shoulder. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through, eliciting a pained groan from Ziyun as he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Observing Ziyun's battered visage, Shangguan Yingrui's face lit up with a twisted sense of ecstasy as she declared, Ziyun, let us perish together. With that, she lifted the bloodied knife high, aiming for his heart. As the lethal blade drew nearer, Ziyun's pupils dilated, and every hair on his body stood on end. Gritting his teeth, he desperately sought to evade the fatal strike. However, under the force of her onslaught, he could not escape in time, and he watched helplessly as the knife plunged into his flesh. In an instant, warm liquid gushed forth, splattering Shangguan Yingrui. Clenching his fists tightly, he slowly closed his eyes, drawing his last breath. Gazing at Ziyun's blood-soaked form, Shangguan Yingrui's face twisted into a deranged yet blissful smile. She knelt beside him, propping him against the wall, before producing another knife, placing it against her own throat. Ziyun, my dear brother, I truly, truly love you, she whispered, her smile radiant. I'm coming to join you. You will always be mine." With that, she raised the dagger and viciously slashed at her neck. As dawn broke, Ziyun jolted awake from the dream, a familiar sensation that had become all too routine, rapping his knuckles against his forehead to dispel the remnants of the nightmare. He got out of bed to brush his teeth and wash his face. Of course, he did not forget to summon the system for his daily check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 300 experience points and 480 credits. After completing his morning routine, he roused his roommates and set off for class. Following the morning lectures, Shangguan Yingrui approached Ziyun as he prepared to return to the dormitory, eagerly inviting him to accompany her to the cafeteria for a meal. During their meal, Shangguan Yingrui casually remarked, "Ziyun, if a senior confessed to you at the welcome party, would you accept?" Caught off guard, Ziyun coughed violently, shaking his head as he replied, "I'm sorry, senior, but I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship." Upon hearing his response, Shangguan Yingrui lowered her gaze, concealing the flicker of malice that danced in her eyes. After finishing their meal, Ziyun parted ways with her. Watching his retreating figure, a sinister smile curled upon her lips. "Ziyun, since you've rejected me, don't blame me for resorting to certain measures." Chapter 51. The welcome party. At 8:30 that evening, the welcome party commenced punctually. Due to the large turnout, the event was held in the schoolyard. Ziyun and his roommates found their designated seats in their class, positioned near the left side of the stage, allowing them a clear view of the performances unfolding before them. TSK, 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 the female host is truly stunning. Her waist is remarkably slender, her figure is curvaceous, and her bosom is quite ample. Emozan gazed at the beautiful woman on stage, adorned in a resplendent red gown, her exquisite makeup almost causing him to drool. Both Chai Han Song and Yu Iji nodded in agreement. Ziyun raised his head to steal a glance at the enchanting figure on the stage, his expression remaining as frosty as ever, silent as he continued to fiddle with the stock market on his phone. At that moment, there were two hosts on stage, in addition to the woman in red. There was a man clad in a matching red suit. The female host beamed at the audience below and sweetly said, "Dear students in attendance, please maintain silence. Our evening gala is about to commence. First, let us enjoy the opening dance presented by the Cultural Arts Department of the Student Union." As her words faded, two young women elegantly waltzed to the front of the stage, dressed in black and white gowns, their appearances pure and their figure slender. Wow, goodness, what is this? Absolutely breathtaking. Simply a feast for the eyes. The male students in the audience couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the sight of the dancing girls. "Haha, I must admit, it is quite a visual delight," Emozan remarked, admiring the performers. "Indeed, they are quite lovely." Chai Han Song concurred, affirming the beauty of the two girls. Yu Iji also nodded gently. Only Ziyun remained absorbed in his game, ignoring the spectacle on stage. "Hey, why are you still glued to your game, Fourth?" Chai Han Song inquired, patting Ziyun's arm. "All right, big brother, let us not disturb Fourth. Perhaps he is feigning disinterest to avoid inciting jealousy from Senior Shangguan." Yu Iji chuckled. "Ha!" Chai Han Song burst into laughter upon hearing this. "You two can just leave me be." Ziyun lifted his head, casting a fierce glare at them. "TCH Fourth, are you embarrassed?" Yu Iji teased. Chai Han Song nodded in agreement. Ziyun rolled his eyes in exasperation. After the two dancing girls concluded their performance, they exited the stage. The female host in red and the male host in a red suit stepped to the center and began to address the audience. "Esteemed leaders and teachers, dear students," they exclaimed in unison, "Good evening, everyone." Following this, they continued with a few welcoming remarks. "Tonight, let us gather here to experience genuine emotions through song and dance, and to convey friendship. Now, I declare the 4716th Freshman Welcome Gala of Shanghai University officially begins." As the announcement echoed, the entire playground erupted into a cacophony of whistles, applause, and jubilant excitement. Next, please enjoy a classical dance performed by sophomore Su Xiaoma from the finance department. The host's words were met with a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. The stage lights dimmed, leaving a solitary spotlight illuminating the center. In that spotlight stood a young girl in a classical long dress, poised and graceful. Her figure was delicate, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her large, bright eyes sparkled playfully beneath elegantly arched brows, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Her high, well-defined nose and sensuous lips complemented her porcelain-like skin, which appeared soft and tender. At that moment, a charming smile graced her sweet face as she bowed slightly toward the audience and began to dance gracefully on stage. Her waist was supple, and her movements were fluid, each gesture reminiscent of an elegant classical dance, swift yet ethereal. Most importantly, while her dance was visually stunning, it also exuded an enchanting fragrance. The male students in the audience gazed at the young girl on stage, their expressions one of rapture and infatuation. Wow, I can't believe it. Senior Sue not only has a talent for eating, but also possesses such dance skills. Emozan marveled at the sight of the skillful and alluring dancer. Not only can she eat, but she can also sleep. Yuiji squinted, watching her and slowly uttering this remark. Upon hearing Yuiji's comment, Emozan and Chai Han-song turned their gazes towards him. Hey, third, what do you mean by that? Chai Han-song raised an eyebrow. The literal meaning, of course. Yuiji shrugged. Wait, how do you know she can sleep? Montag-san suddenly realized. Cough, cough. Yuiji cleared his throat, pondering for a moment before continuing. Well, I had a few days off during military training, and when I returned to school, I was pulled by Senior Sue to organize some files. And then, Emozan pressed for more details. Yuiji hesitated before elaborating. I was organizing things. After a while, she sat on the desk and started scrolling through her phone. When I finished organizing, I found her dozing off on the table. I tried to wake her, but she wouldn't stir. I ended up waiting until 5 in the afternoon for her to wake up. You're just making things up, aren't you? Emozan frowned, skeptically regarding him. Believe it or not, that's up to you, Yuiji replied with a shrug. Emozan chose to ignore him and turned his full attention back to the dance on stage. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoma's performance concluded, and she bowed toward the audience once more. The crowd erupted into a thunderous applause. She stepped back, turning to exit the stage. The female host in red returned to the center. Thank you, Senior Sue, for that splendid performance, she announced. Next, let us continue with a poetry recitation presented by the students from the Chinese department. Please give them a warm welcome. As the host stepped aside, the reciters took the stage, and music began to play. Meanwhile, backstage, Sister Ray, what made you decide to perform on stage? I thought you disliked such events, Su Xiaoma asked, her face a picture of curiosity as she gazed at Shangguan Yingrui. Oh, nothing much. Just bored and wanted to have some fun, Shangguan Yingrui replied casually. Oh, Su Xiaoma nodded, though she was intrigued. She refrained from asking further. Not long after, the poetry recitation came to a close. Applause erupted like thunder across the playground. The female host in red once again took center stage, her sweet smile unwavering. She raised her right hand, gently signaling for quiet. Once the crowd settled, she continued, Thank you to the freshmen from the Chinese department for their poetry recitation. Next, we will enjoy a piano solo performed by the talented Lin Xiao from the Music Academy. With that, accompanied by the melodious strumming of piano keys. A handsome young man in a blue shirt gracefully ascended the stage. His complexion was fair and striking, his features well-defined, exuding an air of elegance. As his hands rested upon the black and white keys, he effortlessly produced a beautiful melody. Wow, it's Senior Lin Xiao. It seems his piano skills are quite impressive. The audience buzzed. This piano performance is absolutely marvelous. I love it. The crowd below erupted in gasps of astonishment. Lin Xiao was one of the suitors vying for the affection of the campus belle, Shangguan Yingrui. Many girls had harbored secret crushes on him. Yet Lin Xiao's heart belonged solely to Shangguan Yingrui, rendering him oblivious to the existence of other females. After finishing his piano performance, he did not exit the stage, but instead walked directly toward the direction where Ziyun was seated. The onlookers were taken aback by Lin Xiao's actions, perplexed as to why he suddenly approached this way, and even more so when he stood directly in front of a male student. Could it be that the two were acquainted? Speculation rippled through the crowd. Lin Xiao's gaze lingered on Ziyun for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips. He inclined his head slightly and said, Hello, I am Lin Xiao, a pursuer of Shangguan Yingrui. I have heard that Junior Ziyun possesses exceptional piano skills, and I am here to seek your guidance. Might I have the honor of your insights?" Upon hearing Lin Zhao's words, the audience was thrown into an uproar. It turned out that Lin Zhao had come to challenge Ziyun. As a prodigious talent in piano, Lin Zhao enjoyed a renowned reputation in the country. His skills were indeed remarkable, and yet today he had decided to challenge Ziyun. The crowd believed that Lin Zhao was bound to win, for Ziyun was merely an ordinary student. How could he possibly compete with a piano genius like Lin Zhao? Ziyun glanced at the man standing before him and then returned to his game, dismissing the absurd provocation with indifference, feeling a bit exasperated. Why was he being bothered? He wasn't the protagonist nor the antagonist. If Lin Zhao wished to pursue Shangguan Yingrui, he should go ahead. Why did others always come to trouble him? Feeling a momentary stiffness in his expression, Lin Zhao quickly regained his composure. "I merely wish to engage in a friendly competition with Junior Ziyun. If you are concerned about losing face, then perhaps we should let it be," he said, feigning a nonchalant shrug. As he pretended to walk away, Ziyun still showed no signs of lifting his gaze. Lin Zhao gritted his teeth. "Junior Ziyun, you wouldn't happen to be backing down, would you?" "Yes, I am quite cowardly. So you may take your leave." Ziyun finally raised his head, his tone decidedly brusque. Lin Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. "You!" He glared at Ziyun, clearly taken aback by the unexpected humiliation. Ziyun snorted derisively and turned back to his phone. Lin Zhao clenched his fists, glaring daggers at Ziyun. At that moment, Shangguan Yingrui, noticing the commotion, turned her gaze towards the unfolding scene, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, a dangerous glint flickering within them. She had noted the affront to her younger brother Ziyun and would not forget it. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm as he turned to leave, while the two hosts resumed their duties, continuing with the evening's program. As the performances progressed, the event finally reached its conclusion. The host once again took center stage. "Next, let's extend a warm round of applause for our school's most beautiful belle, Shangguan Yingrui." The audience erupted in excitement. "Wow, I can't believe Goddess Yingrui is going to perform. My goddess finally makes her appearance. Go, Goddess Yingrui." As the crowd cheered, Shangguan Yingrui gracefully emerged from backstage, her figure enchanting and her face breathtaking. As she stepped onto the stage, she effortlessly captivated the hearts of many male spectators. Her beauty was sufficient to mesmerize anyone, especially these naive young men who had completely forgotten that Shangguan Yingrui had a romantic interest. "Hey, stop playing on your phone. The senior is about to perform." Mo Zhan nudged Ziyun's arm. Ziyun set his phone aside and turned his attention to the stage. There stood Shangguan Yingrui in a flowing crimson gown, illuminated by the stage lights, making her appear as if she were basking in divine radiance, beautiful and dreamlike. Like a celestial being, Shangguan Yingrui scanned the audience, and her gaze finally settled on Ziyun. Upon spotting him, a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of flowing water. Ziyun was momentarily entranced by her smile, recalling their earlier conversation at lunch. "Junior Ziyun, if I confessed to you at the welcome gala, would you accept?" He had thought she was joking at the time and had turned her down. Now, witnessing her radiant smile, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Could it be that she was serious? He furrowed his brow. In that moment, Shangguan Yingrui took the microphone and began to sing. Her voice was ethereal, akin to a heavenly melody that entranced and enveloped all who listened. Her singing was crisp and resonant, captivating the audience to the point of rapture. The crowd fell silent, completely spellbound by her performance. "Wow, this is simply celestial. It's too beautiful. My goddess is truly exceptional. Goddess Yingrui is so stunning. I'm dying. Goddess Yingrui sings so beautifully. Sobi, sobi, sobi." Her voice echoed throughout the grounds, lingering long after she finished singing. Amidst the waves of admiration and envy, Shangguan Yingrui finally ceased her performance. Just when the audience expected her to deliver a closing remark, she began to walk slowly towards Ziyun, microphone in hand. Everyone was taken aback, wondering if Goddess Yingrui intended to confess her feelings to Ziyun in front of the entire audience. As Ziyun observed Shangguan Yingrui approaching, his pupils dilated in shock. He realized that she was leveraging public opinion to compel him into accepting her confession. Yet, how could he possibly acquiesce? The resistance in his heart had never waned. He yearned to escape, but inexplicably, his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to move, forcing him to remain seated in a daze as he awaited her approach. In the astonished gaze of the audience, Shangguan Yingrui stood before him. "Junior Ziyun, I like you." Her voice was soft and alluring, making one's heart melt. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Oh my gosh, Goddess Yingrui is truly confessing to Ziyun. This is too explosive. How could Goddess Yingrui do this to my junior Ziyun? My heart is shattered. I can't take it anymore. Goddess Yingrui is my goddess. Anyone who tries to take her from me will face my wrath. Please no. Junior Ziyun is mine. My goddess, what do I do? I'm going to faint in the bathroom. The audience was in an uproar. Chihan Song and Mo Zan exchanged glances, both taken aback. They had not anticipated that Senior Shangguan would publicly confess her feelings for Ziyun before all the faculty and students. Yet, Yu Iji appeared remarkably composed. For at the very moment when Shangguan Yingrui took to the stage, she had likely surmised her senior's intentions. A heartfelt confession to Ziyun. A declaration meant to proclaim to all that Ziyun was hers. At that moment, Shangguan Yingrui extended her right hand, resting it upon the armrest of Ziyun's seat, and gently leaned closer, whispering, "Ziyun, my junior, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" In that instant, they were mere centimeters apart, their noses nearly touching. One could almost discern the scent of each other's breath. A faint blush adorned Shangguan Yingrui's cheeks, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. Ziyun glanced up at her, noting the eager anticipation etched upon her delicate features. In such a circumstance, any ordinary person would have readily acquiesced. However, Ziyun hesitated. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, an inner resistance gnawed at him. At that moment, Mo Zan could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Old four, why are you just standing there like a fool? Hurry up and agree." Chai Han Song chimed in, "Yes, old four, stop dawdling. Just say yes already." Ziyun shot a glance at the two of them, choosing to remain silent. "Ziyun, do you find me unappealing? Or perhaps you harbor some disdain for me?" Shangguan Yingrui's brow furrowed, her expression one of wounded innocence. This gesture left Ziyun momentarily taken aback. "Senior Yingrui, you've misunderstood. I do not harbor any ill feelings towards you." Yet, Shangguan Yingrui maintained her pitiful demeanor, asking, "If you do not dislike me, then why won't you be my boyfriend?" "I'm sorry, Senior Yingrui, but I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship." Ziyun replied gently, his brow furrowed. Though he did not issue a straightforward rejection, he communicated with subtlety that he was not ready for romance. The surrounding male students, upon hearing his words, were incensed, glaring furiously at Ziyun, wishing they could tear him to shreds. Damn it! How dare this worthless fool reject our goddess? Indeed, what right does he have to turn her down? If it were me, I would have accepted in an instant, even if our goddess were an eyesore. What? Is Ziyun's brain malfunctioning? How could he dare refuse our goddess? I must kill him. Me too. Damn, I want to castrate him. Oomph. Such a scoundrel is unworthy of our goddess. Yes, castrate him. Many voices rose in furious uproar, eager to storm forth and exact vengeance upon Ziyun. Ziyun, his brow tightly knitted, was taken aback by the public outrage his refusal had incited. As he observed the increasingly agitated crowd, a sense of trepidation washed over him. He feared that such a multitude could indeed rend him apart. After all, there were thousands present, and if each were to throw a punch or kick, even his prowess would likely falter against such an onslaught. Ziyun clenched his fists, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Silence. A teacher, who had been spectating, furrowed his brow and bellowed, his voice instantly silencing the crowd. "Ziyun, this is not an excuse. Why won't you agree to me?" Shangguan Yingrui bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Senior Yingrui, we truly are not suited for each other. You are a wonderful girl, deserving of someone far better." Upon uttering these words, Ziyun felt a pang within, though he could not discern why it was so significant. Rising from his seat, he turned and departed the playground. "Ziyun!" Shangguan Yingrui called out, hastily pursuing him, But Ziyun's hurried pace soon left her behind. "Ziyun!" she cried out several times from behind, yet he did not halt, instead quickening his pace to escape. Watching his figure fade from view, Shangguan Yingrui's expression darkened, a faint, sickly smile gracing her lips. "Ziyun, you cannot escape," she murmured to herself. At that moment, Mo Zan and his companions could no longer bear to watch. They approached Shangguan Yingrui's side. "Don't worry, Senior Yingrui, we will persuade Old Four for you." With that, Mo Zan and the others dashed off in pursuit of Ziyun, but his speed was too great. After a brief chase, they barely managed to keep up with him. "Old Four, how could you refuse Senior Yingrui? Don't you realize how much you've hurt her?" Mo Zan exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "It's clear that Senior Yingrui genuinely likes you. Why not just agree?" Chai Hansong added, placing a comforting hand on Ziyun's shoulder. Hearing this, Ziyun could only offer a resigned smile. He understood Shangguan Yingrui's feelings well enough, yet an inexplicable resistance within him prevented acceptance of her affection. Both Mo Zan and Chai Hansong sighed in unison. Although they did not know the secrets Ziyun harbored, they believed he had his reasons. "Old Four, since Shangguan Yingrui likes you so much and has taken the initiative to confess, why not give her a chance?" Mo Zan suggested. "Exactly, Old Four. Girls like her, beautiful and kind-hearted, are rare. Don't let this opportunity slip away," Chai Hansong added, nodding in agreement. "Old Four, Shangguan Yingrui is the finest girl I've ever encountered. You must cherish her," urged Yu Yiji. Ziyun remained silent. Seeing that he had not retorted, Mo Zan and the others assumed he had been persuaded, their faces lighting up with relief. "Let us head back to the dorm," Mo Zan called to the others. The four of them strolled towards the dormitory. Since the welcome party had concluded, whispers and rumors had circulated throughout the campus, especially regarding Shangguan Yingrui's rejection, igniting the fury of many male students. Whenever Ziyun appeared, the boys would cast him strange glances, whispering and pointing as if he were a notorious villain. Consequently, Ziyun chose to remain in his dormitory whenever possible, avoiding any trouble from the boys. In the days that followed, Shangguan Yingrui did not seek him out, seemingly resigned to her fate. However, Ziyun found solace in this. 3 days later, in the dormitory, Mo Zan urged, "Old Four, hurry up and eat. Get ready to play." "All right, just a moment," Ziyun replied, hastily shoveling down his food before logging into his game account. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. "Hello, Ziyun, my junior," came a frantic voice on the other end. May I ask who this is?" he inquired. "It's me, Su Xiaoma. Hurry to the hospital." "Yingrui, she has harmed herself?" Su Xiaoma exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. "Harmed herself?" Ziyun was taken aback. "Su, this sounds like it has nothing to do with me. How can it not concern you? Yingrui did this because you rejected her confession. She is unconscious," Su Xiaoma cried, exasperation evident in her tone. Listening to the indignant voice of Su Xiaoma on the other end of the line, Ziyun fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he sighed softly and inquired, "Sister Su, which hospital?" "Central City Hospital," Su Xiaoma urgently replied with the name of the institution. After hanging up, Ziyun placed his phone into his pocket and proceeded towards the dormitory entrance. "Hey, fourth brother, why did you hang up? Where are you off to?" Mo Zan asked, puzzled. "I need to attend to something. I might be back late," Ziyun responded. "Oh, what is so urgent? Do you need me to accompany you?" "Montak Tan Presit." "No need. It's just a minor issue that I can handle on my own." "Don't worry," Ziyun gently shook his head. Seeing this, Mo Zan did not insist further, saying, "All right, just be careful." Ziyun stepped out of the dormitory and headed straight towards the school gate. Once outside, he hailed a taxi and climbed in. "Driver, to Central City Hospital." "Got it." The taxi sped away from the campus, racing towards the hospital. Approximately half an hour later, the taxi came to a stop. "Thank you, driver." Ziyun paid and stepped out, raising his gaze to find Central City Hospital ahead of him. Situated in a bustling area of the city, Central City Hospital boasts advanced medical equipment and highly skilled medical personnel. Ziyun walked directly into the hospital. As soon as he entered, he attracted quite a bit of attention due to his striking looks. He traversed through the hospital garden, making his way to the inpatient ward. After consulting at the nurse's station, Ziyun learned the location of Shangguan Yingrui's room. Before long, he arrived at the door of Shangguan Yingrui's room. Through the glass window, he clearly saw Shangguan Yingrui lying on the bed, her complexion pale and devoid of color, lips chapped, suggesting severe blood loss. Beside her sat a beautiful girl dressed in a pink dress, her expression slightly haggard, clearly having cried for a long time. This girl was Su Xiaoma. At that moment, she was gazing at Shangguan Yingrui with tear-filled eyes, holding her cold hands, while tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. Sister Su, Ziyun pushed the door open and entered. Junior. Su Xiaoma immediately stood up, wiping her tear-streaked face. You finally made it. How is Yingrui? Her condition? Ziyun asked. She was just rescued. The doctor said it was fortunate she was brought in time, or it could have been dangerous, Su Xiaoma replied, downcast. Ziyun nodded. Approaching Shangguan Yingrui's bedside and quietly observing her pale, worn face, lost in thought. Noticing Ziyun's silence, Su Xiaoma could not help but urge, Ziyun, although Yingrui acted recklessly. She likes you. Please give her a chance. We are simply not suited for each other, Ziyun replied slowly. Why not? You've never been in a relationship, Su Xiaoma countered. At her words, Ziyun paused momentarily before responding. It's a matter of feeling. What do you mean by feeling? Su Xiaoma frowned. Feeling is just that. Forcing a connection ultimately leads to tragedy, Ziyun stated calmly. Su Xiaoma opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Sister, since she is out of danger, I'll take my leave. Please convey my wishes for her swift recovery, Ziyun said flatly. Upon seeing Ziyun preparing to leave, Su Xiaoma opened her mouth, wanting to say something more. Just then, Shangguan Yingrui on the bed suddenly coughed twice and opened her eyes. Yingrui, you're awake. Su Xiaoma exclaimed joyfully, rushing to support her. Shangguan Yingrui slowly turned her head to glance at Su Xiaoma, then shifted her gaze to Ziyun. Junior Ziyun, I knew you would come. You must like me, right? Shangguan Yingrui said weakly, her once vibrant eyes now dull and lifeless, her entire demeanor more haggard than ever. I'm sorry, but I have never liked you, Ziyun replied in neutral tone. Junior Ziyun, you're lying. If you didn't like me, why would you come to the hospital to see me? Shangguan Yingrui exclaimed, agitated. It was Sister Su who called me, saying you attempted to harm yourself, because I didn't accept your confession, which is why I came. Ziyun replied candidly. Now that you are awake, there's no need for Sister Su to relay my message. I wish you a speedy recovery. The dormitory will be closing soon, so I must take my leave. With that, Ziyun turned to exit. As he took a step, Shangguan Yingrui's voice, filled with despair and anguish, pierced the air. If you don't like me, then I have no reason to live. After speaking, she broke free from Su Xiaoma's support, threw off the covers, and rushed towards the mirror at the washstand, violently slamming her head against the frame. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 strikes, blood streamed from her forehead, and her face became bruised from the impact. Seeing Shangguan Yingrui in such a tragic state, Ziyun was taken aback. He never anticipated she would resort to such extreme measures. He hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, gripping her arms to halt her self-destructive behavior. Shangguan Yingrui struggled fiercely to free herself from Ziyun's grasp, screaming hysterically, "Let go of me. You don't like me. You didn't accept my confession. What meaning does my existence hold? Let me die." She flailed her arms, desperate to escape Ziyun's hold, but was unable to break free, only able to scream and cry uncontrollably. Sister, please calm down. Ziyun exerted all his strength to pull Shangguan Yingrui into his embrace. Ignoring the pain, she continued to thrash about, even scratching Ziyun, yet she remained relentless. Stop this, Ziyun shouted, gripping her shoulders tightly. Let go of me. I want to die. Shangguan Yingrui fought back, her cries filled with desperation, tears flooding her face. Sister, if you can just calm down a bit, I will agree to date you, Ziyun suddenly shouted. Shangguan Yingrui froze for a moment, then lifted her head to gaze into Ziyun's eyes, asking, Really? Really? Chapter 55, Doctor. 1. Shangguan Yingrui's grandfather. Really? Ziyun nodded. He was uncertain if this decision was correct. But the thought of Shangguan Yingrui choosing to end her life due to his rejection would weigh heavily on his conscience. After all, Shangguan Yingrui was a vibrant life. The notion of love and marriage is but a mere illusion. Upon hearing Ziyun's affirmative response, Shangguan Yingrui immediately broke into a smile. Junior, shall we begin our relationship today? Ziyun nodded, then lifted Shangguan Yingrui into his arms and carried her to the bed, gently placing her down before turning to head towards the door. At that moment, however, Shangguan Yingrui suddenly reached out and grasped the hem of Ziyun's shirt. What is wrong? Ziyun turned to look at her. Where are you going? Shangguan Yingrui asked. To find a doctor to bandage your wounds, Ziyun replied calmly. Shangguan Yingrui bit her lips slightly, seemingly summoning her courage as she said, but I want you to stay with me. Ziyun fell silent. Su Xiaomao, perceptive as ever, quickly interjected, all right, I'll go call for help. You stay here, and keeping Rui company. She still felt a lingering sense of dread, unable to fathom that Sister Rui would truly resort to crashing into the glass mirror to end her life, a stark deviation from the script they had concocted. This scene had thoroughly terrified Su Xiaomao. Of course, Shangguan Yingrui's actions stemmed from her profound love for Ziyun. In her heart, Ziyun was the sole beacon of light in her life. Without him, she feared she would transform into a mere shell of a person, existing in a state indistinguishable from death. Well, thank you, Senior Su. Ziyun nodded in acknowledgement. Why be so polite? Su Xiaomao waved her hand dismissively as she exited the room, ensuring to close the door behind her. As soon as Su Xiaomao left, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Ziyun remained rooted to the spot, gazing at Shangguan Yingrui with a complex expression. Her eyes were fixed on him as well. After a prolonged silence, it was Shangguan Yingrui who broke the awkward stillness. Junior, she murmured, lowering her gaze, could you possibly sit beside me? Okay. Ziyun's body trembled slightly, but he nodded and moved to sit beside her. No sooner had Ziyun taken his seat than Shangguan Yingrui nestled against him, resting her head on his chest. Junior, you must never reject my feelings. Otherwise, I fear I might truly take drastic measures, she whispered, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, exuding an air of vulnerability. Ziyun found himself unable to retort, merely nodding in response. Shangguan Yingrui broke into a smile, wrapping her arms around Ziyun's waist. He sat there stiffly, allowing her to lean against him. She buried her head deeper into his embrace, greedily inhaling his scent, her gaze growing increasingly infatuated. This man belonged solely to her. Such possessiveness quickened her heartbeat and sent her blood racing. Junior, she lifted her head, her eyes ablaze as she gazed at him, her tone soft as she called out. She had forgotten the words she had just uttered, driven by an unconscious desire to possess him, continually teasing Ziyun. She felt as though she could no longer control her body, yearning for intimate contact with him. Ziyun was unnerved by her fiery gaze, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. Senior, why are you looking at me like that? He asked nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had never been in a romantic relationship and was utterly clueless about how to interact with a girl, particularly one as daunting as Shangguan Yingrui, whom he felt a subtle resistance towards. Her gaze was so intense it felt as though it could melt him. Ziyun, in a fluster, glanced towards the hospital door, hoping Su Xiaomao would appear soon to rescue him from this predicament. I want to, Shangguan Yingrui began, but before she could finish, Ziyun interrupted her. Hey, it's strange. Why hasn't the doctor come yet? Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go check if Su Xiaomao has found the doctor, he said with a serious expression. Oh, all right. Shangguan Yingrui pouted slightly, reluctant to part from Ziyun, but understanding the need for patience. You go ahead. I'll wait for you. Okay. Ziyun nodded and stood up, heading towards the door. Just as he reached for the doorknob, the door swung open, revealing Su Xiaomao accompanied by an elderly physician. The old doctor, donned in a loose white coat, sporting a goatee and gold-rimmed glasses, appeared vibrant and spirited. Dr. Wen, Su Xiaomao greeted respectfully, introducing Ziyun. This is Shangguan Yingrui's boyfriend, Ziyun. Hello, Ziyun offered politely. Thank you for your assistance. Not a bother at all. Dr. Wen beamed as he approached, taking Ziyun's hand in a jovial manner. Young lad, you're growing more handsome by the day. Quite impressive. He had intended to call him Xiaoyun, but decided against it, mindful of his granddaughter's peculiar nature. You flatter me, Ziyun replied, feeling a bit bashful and unaccustomed to such praise, but he forced a modest smile for Dr. Wen's sake. The doctor scrutinized Ziyun closely, nodding approvingly. Quite remarkable. My granddaughter has a good eye. At this, Ziyun's lips twitched slightly, yet he managed a strained smile. Observing her grandfather's camaraderie with Ziyun, Shangguan Yingrui felt a surge of jealousy and protectiveness, but recalling her grandfather's role in her childhood, she merely pouted before exclaiming, "Humph, Grandpa, why do you get along with him so well?" "Ha, it's because our Yingrui has a good taste." Dr. Wen affectionately ruffled Shangguan Yingrui's hair. After all, if Ziyun is so excellent, then our Yingrui must be equally remarkable. You're annoying, Grandpa, she retorted playfully, though her heart swelled with warmth, her cheeks flushed. Ziyun remained silent, slightly exasperated yet content to listen to their conversation. After a while, Su Xiaoma gently reminded, "Dr. Wen, perhaps we should first attend to Yingrui's injuries." "Oh, right," Dr. Wen exclaimed, realizing his oversight as he approached the bedside to examine Shangguan Yingrui's wounds. "Nothing serious, just some superficial abrasions," he declared, producing cotton swabs and ointment. "Ziyun, why don't you assist her with the application? My girl only allows you to touch her." "All right." Ziyun hesitated before accepting the swabs and ointment, gently tending to the abrasions on Shangguan Yingrui's cheek while inquiring about her discomfort. "It's nothing, just scratches, not painful," she reassured him with a smile. "Then I'll continue applying the ointment," Ziyun said, nodding as he retrieved a new tube of ointment, carefully tending to her wounds. Dr. Wen observed the two from the foot of the bed, stroking his white beard, hoping that his granddaughter's relationship with Ziyun would steer her away from self-harm and harming others. He then turned and exited the room. As his footsteps faded, tranquility returned to the ward. Su Xiaoma glanced at Shangguan Yingrui, then at Ziyun, before quietly slipping out of the room. Chapter 56, Dream 7. Once Su Xiaoma departed, Shangguan Yingrui suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around Ziyun's neck, whispering in his ear, "Ziyun, will you sleep with me tonight?" Her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, sending shivers down Ziyun's spine and reddening his ears. "Senior, I didn't take a leave. If my aunt finds out I'm not in the dorm, I'll get penalized. I should return to school now and come back to see you tomorrow morning," he stammered. "Ziyun," Shangguan Yingrui bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you dislike me? Or was your promise to be my boyfriend just a lie? If that's the case, then I might as well die. Living holds no meaning for me," she lamented. As tears cascaded down her cheeks, she gazed at Ziyun with an utterly pitiful expression, evoking a sense of helplessness within him. Sighing, he set down the swabs and ointment, gently helping Shangguan Yingrui to lie down. "Don't cry. Rest well. I'll stay with you." Afterward, he sent a message to their group chat for the four of them. "I'm not going back. I've encountered some tricky issues here. Please help me handle Annie." "Thanks." In the dormitory, the three individuals were utterly astonished upon reading the message, and they hastily sent inquiries seeking the reason behind it. Ziyun merely provided a brief explanation before putting away his phone. Observing Ziyun's concession, Shangguan Yingrui finally broke into a smile, obediently nodding her head and closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. As Ziyun gazed at Shangguan Yingrui's serene and exquisite sleeping visage, he felt an irresistible urge to smooth her furrowed brow with his hand. Her long eyelashes framed her strikingly delicate features, and the graceful curve of her upturned nose and soft, rosy lips formed a captivating arc. Even her flowing hair, cascading lazily beside the pillow, exuded an alluring charm that was hard to resist. Retrieving his gaze, Ziyun tucked the blanket around her more snugly and settled into the chair beside the bed, leaning against the wall as he gradually closed his eyes to rest. The night enveloped the room in a hazy tranquility, and silence descended upon the ward. Shangguan Yingrui, after stealing glances at Ziyun a few times and confirming he remained oblivious with his eyes shut, stealthily lifted a corner of the blanket. She tiptoed out of bed, her bare feet meeting the cold floor, and quietly crept to Ziyun's side. Crouching beside him, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at him with an infatuated admiration as if he were the most precious treasure in the world. enchanted by his beauty. She reached out to caress Ziyun's handsome face, but hesitated, fearing to disturb him. After a moment's pause, she gently placed her fingertip on his lips, caressing them softly. "Oh, how beautiful," she murmured. Just then, Ziyun seemed to sense something, suddenly furrowing his brow. Startled, Shangguan Yingrui quickly withdrew her hand and pretended to sleep. Lying flat on the bed in a flurry of panic, Ziyun stirred slightly but remained in slumber, appearing utterly exhausted. A suppressed giggle escaped Shangguan Yingrui's lips as she rose again from the bed, leaned closer to Ziyun, and bestowed a delicate kiss upon his supple lips. The fleeting brush of her lips barely concluded when she gently lifted Ziyun, placing him onto the bed, covering him with the blanket, and then snuggling him beside him. Sharing the narrow confines of the hospital bed, with her eyes narrowed in bliss, Shangguan Yingrui admired his striking features. Her right hand rested upon his chest, while her left arm encircled his waist. Her small face nestled against him, absorbing the warmth radiating from his body, which gradually soothed her spirit. As Shangguan Yingrui succumbed to slumber in Ziyun's embrace, a sweet smile graced her lips. Simultaneously, within the realm of dreams, Ziyun awakened once more, this time finding himself not in a basement or some ominous place, nor bound in captivity, but standing before the entrance of an operating room. The words "Emergency Center Operating Room" emblazoned above. Ziyun's pupils dilated in alarm, his nerves taut with apprehension. Uncertain of the cause, a wave of dread surged from deep within him. Could it be that Yingrui? Suddenly, a haunting image of Shangguan Yingrui's demise in his arms flashed through his mind, causing Ziyun's breath to hitch and his heart to constrict painfully. In a fit of uncontrolled impulse, Ziyun rushed towards the operating room, only to be halted at the threshold. "Sir, please wait. We are currently performing surgery." "Thank you for your cooperation." A nurse politely obstructed his path, pushing him away from the door and locking it behind her. Outside the operating room, Ziyun was a portrait of anxiety, desperate to force his way inside, yet his efforts were in vain. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the lights of the operating room extinguished. Ziyun hurried forward, seizing the arm of a doctor clad in white, mask and gloves, and implored, "Doctor, how is she?" His voice trembled with concern and fear. The doctor sighed, removing his mask and shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ziyun. We did everything we could." Ziyun's heart plummeted into the abyss. Stunned, he swayed on his feet, nearly collapsing. The doctor steadied him, offering, "Mr. Ziyun, please accept my condolences. Your wife has passed away." Condolences? How could he possibly accept her departure? "No, Yingrui, you wouldn't abandon me. You absolutely wouldn't." Ziyun's fists clenched tightly, his entire being trembling as tears brimmed in his eyes. The doctor sighed again, patting his shoulder gently. "Mr. Ziyun, do not grieve too deeply. Death is a part of life." "No, Yingrui is fine. She is merely unconscious. She will be all right," Ziyun murmured, his expression wrought with agony, his heart feeling as though it were pierced by needles. The doctor, witnessing his distress, could only sigh, unsure of what words might console him, and quietly departed, leaving them in their sorrow. Each year, countless relatives succumbed to illness, and the doctors, despite their best efforts, could only strive to reduce mortality rates. Lost in despair, Ziyun approached the operating table, gazing down at Shangguan Yingrui, now devoid of life, his eyes bloodshot. He extended a slender finger, lightly tracing her delicate features. "I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If only I had noticed your illness sooner, perhaps you wouldn't have left us. It's all my fault. Yingrui, I'm so sorry." Ziyun choked out, repeatedly apologizing as if seeking absolution. His lamentations grew louder, tearing through the silence until he was left weeping inconsolably. Shangguan Yingrui, the girl he adored most, had been promised his eternal protection, yet he had failed her before she departed. "Yingrui, in another life, whatever you desire, I will grant you, even if it costs me my life, as long as you live." Chapter 57. Shangguan Yingrui wishes to meet Ziyun's parents. The following morning, Ziyun awoke from his slumber, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He touched his tear-streaked face in bewilderment, lingering in a daze until he finally regained his senses. Had he cried last night? Yet, he could not discern the reason behind his tears. Perhaps staring too long at a screen had caused his eyes to feel sore and dry upon waking. Then, a realization struck him. Wait, why am I in bed? I distinctly recall falling asleep in the chair against the wall last night. How did I end up lying here? Could it be that I sleepwalked? Ziyun abruptly flung off the covers, relieved to find he was still dressed, and this movement inadvertently awakened the slumbering Shangguan Yingrui beside him. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she yawned and looked at Ziyun. Junior, what is wrong? Ziyun stared at her in a daze for a prolonged moment before suddenly asking, Senior, how'd I end up in bed? Shangguan Yingrui blinked, tilting her head in puzzlement. I don't know either. All right, Junior. How'd you end up on my bed? She countered innocently. Ziyun was momentarily speechless. He began to think that perhaps he had indeed sleepwalked, which would explain how he found himself on the bed. Otherwise, he could not fathom how he had gotten there. Junior, why are you silent? Shangguan Yingrui inquired, observing him curiously. I'm fine, Ziyun stammered, unable to confess to Shangguan Yingrui that he had sleepwalked into her bed. Oh, she nodded knowingly. Junior, you don't have classes this morning, do you? Ziyun's sluggish mind finally caught up. Huh, no classes? Then let us sleep a little longer. With that, Shangguan Yingrui pulled Ziyun back down onto the bed, wrapping her arms around him as she reassured, Don't worry, Junior. I won't have any ulterior motives. Ziyun remained speechless. Senior, just as I was about to speak, I was silenced by the gentle yet firm hand of Shangguan Yingrui covering my mouth. Shoo, don't make a fuss. Let me hold you for a while, she murmured, her eyes shut, deeply inhaling the scent that lingered on me. A sickly sweet smile curving her lips. Instantly, I felt my body stiffen, paralyzed by the intimacy of our position, unable to move, merely staring blankly at the ceiling. Wasn't this a rather ambiguous situation? I yearned to break free, yet Shangguan Yingrui's embrace was unyielding, rendering my attempts futile. Ultimately, I surrendered, allowing her to hold me without daring to stir. Ziyun, you smell delightful. I absolutely adore it. Shangguan Yingrui cooed, nuzzling against my neck. Her warm breath cascaded over my skin, sending a shiver coursing through my body, tightening every muscle as an electric sensation danced within me, rendering me weak and breathless. Senior, I struggled to utter. What's wrong? She asked, confusion evident in her voice. Nothing, I just wanted to remind you that my neck is itchy. Oh, with that, Shangguan Yingrui lifted her head, sticking out her tongue playfully as she apologized. Sorry, Junior. I didn't mean to. I merely sighed in response. Hehe, I'm not teasing you anymore, she added, resting her head once more upon my chest, listening to the rhythmic thumping of my heart, a smile gracing her lips as she gradually drifted into slumber. Senior? I called out tentatively, but the girl nestled in my arms remained unresponsive, lost in her sweet dreams. A glance downward revealed her arm draped around my waist, the other clutching my shoulder, her face pressed against my chest, asleep in utter contentment. I sighed, carefully shifting her from my embrace and rising to cover her with a blanket. Checking the time, I noted it was already 9:30. I stood up and made my way to the restroom. After splashing my face and rinsing my mouth, I settled beside the hospital bed to check the stock market, recalling vaguely that it was time for the markets to close. When Shangguan Yingrui finally awoke, it was nearly noon. She turned over and discovered the adjacent bed empty, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, Where's Ziyun? Just as her mind began to wander, the door swung open, and I entered, carrying a meal tray. Upon seeing her awake, I hastily placed the tray on the small table beside her bed, saying, Senior, you're awake. Please eat first. She replied, propping herself up on the bed. I promptly handed her chopsticks and helped her pick out some dishes. Thank you, Ziyun, she said, lowering her gaze as she savored her meal. Upon hearing her call me that, I felt a jolt, nearly dropping the chopsticks. Why was she addressing me this way? The term evoked an indescribable feeling within me. Ziyun, what's wrong? Don't you like that name? Shangguan Yingrui inquired, tilting her head in a playful manner. No, not at all. I quickly shook my head, gesturing dismissively. If you like it, that's all that matters. Hehe, then I shall call you Ziyun from now on, she declared, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she continued to enjoy her meal. After lunch, the doctor came to check on her once more. confirming that everything was fine and that after a few more days of rest, she could be discharged. In the afternoons, I would accompany Shangguan Yingrui for a while before returning to school for classes. Days turned into weeks, and I found myself traversing between the hospital and school daily. My time divided between classes and caring for Shangguan Yingrui until her injuries were fully healed. During this period, she clung to me more than ever. Her attachment and possessiveness noticeably intensified. There were even moments when she entertained the idea of keeping me all to herself, but ultimately, she held back, knowing the time wasn't right. I sensed her unusual behavior, but chose not to probe further. Ziyun, tomorrow marks the National Day holiday. Shall we go on an outing together? Shangguan Yingrui leaned against me, softly seeking my opinion, though her tone hinted at a hint of insistence. Senior, I'm afraid that's not possible. I need to go home for a bit, I replied apologetically. Oh, that's all right. I'll accompany you home then, she said, her initial disappointment fading quickly, her voice softening. It's perfect. I want to meet my future in-laws. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I hesitated. With a playful blink, she replied. What is inappropriate about it? After all, you're mine sooner or later. You'll have to meet my parents eventually. I was left speechless. Although I didn't oppose the idea of dating Shangguan Yingrui, we had only just confirmed our relationship. It seemed rather premature to meet the parents. Noticing my hesitation, she promptly wrapped her arms around me, pouting, Come on, don't hesitate. But, Nobuts, Shangguan Yingrui interrupted firmly, leaning closer to whisper in my ear. Besides, if you don't agree, I might just get angry. She then playfully pinched my earlobe, her expression daring me to refuse. This gesture successfully caused me to capitulate, and I begrudgingly acquiesced, Fine, I agree. Sighing inwardly, I hope my mother wouldn't take a disliking to her. Here in my agreement. Shangguan Yingrui's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips. Such a good boy, she purred, just as she leaned in to give me a kiss, but I managed to dodge it just in time. Ahem, senior, this is a restaurant, I coughed awkwardly, reminding her of our surroundings. Don't worry, I've bought this restaurant. There won't be anyone here for lunch today, she said nonchalantly. Now that she had secured me, she didn't want anyone else eyeing her treasure. She could get angry and unleash her fury on anyone who dared to look. Ziyun belonged solely to her. Even when I went to class or slept, the thought of not being by her side bothered her deeply. If anyone else were to gaze upon her treasure during lunch, it would only amplify her distress. Thus, she decided to purchase the restaurant and hire a few waiters to deliver meals, ensuring no other patrons would disturb her precious Ziyun. Oh, I see. No wonder it's so quiet here, I chuckled awkwardly. Hehe, I did this all for you. Ziyun, you must understand you are my treasure. You're just too handsome and charming, and I'm merely clearing the field for you, Shangguan Yingrui said with a beaming smile. Come on, don't be shy. We're officially a couple now. Some intimacy is perfectly normal. Shangguan Yingrui wrapped her arm around mine, playfully blowing warm breath in my ear. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across my body. My face flushed crimson, even my neck tinged with a rosy hue. Senior, I stammered, struggling to form a coherent response. Haha, dear Ziyun. Still as innocent as ever, but I quite adored Shangguan Yingrui, filled with delight, tightly wrapped her arms around Ziyun's, pressing her face against his chest to listen to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Learn from your senior sister. Stop teasing. Ziyun's face flushed deeper. What teasing? Shangguan Yingrui lifted her head, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. Senior sister, we should hurry to eat, or the dishes will be cold. Ziyun hastily redirected the conversation. With a pout, Shangguan Yingrui reluctantly murmured, All right. Ziyun sighed in relief. After enjoying their lunch, the two drove back to the school. Upon parking at the school gate, Shangguan Yingrui linked her arm with Ziyun's and leisurely strolled toward the dormitory. This scene, of course, caught the attention of passing boys, who felt a mix of envy and helplessness. Nevertheless, their desire to harm Ziyun remained unchanged. After escorting Shangguan Yingrui back to her dorm, Ziyun felt the weight of his internal conflict regarding her dissipate significantly. He let out a sigh, lingered for a few moments, then turned to head toward the boys' dormitory. Ziyun, dear Shangguan Yingrui called from behind, prompting Ziyun to stop and turn around. What is it? He inquired. Take these. Remember, one goes on your bedside, and the other on your desk, all right? If you don't, I might get angry. Shangguan Yingrui handed him the items in her hands. These were the two decorative pieces that Su Xiaoma had previously retrieved. Ziyun accepted them, glancing down to discover they were indeed ornaments, and nodded to indicate his understanding. Goodbye. Before leaving, Shangguan Yingrui planted a quick kiss on the corner of his lips. MHM. Ziyun nodded, then turned to return to his dormitory. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at his departing figure, a dreamy smile gracing her lips until he vanished from sight, after which she entered her dorm. Upon returning to her dorm, Shangguan Yingrui found her best friend, Su Xiaoma, unpacking a box. Sister Rui, the items you just took down, are they from the last package I helped you with? Su Xiaoma asked upon noticing Shangguan Yingrui's return. Shangguan Yingrui nodded, and then climbed onto her bed to turn on her computer, swiftly installing the software and launching it in one go. Subsequently, she fixated on the screen, seemingly anticipating something significant to appear. Observing this unusual behavior from her friend, Su Xiaoma scratched her head and decided to continue sorting through her belongings. 3 obedient sons, your father has returned. Ziyun kicked open the door to room 203, teasing his 3 roommates who were engrossed in a game. Mo Zan lifted his head at the sound, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Oh, our obedient son is back from a date. What about our lunch? Oh, I forgot. You can order takeout." Ziyun shrugged. Immediately, the 3 roommates each called out Ziyun's name before proceeding to order food. "Fourth, log in. We'll help you rank up." Mo Zan patted Ziyun's shoulder. "Okay, coming right up," Ziyun replied, placing one of the items gifted by Shangguan Yingrui on his bedside and the other on his desk before opening his computer. "Hey, Fourth, who sent you gifts? And you placed them on your desk and bedside? Montag tan feignet ignorance, tis Ingli. Fourth, you haven't abandoned your senior sister for someone new, have you?" Yu Eiji chimed in, joining the jest. "What nonsense are you all talking about?" Ziyun shot them a glare. "These are gifts from Shangguan Yingrui. I'm logging in now. From a group with me," Ziyun typed on the keyboard, signing into the game. "Okay," his 3 roommates responded in unison. "Fourth, this time play support. Don't choose an APC hero," Mo Zan instructed seriously. "Why not? I'm the best at playing APC. I dominate," Ziyun protested, dissatisfied. "Ha, indeed, quite impressive, but you like to throw your life away, don't you? Just play support. Fourth, we will never believe in your APC prowess again." "Oof, I knew it. You all are just jealous of me," Ziyun retorted indignantly, through the figure of a Death Reaper figurine. Shangguan Yingrui observed the playful banter among Ziyun and his roommates, her eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a fleeting crimson glow that quickly faded back to normal. She then gazed dreamily at Ziyun's handsome profile illuminated on the computer screen. Chapter 59, Dreamscape 8. As Su Xiaoma finished tidying up, she looked up to find her best friend, Shangguan Yingrui, sitting at the computer, lost in thought, displaying an expression she had never seen before, leaving her utterly astonished. Was this truly the Shangguan Yingrui she knew? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Could it be that Sister Rui was possessed by something? No, that couldn't be it. Shaking her head, she quickly dismissed the outlandish thought. If not that, could it be that she saw a photo of Ziyun on the computer? Although Ziyun was indeed quite handsome, that expression seemed exceedingly strange. "Sister Rui, what are you doing?" she gently called out. Upon hearing her, Shangguan Yingrui snapped back to reality, her previously aloof demeanor returning as she replied indifferently, "Nothing much." "Susiam? Nothing much. You don't just stare blankly at the computer screen for no reason. And why do you have that lovesick look on your face?" Silently rolling her eyes, Su Xiaoma chose not to confront her friend as fib. After finishing several rounds of games with his roommates, Ziyun received a notification from their instructor in the group chat about a class meeting in a certain classroom. "Let us go. Meeting time." Ziyun shut down his computer and turned to the 3 roommates. They all stood up and followed him. Upon arriving at their class, Ziyun noticed that most students had already gathered, with only a few seats remaining empty. He found an empty spot in a corner for the 4 of them, with the others occupying the adjacent seats. Once everyone was seated, their instructor, Zhao Jijun, arrived fashionably late, slowly walking into the classroom. After surveying the room, Zhao Jijun cleared his throat and announced, just a reminder, there will be a 7A holiday for National Day, returning to school on October 8th. Now, let us discuss the safety precautions to keep in mind during the holiday. I urge everyone to remember them. Zhao Jijun elaborated on the safety tips for nearly half an hour before dismissing the meeting. Afterward, Ziyun and his roommates exited the classroom, only to find Shangguan Yingrui waiting outside for him. Dressed in a light blue long dress paired with a white shirt, her long, sleek black hair cascading down her shoulders, and her exquisite features and graceful demeanor captivated every boy who passed by. She greeted Ziyun with a bright smile. "Fourth, we're off now. Don't forget to bring us dinner, all right?" With that, her three mischievous friends departed. "Let us go." Shangguan Yingrui linked her arm with Ziyun's, affectionately leaning against him as they slowly made their way to the restaurant she had chosen. After finishing dinner, Shangguan Yingrui clung to Ziyun for a while before they parted ways. Back at the dorm, Ziyun tossed the dinner he had brought to his roommates, played a few games with them, took a shower, and then went to bed. As he drifted off to sleep, Ziyun, as usual, found himself entering a dreamscape. Did he have another nightmare? Ziyun opened his eyes, and what greeted him was an exquisite visage. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at him with a playful smile. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback. Shangguan Yingrui affectionately ruffled his hair and gently inquired, "Ziyun, dear brother, what troubles you? Do you not recognize your sister anymore?" Shaking off his stupor, Ziyun furrowed his brow and asked, "How did you end up here?" Shangguan Yingrui blinked mischievously, "Because we are one, after all." "One? What do you mean?" Ziyun was baffled by her words. Suddenly, Shangguan Yingrui lowered her head and pressed her lips against his. Ziyun's eyes widened in shock. He attempted to push her away, yet found himself unable to muster any strength. Moreover, he could not bring himself to reject her, allowing her to violate his boundaries unimpeded. After what felt like an eternity, when Ziyun was on the verge of suffocation, Shangguan Yingrui finally released his lips, licking her own rosy ones. "Dear Ziyun, your taste is simply delightful," she cooed, her fingers caressing his alluringly thin lips. With a swift motion, Ziyun slapped her hand away, frowning as he demanded, "What do you intend to do?" "Oh, dear brother, how fierce you are." Shangguan Yingrui pouted, then entwined her other arm around his neck, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Didn't I just mention? I wish to merge our hearts as one." She continued, "Look, dear Ziyun, I have prepared all the necessary tools for what comes next." Ziyun's gaze fell upon the surgical instruments laid out on the table, and a wave of dread washed over him. Indeed, Shangguan Yingrui beamed like a blossoming flower, brandishing a scalpel and teasingly swaying it before him. "See, dear brother Ziyun, I've got it all ready." Her tone was sweetly playful, reminiscent of a child begging for candy. Ziyun's temples throbbed as he snatched the scalpel from her hand and flung it to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Shangguan Yingrui feigned a sorrowful expression, looking at Ziyun with a wounded gaze. "Sister, woe is me. I merely wish to unite our hearts. Why must you be so cruel to reject me?" She covered her face, pretending to weep, while tears streamed down her cheeks. Ziyun cursed inwardly, realizing that Shangguan Yingrui had lost her mind. Merging hearts? Could he even survive such a fate? Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising frustration and annoyance, he patiently advised, "Shangguan Yingrui, please stop this foolishness." She lifted her head, her eyes brimming with feigned innocence. "Do you despise me?" After a moment of silence, Ziyun shook his head. "No, you're lying. If that is true, then why won't you merge our hearts?" Shangguan Yingrui pressed on, her voice laced with faux grievance. "Because it would lead to death." Ziyun sighed in resignation, utterly perplexed by the female psyche. Biting her lip, Shangguan Yingrui retorted, "That's not true. If you place your heart within mine, you won't die." Ziyun was bewildered. Just as he was about to dismiss her once more, she leaned in closer. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she softly urged, "Good brother, please agree to sister's request." "Won't you?" Ziyun's body went rigid, and he quickly extricated himself from her embrace, retreating 2 meters away while eyeing her warily. "Are you trying to escape from me, dear brother? That would make sister very unhappy." Her eyes sparkled with a hint of danger as she spoke. Ziyun bit his lip, maintaining a cautious gaze on Shangguan Yingrui. I truly like you, dear brother. Let us just give it a try, shall we? A sickly flush crept across her cheeks as she gazed longingly at him. Advancing step by step, Ziyun gasped, hastily backing away. Shangguan Yingrui, don't come any closer. I'll call the police. Hehe, go ahead and call them, she replied, feigning indifference, unfazed by his threat. As she continued to close the distance between them, Ziyun's unease escalated. If you come any closer, I really will call the police. He warned again. Shangguan Yingrui chuckled. Say whatever you like, quickening her pace. In the chaos, Ziyun reached for his phone, only to discover his pockets were empty. Oh no, my phone is gone. Hehe, dear Ziyun, what are you searching for? Do you need Sister's help? Shangguan Yingrui asked ominously, having cornered him and grasping his arm to prevent him from rummaging through his pockets. Ziyun struggled fiercely. Let go. I refuse. Not unless you agree to merge our hearts. She countered coldly. Without warning, she seized his throat, constricting his breath, while her leg pressed against his knee. With narrowed eyes, she demanded, will you agree? Ziyun gasped for air, his struggles intensifying. Shangguan Yingrui tightened her grip. Will you agree? In agony, Ziyun shut his eyes and managed to utter, I agree upon hearing this. Shangguan Yingrui released him, turned, and straddled his waist, a smile gracing her lips as she chirped, then just lie down obediently. Sister will take your heart tonight. Ziyun coughed violently, sputtering. Cough, cough. Shangguan Yingrui's demeanor shifted, her voice turning serious. Remember, you must comply with me. And you cannot resist. Panting heavily, Ziyun nodded. Shangguan Yingrui smiled in satisfaction before leaning closer, whispering seductively into his ear, Brother, you smell divine with that. She nibbled on his earlobe. Ziyun gasped in pain, his body trembling. You're so sensitive, dear brother. Shangguan Yingrui giggled, proceeding to kiss his cheeks, earlobes, and neck. Every inch of her skin, every territory she desired to possess, her lips roamed over Ziyun's body, igniting waves of sensation and shivers. Ziyun felt an overwhelming heat rising within him. He summoned the last remnants of his reason and pushed Shangguan Yingrui away, fleeing in disarray. Observing his retreating figure, she straightened up, a faintly wicked smile playing on her lips. Ziyun stumbled out of the infirmary, finding himself in the corridor, leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath. Unsure of which direction to flee, he felt utterly lost. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through, tousling his disheveled hair, causing him to shiver and feel even more bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, Shangguan Yingrui had silently followed. Shangguan Yingrui, Ziyun shouted in anger. But only the silence of the night answered him. She stepped closer, asking, Where are you running off to, dear brother? Didn't you promise to merge our hearts? I merely wished for a little closeness before we use the knife. Is it necessary for you to be so frightened? Her tone was light-hearted, her bright eyes sparkling with mockery, resembling a cat toying with its prey. You're nothing but a psychotic maniac, Ziyun accused, his eyes wide with horror. Shangguan Yingrui, with a dismissive air, clicked her tongue, observing his furious demeanor, a sight reminiscent of a feisty little beast, endearingly vexed. After her remark, she couldn't resist caressing his fair, delicate skin. Ziyun glared at her with vehemence, his fists clenching tightly, producing a menacing, crackling sound. His expression was grotesque, his eyes a crimson hue. He yearned to obliterate the madwoman before him at that very moment. She was a venomous serpent, a wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. Shangguan Yingrui, should you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall assuredly end your life. Ziyun warned na kilingtone. To his astonishment, she merely laughed at his words. Shangguan Yingrui slowly approached him, pausing before him. Would you care to test that? He remained silent, his body taut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What is the matter? Scared? Or perhaps daunted? She taunted, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Yet her eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty glint. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, he landed a punch into Shangguan Yingrui's abdomen. Seizing the moment she doubled over in pain, he swiftly leapt back, distancing himself from her. Ziyun gasped for breath, his legs inexplicably weak. He braced himself, preparing to flee. However, as he turned, Shangguan Yingrui once again obstructed his path. She raised her long, beautiful right leg, placing it before him. "So, you think you could just hit me and run away? Ziyun, aren't you being rather callous? You can't expect me to let you strike without consequence." As her words fell, she swung her slender leg towards him, delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Ugh!" he groaned, the agony radiating from his insides, nearly suffocating him. "You, Ziyun, you cannot escape from my grasp," she said, crouching beside him and looking down with a sickly sweet smile that resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, slowly devouring his essence. Trembling, Ziyun's eyes betrayed his fear. Shangguan Yingrui reached out, caressing his handsome yet pallid face, her gaze filled with an intense affection. "Fear not, dear brother. When the time comes for me to act, I shall be gentle," she murmured, her tone laced with profound affection. Subsequently, she gently lifted him, returning to the infirmary. Shangguan Yingrui delicately placed Ziyun upon the bed, gathering surgical instruments and preparing her tools. Once ready, she approached his heart with the scalpel in hand. As a sharp blade tore through his clothing and sliced into his chest, an excruciating pain surged through him. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his brow furrowed in stoic endurance. Ziyun pursed his lips, unwilling to cast another glance at Shangguan Yingrui. Unperturbed, she smiled wickedly. "Brother Ziyun, I am about to commence the extraction of your heart." As she spoke, the scalpel glided toward his chest. "Ah!" Ziyun screamed in agony, closing his eyes as his head lolled to the side, succumbing to unconsciousness. Moments later, he jolted awake, panting heavily. He instinctively clutched his painfully throbbing chest, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he frowned in concentration, attempting to recall the events of his dream. Yet, he could remember nothing. Staggering into the bathroom, he turned on the tap, splashing cool water onto his face. The refreshing sensation revived him somewhat. Shaking the damp strands of hair from his forehead, he peered into the mirror, finding a gaunt reflection staring back, his face devoid of color and tinged with a ghostly pallor. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, bewildered by his recurring nightmares. Rubbing his forehead, fatigue washed over him. After drying his face, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, glancing at the time. Nearly 6 a.m. "System check-in." He mentally commanded the void. The system's voice promptly responded, "Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have earned 600 points and gained 480 credits. Not bad." Ziyun nodded in satisfaction. "Host, experience points have reached 10,220, surpassing the 10,000 required for system upgrade. Would you like to proceed?" "Yes, upgrade," he replied. "Received." The system acknowledged. Ding. Deducting 10,000 experience points. "Upgrading, please wait." As the system's announcement faded, the upgrade progress bar accelerated. Ziyun waited in silence. After approximately 10 minutes, the system's voice finally resounded. Ding. "Upgrade complete. Current level, 2. Updating attribute panel, please hold." As the system concluded, an updated personal panel materialized before Ziyun. Daily check-in system, currently at level 2. Experience points, 22,010,000, requires 9,780 points to level up. Host, Ziyun. Age, 19. Height, 182 centimeters. Appearance, 97. Strength, 90. Passing mark is 60. Combat power, 87. Constitution, healthy. Personal assets, 10 million. Credits, 16,200. Acquired through daily check-ins and random tasks. Skills, culinary arts, beginner. Divine vocal skills, beginner. Divine massage, beginner. Note, combat skills cannot be used on system-designated lovers. Permanently locked lover. Hidden, Shangguan Yingrui. Requires system to reach level 6 to unlock. System inventory. A complete makeup set, plush toys, exquisite kitchenware, bedding set. Subsystem mall. Unavailable. Requires system to reach level 4 to unlock. Subsystem lottery. Unavailable. Requires system to reach level 3 to unlock. Taskbar. No current tasks. Note, tasks are randomly triggered and must be completed. Failure to do so will result in punishment. Upon reviewing the panel, Ziyun noted minimal changes, save for the addition of a taskbar. Sigh. I hope the tasks aren't too arduous, he mused inwardly. With that, he dried his face and exited the bathroom, spotting his 3 roommates still fast asleep. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, surmising that they had likely pulled an all-nighter gaming. He reclined back onto his bed, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber once more. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a girl dressed in a white and blue t-shirt paired with casual denim shorts appeared at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and her slender, fair legs shimmered with a pearly glow under the sun. Her features were exquisitely delicate, as if she were a masterwork of art, intricately sculpted by the hand of the divine. The moment Shangguan Yingrui made her entrance, nearly all the passing boys turned to gaze at her. Goddess Yingrui, who is she here to see? Who else could it be? The one who has stolen our goddess away. Although their whispers were soft, Shangguan Yingrui heard them nonetheless. She cast a cool glance at the group of boys and then strolled towards the boys' dormitory. The boys immediately fell silent, daunted by her piercing gaze, which sent shivers down their spines, causing them to scatter hastily. Arriving at the dormitory supervisor's office, she displayed her student council badge, confirming her membership, and only then was she permitted entry. Upon entering the building, she made a beeline for room 203 and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Yuiji tidied up his belongings before opening the door, momentarily taken aback to find Shangguan Yingrui standing there. He quickly composed himself and greeted her politely. Good morning. Senior Shangguan, where's Ziyun? Without acknowledging Yuiji, Shangguan Yingrui inquired, Oh, is Ziyun still asleep? Yuiji pointed to the first bed inside and then stepped aside to let her enter. Nodding, she elegantly stepped inside with her long, straight legs. Her gaze fell upon Ziyun, who was sprawled across the bed, and a faint smile graced her lips. In an unexpected move, she removed her shoes, climbed onto Ziyun's bed, and drew the bed curtain closed. Yuiji stood there, mouth agape, bemused by her actions, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. What kind of plot is this? Soon after, he silently dragged his suitcase out of the dormitory. Inside, Shangguan Yingrui lay beside Ziyun, her delicate, fair arm wrapped around his waist. Burying her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his unique scent, her gaze growing increasingly infatuated. A sickly sweet smile appeared at the corners of her lips as she lifted her eyes slightly and pressed her lips against Ziyun's soft ones. Ziyun let out a muffled sound, gradually awakening. As he beheld Shangguan Yingrui kissing him, he was utterly bewildered. How did she get in the boys' dormitory? Hehe. Did Senior Ziyun get awakened by his sister's kiss? She teased, noticing his dazed expression. What are you doing on my bed? Ziyun furrowed his brow and asked. Of course. I came to wake you up. Dear Ziyun, Shangguan Yingrui replied playfully, batting her expressive eyes. How did you get in? Ziyun queried again, still perplexed. Have you forgotten? Your sister is the president of the student council. She can go wherever she pleases, Shangguan Yingrui said with a sweet smile, her tone laced with a hint of mischief. Now, dear Ziyun, hurry and get up to have breakfast with your sister, then we'll head home. All right. Ziyun nodded, tossing off the covers and getting out of bed. Upon noticing his 2 roommates still asleep, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After washing up and gathering his belongings, he accompanied Shangguan Yingrui as they made their way out of the school towards home. Chapter 62. System Task. Shinshin misses her brother so much. After finishing breakfast, the 2 strolled towards the campus gate. Along the way, Shangguan Yingrui linked her arm with Ziyun's, resting her head against his shoulder, relishing the sensation of walking side by side with him. Ziyun felt a sense of helplessness. He cast a glance down at Shangguan Yingrui, who was clinging to him, and then bit his lip, choosing silence. They soon arrived at the parking lot. Ziyun took the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, while Shangguan Yingrui settled into the passenger seat, propping her chin on her hands and gazing intently at Ziyun's handsome profile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. When Ziyun turned to look at her, he felt his heart race and his cheeks flush crimson at her unwavering gaze. Senior, could you please fasten your seatbelt first? He stammered. Oh, okay. Shangguan Yingrui immediately reached for the seatbelt, preparing to buckle up, but then paused, a playful smile spreading across her face. Ziyun, dear brother, could you help your sister buckle it up? Ziyun was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his lack of response, Shangguan Yingrui leaned closer, pouting, please help your sister, dear Ziyun. Her voice was so sweet it sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to avert his gaze and take a deep breath, trying to compose himself, pondering how to refuse her request when suddenly, a prompt echoed in his mind. Beep. Host has triggered a task. Please assist Shangguan Yingrui in fastening her seatbelt. Task rewards: 200 experience points, 500 contribution points. Task penalties: unknown. Ziyun's forehead twitched as he absorbed the system's announcement. He had been contemplating how to decline her request, yet the system had unexpectedly assigned him this task, catching him completely off guard. However, once a system task was issued, it had to be completed without fail, lest he face severe consequences. Therefore, he had no choice but to comply. Before he could voice his agreement, Shangguan Yingrui's soft, slightly aggrieved voice wafted through the air. Dear Ziyun, what's wrong? Don't you want to help your sister? As she spoke, tears began to trickle down her cheeks, making her look particularly pitiful. No, that's not it, senior. I didn't say I wouldn't help you fasten your seatbelt, Ziyun hurriedly explained, reaching for the seatbelt beside Shangguan Yingrui and carefully securing it for her. As he fastened the seatbelt, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her soft skin, causing his heart to skip a beat. He lowered his gaze, concealing the turmoil within, and continued to assist her. The proximity allowed Shangguan Yingrui to catch the alluring scent emanating from Ziyun, and she couldn't help but inhale deeply, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy, her breath growing heavier. Her hand stealthily slid onto Ziyun's waist, then glided downwards to his chest. Ziyun grasped her mischievous hand, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes clear. Senior, please stop. I'm not causing trouble, dear Ziyun, Shangguan Yingrui replied with a flirtatious smile, her gaze enchanting and captivating. With a sudden motion, she pushed Ziyun back against the car seat, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered enticingly, Ziyun, dear brother, I want to play something thrilling with you. Ziyun felt a ticklish sensation in his ears, instinctively shrinking his neck in an attempt to evade her teasing. However, Shangguan Yingrui seized the opportunity, wrapping one arm around his neck while her other hand slipped beneath the hem of his shirt, trailing down his firm abdomen. Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he captured her wandering hand. Senior Shangguan, please stop. Pull your hand back. Dear Ziyun, she cooed sweetly, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her warm breath cascading over his skin, igniting a delightful sensation. Ziyun felt a flicker of fire rapidly rising within him, searing his very innards. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain control and avoid succumbing to chaos. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the heat surging through his body, then gently pushed aside Shangguan Yingrui, swiftly securing her seatbelt before straightening his posture. There, the seatbelt is fastened, he declared. He then inserted the key into the ignition and started the car. With a firm press on the accelerator, the sports car roared to life and sped away. Meanwhile, at the villa, Xin gazed at the man with her doe-like, watery eyes and asked, Daddy, brother, is he coming back today? Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, rendering her profoundly enchanting. The man affectionately ruffled Xin's hair and replied, Yes, your brother will be back shortly. That's wonderful. When brother returns, I want him to tell me stories. Daddy's stories are simply dreadful, Xin exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement, her little demeanor utterly adorable. The man felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to muster a retort. He simply cleared his throat awkwardly and fell silent. All right, sweetheart. Sit here and watch television while I go inform your mother that your brother is coming home, he said, tousling Xin's hair once more before ascending the staircase. Xin nodded obediently, clutching the remote as she watched TV, humming along to the tunes, her mood exceptionally buoyant. As the man reached a bedroom on the second floor, he retrieved a key from his pocket, unlocked the door, and announced to the woman inside, Ziyun is coming back, before descending the stairs once more. Upon hearing the man's words, Gongwei promptly stood and hurried into the bathroom to freshen up. As the man descended the stairs, he beheld Xin, who was still engrossed in her television show, humming cheerfully. A tender smile crept across his face. Xin suddenly turned her head towards him, her bright smile illuminating her features. "Daddy, brother's back. Let us go welcome him," she chirped, leaping off the sofa and scampering outside on her tiny legs. "Ah!" The man sighed helplessly as he watched Xin's retreating figure, then followed her outside. Upon reaching the door, Xin spotted a white sports car gracefully approaching. She stood on her tiptoes, stretching her neck to catch a glimpse. "Wow, brother's back," she squealed. "Brother, I missed you so much." With that, she waved her chubby arms and legs, eager to catch her brother's attention. The car drew nearer, finally halting at the villa's entrance. The driver's door swung open, revealing a tall, striking figure before Xin's eager eyes. "Brother," she exclaimed, rushing forward in an attempt to leap into Ziyun's embrace. Ziyun bent down, securely catching Xin, then squatted to lift her up. He said, as Xin beamed with delight, wrapping her arms around his neck and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. "Brother, I miss you so much," she cooed. Ziyun nodded with a smile. "I miss you too, Xin." Just then, Shangguan Yingrui, emerging from the passenger seat, observed the scene with a fleeting glimmer of malice in her eyes, though it vanished almost instantly as she adopted a graceful smile. "Ziyun, brother, who is this?" she inquired, her gaze falling on Xin, who was clad in a pink princess dress, enhancing her beauty and charm. Xin blinked, tilting her head to scrutinize Shangguan Yingrui, before tightly hugging her brother's neck and declaring in a childlike voice, "Brother, I don't like this sister." At this, a shadow crossed Shangguan Yingrui's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a composed smile. Xin, could you tell me why you don't like me?" she asked sweetly. Xin pondered for a moment, shaking her head. "I don't know. I just don't like her. No reason. It's a feeling," she replied, scrunching her little nose and pouting her lips. Ziyun gently patted Xin's round head and addressed Shangguan Yingrui. "I apologize. Xin is still young and doesn't know how to express herself properly. I hope you won't take her words to heart." Shangguan Yingrui concealed her earlier discontent, offering Ziyun a gentle smile. "It's quite all right. After all, it's Xin's first time meeting me. It's natural for her to feel a bit uncomfortable." "Thank you for your understanding," Ziyun said politely, offering a faint smile as he took Xin's small hand and led her toward the villa. Watching them depart, Shangguan Yingrui's eyes darkened. Lowering her gaze, she felt a surge of intense resentment and jealousy. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms, she bit her lip until crimson droplets trickled from the corner of her mouth. With her eyes tightly shut, she suppressed the tumultuous waves of hatred and envy within her, gradually restoring her serene demeanor. She delicately wiped the blood from her lips and proceeded to follow Ziyun and Xin. "Daddy." As Ziyun reached the entrance, he changed his shoes and walked inside, respectfully greeting the man approaching them. The man, clad in a casual gray outfit, possessed strikingly handsome features. With deep-set eyes and a hint of warmth nestled within his narrow, phoenix-like gaze, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. He nodded, then shifted his attention to Shangguan Yingrui beside Ziyun, his eyes narrowing slightly as a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he couldn't quite place it. "And who might this be?" he inquired. With a gentle smile gracing her face, Shangguan Yingrui replied, "Hello, uncle. I am Ziyun's girlfriend, Shangguan Yingrui." "Shangguan?" The man's eyes widened in surprise. It dawned on him why Shangguan Yingrui's eyes seemed familiar. She was the daughter of Shangguan Hong. However, he hadn't anticipated that these two children would be together. What a twist of fate. Yet the thought of Ziyun's mother, sighing at the recollection of Ziyun's mother's temperament. The man couldn't help but exhale softly. "Is something wrong, Daddy?" Ziyun asked, noticing the man's sigh. "Nothing," the man replied, shaking his head. "You all go sit in the living room for a while. Dinner will be ready shortly." "All right," Ziyun responded, leading Xin to the living room, with Shangguan Yingrui following closely behind. In the living room, Ziyun played with Xin, his expression consistently tender and indulgent, while Xin nestled in his embrace, her smile radiant. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui observed silently from the side, her heart churning with jealousy and fury. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. She would not permit any woman to usurp what belonged to her, whether person or possession. Sensing the weight of Shangguan Yingrui's gaze upon him, Ziyun slowly turned to her, asking, "Senior, is something the matter?" He felt an oddity in her expression, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. Shangguan Yingrui concealed the unusual hue in her eyes, shaking her head with a smile, saying, "It's nothing." Her gaze then shifted to Xin, and upon beholding the sweet and adorable visage of the little girl, Shangguan Yingrui displayed a tender smile and gently inquired, "Xin, is it? How old are you today?" Xin tilted her small head in contemplation for a moment before responding. "Xin is 3 years old." 3 years old? How charming, Shangguan Yingrui remarked, reaching out to pinch Xin's cheek, only to have the little girl evade her grasp. Pouting her lips, Xin expressed her displeasure, saying, "Don't pinch Xin." With a defiant pout, she added, "If you touch Xin again, Xin will hit you." As she spoke, Xin made a fist, waving it playfully. Observing Xin's adorable antics, Ziyun chuckled and affectionately ruffled her small head, saying, all right, Xin is a good girl. No hitting." Satisfied, Xin nodded and offered her small hand to Ziyun. Ziyun smiled as he took her tiny hand and placed it on his lap. Shangguan Yingrui's gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, her pupils constricting sharply. What does Ziyun mean by this? He actually took the initiative to hold another woman's hand? No. Ziyun is mine. Mine. No one can take Ziyun away. Whoever dares to snatch my Ziyun, I shall end her. Shangguan Yingrui's complexion turned ashen in an instant, her eyes reddening as she struggled to control her impulsive fury. "Xiaoyun." Suddenly, a clear, melodious female voice echoed from the staircase, followed by a voluptuous woman making her entrance. She wore a black lace short dress, cinched at the waist with a wide purple belt, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous hips. Her bosom appeared full, her skin glistening like jade, and her long ankles were adorned with silver, diamond-studded high heels approximately 10 centimeters high. The woman, tall and graceful, possessed an alluringly exquisite face complemented by a simple yet elegant black form-fitting dress, exuding a mature charm that captivated anyone who laid eyes upon her. As Gong Yueka stepped into the room, her attention immediately fell upon Shangguan Yingrui standing by the sofa, her brow furrowing in confusion. What is Qingxi's daughter doing here? Could she be here to vie for my son? With this thought, Gong Yueka's expression darkened. "Auntie Gong, it's been a while. Auntie Gong, it's been a while." Shangguan Yingrui greeted with an elegant smile, politely yet distantly approaching Gong Yueka. Gong Yueka merely snorted, ignoring Shangguan Yingrui, and turned her attention to Ziyun. "Xiaoyun, how many times have I told you not to bring other girls home?" Though her tone was stern, she was merely concerned that Ziyun might be stolen away by this woman. Upon hearing Gong Yueka's words, Ziyun felt a twitch between his brows but still explained, "Mom, Yingrui is not just any girl. She's my girlfriend." It seemed he still hesitated to fully embrace the fact that Shangguan Yingrui was indeed his girlfriend. Shangguan Yingrui felt a surge of joy at Ziyun's declaration, lowering her gaze with a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, in the end, Ziyun chose her. Gong Yueka's expression darkened further upon hearing this, her face clouding with discontent as she glared at Shangguan Yingrui. "When did Xiaoyun start dating? Why didn't you tell your mother?" Ziyun helplessly replied, "We just confirmed our relationship a few days ago. I forgot to mention it to you." He knew his mother despised him interacting with other girls and often devised various excuses to prevent him from doing so. "A few days ago." Gong Yueka frowned and pulled Ziyun upstairs, stating as they walked, "Come to my room. I need to talk to you." Ziyun followed her upstairs reluctantly, leaving Shangguan Yingrui alone in the living room. "Ha!" Shangguan Yingrui chuckled softly, raising her head to gaze at the staircase. "Ziyun, you are mine, and will forever remain so." Xin looked up, watching her brother disappear around the corner on the second floor, her delicate lips biting down slightly, a look of grievance crossing her face. "Mom is stealing my brother again. How wicked." Sitting on the sofa, Xin sulked, pouting her rosy lips and hugging her teddy bear, letting out a soft sigh. In a bedroom on the second floor, Gong Yueka locked the door and turned, instantly adopting a pitiful expression. "Xiaoyun, oh, why haven't you listened to your mother? You're still so young at 19. It's not the right time for you to be in a relationship. She lamented. Why don't you heed your mother's words? I'm so heartbroken. Observing his mother's woeful demeanor, Ziyun couldn't help but rub his forehead. Mom, I'm grown up now. Gong Yueka, with a sorrowful face, replied. I know you're grown up, but at 19, still in college, you're so eager to date. Does that make sense? This is absolutely unacceptable. Ziyun retorted, Mom. Please don't cry. Your eyes are already not that good. Then you should listen to your mother and break up with that girl. Gong Yueka insisted, her face still sorrowful. I'm only looking out for your well-being. What if you encounter a woman with ulterior motives? I can't let you be harmed, Xiaoyun. Ziyun rubbed his aching temples and replied, Mom, you're overthinking it. She is not that kind of person. How do you know? Women can be deceptive. They're far more complicated than men. You don't understand women at all. How can you be so sure she is not that type? Gong Yueka grew increasingly agitated. I don't care. You must promise your mother to break up with that girl. Gong Yueka's face hardened, her tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. She would not allow any woman to take her son away. She had made a pact with his father that he would never leave her, that he would always stay by her side. After Zi left her, her entire world seemed to dim, and now the only thing keeping her going was her son. Therefore, no matter what, she would not permit anyone to take him away. She intended to keep her son forever by her side, regardless of how beautiful, talented, or perfect those women who fancied him might be. She would not allow them to take her precious son from her, for her son belonged solely to her. No one could take him away. Observing his mother's unwavering resolve, Ziyun felt a headache coming on. In truth, he did not wish to pursue a relationship with Shangguan Yingrui, but the memory of her self-harming incident and her tear-streaked, swollen eyes made it impossible for him to harden his heart and refuse her. He could never fathom why. Seeing Ziyun remain silent, Gong Yueka grew anxious. You must agree with me. Ziyun sighed in resignation. All right, let me think about it for a while, okay? He attempted to placate Gong Yueka's emotions. No, you must break up with that girl immediately. Gong Yueka's stance was unyielding, providing Ziyun with no opportunity to retreat. Do you understand? I forbid you to associate with that girl any longer. You must sever all ties with her at once. Ziyun remained silent for a moment before responding, Mom. I don't want to break up for now. What did you say? Say that again. Gong Yueka glared at Ziyun, her anger flaring. You dare defy your mother's orders? Ziyun furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Gong Yu was indeed upset. He pressed his thin lips together and spoke slowly. Suddenly, a sharp sting resonated on the left side of Ziyun's face, followed by a buzzing in his ears and a moment of blankness in his mind. Gong Yu, upon realizing she had struck Ziyun, felt a warmth rise in her eyes. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Xiaoyun, mother did not mean to hit you. Please do not ignore me. Do not be angry. Her hands trembled, her eyes brimming with regret and guilt. Xiaoyun, I am so sorry, Gong Yu choked out, tears falling freely as she clutched her chest and sorrowfully inquired, Did I hurt you just now? Ziyun touched his stinging cheek, shook his head, and reassured her, It's nothing. He bore no resentment towards his mother, fully cognizant that her actions were unintentional. Observing his mother's tear-streaked face pained his heart slightly. He reached out to wipe away her tears, speaking softly, Do not cry. However, Gong Yu's sobs only intensified. All right. No more tears, Ziyun comforted her, fetching a tissue to gently clean her tear-stained face. Okay, I won't cry anymore. Gong Yu sniffled, then tightly embraced Ziyun, asserting, Mother was wrong. I will never strike you again. Yes, Mom, I'm not angry. Ziyun tenderly patted Gong Yu's back. Really? She asked, lifting her gaze to meet his. Yes, truly. Ziyun smiled, using his thumb to brush away her tears. I'm not upset with you. Chapter 65, Dinner. I genuinely am not angry. Gong Yu's tears subsided, and she nestled into Ziyun's embrace, holding him gently. Her son still understood her, offering no reproach, which allowed her heart to relax slightly. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside the room. The two exchanged glances, both frowning slightly. I will answer the door, Ziyun declared, rising to open it. Brother, Daddy has finished cooking. He is calling you for dinner. Hurry downstairs. Shinshin stood at the door, flashing a sweet smile at Ziyun. All right, we will be right down, Ziyun said, affectionately ruffling Shinshin's fluffy hair, then turning to Gong Yu, who sat on the bed, say, "Mother, let us go eat." MHM. Gong Yu composed herself and stood up, following Ziyun and Xin downstairs. Yun, with her little head raised, playfully extended her arms towards Ziyun. "Okay, brother, hug me." Ziyun smiled as he bent down to scoop Xin into his arms while heading toward the stairs. "Brother is so nice." Xin beamed, nuzzling against Ziyun's handsome face. "Brother is the best. I love you the most." Gong Yu trailed behind, casting a dark glance at her daughter, snuggled in her son's embrace. Her eyes narrowing as she glared for several seconds. Although Xin was her child, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for her. This daughter had been an unexpected surprise. Gong Yu had intended to use Z's DNA to bring back her beloved, but a mix-up with the nurse led to Xin being conceived instead. As the trio descended the stairs, they spotted a man approaching the dining table with a tray in hand. "Xiaoyan, Xin, Yueka, dinner is ready," he said. A gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with warmth as they fell upon Xin nestled in Ziyun's embrace. "Daddy!" Xin exclaimed upon seeing him, unwilling to budge from Ziyun's hold, her little head popping out. "I want to sit with brother." She raised her chubby face toward Ziyun. "All right." Ziyun affectionately tousled Xin's hair. At that moment, Shangguan Yingrui approached from the living room, linking her arm with Ziyun's other side. "Ziyun, let us sit together." She tugged him toward the dining table. Gong Yu shot a cold glare at Shangguan Yingrui before taking her seat. A fierce resentment filled Gong Yu's eyes, but Shangguan Yingrui feigned ignorance, a smirk playing on her lips. At the dining table, Shangguan Yingrui picked up a piece of food and placed it in Ziyun's bowl, softly saying, "Ziyun, eat more." Ziyun cast a glance at the food in his bowl, then looked up at her and replied coolly, "Thank you." Shangguan Yingrui's face lit up with delight at his words. While Gong Yu bit her lip, her hand gripping the chopsticks tightly, the veins on the back of her hand subtly visible. The man seemed to sense the anger radiating from Gong Yu. He turned to her, noticing she had lowered her head to eat, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Gong Yu lifted her gaze to the man, her expression calm and unruffled, despite the turmoil within her heart. She was determined not to reveal her true feelings in front of her son. She could not allow Ziyun to witness her unsightly side. She absolutely refused. "Mother, eat," Ziyun said, noticing Gong Yu's pallor. He served her a bowl of soup and presented it to her. MHM. Gong Yu accepted the soup, taking a sip before delicately savoring her meal. Her movements exuded an elegance and nobility, each action imbued with an air of refinement, as if she were born to embody such grace. This was the upbringing of a wealthy heiress. "Brother, I want to eat that dish." Xin extended her hand, requesting Ziyun to serve her food. Before Ziyun could respond, Shangguan Yingrui swiftly interjected, placing Xin's favorite dish into her bowl. Xin pouted in displeasure. She did not want that bad sister to serve her food. She wanted her brother to do it instead. Looking at Ziyun, she insisted, "Brother, I want to eat fish. Please serve it to me. I don't want anyone else to help." Shangguan Yingrui's expression darkened instantly, and Gong Yu's countenance also soured. Ziyun remained oblivious to their changing moods, patiently removing the fish bones for Xin before placing the fish in her bowl, saying, "Go ahead, Xin." "Thank you, brother." Xin's eyes crinkled with delight as she planted a kiss on Ziyun's cheek. "Mom." Ziyun affectionately stroked Xin's head, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. This display, though seemingly innocuous, caught the attention of both Gong Yu and Shangguan Yingrui, particularly the latter. She pressed her lips together, coldly glaring at Xin, jealousy and malice flickering in her eyes, though she concealed it well, leaving no one the wiser. After dinner, Xin clung to Ziyun, begging him to play with her, her eyes sparkling like stars. Ziyun willingly obliged, and the two frolicked in the garden, their laughter echoing throughout the estate. Shangguan Yingrui and Gong Yu stood in a pavilion, observing the scene in silence, their expressions growing increasingly dark. Once Xin and Ziyun had run further away, Gong Yu finally withdrew her gaze and turned to Shangguan Yingrui, stating firmly, "Yingrui, stay away from my son. I will not approve of your relationship." Shangguan Yingrui let out a derisive snort, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "And why should I?" just because I am Ziyun's biological mother. Gong Yu regarded her with a frigid stare. So what? I, Shangguan Yingrui, shall obtain what I desire at all costs. Should anyone dare to impede my pursuits, I shall eliminate them without hesitation. Shangguan Yingrui's voice suddenly turned frigid, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature, leaving an unsettling chill in its wake. Were it not for Gong Yueka being Ziyun's mother, she would have already dealt with her. Gong Yueka furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with shock and indignation. She had never anticipated that Shangguan Yingrui would display such audacity in her current state. Auntie, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs, or else do not blame me for disregarding your status as Ziyun's mother. Shangguan Yingrui warned, casting a glance at Gong Yueka before turning to leave. Watching Shangguan Yingrui's retreating figure, Gong Yueka's hand clenched slightly. She would not allow anyone to take her Ziyun away from her. Chapter 66. Ziyun, Godfather. I have 8 million here. As night deepened and the moon shone dimly, brother, Xin has finished her bath. Please help lull her to sleep. The bathroom door swung open, revealing Xin in a white cartoon-themed pajama, her hair damp and cascading over her shoulders, droplets of water trailing down her delicate skin to her collarbone. She waddled over to Ziyun, arms outstretched for an embrace. Xin, darling, you must wait until your brother dries your hair before you can sleep. Ziyun took out a hairdryer to dry Xin's hair before lifting her into his arms. Snuggling into Ziyun's embrace, Xin cooed, brother, I love you the most. And I love you too, Xin. Ziyun placed a gentle kiss on her rosy forehead. Hehe. Xin blissfully leaned against Ziyun's chest, her eyes fluttering shut. Observing this scene, Shangguan Yingrui felt a surge of jealousy that nearly drove her to madness. Her possessiveness and desire for control swelled within her. Yet, she fought to suppress these feelings, fully aware that losing control would lead to dire consequences. Thus, amidst her simmering hatred and discontent, she resolved to endure, breathe deeply, and calm herself before excusing herself to the guest room prepared for her. Upon returning to her room, she locked the door and swiftly leaped from the window. Relying on her childhood memories of visiting Ziyun, she quickly located his room and stealthily entered. Ziyun had returned her to her room, ensuring she slept soundly. Naturally, before sleeping, Xin requested a bedtime story, to which Ziyun, with a resigned sigh, complied, sitting at the edge of the bed and narrating a fairy tale. Mesmerized by Ziyun's deep, resonant voice, Xin smiled sweetly before drifting off into slumber. After ensuring Xin was sound asleep, Ziyun retrieved a doll from his system space and placed it at her bedside, then turned off the light and quietly exited. Godfather, why are you still awake? Ziyun encountered a man making his way down the stairs, momentarily taken aback. I couldn't sleep. Just taking a stroll, the man replied, casting a fleeting glance at Ziyun before continuing on. I'll accompany you. Ziyun hurriedly followed. No need, you should rest. The man halted, turning slightly to speak coolly. All right, Godfather, do get some rest. Ziyun nodded, not pressing further. Remembering something, he called out, by the way, Godfather, I have 8 million here. Take it for your brothers. After all, your organization hasn't received any jobs lately, and expenses must be covered. As he spoke, Ziyun extended the bank card towards the man. Unnecessary. The man shook his head, placing a hand on Ziyun's shoulder. Your goodwill is appreciated, but I will keep this money for myself. I heard they recently secured a lucrative deal, earning 1 million. Ziyun frowned. What kind of deal? It wouldn't be those illicit contracts, would it? They just got out of prison. No, it's to protect a wealthy businessman. His identity is quite complex. I'm not entirely informed on the specifics. Besides, I promised your father I wouldn't engage in illegal activities, the man added. Hearing this, Ziyun finally felt reassured. Still, Godfather, please take this money. It can be useful in emergencies. Before the man could decline, Ziyun pressed the card into his hand and turned towards his room. The man watched Ziyun's departing figure with a weary sigh. This child. Ziyun returned to his room, instinctively locking the door, then entered the bathroom for a quick shower. After changing into pajamas, he lay on the bed, scrolling through videos and playing games before turning off the light and drifting off to sleep. When Ziyun was soundly asleep, Shangguan Yingrui emerged from the wardrobe. slowly making her way to the bedside. She gazed at Ziyun's handsome face for a few moments, then leaned in to gently peck at his lips. Noticing Ziyun remained undisturbed, she smirked, lifted the covers, and slipped in beside him, her movements delicate, as if afraid to wake him. Lying next to him, she wrapped her right arm around his waist, burying her head in his neck, inhaling the unique scent that belonged solely to Ziyun. Relishing the moment as a strange smile curled at her lips, her gaze growing colder. Her body pressed against his, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Shangguan Yingrui contentedly closed her eyes. At 6 in the morning, Shangguan Yingrui opened her eyes to find Ziyun's warm, handsome face before her. He lay with his eyes closed, long lashes casting shadows on his eyelids, a straight nose, and slightly pursed lips, exuding an irresistible allure that made one yearn to taste his sweetness. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at him intently for a while, then slowly lowered her head, attempting to touch Ziyun's lips, only to find them tightly sealed, as if resisting something. Taken aback, she lifted her hand to grasp Ziyun's chin, forcing him to part his lips slightly. Ziyun abruptly awoke from a nightmare, his eyes flying open. Shangguan Yingrui had not anticipated his sudden awakening, and she was taken aback. Senior? Ziyun's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the person atop him. Shangguan Yingrui smiled alluringly. Ziyun furrowed his brows, pushing against Shangguan Yingrui. But having just awakened, he felt weak and could hardly muster the strength to push her away. Senior, please get up, Ziyun urged, his brow knitted. Hehe. Shangguan Yingrui giggled seductively, her demeanor dripping with charm. How'd you end up here? Ziyun questioned, bewildered. Had she not returned to her room early last night? Why was she in his bed? Moreover, his clothes were visibly disheveled. Shangguan Yingrui leaned closer, teasingly whispering, What do you think? Senior. Ziyun barely spoke before Shangguan Yingrui sealed his lips with hers. Ziyun frowned, attempting to break free from her kiss. But it was futile. Shangguan Yingrui kissed him passionately, fervently, as if she were a famished serpent, entwining Ziyun completely, leaving him no chance of escape. Ultimately, he could not break free from her grasp. Chapter 67. Braiding Shinshin's hair. Shangguan Yingrui gasped for breath, struggling to utter her name. After a prolonged moment, Shangguan Yingrui finally released Ziyun's lips, burying her face in his chest, greedily inhaling his delightful scent. Ziyun gasped for breath, attempting to pry Shangguan Yingrui away from him. Yet, she clung to him like a sloth, refusing to budge an inch. What are you doing here? Ziyun inquired. Of course, I climbed in through the window. Shangguan Yingrui lifted her head, her swollen lips glistening with a tempting sheen, appearing utterly alluring. Ziyun fell silent for a moment, utterly speechless. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at Ziyun's handsome visage, suddenly cupping his face in her hands, playfully nibbling on his lips, and with a teasing smile remarked, Ziyun, you are so beautiful. Senior, could you please get up? Ziyun pushed her away, helplessly rubbing his temples, utterly at a loss for words regarding this woman who had stealthily climbed through the window. I want tea. I just enjoy holding you. Shangguan Yingrui pouted. You need to get up. I refuse to budge. Shangguan Yingrui insisted. Senior, call me wife. Shangguan Yingrui playfully wriggled in Ziyun's embrace. Meanwhile, in the living room below, Gong Yueka sat sipping tea, glancing at the wall clock which indicated it was already past 9. However, there was still no sign of life from her son's room. She recalled that her son usually woke up around this time. So why was there such an unusual silence today? After taking another sip of tea, Gong Yueka stood up, preparing to check if her son was awake. Approaching his bedroom door, she twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked. Subsequently, she took out her spare key and inserted it into the lock. With a click, the door swung open, releasing a wave of fragrant air. Following the delightful scent, Gong Yueka's attention was fixed on Shangguan Yingrui within the room. How dare this woman invade her son's sanctuary? Although she was aware that nothing untoward had transpired between them, she still felt a surge of displeasure, particularly at the sight of Shangguan Yingrui in such attire on her son's bed. Shangguan Yingrui, who gave you the audacity to enter my son's room? Gong Yueka demanded, her expression stern and icy. Shangguan Yingrui smirked, releasing Ziyun and sitting up, straightening her disheveled clothing as she cheerfully replied, Annie. Is there anything wrong with me sleeping with my boyfriend? Her words left Gong Yueka speechless with anger. I never consented to your relationship. Oh, and what of it? Do you think your disapproval can stop me from being with Ziyun? Shangguan Yingrui cast a disdainful glance at Gong Yueka, continuing to adjust her outfit. Gong Yueka's face darkened, a storm brewing within her. Taking several deep breaths, she reminded herself to remain composed. She could not afford to lose Ziyun. Thus maintaining her rationality was imperative. Ziyun observed the unfolding drama, feeling a headache approaching. At that moment, Xin emerged from the adjacent room. Her brow furrowed in confusion upon witnessing her mother embroiled in a quarrel with that troublesome older sister. What's going on? Why are they arguing? As Ziyun noticed Xin approaching, he felt a flicker of relief, quickly tossing off the covers and stepping out of bed. Come on, Xin. Let us go brush your teeth and wash your face, then have breakfast. Okay, Xin nodded obediently, following Ziyun out. Seeing Ziyun holding Xin's small hand as they departed. Both women's expressions darkened, yet neither spoke, each engrossed in their own thoughts. Ziyun led Xin into the bathroom, squeezed toothpaste onto her brush, and handed it to her. Here, brush your teeth. Thank you, Brother Ziyun, Xin replied with delight, taking the toothbrush, standing on her tiptoes, and bracing herself against the sink to reach it, gradually lowering her head to begin brushing. System, sign in complete. Ziyun suddenly called out in his mind. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 experience points and 350 credits. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic hair braiding technique. The rewards for this sign-in were quite satisfactory. But what was this hair braiding technique? System, could you elaborate? Ziyun inquired mentally. The hair braiding technique is simply for styling hair. Host, you are quite dim-witted. The system could not help but retort. Ziyun, this annoying system is scolding me again? How would I know if I don't style hair? However, you could certainly use this to braid Xin's hair. System, elevate that hair braiding technique to the highest level, Ziyun instructed in his mind. Ding, deducting 100 credits. Successfully upgraded hair braiding technique to the highest level. Ziyun, what the heck? Is this a scam? Didn't upgrading a skill only cost 100 credits? Upgrading doesn't simply cost 100 credits. It deducted 100 credits because the progression is tiered. You're intentionally trying to frame me. Ziyun questioned the system. This system has done no such thing. Please do not slander the system. Upgrading from beginner to intermediate is 100 credits. From intermediate to advanced is around 1,000. And from advanced to the highest level is about 2,000. Therefore, please do not accuse the system unjustly. The system defended itself with righteous indignation. Ziyun was left speechless. Brother, what's wrong? Xin asked, having finished brushing her teeth, noticing Ziyun lost in thought before the mirror. Hearing her voice, Ziyun snapped back to reality, smiling as he shook his head and ruffled her fluffy hair. It's nothing, Xin. How about I braid your hair? Wow, you can braid hair. Xin exclaimed, her sparkling eyes wide with amazement. Yes, Ziyun nodded with a smile. Yay, you're the best, brother. Xin gleefully cheered. Ziyun affectionately pinched Xin's chubby cheeks before retrieving a comb and beginning to braid her hair. Ziyun first gently gathered her long hair, meticulously combing it through, each strand flowing like silk between his graceful fingers. His careful and intricate movements only accentuated his gentle charm, resembling an angel. Gong Yueka observed silently from the side, a pang of bittersweetness tugging at her heart. Her son had never braided her hair. After a while, Ziyun finally ceased his efforts, lifting his gaze to Xin's face. A warm smile gracing his lips. Brother Ziyun is truly amazing. Xin exclaimed, cupping Ziyun's handsome face and giving him a hearty kiss. Hehe, Ziyun chuckled, playfully squeezing Xin's rosy cheeks. Chapter 68. Ziyun takes Xin out to play. Mom, look, isn't Xin's hair beautiful? It's even prettier than those TV stars. Xin joyfully turned to Gong Yueka, seeking her praise. Gong Yueka huffed, turning her gaze away, ignoring Xin. Unfazed, Xin had long grown accustomed to her mother's demeanor. After all, Her mother's attitude had not changed since she could remember. She was content with her brother and father. Others were of no consequence. Noticing Shinshin being overlooked by Gong Yueka, Ziyun remained silent, instead taking Shinshin's small hand. Shinshin, shall we head downstairs for breakfast? Okay. Shinshin complied sweetly as Ziyun led her downstairs. Mom, why are you still standing there? Come eat with us. Ziyun turned back to look at Gong Yueka, his tone gentle. Gong Yueka pursed her lips, hesitating for a moment before responding. Xiaoyan, you two go ahead. I'll be down shortly. Oh, Ziyun responded softly, taking Shinshin's hand as they departed. Gong Yue gazed deeply in the direction of their exit until they vanished from sight. Initially, Shangguan Yingrui contemplated following them, but her phone rang at that moment. Upon seeing her father's name flashing on the screen, a flicker of disdain crossed her face as she answered the call. Hello, what is it? Shangguan Yingrui's tone was icy. Dear daughter, why haven't you returned home for the National Day holiday? Your mother and I miss you. The man's voice on the other end was gentle and affectionate. I'm at Ziyun's house, and I want to be going back, Shangguan Yingrui replied, her voice still frigid. After a brief pause, her father continued. Are you together with Xiaoyan? What of it? Shangguan Yingrui frowned, feeling increasingly agitated. Nothing much. Since that's the case, enjoy your time there. But do remember to visit home when you can. With that, Shangguan hung into the call. After putting down his phone, he sighed. What's the matter? Little Rui isn't coming back? Wen Qingxi approached, holding a cup of coffee and settling onto the sofa, noticing Shangguan Hong's melancholy demeanor. Indeed, Shangguan Hong nodded. She's at Xiaoyan's. Wen Qingxi wasn't surprised, for she was well aware of her daughter's fervent obsession with Xiaoyan. She merely hoped her daughter wouldn't cause harm to Ziyun's family. Has our daughter pursued Xiaoyan? Yes, Shangguan Hong affirmed. After breakfast, Ziyun took Shinshin to the amusement park, with Shangguan Yingrui trailing behind. Brother, Shinshin wants to ride the Ferris wheel. Shinshin clung to Ziyun's shoulder, her little legs kicking excitedly. All right, whatever Shinshin wants. Ziyun affectionately tousled Shinshin's hair and led her toward the Ferris wheel. Shangguan Yingrui followed closely, watching their intimate interactions. Her gaze lowered to conceal the intense jealousy and resentment brewing within her. She repeatedly reminded herself that Shinshin was merely Ziyun's younger sister. Struggling to suppress the surging anger and hatred within her chest, Shangguan Yingrui accompanied Ziyun to the Ferris wheel. Today, she had specifically donned a black and white dress that accentuated her elegance. After purchasing tickets, Ziyun and Shinshin settled into a cabin, while Shangguan Yingrui hesitated for a moment before joining them. As soon as Shangguan Yingrui entered, Ziyun wrapped his arm around Shinshin, cradling her close, leaving Shangguan Yingrui to occupy the opposite seat. Biting her lip in frustration, she felt utterly powerless, for Shinshin would not allow her to hold her. The Ferris wheel slowly ascended, and Shinshin's heart raced with excitement. She grasped Ziyun's arm tightly, exclaiming, Brother, Shinshin is scared. The height terrified her, and she clung tightly to Ziyun's neck. There's nothing to fear. You won't fall. Ziyun gently patted her back to reassure her. Watching Ziyun comfort Shinshin from across the cabin, Shangguan Yingrui's eyes darkened with malice, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. Oblivious to the pain as her senses dulled. Ziyun, you belong to me, she thought, closing her eyes momentarily. When she opened them again, a serene smile graced her face, as if nothing had happened. As the Ferris wheel came to a halt, Ziyun carried Shinshin out of the cabin, and Shangguan Yingrui followed suit. Shinshin looked up at Ziyun, her face beaming. Brother, Shinshin wants to go to the aquarium. All right, let us go now, Ziyun smiled, ruffling her hair before lifting her and heading toward another exit. Shangguan Yingrui hurried to keep pace with them. The trio arrived at the city's largest aquarium. The aquarium was vast, with numerous exhibition halls, dolphin exhibits, and beautifully designed areas showcasing turtles and coral. Upon entering, Shinshin wriggled free from Ziyun's embrace and dashed to admire the dolphins. Ziyun shook his head in resignation, following her to enjoy the charming marine creatures together. Wow, Shinshin suddenly exclaimed, turning to Ziyun and tugging on his arm. Brother, look, She pointed excitedly at a mesmerizing display of jellyfish. Ziyun smiled faintly, stroking her fluffy hair. Yes, they are beautiful. Indeed, I think they are lovely too. Xin beamed with joy. Just then, Ziyun's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. His grandmother was calling. I'll take this call. Please keep an eye on Xin for me, he instructed Shangguan Yingrui quietly. Sure, she replied, her gaze lingering on Xin before she masked the darkness in her eyes, adopting a gentle demeanor as she observed the girl. Xin remained engrossed in watching the exquisite jellyfish. Thank you, Senior, Ziyun said as he stepped aside to answer the call. Shangguan Yingrui's eyes remained fixed on him until he connected the call. Grandma, what is wrong? Ziyun asked, a hint of confusion in his voice, recalling that his grandmother rarely called him. Yin, have you forgotten today is my birthday? Why haven't you come yet? Em sorry, grandma. I completely forgot it was your birthday. I'll come by tonight, Ziyun admitted, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, fully aware of his oversight. All right, I'll be waiting, his grandmother replied, her tone slightly reproachful yet warm. Grandma, should I bring my mother along? Ziyun hesitated before asking. Let her come too, his grandmother replied after a brief silence. Understood, Grandma. Ziyun nodded, hanging up the phone with a furrow of concern etched on his brow. Is Grandma still troubled by that matter? With a sigh, he sent a message to his mother, informing her of his grandmother's birthday before pocketing his phone and seeking out Xin. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui watched Xin play with a cute little dolphin, her expression darkening, a cold smile creeping across her lips, creating an unsettling aura. She tightened her grip on the dagger hidden in her bag, contemplating whether to strike Xin down. Should she, or should she not? Conflicted emotions swirled within Shangguan Yingrui. If she acted, Ziyun would surely detest her and cut ties. She was unwilling to lose him. Yet, if she did not eliminate Xin, the girl would inevitably become her greatest threat. Such perilous existence must be eradicated at its inception. Perhaps, she thought, she could confine Ziyun later on? Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Yingrui gradually approached Xin, preparing to make her move. Unbeknownst to Xin, who was blissfully preoccupied with the dolphin, she remained innocent and cheerful, untouched by the looming danger. At the very moment when Shangguan Yingrui was about to take action, she sensed Ziyun's approaching presence. She relinquished the dagger she had been gripping inside her bag, restoring her original gentle and charming demeanor, and stood by watching Xin. As Ziyun approached, he expressed his gratitude to Shangguan Yingrui, saying, Thank you, Senior. No need for thanks. After all, she will be my sister in the future. Shangguan Yingrui replied with a soft, radiant smile, her tone as delicate as if she feared awakening a slumbering kitten. Ziyun nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Xin, noticing Ziyun's approach, joyfully leaped towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck and sweetly exclaiming, Brother. The affectionate Ziyun playfully scratched Xin's nose. She giggled, nuzzling her face against Ziyun's chest before lifting her head to gaze at him with sparkling eyes. Ziyun chuckled, ruffling Xin's hair as he inquired, What were you doing just now, Xin? You seem so happy. Tilting her head in contemplation, Xin replied with a smile, I was playing with dolphins. As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. Is that so? Ziyun asked. Of course. Xin assured him, patting her chest proudly. Xin is amazing. Ziyun couldn't help but chuckle, affectionately tousling her hair. Upon hearing Ziyun's praise, Xin beamed with delight. You little rascal, Ziyun teased, pinching Xin's chubby cheeks. Xin, grinning broadly, leaned to plant a kiss on Ziyun's cheek, her voice soft and charming as she cooed, Brother. Shangguan Yingrui, with fists clenched at her sides, felt her eyes redden. Yet her expression remained unchanged. All right, Xin, let us pick out a gift for Grandma. Today is her birthday. Xin nodded, taking Ziyun's hand as they made their way outside, her excitement palpable as she anticipated giving her grandmother a birthday present. Observing their departure, Shangguan Yingrui hurriedly followed suit. Ziyun, brother, she called out, prompting Ziyun to halt and turn towards her, awaiting her next words. She then reached out, taking hold of his hand. Ziyun regarded her with a slight furrow of his brow, but did not refuse her touch. Shangguan Yingrui lowered her head, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, obscuring the emotions held within. Xin, noticing Shangguan Yingrui, blinked before requesting her brother to pick her up. Ziyun cradled Xin with one arm, while extending his other hand to Shangguan Yingrui, and the trio proceeded to the shopping mall together. They arrived at a store specializing in ancient paintings and antiques, filled with an array of ceramic wares. Each seemingly ordinary piece held significant value. Xin, curious, leaned over the glass counter to examine the ceramics. Observing her interest, Ziyun explained, Xin, that S enamelware. This is a bronze ding, that S is Zisha teapot. And this one is a jade carving. Of course, these are all replicas, he added. Oh, Xin nodded in understanding. Ziyun then elaborated on the antiques. And Xin listened intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui stood to the side, feeling somewhat like an extraneous presence as she watched their joyful interaction. Do you have calligraphy and paintings? Ziyun inquired of the shopkeeper, recalling that his grandmother had a fondness for such items. Calligraphy and paintings? Of course. Let me show you. The shopkeeper eagerly responded. Please, lead the way, Ziyun replied politely. The shopkeeper, chuckling, guided them to the second floor. The decor of the second floor was markedly different from that of the first. The walls were white, adorned with exquisite murals featuring both famous artists' works and folk paintings, creating a profoundly artistic ambience. What do you think of this? The shopkeeper asked, handing Ziyun a piece of calligraphy from the wall. Ziyun examined it closely, confirming its authenticity, and after a thorough appraisal, he smiled at the shopkeeper, saying, This one is perfect, please wrap it up for me. Certainly, the shopkeeper replied, taking the calligraphy from Ziyun. That will be 115,000. Please proceed with the payment. Ziyun took out his card from his wallet and completed the transaction. After purchasing the calligraphy, the trio left the store and continued their shopping, acquiring numerous items. That evening, the Gong family estate was ablaze with light as the servants bustled about, preparing the evening's feast. Matriarch Gong sat at the head of the table, a perpetual smile gracing her face, exuding an air of joviality. Ziyun, Xin, and Shangguan Yingrui entered the main hall, where the matriarch welcomed them with a smile, saying, Come here and have a bite. The dishes aren't all served yet. And your 2 aunts and 1 Uncle Haven tea arrived. Xin, bouncing with excitement, took Ziyun's hand and dashed over, plopping down onto a chair. She presented the carefully prepared gift box to Matriarch Gong, exclaiming, Grandma, I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. Happy birthday. Xin's sweet, innocent voice melted the matriarch's heart, prompting her to pinch Xin's cheek, remarking, What a sweet little mouth you have. Xin giggled foolishly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth that shimmered under the crystal chandelier. Matriarch Gong chuckled again, pinching Xin's chubby face, saying, Xin is so well-behaved. Now, eat up. Afterward, she glanced at Shangguan Yingrui, who was seated beside Ziyun, and remarked, Shangguan, you're becoming more beautiful. You and Ziyun are quite the perfect match. Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. Shangguan Yingrui responded respectfully as she held Matriarch Gong in high regard, sharing the same hopes as her grandparents for the two to be together, nodding slightly. Matriarch Gong nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned her attention back to her little granddaughter, continuing to play with her. Soon, Ziyun's 2 aunts and 1 uncle arrived in succession. Upon seeing them, Xin set aside her half-eaten apple pastry and hurriedly ran over. Aunt, Uncle, hello, she called out sweetly, her voice youthful yet polite, laced with a hint of endearment. Ziyun's aunts squatted down to pat her head, lovingly saying, Xin is such a good girl. Feeling slightly uncomfortable from their affection, Xin squirmed away from their grasp, sticking out her tongue at them. She then returned to Ziyun's side, snuggling against him, relishing the warmth of his embrace. Gong Yueka observed Xin, her eyes dimming momentarily before returning to normal. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui watched this scene with jealousy. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, leaving behind faint red marks, yet she showed no outward signs of her turmoil. Aunt, second aunt, uncle, hello. Ziyun greeted them politely. Oh, Ayin dear, it's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect you to grow even more handsome. One elegantly dressed, well-maintained noblewoman exclaimed, smiling at Ziyun. Despite the faint wrinkles on her cheeks, they did not detract from her beauty. She appeared to be around 40. With lustrous black curls cascading over her shoulders, a tall and graceful figure, and alluring almond-shaped eyes. She was none other than Gong Yueka's second sister, Gong Yuelon, another woman in her 40s, the elder sister of Gong Yueka. Gong Yuewei possessed a more delicate and pure beauty. Her waist length, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully down her back. Her skin was as fair as snow, her nose elegantly arched, and her lips, vividly red, resembled the petals of a rose. Clad in a black qipao, she accentuated her flawless figure. The last individual, a man around 35, was Ziyun's uncle, the youngest son of the Gong family, Gong Yuewen. Gong Yuewen was a refined and handsome young man, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of elegance, embodying the essence of a gentleman. Despite his age, he bore no marks of time. Instead, he radiated a sense of composure and maturity, emanating an aura of authority and charm acquired in the business realm. As Ziyun gazed at the three amiable elders before him, a gentle smile graced his lips, and he spoke with deference. "Aunt, your praise is excessive. I have merely undergone a slight transformation." "Not at all. Ayun, your current visage is enough to captivate countless young maidens. Would you like Aunt to introduce you to a girlfriend?" Gong Yuelon teased, stifling a laugh with her hand. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui's brow furrowed slightly as she lifted her gaze, casting a cool glance at Gong Yuelon. Unperturbed by Shangguan Yingrui's icy demeanor, Gong Yuelon continued with a smile. "You have no idea. I am acquainted with numerous distinguished young ladies, each more beautiful than the last. Thank you for your kind intentions, Aunt. But I already have a girlfriend," Ziyun interjected, glancing at Shangguan Yingrui, noticing her displeased expression before politely declining Gong Yuelon's suggestion and providing clarification. "You have a girlfriend now. Will you bring her to meet Aunt? I can help assess her," Gong Yuelon inquired, seemingly oblivious to Ziyun's rejection, her smile unwavering. "She's right beside me," Ziyun replied, gesturing toward Shangguan Yingrui. Following Ziyun's indication, Gong Yuelon and the others turned their gazes and instantly recognized Shangguan Yingrui, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. "Isn't that the child from the Shangguan family?" Meanwhile, Gong Yueka, seated across from them, wore a sullen expression, glaring fiercely at Shangguan Yingrui. "You are Ziyun's girlfriend?" Gong Yuelon, suppressing her astonishment, approached Shangguan Yingrui slowly, scrutinizing her features and nodding in approval. Indeed, you are worthy of our Ayun." With a benevolent demeanor, Gong Yuelon reached out to take Shangguan Yingrui's hand, gently patting the back of it as she said, "From now on, you must remember to visit often. We are family." "Thank you, Aunt," Shangguan Yingrui replied with a smile, lowering her head, concealing her true feelings. "You're welcome. In the future, we are all family. There is no need for such formality." Gong Yuelon continued to engage her in conversation before exchanging pleasantries with Ziyun's mother, Gong Yueka. At the behest of Elder Gong, the three took their seats, and the dinner commenced. As it was Elder Gong's birthday, the atmosphere was lively. At the table, the men indulged in drinking, while the women engaged in light-hearted conversation, creating a harmonious ambience. However, one young girl sat quietly, refraining from speaking, only occasionally using her chopsticks to select food for herself. "Brother, I want to eat shrimp." Xen pouted, gazing up at Ziyun with her big, watery eyes, her expression filled with longing. Upon hearing this, Ziyun immediately peeled a shrimp for her, his face softening with affection. "All right, eat shrimp, and make sure to have plenty of meat." He then offered a piece of meat to her mouth. With a cheerful smile, Xen took a bite of the shrimp, chewed twice, and then continued to look at Ziyun. "Brother, feed me." Xen, "Be good and eat on your own." Ziyun gently shook his head, then turned to his mother, Gong Yueka, who had been watching. "Mom, I just peeled this shrimp. Please enjoy it while it's hot." "All right." Gong Yueka responded with a cheerful smile as she accepted the shrimp, savoring it with delight. "Brother, I want to eat more." Xen pouted again, looking at Ziyun with pleading eyes. Seeing her pitiful expression, Ziyun's heart softened, and he peeled another shrimp for her, coaxing, be good, accent. You can't eat too many shrimp, or you might feel uncomfortable later. Ugh, brother's being mean. I just want to eat shrimp. Xan protested, puffing her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Ziyun chuckled, you indeed. He then placed another shrimp in her bowl. Xin's face lit up with joy as she eagerly devoured the shrimp Ziyun had peeled, occasionally acting cute, which elicited laughter from those around the table. Gong Yueka, watching Xin relish the shrimp, felt a flash of resentment in her eyes. As Ziyun continued to feed Xin, he caught Shangguan Yingrui's gaze. Unable to resist turning to look at her. At this, Shangguan Yingrui's initially frosty demeanor softened, and she flashed a sweet smile at him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of allure, causing Ziyun's heart to flutter. Witnessing their interaction, Gong Yueka's jealousy boiled over, nearly causing her to crush the chopsticks in her grip, her fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on her forehead, clearly unable to contain her anger. Gong Yuelon noticed her distress and turned to her, startled by her fierce expression. She quickly grasped her arm, asking, Kiki, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Nothing. Gong Yueka inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous rage within her, forcing a smile. Sister, don't worry, I'm fine. Gong Yuelon sighed in relief, reproaching her gently. You always do this, pretending to be fine when you're clearly unhappy. It must be exhausting. Gong Yueka forced a smile, her demeanor somewhat more composed than before, though still tinged with lingering anger. Sister, truly, I'm all right. After saying this, she cast a fleeting glance at Shangguan Yingrui, who sat beside her son, before diverting her gaze away. Shangguan Yingrui caught Gong Yueka's glance, a slight smirk gracing her lips, before she returned her focus to her meal. Chapter 71, Untitled. After the dinner concluded, as Ziyun and the others chatted with the elders, they prepared to leave when Elder Gong insisted they stay the night at the old residence, promising they could leave in the morning. Unable to refuse the elderly matriarch's wishes, they acquiesced, reluctant to cause her distress given her age and health. Thus, after Elder Gong arranged for the servants to escort them to their respective rooms, she advised them to rest early, then crouched down to gently stroke Xin's soft cheek. Speaking softly, Xin, would you like to sleep with Grandma tonight? But Xin wants to sleep with brother. Xin raised her head to glance at Ziyun, pouting. Her expression conflicted. Ziyun, observing her, gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, be good. Xin, go sleep with Grandma. I promise to take you to the zoo another day. All right? Really? Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Ziyun. Of course, I would never lie to you. Xin. Ziyun chuckled, affectionately tousling her hair. Okay. Xin nodded eagerly, wrapping her arms around Ziyun's neck, snuggling against his chest, and whispering, brother, good night. Ziyun leaned down, placing a kiss on her forehead. Good night. Content. Xin smiled before turning to follow her grandmother upstairs to rest. Gong Yueka stood on the second floor, observing the parting embrace between Ziyun and Xin at the staircase corner, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. Kiki, why are you just standing there? Gong Yuelon approached, noticing her sister lost in thought on the second-floor corridor. It's nothing. Gong Yueka snapped back to reality, quickly masking the darkness in her gaze with a smile and shaking her head. Oh, let's go. It has been far too long since the three sisters gathered together. Come, let us slumber together. Gong Yuelon grasped the hands of Gong Yuk and Gong Yue, leading them to her chamber, where she closed the door behind them, and they all lay upon the bed. As the night deepened, Ziyun finished her evening routine and donned her attire, preparing to retire for the night. Just then, a knock echoed on her bedroom door. Furrowing her brows, Ziyun opened the door to find Shangguan Yingrui standing outside. Clutching a pillow, her head bowed to conceal the emotions swirling in her eyes, leaving Ziyun puzzled as to her intentions. Before Ziyun could utter a word, Shangguan Yingrui pushed past her into the room and swiftly locked the door behind her. Bang! Click! The sound of the lock turning heightened Ziyun's apprehension, her brow furrowing deeper, eyes gleaming with confusion and wariness. Senior? Ziyun tentatively called out. MHM. Shangguan Yingrui nodded, lifting her gaze to meet Ziyun's. a fleeting glimpse of illness and madness flickering in her eyes. In an unexpected rush, she threw Ziyun onto the bed, pinning her down and wrapping her arms tightly around Ziyun's neck, sinking her teeth into Ziyun's shoulder. Ziyun let out a muffled sound, her arms straining to push Shangguan Yingrui away from her. Ziyun, it hurts, feeling the salty taste at the corner of her mouth. Shangguan Yingrui finally released her grip on Ziyun's clothing, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Ziyun with a mix of grievance and sorrow. Ziyun regarded Shangguan Yingrui, pursing her lips, and after a long pause, she finally uttered, "I'm sorry, Senior. Ziyun, you don't understand. During this time, I have been suppressing my feelings. Every moment you spend with your sister, my heart aches terribly. I constantly remind myself that she is your sister, and I must not feel anger or jealousy. Yet I cannot help it. I do not like you being touched by others. You belong to me. I cannot allow any woman to approach you. Not even your sister," Shangguan Yingrui lamented. Ziyun fell silent. "I realize that my actions may seem overbearing and unreasonable," Shangguan Yingrui continued, lowering her head to mask her anguished expression. "But I cannot control myself. I fear that one day I might take my own life. I'm afraid." "Senior, please calm down. Take a moment to breathe," Ziyun gently urged, contemplating her recent neglect of Shangguan Yingrui, feeling a mix of guilt and helplessness. "I truly cannot calm down," Shangguan Yingrui cried. "Unless you promise me that you won't ignore me anymore, I simply cannot find peace." "Very well. In that case, I promise you that I will no longer overlook you. Aside from family, I shall not interact with other women. Will that suffice?" Ziyun sighed, conceding. Upon hearing Ziyun's assurance, Shangguan Yingrui ceased her sobbing, loosening her hold on him, her eyes red and swollen as she gazed at him. "You must not go back on your word. Otherwise, I will hunt you down." "I swear I shall not," Ziyun earnestly promised. "Then let us seal our pact." Shangguan Yingrui's face brightened, revealing her sharp little teeth as she extended her pinky. "All right." Ziyun entwined his slender pinky with hers, chuckling softly. "Pinky swear. 100 years without change." Shangguan Yingrui's eyes crinkled with delight, showcasing her pearly whites. Ziyun hesitated momentarily before ruffling her hair. "Now go back to sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. You've had a long day. Hurry and rest." Shangguan Yingrui complied, but she showed no intention of leaving. Instead, perching on the edge of the bed, wide-eyed, gazing at Ziyun with an innocent demeanor. Noting this, Ziyun's lips twitched in exasperation as he inquired, "What is it? Why aren't you going to bed?" "Brother Ziyun, I wish to sleep with you." Shangguan Yingrui blinked her large eyes, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. Ziyun was momentarily a loss for words, his throat tightening. Observing his reaction, Shangguan Yingrui quickly added, "But I promise I won't touch or kiss you inappropriately." Chapter 72. Ziyun, Senior. Ziyun's lips twitched in disbelief. He was certain that this woman would undoubtedly engage in some form of mischief before sleep. True to his suspicions, as soon as Shangguan Yingrui finished her statement, she slid under the covers and patted the space beside her, beckoning Ziyun to join her. "Ziyun." "We failed to respond," Shangguan Yingrui pouted, glaring at him. "Brother Ziyun, don't you want to sleep with your sister? Or have you grown tired of me?" "Oh, how I lament." Watching Shangguan Yingrui feign distress, Ziyun felt a vain pulse on his forehead, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Oh, what the heck? After all, what harm is there in sleeping together if we are a couple?" Ziyun sighed internally, then approached the bed, sliding under the covers, turning his back to Shangguan Yingrui and closing his eyes. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Yingrui's expression shifted from gloom to elation, her smile blossoming as she snuggled close, wrapping her arms around Ziyun's waist. Resting her head on his shoulder, her cheek pressed against the nape of his neck, inhaling his unique scent. The soft sensation against his back rendered Ziyun rigid. His breath caught in his throat, his heart racing wildly, warmth spreading through his body, his ears gradually turning crimson. A surge of heat welled up within him, and he swallowed hard, biting his tongue to regain composure. After taking a deep breath and banishing all inappropriate thoughts from his mind, he managed to steady his racing heart. "Senior, you should sleep first. I'll take a shower, Ziyun gently nudged Shangguan Yingrui, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Shangguan Yingrui obediently replied, reluctantly releasing her embrace and shifting to the side. Ziyun sighed in relief, rising to retrieve a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom. As Shangguan Yingrui watched Ziyun's retreating figure, a mischievous smile crept on her face. Despite being a girl, she certainly understood more than one might assume. In the bathroom, Ziyun stood beneath the cold shower, letting the chilly water cascade over him, cooling his heated body and alleviating some of the fervor within his heart. After a while, once the flames within him had extinguished, Ziyun exhaled a long breath, grabbed a towel to dry his damp hair, then donned clean clothes and stepped out of the bathroom. "Senior, why are you still awake?" Ziyun asked, spotting Shangguan Yingrui perched on the bed, her chin resting on her hand as she gazed at him. He swallowed hard, stammering, his heart racing uncontrollably. "I'm waiting for you. Otherwise, I cannot sleep," Shangguan Yingrui replied sweetly, propping her chin with her hand, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at him. "Heh." Ziyun's lips twitched, silently criticizing in his mind, "I'd be a fool to believe you. How did you manage to sleep for the past 20 years then? Are you trying to fool me? Clearly, you're just craving my presence." However, despite his inner thoughts, Ziyun dared not voice them in front of Shangguan Yingrui. He lacked the courage to do so. Senior, I think I'll just sleep on the sofa," Ziyun timidly suggested, not daring to share a bed with Shangguan Yingrui, for who knew if she might suddenly unleash her wild side and consume him whole. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui furrowed her brows in displeasure and remarked, "Ziyun, dear brother, you just promised to sleep with me. How can you now retreat to wash up? Have you lost faith in your sister?" Ziyun hastily waved his hands, attempting to explain, No, senior sister, you have misunderstood. I do not doubt you at all. Then why, dear brother, do you not wish to sleep beside your sister?" Shangguan Yingrui tilted her head, her large eyes blinking innocently as she inquired. Ziyun stammered, unable to articulate the truth, that he feared he might lose control and take advantage of her. "Ziyun, dear brother," Shangguan Yingrui called out again when Ziyun remained silent for too long. "Do you not want to sleep with me? Do you despise your sister?" she asked, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "If you truly dislike me, then I shall take my own life." With that, Shangguan Yingrui actually began to rise, as if to head towards the window. At this, Ziyun was at a loss for words, exasperatedly placing a hand on his forehead. "Stop it. I do not hate you at all. If you insist on this, then let us sleep together." He then lay down on the other side, creating distance between them. As he did so, Shangguan Yingrui's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but it quickly dissipated, transforming into joy. She reached out, draping her arms around Ziyun's, nuzzling against him affectionately before falling sweetly asleep in his embrace. Ziyun, stiffened by her touch, felt his heart suspended in turmoil, unable to find rest. Finally, he sighed softly, closed his eyes, and forced himself to succumb to slumber. That night, Shangguan Yingrui dreamt of many beautiful scenarios, such as being intimately entwined with Ziyun and sharing a bridal chamber. Meanwhile, Ziyun was plagued by nightmares. In his dream, the moment he opened his eyes, he found himself facing Shangguan Yingrui and his mother, Gong Yueka, who stood opposed to one another, both brandishing guns aimed at each other. Gong Yueka coldly warned, "Stay away from my son. Xiaoyun is mine." Shangguan Yingrui shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "He is mine. You shall not take my son away." Gong Yueka screamed in fury, pulling the trigger. Seeing his mother do so, Ziyun's pupils constricted in terror as he shouted, "Mom, no!" He sprinted towards Gong Yueka with all his might. Bang! Gong Yueka pulled the trigger, and a silver bullet struck Shangguan Yingrui's left chest with blinding speed. To his horror, Shangguan Yingrui did not evade. She lowered her gun, closed her eyes, and welcomed her demise, for she saw Ziyun rushing to her side. She wished for him to understand the true nature of Gong Yueka. The bullet struck Shangguan Yingrui's chest, instantly staining her white dress with crimson blood. She let out a pained gasp. Witnessing his mother murder Shangguan Yingrui, Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling as he glared at Gong Yueka, gritting his teeth. "Mom, have you lost your mind?" He could not comprehend why his usually gentle and kind mother would kill his girlfriend. It shattered his perception of Gong Yueka entirely. Xiaoyun. I. Chapter 73. A Dual Nightmare. Xiaoyun. I watched as Ziyun rushed over to cradle Shangguan Yingrui's lifeless body. Gong Yueka, flustered, began to explain, but her words were cut short by Ziyun's fierce and dark gaze. Why did you kill her? She simply liked me, and I promised you I would break up with her later, Ziyun mournfully stated as he gazed at Shangguan Yingrui's corpse. He refused to believe that his typically gentle and affectionate mother could take the life of his beloved. Gong Yueka's face paled as she murmured defensively, She wanted to take you away from me, so I... Enough! Ziyun suddenly raised his voice, his anguished roar echoing with tears streaming down his face. You have utterly disappointed me. Dad passed away early, leaving you to raise me alone with such difficulty, and now you wish to kill my girlfriend? Am I so worthless in your eyes? Gong Yueka, witnessing Ziyun's sorrowful expression, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She realized she had been too extreme and overly sensitive, fearing that her son would leave her, unable to tolerate even a person who cherished him. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner turmoil and cautiously approached Ziyun. She reached out, grasping his arm gently, whispering, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. I was simply terrified of losing you. Ziyun pushed her hand away, cradling Shangguan Yingrui's cold body, turning away without a backward glance. Gong Yueka stood frozen for a moment before chasing after him, clutching his sleeve. Xiaoyun, will you not forgive me? Do you not care about me anymore? Ziyun paused briefly, facing away from Gong Yueka, and softly replied, Mom, take care of yourself. You should turn yourself in. Turn myself in? Gong Yueka shook her head vehemently. No, absolutely not. I cannot live without you. Ziyun, you have committed a wrongdoing and must face the consequences, he interrupted her. Upon hearing his words, Gong Yueka's expression twisted with rage as she shouted, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoyun, you are my only child, my flesh and blood. How could I bear to leave you? Since you refuse to turn yourself in, I shall have no choice but to call the police, Ziyun declared, pulling out his phone. Seeing his action, Gong Yueka lunged forward, snatching his phone and throwing it aside. Shrieking, You must not call the police. Ziyun, I forbid you. Ziyun gazed at Gong Yueka with a complex expression. Mom, he began, his eyes reflecting disappointment and sorrow. Xiaoyun, please do not call the police. Stay home and keep me company. I know you hate me for killing her, but she is your girlfriend. Please understand my position, Gong Yueka pleaded, her tone imbued with desperation and humility, as if begging him to stay. Ziyun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Seeing his reticence, Gong Yueka urged more fervently, Ziyun, do not hate me. I acted out of love for you. I realize my mistake, and I beg you not to leave me. Okay? Ziyun, feeling helpless, closed his eyes. Gong Yueka's voice trembled, thick with emotion, as if she had endured a tremendous blow. He opened his eyes, a look of resolute determination crossing over him before he turned to leave. Watching Ziyun's resolute back, Gong Yueka felt tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried, Xiaoyun, do not go. Do not abandon me. Xiaoyun, do not leave me. I cannot allow you to leave. Then, picking up the gun from the ground, she aimed it at Ziyun's head, trembling uncontrollably. Her face streaked with tears as she hoarsely shouted, Xiaoyun, do not leave me. If you dare to leave, I shall end it all. As she spoke, her finger rested on the trigger, slowly pressing down. A bullet was discharged, piercing through flesh and bone, striking Ziyun at the back of his head. With a muffled thud, Ziyun collapsed to the ground. Gong Yueka watched as Ziyun lay in a pool of blood, her body collapsing weakly to the floor, tears sparkling in her eyes. She covered her mouth, breaking into anguished sobs. Xiaoyun is gone. Xiaoyun is gone. Xiaoyun is gone. She was engulfed in anguish, her heart-wrenching cries echoing through the air. Little Yun was gone, her precious son taken by her own hand. Gone, you could only collapse beside Ziyun, wailing in despair, her sorrow tearing her apart, as though she had succumbed to madness. Ziyun jolted awake from his nightmare, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his hands clutching his chest as his heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his throat. The horror of the recent dream lingered terrifyingly in his mind. After several moments of labored breathing, he gradually regained a measure of calm. As he attempted to rise from the bed, he discovered that his hands and feet were bound by chains, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized the restraints, noting they were indeed iron chains. Damn, why haven't I woken up yet? Have I transitioned from one nightmare to another? Resolute, he resolved to free himself first. Taking several deep breaths to steady his nerves, he surveyed his surroundings, a spacious, well-lit chamber adorned with antiquated elegance. Shelves crafted from sandalwood overflowed with rare treasures, the pristine carpet untouched by dust, while the intricately carved window frames added to the room's charm. The walls were bedecked with numerous portraits of a singular individual, Ziyun himself, each painting rendered with remarkable lifelike detail. How familiar this place seems, he mused, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. It was as though he had visited this room before, yet the memory eluded him. Never mind that. I must escape first. With determination, Ziyun twisted his wrists fiercely, striving to break free from the shackles. After several attempts, a sharp pain shot through his wrists, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. At last, with immense effort, he managed to loosen the chains. Though his wrists throbbed with pain, he could at least move them now. He tore the chains from his feet and swiftly scrambled off the bed, racing toward the door. However, as he reached the hall, the lights suddenly blazed to life, startling him. Ziyun, where do you think you're going? Chapter 75, Good Morning. With a playful smile, Shangguan Yingrui covered her mouth and leaned down, planting several kisses on his cheek, exclaiming, Good morning, my beautiful little treasure. Ziyun winced, inhaling sharply at the sting, glaring at Shangguan Yingrui as he grumbled, Senior, are you a dog? Can you please refrain from biting me? She giggled mischievously, rolling off him to lie on her side. Gazing at him, Ziyun, how did you sleep last night? Did you miss your sister? Ziyun merely covered his mouth, remaining silent. He was unsure himself, only aware that he had experienced a nightmare, the content of which was lost to him. Observing his reticence, Shangguan Yingrui raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, whispering coyly, Oh, Ziyun, did you perhaps dream of something rather risque? She then playfully licked her lips. The warmth of her breath brushed against his neck, sending shivers down his spine, rendering him weak at the knees. He quickly averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Yet she persisted, teasing, Why are you silent, Ziyun? Could be you dreamed of something inappropriate? Coughing in embarrassment at her insinuation, Ziyun spluttered cough cough. Seeing his discomfort, Shangguan Yingrui could not suppress her laughter. Senior, could you please get up? Ziyun suggested darkly. Shangguan Yingrui lifted her head, puzzled. Why should I get up? She glanced at herself, a look of distaste crossing her face. Clad in a pink lace nightgown, it left little to the imagination, her fair skin exposed to the air, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Ziyun instinctively averted his gaze and remarked blandly, Senior, your attire is far too transparent. Please do rise. With that, he attempted to struggle to his feet. However, before he could regain his balance, Shangguan Yingrui seized his arm, pulling him back onto the bed. Ziyun, don't rush. Let us play a bit longer. I bought this just for you. As she stretched her hand towards him, he shouted, What are you doing? Stop. Shangguan Yingrui, giggling, pinned his wrist to the pillow with one hand while unbuttoning his shirt with the other, leisurely pulling it down. Senior, what are you doing? Ziyun strained against her hold, but his efforts were futile, only drawing him closer to her delicate form. Ziyun, what do you think? She cooed playfully, furrowing his brow. Ziyun pleaded, Please, Senior, don't do this. With sultry eyes, she gazed at him, feigning indignation. Oh, Ziyun, how cruel of you to reject your sister as affections. She leaned in, capturing his lips with hers. Ziyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the audacity of her actions, she was kissing him again. He attempted to push her away, but his efforts were in vain, only granting her the opportunity to invade his personal space, fervently claiming his sweetness. Shangguan Yingrui lingered on his lips as though savoring the most exquisite delicacy. After an eternity, she reluctantly released him, her eyes narrowing into slits as she smiled. Ziyun, you taste delightful. Ziyun glared at her, seething with indignation. Ziyun, I'm your girlfriend. How can you be so fierce with me? She murmured bashfully, lowering her gaze. All right, I'll get up. Grandma and the others are probably awake. Let us hurry outside, Ziyun said, taking a deep breath to calm the turmoil within him. Okay, Shangguan Yingrui replied obediently, climbing out of bed and wrapping herself in a robe. Ziyun glanced at her briefly before throwing off the covers and heading toward the bathroom. He needed a cold shower to cool his heated thoughts. Otherwise, he would feel suffocated. After refreshing himself and donning a clean set of casual clothes, Ziyun signed in and descended the stairs. As he stepped down, a small figure dashed toward him, calling out, "Brother." Xin wrapped her arms around his legs, looking up with sparkling eyes and asking, "Brother, good morning." Ziyun crouched down, affectionately ruffling Xin's hair. "Good morning, Xin. Hehe. You woke up later than me today, brother. I thought you were going to sleep in," she exclaimed joyfully, tugging at his hand with a playful grin. I was delayed by some matters," Ziyun explained awkwardly, scratching his nose. "Ah, I see. No wonder." Xin nodded in understanding. "By the way, brother, you said you would take me to the zoo yesterday." She suddenly recalled their promise from the day before, prompting her to remind Ziyun eagerly. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback, but he soon nodded and said, "All right, dear brother, we'll finish breakfast, chat with Grandma, and then take you to the zoo." After speaking, he affectionately tousled Xin's silky long hair and smiled. "Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, brother," Xin exclaimed, her joy manifesting in a series of jubilant leaps as she bounced towards the dining room, her hunger evident. Barely seated, Shangguan Yingrui came down. Having already freshened up and donned a fitted white dress that reached her knees, revealing her slender, graceful legs. With a waist so delicate it could be clasped with a single hand, her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing a face of exquisite beauty. Every smile and frown from her was enchanting, reminiscent of a fairy from a painting, captivating and almost sacred. "Good morning, Grandma." Shangguan Yingrui greeted the matriarch, settling beside Ziyun. Grandma smiled and nodded, saying, "Yingrui, how do you find the dress I prepared for you? Is it to your liking?" Shangguan Yingrui beamed at her grandmother and replied sweetly, "Of course. The dresses you choose are always beautiful." I'm glad you like it." Grandma's smile widened at Shangguan Yingrui's praise. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and laughter, with the exception of Shangguan Yingrui's mischievous hand subtly teasing Ziyun beneath the table, while the others remained blissfully oblivious. After breakfast, the group lingered a while longer with the elder before departing from the ancestral home. Gong Yueka wished to leave with her son, but was pulled away by her sister for a shopping spree. Resigned, Gong Yueka allowed herself to be led away. Chapter 76, Everyday Life. Ziyun drove away from the ancestral home, accompanied by Shangguan Yingrui and Xin as they headed to the zoo. Along the way, Xin clung to Ziyun, chattering incessantly, displaying none of the decorum one might expect a young lady. "Xin, please be quiet. I need to concentrate on driving," Ziyun admonished her with a sidelong glance. "Got it." Xin pouted, but obediently settled into the back seat. Ziyun, relieved, resumed his focus on the road. After nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at the zoo. Ziyun parked the car, and, once they exited, took Xin and Shangguan Yingrui by the hand, leading them towards the entrance. Xin, glancing back every few steps, was captivated by the animals, her large, shining eyes never straying far from the fascinating creatures. Whenever she spotted one she adored, her excited exclamations filled the air. Shangguan Yingrui, on the other hand, linked her arm with Ziyun's, her smile radiant as she occasionally leaned in to whisper sweet nothings, causing Ziyun's ears to redden, yet he did not resist her charms. As they strolled, their presence drew the attention of those around them, especially the women, who gazed at Shangguan Yingrui with envy and admiration. In this world, the most beautiful sight was undoubtedly that of a perfect couple together. Together, they painted a picture of harmony and beauty, evoking a sense of longing in those who beheld them. Meanwhile, Xin, clad in a pink princess dress and white canvas shoes, exhibited an innocent smile, her round face glowing with joy as her lively eyes darted around, taking in the sights. Ziyun and Shangguan Yingrui accompanied Xin through the zoo, where she enthusiastically marveled at each animal, from foxes to elephants to pandas, her excitement unabated as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, this one is so cute." Ziyun, charmed by her exuberance, shook his head fondly and smiled helplessly. The trio remained at the zoo until the afternoon before departing. As they left, Xin cast a reluctant glance back at the animals, repeatedly asking, "Brother, will you bring me here again next time?" With a gentle smile, Ziyun assured her, "Of course. I will definitely bring you again." "Yay! Thank you, brother. I love you." Xin joyfully leapt forward to embrace Ziyun, planting a kiss on his cheek. Ziyun could only smile wryly, stroking her back to calm her exuberant spirit. Observing this scene, Shangguan Yingrui's expression turned icy once more, though it swiftly faded, returning to normal. When Ziyun's gaze met Shangguan Yingrui's clear, sparkling eyes, he was momentarily startled before regaining his composure and averting his gaze. Sensing his scrutiny, Shangguan Yingrui lowered her eyes, concealing the shadows that lurked within. The day passed quickly, and after dinner, Ziyun's adoptive father began washing the dishes, while Ziyun busied himself with a laptop. The rhythmic clatter of keys echoing through the room. Xin sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a children's movie, clapping and cheering at the thrilling moments. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui's eyes remained fixed on Ziyun, her expression one of infatuation, as if he were her entire world, leaving no room for anything else in her heart or mind. Gong Yueka had yet to return, ensnared by her elder sister's insistence on shopping for their impending trip back to Kyoto. Suddenly, Shangguan Yingrui's phone rang sharply, breaking the tranquility. She glanced at the screen, rose, and walked outside to answer. "Hello, what is it?" she asked, her tone tinged with impatience. "Sister, I've arrived in Huagua. Could you pick me up at the airport?" Came a teasing male voice from the other end. Shangguan Yingrui frowned, pausing before responding, "What brings you to Huagua?" The man chuckled, "Of course, I came to see you. After all, we're meant to be husband and wife in the future. Shouldn't we nurture our feelings beforehand?" At his words, Shangguan Yingrui's eyes brimmed with fury. "From the moment I joined the organization, I made it clear that I would not abide by its dictates. The organization has no right to coerce me into any decision. I advise you to abandon this notion. If you dare to pursue me again, I will ensure you meet a dreadful fate." Rather than being angered, the man on the other end laughed heartily, unfazed by her threat. "Ha! After all these years, you're still as fierce as ever. Sister, your temper is as fiery as I remember. No wonder you're the woman I adore. Rest assured, since I'm in Huagua, I won't leave empty-handed. I will pursue you, and I believe I will win your heart eventually. After all, I'm handsome, wealthy, and treat you well. If you don't like me, who else would you prefer? Don't forget to come pick me up. Bye." He concluded, and with the sound of the call disconnecting, Shangguan Yingrui, infuriated, crushed her phone into shards before casting it to the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, a voice reached her ears, "Senior sister." Turning at the sound, Shangguan Yingrui immediately donned a warm smile, softly inquiring, "What's the matter, Ziyun?" "Nothing much. My adoptive father prepared some fruit and asked me to invite you to join us," Ziyun replied casually, having noticed the remnants of her destroyed phone but opting not to pry, knowing she might not reveal the reason even if he did. "All right," Shangguan Yingrui said, and with the two of them alone in the courtyard, she embraced him tightly, resting her head against his chest, eyes closed as she savored the tranquility that existed solely between them. Sensing her reliance, Ziyun hesitated momentarily before gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Ziyun, what is it?" he responded, puzzled. "I'm feeling quite unwell." Before Ziyun could utter a word, Shangguan Yingrui rose onto her toes and captured his lips in a fervent kiss. Chapter 77. Kasju a Lockfield Ison. Ziyun was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for Shangguan Yingrui's sudden advance. Yet, he did not push her away, uncertain of how to respond to her embrace. He found himself frozen in place, allowing her to kiss him, acutely aware of her unusual demeanor. Despite his internal questions, he made no move to withdraw. After a prolonged moment, Shangguan Yingrui released her hold on his lips. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze dazed as she panted lightly. Her luscious, rosy lips, now even more enticing, radiated a delightful fragrance that tempted one to indulge in their sweetness. Observing her in such a state, Ziyun felt his eyes darken, his throat tightening with emotion. He inhaled deeply to steady his racing heart and began, "Senior, you." "Ziyun, dear brother." Before Ziyun could finish, Shangguan Yingrui silenced him with another kiss. Just then, Xin emerged from the room, her little head tilted in confusion as she witnessed her brother and the bad sister embracing and kissing. With a curiosity tinged with innocence, she approached and tugged at Ziyun's sleeve, her soft voice inquiring, "Brother, what are you and the bad sister doing?" Upon hearing Xin's voice, Ziyun hastily withdrew his hands from around Shangguan Yingrui, stepping back to create distance, his face slightly flushed and his gaze evasive, betraying his flustered state. In nothing, he stammered, awkwardly rubbing his nose and lowering his head to mask his embarrassment, unable to meet Xin's inquisitive eyes. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to vanish into thin air. "Oh," Xin, though oblivious to the implications, nodded obediently. She then wrapped her arms around Ziyun's leg, lifting her small face and blinking her large, expressive eyes at him. "Brother, please help Xin sleep. I'm so tired." Seeing this, Ziyun crouched down and affectionately patted Xin's little head, responding, "All right, brother will help you sleep." Upon hearing this, Xin's face lit up with a sweet smile as she joyfully leaped up, wrapping her arms around Ziyun's neck and planting a resounding kiss on his cheek. "You're the best, brother." Ziyun chuckled, playfully ruffling her nose before lifting her into his arms and heading inside. Shangguan Yingrui stood rooted in place, watching the duo depart, her beautiful eyes gradually chilling before she followed suit. Later that night, after Ziyun had lulled Xin to sleep and was preparing to return to his room, he was unexpectedly embraced from behind. Turning around, he beheld Shangguan Yingrui clad in a delicate silk nightgown, revealing her fair, slender neck and rounded shoulders. Her exquisite collarbone exposed to the cool air, exuding an alluring charm. Her skin was as pale and smooth as fine jade, seemingly fragile to the touch. Shangguan Yingrui's arms wound around Ziyun's waist, pressing her entire body against him, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, sending shivers down his spine. "Ziyun, dear brother, I wish to sleep with you." Ziyun's face flushed crimson, even his ears turning red as he felt her body pressed tightly against his. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he protested, "Senior, this isn't appropriate." Shangguan Yingrui leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear, teasingly whispering, "What is inappropriate? We've shared a bed before." As she spoke, she playfully nibbled on his earlobe. Ziyun inhaled sharply, feeling a rush of heat flood his face. Noticing his reaction, Shangguan Yingrui smiled slyly. "Just agree to it, dear brother. I can't sleep without you." With that, she tightened her embrace around his neck, nuzzling against him. Eventually, unable to withstand Shangguan Yingrui's relentless coaxing, he relented. Seeing his acquiescence, she revealed a triumphant smile before rising onto her toes to plant another kiss on his lips. So obedient. Afterward, Shangguan Yingrui took Ziyun's hand and led him back to her room. A man who had just ascended the stairs observed this scene and shook his head, muttering to himself about the folly of youth. Ah, if only that madwoman had not returned, for she would surely go wild upon witnessing this. In the middle of the night, Shangguan Yingrui awoke, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Ziyun beside her. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress his cheek, admiring his refined features and striking profile. Enchanted, she leaned in closer and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips. However, this fleeting kiss left no trace behind. At that moment, her phone lit up again, but after a glance, she tossed it aside and nestled into Ziyun's embrace, falling into a deep slumber. At the Shanghai International Airport, in the VIP lounge, a stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure leaned against a handsome man. "Master Cashew, will your betrothed be here to welcome us?" she inquired sweetly, her voice laced with flirtation, her demeanor alluring and captivating, igniting a primal desire to claim her. "Don't worry, darling. I just messaged her. She will arrive at the airport shortly, Cashew replied, gently patting the woman's back, his handsome face adorned with a tender smile. His name was Cashew Lockfield Ascent, the second most formidable assassin within the organization, having mastered exceptional combat skills by the age of 25. He had once single-handedly annihilated 3 mercenary teams belonging to a noble family with a mere dagger, earning him the title of the Harbinger of Death. His mission in Huagua was twofold: to win over Shangguan Yingrui and to stir the waters of Luanhai City on behalf of his organization. Master Cashew, you are truly wonderful. I adore you. The beautiful, golden-haired woman cooed, affectionately nuzzling against him. Hehe, my darling, you are simply delightful, Cashew responded, unable to resist, leaning down to kiss her enticing lips. Master Cashew, you're so naughty, the woman teased, gazing at him with an enchanting allure. Her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly swollen, and crystalline tears glistened on her cheeks, rendering her utterly captivating. Sweetheart, we can't do that here, he interjected, his tone suddenly serious. Understanding his unspoken intent, she pointed to a camera in the corner. You do remember this is an airport, don't you? What if someone catches us on camera? I may be indifferent to it, but your reputation must not be tarnished. Then let us find a more suitable place, Cashew replied with a devilish grin, taking her hand as they departed the airport, heading toward a nearby hotel. Chapter 78. No Deceiving Xin. The following day, after Shangguan Yingrui and Ziyun had finished their morning routines, they descended to enjoy breakfast. Wow, today as breakfast is so sumptuous. My favorite soup dumplings. I want to eat 100. Xin exclaimed, eagerly picking up the softest dumpling from the plate and savoring it with her eyes closed in bliss. Slow down. Be careful not to choke, Ziyun cautioned as he served her a bowl of porridge, smiling gently at her. I know. Thank you, brother. Xin replied with a sweet smile, before diving into her porridge with gusto. Brother Ziyun, I too wish to indulge in some porridge. Please feed me beside him. Shangguan Yingrui gazed at Ziyun with a beguiling charm, her voice dripping with sweetness as she playfully pouted, causing Ziyun to shudder slightly. All right, he stammered, hastily scooping a spoonful of porridge to her lips. Shangguan Yingrui opened her mouth to receive the porridge, and after savoring it, she shyly licked the soup from the corner of her mouth, her demeanor irresistibly alluring. Ziyun, caught in a trance, nearly forgot his task of feeding her. Brother Ziyun, you are simply adorable. Observing Ziyun's dazed expression, Yingrui stifled a giggle behind her hand, then took a sip of milk after daintily wiping her mouth. She turned to Ziyun with a teasing glint in her eye. What are you daydreaming about, Brother Ziyun? Hurry, feed me more porridge. I'm absolutely famished. Ziyun swallowed hard before regaining his composure, scooping another spoonful of porridge to feed Yingrui. Watching her close her eyes in blissful enjoyment filled him with joy, and his appetite seemed to blossom. Meanwhile, the man seated at the head of the table appeared to be choking on his own emotions, feeling utterly defeated yet powerless to voice his grievances. Xin, witnessing her brother's unwavering attention on that bad woman, pouted her lips in indignation. Brother only cares for that bad woman and ignores me. How biased. With that, she set her bowl and chopsticks aside, sulking over the table with a woeful expression. Ahem. The man observed Xin's haughty demeanor and feigned a cough to remind her to maintain her decorum. However, Xin seemed oblivious, continuing to jab at her dumplings with a fork in a fit of frustration. Ziyun could only chuckle at the little girl's tantrum. Xin persisted, refusing to acknowledge him. Xin, my dear, if you continue to ignore your brother, then I might just ignore you too. Ziyun feigned a fierce glare, playfully threatening her. Indeed, this remark successfully quelled Xin's rebellion. Her big, watery eyes widened as she gazed up at Ziyun with a pitiful expression, pouting, Brother, do you not like Xin anymore? Of course not. Xin is my most treasured little princess. How could I ever bear to ignore you? Ziyun affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. Now, be good and eat up. Otherwise, you'll be too hungry. Brother, you must feed me too. Don't just attend to that wicked sister, ignoring me. Xin pouted, displaying a thoroughly heartbroken look, much to Shangguan Ying's amusement. All right, I shall feed you too, Ziyun chuckled, picking up a piece of cake to offer to Xin. Hehe, Xin adores her brother. Xin beamed, happily chewing on the cake. As Ziyun continued to serve both lovely ladies beside him, he inquired of the man, "Godfather, is my mother not back yet?" "Not yet. She is likely still entangled with your second aunt," the man replied, shaking his head. "Is there something you wish to discuss with your mother?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to inform her that I will be leaving today," Ziyun stated, returning to his task of feeding Xin and Shangguan Yingrui. "Leaving so soon?" The man expressed surprise. "Yes, I plan to accompany Yingrui for a few days before heading to school." Ziyun hesitated, glancing at Shangguan Yingrui before continuing. This morning, upon awakening, Shangguan Yingrui had once again snuggled against Ziyun, leaving traces of herself on him, and even daring to steal a kiss while he was asleep, igniting a fire within him. Only after he acquiesced to her whims did she settle down. "Ah, I see. That's quite all right, but do take care of yourself. After all, you're still young, and the road ahead is long. Do not make impulsive decisions," the man earnestly advised Ziyun. "Understood," Ziyun replied calmly. "When will my mother return?" Ziyun shifted the subject. "No need to inform your mother. If you do, you may not be able to leave. Xiaoyan, do not forget that the last time you attempted to enroll, your mother was fiercely opposed. This time will be no different." The man mused thoughtfully, then added, "So, while your mother is still absent, gather your things and depart quickly. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to leave." Ziyun furrowed his brow, contemplating the truth of the man's words, and sighed. "All right, I understand." Upon hearing that her brother was leaving, Xin immediately panicked, rushing into his embrace and clinging to his waist, weeping, "Wu, brother, please don't go. Xin doesn't want you to leave. Xin dear, I'm merely going to school. I'll return to keep you company during the break, all right?" Ziyun comforted her, gently patting her fragile back. "Really? You mustn't deceive Xin." She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, full of hope. "I would never lie to you. How could I?" Ziyun lovingly pinched her soft cheeks and tousled her hair again. "Then you must keep your promise. No deceiving Xin." She blinked her big, glistening eyes, gazing at Ziyun with a pitiful expression that tugged at his heartstrings. "All right, I promise I will keep my word. I shall never go back on it." Ziyun raised his hand in assurance. Xin believes in her brother. Xin's tears transformed into a radiant smile as she wrapped her arms around Ziyun's neck, burying herself into his broad, warm chest. Ziyun, filled with affection, gently stroked Xin's fluffy head, a smile playing on his lips. After finishing their meal and spending some time with Xin, he eventually lulled her to sleep before driving away with Shangguan Yingrui. Chapter 79. Gong Yue could erupt in fury. In the car, Ziyun turned to Shangguan Yingrui, who was seated in the passenger seat, and inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Let's go to my home first," she replied, her gaze fixed on the scenery whizzing by outside. "All right," Ziyun nodded, steering the car in the direction of the Shangguan residence. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the Shangguan estate. "Miss," the servants greeted Ziyun and Shangguan Yingrui with respect. Entering the house together, a woman in her 40s approached them. "Little Rui, you're back." Mrs. Shangguan greeted her daughter with warmth, then turned her attention to Ziyun. "And who might this young man be?" With a smile, Ziyun introduced himself. "Hello, Auntie. I am Ziyun, the boyfriend of your daughter." "Ah, so you are the esteemed Ziyun. Pleasure to meet you. Please come in." Mrs. Shangguan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly welcomed Ziyun inside. "Thank you, Auntie," Ziyun replied politely, taking Shangguan Yingrui's hand as they entered the living room. "Come, have some tea. This is a new blend that Yingrui's father brought back from abroad," Mrs. Shangguan offered, presenting a teacup to Ziyun. "Thank you." Ziyun accepted the cup with both hands, savoring a sip before exclaiming, "The aroma is delightful, and the taste is rich and smooth. Truly exquisite tea. How wonderful that you enjoy it." Mrs. Shangguan beamed with delight, instructing the servants to prepare snacks and drinks. Before long, an array of snacks and beverages adorned the table. "Come, don't be shy, enjoy," Mrs. Shangguan warmly urged Ziyun, who eagerly picked up his chopsticks to sample the treats, one after another. "Slow down, you might choke," Mrs. Shangguan cautioned with concern. "Thank you, Auntie." Ziyun paused to wipe crumbs from his mouth. "Xiaoyan, you are too polite. Enjoy your conversation. I shall check on the lunch," Mrs. Shangguan said before turning towards the kitchen. Ziyun nodded in acknowledgement. After Lady Shangguan departed, Ziyun finally exhaled, relaxing his body against the sofa. Shangguan Yingrui observed Ziyun's ease and couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gong Yueka had finally extricated herself from Gong Yuelan's clutches and returned home, only to find that the house was occupied solely by the man she despised and Xin, causing her expression to darken instantaneously. Mom, Xin, upon seeing Gong Yueka's return, tentatively called out to her as she slid off the sofa, retreating a step back. She sensed her mother's overwhelming fury, as if she might explode at any moment. The man, busy washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the commotion in the living room, quickly dried his hands, and rushed out to investigate, only to find Gong Yueka standing in the center of the room, her face etched with anger as she coldly regarded her daughter, Xin. Seeing the man emerge, Xin felt as though she had found a lifeline and hastily darted behind him, her small face a portrait of grievance and fear. Xin, go play in your little room, the man gently urged, stroking Xin's fluffy head with tenderness. Okay. Xin obediently nodded and scampered off to her room, shutting the door behind her. The man, witnessing his daughter secure the door, turned to Gong Yueka and said, Xiaoyan has returned to school. He dared not reveal the truth to this madwoman, fearing what she might do next. After all, over the years, she had committed numerous irrational acts. He had grown numb to her antics. Just a few days into the break, and he's back at school? Who do you think you're fooling? Gong Yueka retorted, her tone sharp and her expression menacing, making her appear quite terrifying. Believe it or not, the man scoffed, uninterested in further engaging with this lunatic. He knocked on Xin's door softly and called, Xin, open the door. It's Daddy. Oh, all right. Xin eagerly opened the door to let him in. Once inside, the man locked the door behind them, squatting down to touch Xin's forehead before covering her little ears. Soon, the sound of things being smashed and Gong Yueka's hysterical screams echoed from the living room, eventually subsiding after an indeterminate time. Gong Yueka surveyed the wreckage of a television she had destroyed, the floor littered with debris, her body trembling with rage as she gritted her teeth. Shangguan Yingrui, she muttered, her eyes aflame, her fists clenching tightly. You wait. One day, I will kill you, leaving not a shred of your existence behind. Xiaoyan belongs solely to me. Anyone who dares to covet him shall meet their end. Gong Yueka glared hatefully at the shattered vases and glass shards, her gaze finally settling on a photograph hanging on the wall. Upon seeing the boy in the picture, she suddenly fell silent, her hand gently caressing the boy's delicate features captured in the image. At the Shangguan estate, Lady Shangguan warmly invited Xiaoyan. Come and taste your aunt's cooking. How about it? Ziyun replied, making his way to the dining table. Shangguan Yingrui closely followed, taking a seat right next to him, this time pressing her chair against his, her body leaning against his right arm. Ziyun furrowed his brow, but refrained from speaking up in the presence of the elders. In Chapter 80, Ziyun found himself in a room adorned with countless portraits of himself. Just then, Shangguan Yingrui's father, Shangguan Hong, returned home, his brow furrowing at the sight of his daughter and the unfamiliar boy sitting so closely. You're back, dear. Lady Shangguan smiled as she approached her husband, helping him remove his suit jacket and handing it to a servant. Shangguan Hong replied, then inquired, Qingxi, who is that boy sitting next to Xiaowei? That's Xiaoyan. Lady Shangguan answered with a smile. Oh, but they seem rather intimate, don't you think? Shangguan Hong continued, concern etching his features. Intimate? Isn't this just a normal interaction between friends? Lady Shangguan chuckled. They're sitting too close together. This was the first time Shangguan Hong had witnessed such a display. He anticipated his daughter to cling to Ziyun so tightly, even during a meal. Is it really that affectionate? He had never seen this side of his daughter before. A sigh escaped him. Perhaps it was only in Ziyun's presence that she felt so unreserved. A faint pang of disappointment stirred within him, yet he walked over to join his wife. Xiaoyan, let me feed you, Shangguan Yingrui said, glancing at the approaching couple. She picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and brought it to Ziyun's lips, blushing as she spoke. Ziyun felt a bit shy, aware that both Shangguan Yingrui's parents were watching him. Noticing his hesitation, Shangguan Yingrui pouted slightly and sweetly asked Xiaoyan, why aren't you eating? Do you dislike your sister feeding you? She feigned a wounded expression, as if genuinely wronged by his reluctance. Xiaorui, let Xiaoyan eat by himself. He might feel uncomfortable with you feeding him, Shangguan Hong interjected, unable to restrain himself. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yingrui immediately dropped her feigned look of distress, replacing it with a cold glare directed at her father. Father, please don't sow discord between me and Xiaoyan, or else. Though she did not finish her sentence, the implied threat was unmistakable. Startled by her words, Shangguan Hong quickly shifted the topic. Ahem, Xiaoyan, do you like fish? I can have the chef prepare a fresh steamed fish for you. He called out to the kitchen. Aunt Wong, prepare a fish weighing about 3 pounds and 2 chickens. Aunt Wong promptly acknowledged his request and hurried off to fulfill it. Thank you, uncle, Ziyun expressed politely. Ah, it's nothing. Shangguan Hong chuckled awkwardly. Come, Xiaoyan, eat this. Shangguan Yingrui said, presenting a piece of sweet and sour ribs to Ziyun's lips, eagerly watching him. Thank you, senior sister. Ziyun hesitated for a moment before parting his lips to accept the rib. Yea, so obedient, Shangguan Yingrui exclaimed joyfully, then took a piece of meat for herself, chewing and swallowing it with delight. After the meal, Shangguan Hong intended to engage Ziyun in conversation, but he noticed his daughter had already whisked him away to her room. The room was spacious, furnished with essentials like a bed and desk, but the walls were entirely adorned with portraits of Ziyun in various styles, sketches, oil paintings, watercolors, and more. Once inside, Shangguan Yingrui locked the door behind them. Staring at the multitude of portraits, Ziyun felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine, an eerie sensation washing over him. He contemplated fleeing, but forced himself to remain calm, bewildered by why his senior sister had painted so many images of him. Did she not find it strange? Did she not feel uneasy? It was as if countless familiar eyes were watching him, their gazes unsettlingly intimate, reminiscent of time he could not quite place. Xiaoyan, what is wrong? Shangguan Yingrui suddenly leaned against his shoulder, her voice soft and melodic. Do you think my room is beautiful? Ziyun, feeling tense, replied stiffly, it's all right. How could he articulate that it felt bizarre? That would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Then, Ziyun fell into a momentary silence. Unable to restrain his curiosity any longer, he asked, why did that senior draw so many portraits of me? Of course, it's to keep as a memento. Shangguan Yingrui explained with a beaming smile. But why so many? He pressed. Naturally, it's because you are my dear Ziyun. Shangguan Yingrui replied playfully, her laughter light and charming. Ziyun found himself momentarily bewildered. Was this truly a valid reason? Noticing his dazed expression, Shangguan Yingrui gently caressed his handsome cheek, her tone soft and tender. Ziyun, dear brother, I think of you every day. When I cannot see you, I feel as though I might go mad. My heart aches with longing. That is why I thought of painting your portraits to alleviate my yearning. As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged forward and pressed her lips against Ziyun's. Ziyun was taken aback by Shangguan Yingrui's sudden action, unsure how to respond. Shangguan Yingrui had no intention of releasing him, continuing to kiss him. With a sudden clap, Ziyun finally managed to break free from her embrace. Ziyun, how could you push me away? Shangguan Yingrui exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, glistening with unshed tears, portraying a pitiful sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Ziyun, seeing her tear-streaked face, felt a pang of guilt arise within him. I'm sorry, senior. I didn't mean to. Wu Shangguan Yingrui clutched her chest, pretending to be in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ziyun, witnessing this, hurriedly comforted her. I'm sorry, senior. Please don't cry. It was my fault. Woo. Shangguan Yingrui continued to sob, her sorrow intensifying. Ziyun, feeling flustered and overwhelmed, quickly took out a tissue to wipe her tears. However, it seemed Shangguan Yingrui was oblivious to his efforts, continuing to weep unabated. Finally, Ziyun took a deep breath, suppressing his reluctance, and leaned in to kiss her of his own accord. Shangguan Yingrui momentarily froze, then joyfully closed her eyes. Chapter 81. Ziyun and Shangguan Hong. Ziyun's initiative surprised Shangguan Yingrui. However, her delight overshadowed her astonishment. She had never anticipated that Ziyun would take the lead in kissing her. What a delightful turn of events. Ziyun's kissing technique was somewhat inexperienced, clearly a first for him. He awkwardly fumbled, nearly biting Shangguan Yingrui's soft lips on several occasions. Yet despite this, Shangguan Yingrui relished every moment. After what felt like an eternity, Ziyun finally released her, his cheeks flushed as he sat at the edge of the bed. Unable to meet her gaze, after adjusting her clothing and tousled hair, Shangguan Yingrui regarded him with a fiery intensity, as if flames danced in her eyes. Slowly, she approached Ziyun, her slender fingers gliding over his fair neck, eventually resting on his lips, caressing his sensuous mouth. She then leaned down, whispering softly into his ear, "Ziyun, I really like you. I wish to possess you entirely, for you to belong to me forever." Her warm breath brushed against Ziyun's sensitive ear, causing a faint blush to bloom on his skin, igniting a wave of heat within him. After her confession, she lowered her head once more to kiss Ziyun. And this time, he did not shy away. He closed his eyes, giving in to the kiss. They lingered in this embrace for quite some time, until breathlessness overcame them. "Cough, Showerway, what are you two doing?" A sudden knock on the door interrupted the intimate atmosphere within the room. Ziyun opened his eyes and turned towards the entrance. "Ziyun, dear brother." Shangguan Yingrui wrapped her arms around his waist, burying herself in his embrace, her voluptuous figure brushing against him. This gesture rendered Ziyun completely stiff, a suspicious flush creeping onto his face, his breath quickening. He was no saint. He found it difficult to resist such temptation, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. "Auntie, please let me explain just now." "Oh dear, I understand, young people." Onching, she chuckled. "I know you two are like kindling and fire. I didn't mean to interrupt your little moment." Meanwhile, Shangguan Yingrui glared at the door, her expression dark and filled with fury. Why did she burst in so casually? Why disrupt her perfect moment? If only she had waited a bit longer, she could have fulfilled her desires. Why did she have to intrude at such a critical juncture? Ziyun awkwardly forced a strained smile, reluctant to say anything further, as he was at a loss for words. Winching, she added, "I'll take my leave now." You two carry on, and then departed. The room was left with only Shangguan Yingrui and Ziyun. Ziyun cautiously observed Shangguan Yingrui's sullen expression and said, "Senior, let me get you a glass of water." With that, he hastily exited. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Ziyun's hasty retreat, Shangguan Yingrui could not suppress her laughter. She took out her phone and noticed a message from Kasuzu, a Lockfield descent. She replied with a single word, "Get lost." Afterward, she tucked her phone away, adjusted her dress, and walked toward the bathroom in her nightgown. As Ziyun left the room, he encountered Shangguan Hong, who was seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing Ziyun, Shangguan Hong warmly beckoned him over. "Xiaoyan, come here and sit down. Keep your uncle company." "All right," Ziyun replied as he settled beside Shangguan Hong. "Oh my, look at this child. He resembles your father so much." Shangguan Hong praised Ziyun profusely. "Uncle, you know my dad?" Ziyun asked, surprised. Shangguan Hong chuckled, "Of course. I am a business associate of your father." He refrained from mentioning that he and Ziyun's father were brothers. Nor did he disclose that his daughter had known Ziyun since childhood. "Oh, so that is how it is," Ziyun nodded, deciding not to inquire further. Shangguan Hong regarded Ziyun thoughtfully, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Xiaoyan, since you are now with my little Rui, there are some things I should tell you." Ziyun raised an eyebrow, awaiting Shangguan Hong's next words. Little Rui has previously self-harmed by cutting her wrists. Her emotions have been quite unstable. She often resorts to smashing things to vent her frustrations, and she uses painting and other methods to express her feelings. Shangguan Hong spoke gravely, recounting Shangguan Yingrui's struggles over the years. In essence, this is due to the neglect from me and her mother. After finishing, he looked at Ziyun, quietly awaiting his reaction. He feared that Ziyun would develop a biased perspective towards Shangguan Yingrui upon learning this, potentially leading him to view her as a dangerous individual, and thus, in their relationship. This was something Shangguan Hong wished to avoid at all costs. If Xiaoyan truly abandoned little Rui, her future would worsen significantly. In his eyes, only Ziyun could save and help her now. Ziyun was not particularly surprised, as he had witnessed glimpses of her struggles before. He just hadn't realized the extent of Shangguan Yingrui's suffering during her middle to high school years. Noticing Ziyun's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, Shangguan Hong's heart sank. Xiaoyan, do you think little Rui is dangerous? Although she has some psychological issues, she genuinely likes you very much. After Ziyun regained his composure, he shook his head and replied, Uncle, you needn't worry. I won't distance myself from Yingrui because of this. After all, she is my girlfriend. Shangguan Hong sighed in relief. That's good. Now I can rest easy. Subsequently, Ziyun exchanged a few more words with Shangguan Hong before pouring himself a glass of water and heading upstairs. Upon returning to his chamber, Ziyun discovered Shangguan Yingrui indulging in a warm bath. He draped a robe over his shoulders and reclined on the bed, engrossed in a game on his device. After half an hour, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Shangguan Yingrui clad in a delicate pink camisole, her bare feet softly padding on the floor. Noticing Ziyun absorbed in his phone, she glided to his side, lying down beside him, her hand resting gently upon his chest. The gentle caress sent a shiver through Ziyun, prompting him to hastily turn off his phone and lower his gaze to meet her eyes. Shangguan Yingrui, too, lifted her gaze to lock eyes with him. Their gazes intertwined, each pair of pupils reflecting the other in a mesmerizing dance. After a prolonged moment, Ziyun averted his eyes, breaking the spell of their connection, and softly uttered, It's best to rest early. MHM. Shangguan Yingrui replied obediently, curling into Ziyun's embrace and closing her eyes in serene contentment.